One fateful day, I found myself clad in the guise of a scion, experimental subject of Frieza's army, facing imminent annihilation from the very outset. Fortunately, the legendary primordial bloodline awakened within me, granting me the extraordinary talent of Genetic Plunder. With each adversary I vanquish, I evolve anew. Every formidable foe becomes a supplement to my genetic arsenal. The latent powers of the Frost Demon, the regenerative abilities of the Namekians, and the body-swapping prowess of Ginyu become mine to wield. As my crystalline palace expands across the cosmos, and my progeny ascend to divinity, I, Jiang Long, shall lead the Saiyan divine clan that I have meticulously forged, crowning myself as the sole sovereign of all realms. Frieza? Cell? The destroyer gods? I shall claim your bloodlines as my own. Chapter 1. A single punch shatters the detector, the entire ship in search of a super genius. Beep. Warning. Warning. The piercing alarm echoed through the chamber, stabbing into Jiang Long's consciousness like a multitude of searing needles. Emerging from the depths of an endless void was a struggle akin to that of a drowning soul gasping for air. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to be met not by the familiar ceiling of his rented room, but by the cold metallic walls radiating an eerie blue luminescence. He lay curled within a narrow, abandoned pod, his limbs ensnared by a viscous cultivation fluid, rendering him immobile. Subject identified as a human experimental specimen from another world, fusion of Scion genes complete. Designated as Waste 77. Genetic assessment, inferior. Potential value, negligible. No cultivation worth. A dispassionate mechanical voice reverberated in the confined space. In accordance with Frieza's Army Resource Optimization Protocol, purification will be executed in 180 seconds. Boom! Fragments of memories from other genetic carriers surged into Jiang Long's mind like a torrent, yet they were swiftly devoured and digested by the soul of the transmigrator, leaving no trace behind. Science, Frieza's army, biological experiments, genetic screening, and the inexplicable fate of this body of failed specimen destined for purification. That is, execution. Jiang Long's pupils constricted in horror. He had traversed worlds, arriving in the realm of Dragon Ball, becoming an experimental subject on a ship shortly before Frieza's obliteration of planet Vegeton, experiment doomed to failure and impending destruction, not even worthy of being considered cannon fodder. 170 seconds. The chilling countdown echoed like the footsteps of death. The innate survival instinct born of Scion genes collided with the deep-seated terror from his modern Earthborn soul, culminating in a tempest of desperation. What sort of jest is this? Jiang Long's eyes widened with fury as he struggled fiercely, his muscles bulging, yet he could not budge this frigid steel prison an inch. He sensed a flicker of latent power within him, but it felt as fragile as an infant in the face of this embodiment of cosmic technology. He recalled the plot of Dragon Ball, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Son Goku? Still on Earth, indulging in playful adventures with Bulma. Vegeta? That haughty prince was likely embarking on a conquest on some distant planet with Nappa. No one could save him. This was the dark jungle of the universe devoid of miracles, governed solely by the cold, unyielding laws. 90 seconds. Despair enveloped him like the crushing pressure of the deep sea, threatening to shatter his very will. He would not succumb. In his past life, he had lived in mediocrity. In this life, was he to be discarded like refuse the moment he opened his eyes? By what right? A silent roar erupted from the depths of his soul. It was an indomitable spirit, a profound inquiry stemming from the bloodline of his ancestors. Is there truly a distinction between kings and commoners? In that instant, the Scion body deemed inferior began to resonate with an unyielding warrior spirit, buried deep within its genes, as if awakened by this fervent soul cry. One yearned for greatness, the other for dignity. Soul and flesh, under the extreme pressure of death, achieved an unprecedented and extraordinary resonance. Buzz, at the core of Jiang Long's soul, an ethereal seed, seemingly non-existent in this dimension, stirred. It had lain dormant for eons, now ignited by this fervent will to survive. Boom! An indescribable agony surged through every cell of Jiang Long's being. This was not destruction, but reconstitution. A higher dimensional life form forcibly seized and optimized the inferior genes. His genetic chain fractured inch by inch, only to be intricately woven anew in an unimaginably perfect structure. It felt as if a century had passed, yet it was but a fleeting moment. As the tidal wave of pain receded, Jiang Long's consciousness regained absolute clarity. The previous fear, chaos, and despair vanished without a trace, replaced by a chillingly powerful confidence that allowed him to command everything. Before him, a stream of pale, golden data, imbued with divinity and majesty, slowly materialized. Detection of hosts intense will to survive a miraculous resonance between the Long's soul bloodline and the Saiyan bloodline has occurred. Seed of creation has been activated. Ancestral bloodline has been bound. Initial permissions are being loaded. Core ability, Gene Plunder. Description, everything has its cause, and genes are the effect. The host may, through physical contact, combat, or consumption, seize the target's genetic information, decipher their talents, abilities, and bloodline traits, and perfectly merge them with oneself, forging a supreme divine body that transcends all realms. Gazing at the information before him, Jiang Long smiled that it was a cold and merciless smile, akin to that of a hunter finally wielding a hunting rifle. So this was his golden finger. Not merely a system, but the authority to plunder the entire universe. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. The countdown continued, yet Jiang Long's heart remained unperturbed. He quietly surveyed the metallic walls of the chamber, his gaze as profound as a black hole that devoured all. 3, 2, 1. Purification program. Error. Hatch door lock. Released. For the first time, the mechanical voice faltered, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. The anticipated toxic gas or high-energy rays capable of disintegrating carbon-based life forms did not materialize, and instead, a soft sound akin to a faint hiss emerged. The door of the abandoned warehouse gradually ascended, enveloped in a mist of white, depressurized air. Chapter 2. The discovery of a unique forbidden cage. As the hatch swung open, it was not a radiant beam of hope that poured in, but rather two piercing, cold gazes that regarded him as one might regard refuse. What on earth is this? The purification protocol has evidently malfunctioned. One of the squat, greenish-gray soldiers from the Chitauri species grumbled in a universal tongue, shaking his energy weapon, its muzzle flickering ominously with a dangerous glow. Whatever. Just shoot him and toss this wretched vessel into the void. I'm in a rush to see the latest promotional poster of the Ginyu Force. His taller companion scoffed, his words dripping with fervent admiration for the Ginyu Force, alongside utter disdain for the discarded waste before him. Such is the law of the cosmos, cold and ruthless. The life of the weak is deemed less significant than a mere poster of an idol. Jiang Long huddled in the corner of the incubation chamber, viscous liquid dripping from his dark hair, rendering him a pitiable sight. He hung his head, appearing utterly paralyzed by fear, his body trembling slightly, embodying the terror and helplessness of a dying experiment. However, beneath his lowered eyelids, within the depths of his obsidian pupils, lay an absolute tranquility, like an ancient glacier, devoid of any turbulence. At the moment the seed of creation was activated, his mind transformed into the most efficient strategic simulation room. Target analysis, 2 low-ranking soldiers of the Frieza Force, species, Chitauri. Equipment, standard energy guns, capable of penetrating the outer armor of warships. Current status, Saiyan juvenile. Physically weak, yet having undergone preliminary modifications from the ancestral bloodline, with cellular activity and explosive power significantly exceeding assessed values. Probability of victory, below 1%. Risk assessment, 99% chance of being instantly shot dead. The data was cold, the reality despairing. Yet, the corner of Jiang Long's mouth lifted slightly, unnoticed. Forming a sinister arc victory is not something one awaits. It is something one carves out with blood. Hey, trash, look at the camera, the squat soldier sneered, raising his weapon to aim at Jiang Long's head, seemingly relishing the thrill of wielding power over life and death. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, whoosh, a blinding beam of energy, accompanied by a pungent smell of singed flesh, grazed Jiang Long's scalp as it shot past. Boom. The metallic wall behind him was instantly pierced, creating a fist-sized hole, the edges glowing a searing crimson. Missed. The squat soldier was momentarily stunned, then cursed in anger. However, the tall companion's pupils constricted, for he clearly observed that in the thousandth of a second before the shot was fired, that seemingly stunned Saiyan had rolled sideways in a manner that defied biomechanics. This was no mere evasion. It was a primal instinct for battle. A survival instinct honed in the crucible of carnage, etched into the very depths of his genes. Something is amiss. The tall soldier barked, swiftly redirecting his gun toward the Jiang Long who had just landed from his roll. But it was already too late. Jiang Long's display of vulnerability, his desperate roll, was not merely an evasion of the initial shot, but a strategic maneuver to close the distance to another adversary. The short, stout soldier, witnessing this, roared in fury and relinquished his aim. To him, utilizing an energy weapon against an unarmed wretch was a sheer waste of resources. He lunged forward, raising the hard stock of his gun to deliver a brutal blow to the back of Jiang Long's head. This strike was potent enough to dent alloy steel. The whistling wind bore down with an oppressive sense of impending doom. In Jiang Long's perception, time itself seemed to slow. He could distinctly see the stock expanding in his view, the grotesque, cruel grin etched upon the soldier's face. Now was the moment. Without a thunderous roar or a dramatic transformation, as the stock was about to descend, Jiang Long's body sprang forth like a spring compressed to its utmost limit. He neither blocked nor dodged. Instead, he executed an instinctive, primal action that would baffle any sentient being. He opened his mouth and, with all his might, sank his teeth into the unguarded neck of the soldier. The sickening sound of flesh being torn resounded through the silent corridor, piercingly sharp. This was not a human bite, but the ferocious attack of a beast. His teeth, having been initially enhanced by the ancestral bloodline, pierced through the resilient skin and muscle of the Chitada alien like the sharpest of daggers, embedding deeply into the carotid artery. Ack! The stout soldier emitted a shrill, inhuman scream, his cruel smile instantly replaced by sheer agony and terror. He struggled wildly, attempting to dislodge the creature clinging to his neck. But in horror, he realized an irresistible pull emanating from Jiang Long's mouth, as if a black hole was ravenously consuming all of him. His vitality, his energy, his very essence surged through the wound like a flood breaching a dam, pouring into the Scion's body. Jiang Long's eyes ignited with a terrifying crimson glow. Ancestral bloodline activated. Core ability, Genetic Plunder. Boom. A warm current, no, a searing stream of magma surged down his throat. A forceful theft and refinement of the purest life energy and genetic information. The parched riverbed was inundated with a torrential flood. Every Scion cell within him erupted in greedy, ecstatic cheers at that moment. They voraciously consumed this foreign energy, visibly swelling and strengthening. Power. An unprecedented sense of strength erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. The previously frail body experienced an astonishing surge in combat prowess at an unfathomable rate. 1, 2, 3, 10. In a mere second, his strength had skyrocketed tenfold. The cries of the stout soldier grew fainter, his body visibly withering, his skin losing its luster, resembling the desiccated peel of an orange. On the other side, the tall, slender soldier had become utterly dazed. What had he witnessed? A Scion experimental subject, deemed inferior, resembling a ferocious beast from the primeval wilderness, was devouring his comrade alive. This was no battle, it was predation. A primal fear, stemming from the deepest recesses of existence, seized his heart in an instant, rendering him cold and rigid. Even his fingers paralyzed from squeezing the trigger. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Jiang Long suddenly released his grip. The soldier, drained of life, collapsed silently to the ground, akin to a decrepit mummy, devoid of any breath of life. Jiang Long casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his blood-red eyes coldly towards his final target. His form shifted, swiftly. In the eyes of the tall soldier, a dark shadow flashed past. The next moment, an immense force emanated from his wrist as Jiang Long firmly seized his gun-holding hand. The pressure akin to being caught in a hydraulic press, bones creaking under the unbearable weight. He could only utter a single word. With a deft twist, Jiang Long snatched the energy gun into his possession. The barrel was redirected, the cold metallic touch pressing against the soldier's bare forehead. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid grace, devoid of any hesitation. It was a manifestation of absolute, overwhelming aesthetic violence. The soldier's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads, reflecting Jiang Long's blood-stained, yet merciless visage, as if he were a deity or a demon. No. Boom. A searing white beam erupted from the gun's barrel, instantly piercing through his skull. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. The world fell silent. Jiang Long stood quietly between the two corpses, holding the still-warm energy gun in his hand. He closed his eyes, attentively sensing the transformations within his body. The surging power was rapidly assimilated by his cells, and a new stream of information, akin to a divine whisper, resonated deep within his soul. Gene plundering complete. Successfully acquired fragments of the Cheetah Star people's genes. Analyzing, optimizing, integrating. Congratulations, host. You have gained the racial talent, energy sensing, beginner. Buzz. It was as if a long-sealed switch in his mind had been activated. In that moment, Jiang Long's perception expanded infinitely in all directions. The entire world, within his perception, transformed. No longer were there cold steel walls and intricate pipes. Instead, an intricate, three-dimensional energy composition unfolded around him, centered on his being. In his mind, a rudimentary 3D map of the experimental vessel emerged clearly. Superimposed upon the map were dozens of varying-sized, dimly lit light points, slowly moving. Each light point represented a living entity. He could even vaguely discern the strength of these points. A dozen or so light points matched the strength of the two minions he had just slain, indicating they were likely of the same caliber as guards. In the more distant regions, several luminous points shone with remarkable brilliance, akin to torches in the night, emanating energy fluctuations far surpassing those of mere foot soldiers. Deeper within, there appeared to be several more obscure light sources, seemingly imprisoned, yet radiating an aura of peril. Were these other experimental subjects? At this moment, the cold, steel-like experimental vessel transformed in Jiang Long's eyes from a prison into a vast hunting ground brimming with resources. He, Jiang Long, armed with a hunting rifle, had just accomplished his inaugural hunt. Slowly, he opened his eyes, The crimson glow within his pupils gradually faded, replaced by a profound, unfathomable light akin to that of a hunter locking onto its prey. Thus, the hunt commenced. Chapter 3. Just before 0 hour, a mysterious call. Jiang Long stood between two corpses, the warmth of blood and the residual heat of the energy gun still lingering in his palms. Yet his heart felt an unprecedented chill and tranquility. The phrase "the hunt begins" reverberated in the depths of his mind, devoid of any human emotion, resembling an ancient decree etched deep within the essence of life, a supreme proclamation stemming from ancestral bloodlines. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down, grasping one of the now stiffening bodies with a single hand, dragging it as though it were a sack of refuse. Swiftly slipping into a maintenance passage that he had just carved open with his energy weapon, he disposed of the second body in a similar manner. The passage was narrow and dim, filled with dust and rust, reminiscent of the forgotten innards of this steel behemoth. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of oil and metal, yet to Jiang Long, it served as an ideal hiding place. He carelessly discarded the two bodies in a corner and leaned against the cold metallic wall, slowly closing his eyes. Buzz. The gift of energy perception awakened like a deity opening a third eye, instantly capturing every detail of the area around him. From his center, an invisible ripple of awareness spread, penetrating layer upon layer of alloy walls. The entire structure of the ship became vividly clear in his mind. No longer mere cold geometrical lines, but a dynamic canvas pulsing with the energy of life. He perceived, at the end of the corridor, two energy points maintaining a fixed frequency as they patrolled, their glow dimmed, comparable to the foot soldiers he had dispatched. Further away, in the power room and control room, several brighter light points flickered like burning candles, indicating the presence of more formidable life forms. Even in the lower prison area of the ship, he sensed several obscure energy sources, dormant yet exuding an aura of danger, akin to slumbering volcanoes. These were other experimental subjects, akin to him, imprisoned within this steel tomb. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Long's lips. Kindred? No. In this hunting ground, there existed only two kinds of beings, hunters and prey. He stifled all his presence, merging with the darkness, resembling a cold stone devoid of any life fluctuation. The two patrolling light points passed by his hiding place multiple times, oblivious to his presence. With preliminary safety assured, Jiang Long did not rush into action. Instead, he immersed his entire being into his own body, or rather, into the profound depths of his soul where the mysterious seed of creation, the ancestral bloodline, resided. He sought to fully comprehend the true magnitude of this singular reliance. As he concentrated his thoughts, the source power flowing through his limbs began to boil. A magnificent torrent of information surged from the depths of his bloodline, directly imprinting itself upon his soul. The Genetic Plunder was merely the most superficial and primitive application of the ancestral bloodline. Its true essence lay in the subsequent analysis and integration. Boom. Jiang Long's consciousness seemed to be drawn into a vast void. Before him, an extraordinarily intricate, shimmering three-dimensional diagram slowly unfolded, composed of countless minute luminous runes that interlinked to form arcane spiral chains. This was the genetic blueprint he had just plundered from the Chitatans. Species: Chitatans, a lowly cannon fodder race of the Frieza Force. Gene assessment: inferior. Low evolutionary potential, weak physical constitution, low energy affinity. Comprehensively evaluated as a failed creation within a level 3 cosmic civilization. The cold and ruthless evaluation mirrored that of the Frieza Force. Yet, Jiang Long's attention was firmly captured by a gene fragment marked with special notation, radiating a ghostly blue light. Innate gene chain, energy sensitivity, beginner. Gene description: this race has evolved a biological instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm due to the harsh environment of their home planet. They can passively sense life energy fluctuations within a certain range and conduct a rough intensity discernment. Optimization potential, moderate. This talent arises from biological instinct rather than energy cultivation, exhibiting high plasticity. If integrated with higher-level perception genes, such as the Namekian's aura perception or the Yadritha's spirit perception, or catalyzed by substantial mental power, it could evolve into divine vision or insight into the laws, among other advanced forms. Current fusion degree, 12. Initial fusion. Capable of only basic functionality. Jiang Long's heart raced with newfound understanding. So it was. The ancestral bloodline was not a mere act of copying and pasting. It resembled an ultimate biological editor. It could deconstruct and analyze all acquired abilities in their most essential genetic form, providing insights into their strengths, weaknesses, and potential evolutionary pathways. This was no longer a simple enhancement. It was a definition of power. It was the blueprint for a path leading to divinity. An unprecedented light flickered in his eyes. He was no longer a mere beast driven by instinct. He was a strategist holding the blueprint for evolution. A bold and audacious plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Survival was merely the first step. What he sought was to achieve his first primal metamorphosis aboard this vessel. Survival, defense, attack, speed, and special abilities, Jiang Long silently recited, calmly strategizing his list of prey. At this moment, all life forms aboard the vessel transformed from vibrant individuals into a collection of genetic cards, each inscribed with distinct abilities. Awaiting his collection, the energy sensing of the Chitata aliens constituted a strategic foundation that must be preserved. Yet, my physical form remained that of a juvenile scion, exceedingly frail. I required more formidable defensive genes capable of withstanding energy gun assaults. My offensive capabilities were limited to hand-to-hand combat and a pilfered energy firearm, rendering them inefficient. I sought more destructive talents or genes that would enable me to master the combat instincts of this scion body. Furthermore, speed was paramount, as the age-old adage states. In the realm of martial prowess, swiftness prevails, an eternal truth. His mind operated like a photon computer, executing billions of calculations, coolly analyzing his needs and the prevailing predicament. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of cunning flashing within their depths. A perfect trap had been meticulously crafted. Rising to his feet, he dragged the mummified body of the drained Chitata alien silently to the entrance of the maintenance corridor. He positioned the corpse to portray a struggling attempt to crawl into the passage. Then, using the still warm blood from another body, he dragged a gruesome, intermittent trail of crimson across the floor. The bloodstain extended from the opposite end of the corridor, ultimately disappearing beneath the carefully arranged body, flawlessly fabricating the illusion of a brutal confrontation between a perpetrator and a companion, with the injured assailant fleeing into the conduit. Any soldier witnessing this scene would instinctively refrain from glancing at the ceiling. Having completed this elaborate ruse, Jiang Long's figure ascended silently like a gecko, scaling the ventilation duct at the top of the passage. He compressed his entire form within the narrow confines of the duct, revealing only his eyes, which coldly scrutinized the stage he had orchestrated below through the grate's openings. He retracted all traces of life force, even minimizing his heartbeat and breathing to the barest whisper. In this moment, he resembled a serpent lurking within its den, patiently awaiting the unwary prey to tread into the realm of death. Time elapsed, second by second. In the desolate corridor, the only sound was the distant, barely perceptible rumble of the engine. At last, within Jiang Long's energy-sensing perception, the two energy light points that had maintained a fixed patrol route altered their trajectory. They were approaching this direction, ever closer. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The clear, heavy footfalls echoed through the silent corridor, akin to the ominous drumbeats of death. Hey, Sabo, do you think the captain will notice us slacking off? A voice broke the silence, laced with a hint of nonchalance. Shut up, you fool. If the squad leader hears us, we'll both be tossed into space. Another voice admonished, sounding exceedingly vigilant. The footsteps abruptly halted before the trap. Through the grate of the ventilation duct, Jiang Long clearly observed two Chitata soldiers clad in identical uniforms to those he had previously dispatched, standing before the withered corpse. One of the individuals, upon witnessing the tragic state of his companion, felt his pupils constrict in shock. Instinctively, he raised the energy weapon in his grasp, cautiously surveying the desolate corridor surrounding him. Meanwhile, the other, after a brief moment of astonishment, displayed a visage intertwined with terror and rage. It was Kaz. He is dead. Who did this? He bellowed, his voice laden with disbelief. He observed the bloodstains on the floor, the horrific sight of Kaz's lifeless body, drained of all vitality, and the sanguine trail leading to the ominous dark passageway. There is an enemy. He is gravely injured, hiding within. The soldier made an entirely logical, yet profoundly erroneous deduction. A flicker of savagery and greed crossed his face. Capturing this murderer would be a monumental achievement. Perhaps it would earn him the captain's favor. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his wrist to activate the communicator affixed there, intending to sound the alarm throughout the vessel. Chapter 4. The Ancestral Feast of Slaughter. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The soldier's grim and greedy expression was etched upon his face, his fingertips mere moments away from the communicator. Just one more second, and the piercing alarm would shatter the silence, exposing this hunting ground to all. Yet, he was deprived of that opportunity. Just as the final command was about to be executed, something stirred in the profound darkness above him, a void that seemed capable of consuming all light. It was not a fall, it was a shadow, emerging from deeper obscurity, exuding an ancient and primal ferocity that felt utterly out of place amidst the cold metal of the ship, crashing down with thunderous force. There was no wind, no forewarning. Jiang Long's figure descended like a demonic beast pouncing from the heavens, his scion form coiled to its utmost, every bone and muscle groaning under tremendous strain as he concentrated all potential energy into a singular point. Boom! A sound so thunderous it was almost painful. The soldier who had intended to raise the alarm could not even utter a scream before he was violently struck by the descending Jiang Long. The alloy floor beneath him cracked in response, bowing down into a horrifying arc. Crack! Squish! That was the sound of his spine being pulverized by unimaginable force. his insides reduced to a mushy mass by the sheer brutality. The light in his eyes dimmed instantly, extinguished like a candle snuffed by a raging wind, life fading away. Jiang Long rose slowly, standing over the mangled remains of what was once a human form. He did not spare a glance at the carnage, his deep-set eyes, akin to cold stars burning in the abyss of the universe, calmly regarded the last surviving soldier. You. The other soldier stood utterly paralyzed, his mind engulfed in a void. The events unfolding before him transcended his meager comprehension. This was not combat, it was a brutal annihilation. An erasure from a higher plane of existence that brooked no resistance. A terror, rooted deep within his soul, surged like a chilling tide, drowning his rationality. The only course of action available to him was to yield to the primal instincts of his biology, raising the energy gun in his hand and frantically pulling the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blazing white energy beams, akin to the scythe of death, tore through the dark corridor, unleashing a searing heat capable of melting steel, cascading relentlessly toward Jiang Long. However, at the moment of firing, Jiang Long's figure transformed into a blurred afterimage. Too slow. Before the body, initially altered by the ancestral bloodline, and the soul that had been refined through the information explosion of modern Earth, this purely linear assault exhibited numerous flaws. He moved. His footsteps traversed the frigid alloy walls with an uncanny ease. His entire being formed an uncanny angle with the ground, executing a bewildering sprint within the narrow passageway. The energy beams pursued his afterimage, leaving behind searing, smoke-emitting holes in the walls, ceiling, and floor, as the entire corridor trembled violently, akin to a dying steel behemoth lamenting. The soldier's gaze shifted from fear to madness. Like a cornered beast, he bellowed, cranking the energy output of his weapon to the maximum, causing the beams to thicken, with their destructive power escalating exponentially. Yet, he still could not lock onto the ghost dancing amidst the deadly beams. In Jiang Long's eyes, there was an icy coldness. This Saiyan body was awakening. The fighting instinct, buried deep within his genes, was merging with the myriad tactical plans in his mind at an unprecedented pace. Each evasion tested the limits of his body. Each sprint was a psychological assault on his adversary. He was learning, adapting, evolving. In this solitary dance of death, he was the true master. Suddenly, amidst a moment of evasive interplay, Jiang Long's figure exhibited a nearly imperceptible pause, as if fatigued or slipping beneath him. A flaw. The soldier, on the brink of collapse, ignited with a final glimmer of hope in his eyes. He roared, abandoning the futile shooting, and recklessly lunged toward Jiang Long. He intended to use his solid body to smash this damned specter into a pulp. A foolish choice. Just as the opponent, grinning in anticipation of success, moved in for the attack, a sinister, demonic smile curled at the corners of Jiang Long's mouth. He had awaited this moment. His seemingly exhausted form glided along the ground like a venomous serpent. With blinding speed, he executed a precise slide from beneath the enemy's assault. Simultaneously, his elbow, enveloped in the Scion's brutal strength, struck upwards with the force of a hammer, delivering a devastating blow to the inner side of the opponent's supporting knee joint. Crack! A sharp, spine-tingling sound of bone fracturing echoed. The soldier's body instantly lost its balance, emitting a muffled groan of anguish as he stumbled forward. Meanwhile, Jiang Long, propelled by the momentum of the slide, ascended like a wraith. He did not falter for a moment. With fingers united, the edges of his palm, empowered by the force of his bloodline, shimmered with a faint, obsidian glow. The handblade, a swift and decisive strike, embodying the aesthetic of efficient brutality, descended from above, ruthlessly cleaving down upon the enemy's exceptionally vulnerable nape, exposed by his forward lunge. Thud! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a muted sound, akin to a sharp blade slicing through decayed wood. The soldier's body stiffened abruptly, his momentum halted in an instant. The spark in his eyes extinguished, as though severed from a power source. His massive form collapsed limply to the ground, utterly silent. The entire sequence, from ambush to conclusion, flowed with an elegance that was breathtakingly swift. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the corridor, broken only by the sizzling of energy weapons searing the walls and the acrid scent of burnt flesh that permeated the air. Jiang Long stood quietly amidst the three corpses, his chest subtly rising and falling. There was no elation of victory in his eyes, only an unfathomable indifference. He slowly extended his hands, pressing them upon the two lifeless bodies he had just dispatched. Ancestral bloodline plunder. Boom, boom. Two distinctly warm currents surged through his palms, rushing fervently into his being like two torrential streams. This was a life force and genetic information even more refined and formidable than during his initial plunder. Every cell in his body erupted in greedy exultation, ravenously consuming and digesting this nourishment. Gene plunder completed. Successfully plundered a complete genetic sample from the Chitalians. Optimizable gene segments detected, hardened skin, inferior, dynamic vision, basic. Analysis and optimization fusion commencing. A tingling sensation, akin to electric currents coursing through him, instantaneously enveloped Jiang Long's entire being. He could distinctly perceive that beneath the surface of his skin, a brand new, denser keratin structure was rapidly forming, bestowing upon his skin an almost imperceptible, resilient metallic texture. Although rated as inferior, it was sufficient to significantly enhance his defenses against physical attacks of the same caliber. An even more profound transformation occurred within his eyes. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Long's perception underwent a cataclysmic shift. The entire world seemed to be playing in slow motion. He could clearly see every minuscule speck of dust floating in the air. He could observe the residual energy particles lingering at the muzzle of his weapon, slowly dissipating. He could trace the trajectory of blood flowing from the corpse beneath his feet. Each droplet's splatter and coagulation transformed into countless frames of slow-motion imagery, vividly displayed in his mind. This was dynamic vision. It was not merely enhanced clarity, but a qualitative leap in the brain's capacity to process dynamic information. So this is how it is, Jiang Long murmured softly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. This was the true gift of combat prowess. With it, any high-speed assault would reveal a multitude of flaws in his perception. However, just as he reveled in the ecstasy of this evolution, his newly transformed eyes, in concert with the profound energy sensing from the depths of his brow, experienced a wondrous resonance at that very moment. Boom. The three-dimensional energy composition in his mind instantaneously crystallized into exquisite clarity and vibrancy. He beheld it. In the central control area of the vessel, 5 energy points, previously dormant, yet radiating a brilliance far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers, flared to life in an instant, akin to 5 suns ignited. Subsequently, these formidable sources of energy surged towards his position with terrifying speed, unhesitatingly targeting him, imbued with murderous intent. Discovered. In the very instant the battle erupted, those superior guards had already sensed his presence. Jiang Long's heart sank. He could feel that each of the luminous points contained energy far beyond his own. It was a qualitative disparity, one that his meager cultivation could not hope to contend with. Escape? This steel prison offered no sanctuary. Combat. It would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a path to self-destruction. The shadow of despair loomed once more. Yet in Jiang Long's eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, a more fervent, more frenzied flame ignited within him. His gaze swept over the 3 still warm corpses on the ground and the energy gun he had discarded. In an instant, a bolder and more reckless plan took shape in his mind. Since he had been discovered, he slowly lifted his head to gaze towards the rapidly approaching energy points, a cold and bloodthirsty smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 5. Forge the world with one's own flesh. Then, let this hunt commence with even greater ferocity. As those chilling and bloodthirsty words echoed within Jiang Long's heart, his entire demeanor transformed. It was no longer merely a matter of slaughter and plunder. It was an assertion of dominion, a will that regarded all beings as sustenance, ascending to the highest throne with the myriad spirits as his stepping stones. This frigid steel jungle was but the genesis of his evolutionary journey, a trivial trial ground. He chose not to flee, nor did he exhibit any hint of panic. Within this sealed vessel, any attempt at escape was futile. The only path to survival lay in cutting through all obstacles, transforming them into the very nourishment for his evolution. His form shifted, like a bolt of dark lightning merging with the shadows, advancing rather than retreating towards the narrow doorway ahead. There lay a natural choke point, permitting passage for only one. It was an optimal battleground, born for slaughter. Jiang Long's silhouette solidified behind the doorframe, his stolen energy gun poised, its icy barrel resembling the fangs of a venomous serpent aimed at the approaching threat. He became one with the darkness behind him, his breath completely restrained. Akin to an ancient cosmic boulder, devoid of life, devoid of emotion, embodying eternal silence. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy and hurried footsteps echoed from afar, like the resounding beat of war drums, causing the entire corridor to vibrate with a low hum. 5 formidable sources of energy, 5 life forms surpassing the previous minions, emerged in his energy perception like 5 blazing stars, suffused with an aura of brutality and destruction, making their fearless descent. Here it is. The final point of energy fluctuations explosion. A coarse yet steady voice resonated, imbued with undeniable authority. 5 figures appeared at the end of the corridor. They did not belong to a singular race. Their forms varied, yet all donned identical combat squad uniforms. Their presence far more potent than that of the patrolling minions, far more ferocious. At the forefront stood a towering humanoid with dark red skin and 2 prominent horns. He was the captain of this elite extermination squad, possessing combat prowess that eclipsed ordinary soldiers, a true veteran of countless battles. Behind him followed 14 members. One was encased in rock-like armor, resembling a moving fortress. Another was slender as a reed, with arms transformed into sharp bone blades. A third floated in midair, his eyes gleaming with ethereal energy, evidently a psychic specialist. The most striking of all was the last member, who boasted 4 robust arms, each wielding a heavy energy gun. Undeniably the squad's mobile firepower platform. Upon spotting the 3 gruesomely slain corpses in the corridor and the solitary, diminutive figure shrouded in the shadows of the doorway, even these seasoned elites felt their pupils constrict slightly. A Saiyan infant? The 4-armed gunner was momentarily taken aback, then a cruel smile crept across his face. It seems we've caught a big fish. It managed to turn the tables on 3 guards. Yet, the captain's expression was grave. He raised a hand, halting his team from underestimating the situation. He sensed that this seemingly frail Saiyan emanated a chilling aura, one that sent shivers down his spine, reminiscent of primordial malevolence. Do not be careless. Open fire on all fronts. The captain issued the command coldly, without a hint of hesitation or doubt. A lion spares no strength even when hunting a rabbit. Boom. The instant the command was given, the 4-armed gunner unleashed a simultaneous roar from his 4 heavy energy guns. 4 beams of searing white energy, significantly thicker than before, intertwined into an impenetrable web of death, instantly sealing off the entire doorway where Jiang Long stood. The terrifying energy fluctuations were enough to incinerate a small starship in an instant. However, just 1,000th of a second before they fired, Jiang Long moved. Dynamic vision, activate. Buzz. In his eyes, the entire world transformed into countless frames of slow motion. The 4 raging torrents of energy no longer appeared as unavoidable calamities. Instead, they were 4 clearly defined trajectories, rife with vulnerabilities. His body, in a manner that defied the laws of physics, slid perilously to the side and rear, narrowly evading the core of the energy net. Boom. The doorframe where he had just stood, along with the wall behind it, was instantaneously engulfed by a torrent of energy, vaporizing and leaving behind a colossal, searing void, the edges of the alloy melting and dripping like wax. What? The 4-armed gunman was taken aback. He dodged. The other team members also felt a sense of disbelief. I warned you not to be careless. The captain bellowed, displaying exceptional tactical acumen. Tucker, Cass, flank him from above and the sides. Mayfield, apply mental suppression. Barton, charge forward with me. Tear him apart. In an instant, the squad reformed their formation. The rock-like brute and the Boneblade warriors surged towards the adjacent wall, violently smashing a path to prepare for a 3-dimensional encirclement. The aerial psychic specialist's eyes glowed ominously, an intangible, chilling mental shock, like a sharp cone, viciously pierced into Jiang Long's consciousness. Surrounded. Mental assault. This was a lethal gambit. Yet, in the face of this dire predicament, Jiang Long's eyes reflected not fear, but a glimmer of anticipation. The moment the mental shock grazed his awareness, it was instantly crushed by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the dormant seed of creation deep within his soul. Gasp. Mayfield, suspended in midair, was struck hard, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. His psychic assault seemed to collide with an expansive sea of stars, reverberating back with such force that it threatened to tear his soul apart. Now is the moment. Jiang Long had been waiting for this opportunity. He disregarded the encroaching enemies, instead crouching low, like a poised cheetah ready to pounce, and boldly charged forth into the oncoming fire of the captain and the 4-armed gunman. Seeking death, the captain roared, firing simultaneously with the 4-armed gunman. This time, Jiang Long did not evade entirely. In the ultimate prediction of dynamic vision, he narrowly dodged the fatal attack but deliberately presented his left arm to a relatively weaker energy projectile that grazed past him. He sought to validate the fruits of his evolution with his very body. Hardened skin. Sizzle. The energy projectile struck his left arm with tremendous force, emitting a noxious scent akin to charred flesh. Intense pain surged through him as his flesh burned, yet he could distinctly sense the newly formed keratinous structure beneath his skin, acting as the most resilient shield, staunchly resisting, diminishing, and disassembling this destructive force. Ultimately, the energy projectile merely left a deeply charred wound on his arm, visible down to the bone, yet it had not penetrated. This scene rendered the captain and the 4-armed gunman, who were rushing forward, nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. A Saiyan juvenile withstood a shot from a standard-issue energy weapon with his flesh. How could this be possible? Their shock, their stupor, was to Jiang Long the most fatal of vulnerabilities. I shall claim your genes. In that moment, Jiang Long's figure reached unparalleled swiftness. Ignoring the agonizing pain in his arm, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, instantly traversing several dozen meters to appear before the still dumbfounded 4-armed gunman. His target, from the very beginning, had been this most formidable and threatening adversary. This is bad. The captain suddenly realized the urgency of rescue, yet it was already too late. In Jiang Long's eyes, a terrifying bloodlust ignited. His right hand, like an iron claw, firmly pressed against the muscular chest of the 4-armed gunman. Ancestral bloodline plunder. Boom. A torrent of life force and genetic information, more overwhelming and ferocious than ever before, surged into him like a breached dam, violently flooding through his palm. Ah! The four-armed gunman let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling as if everything was being forcibly stripped away from him. His strength, his life, and his proud four-armed prowess were being ravenously devoured by that demonic scion. Simultaneously, within Jiang Long's body, it felt as if a volcano, dormant for millions of years, erupted with a thunderous roar. He could clearly perceive that within the plundered genetic torrent, a gene chain pulsating with a chilling white light, imbued with the essence of slaughter and tearing, was swiftly captured, analyzed, and optimized by the ancestral bloodline. Identified compatible aggressive gene fragment, mutated bone arm, medium. Optimization direction, superalloy skeleton sharpening. Fusion initiated. Crack, crack. A spine-chilling series of bone-cracking sounds resonated from Jiang Long's body. The skin on his arms tore apart instantaneously, flesh rolling back as two sharp bone claws, gleaming with a pallid metallic sheen and measuring half a meter in length, violently erupted from his body, radiating an aura of boundless ferocity and murderous intent. The form of these claws was even more exquisite and sharper than that of the plundered Boneblade warrior, their edges enveloped in a faint energy halo, seemingly capable of rending space itself. The newly birthed power roared within him. A new weapon was now in hand. Death. Jiang Long abruptly released the now lifeless four-armed gunman, emitting a soul-shaking roar. With a swift motion, he brandished the newly formed bone claws, stained with his own blood, carving a mournful, pale arc through the air. Thud. Just as a Boneblade warrior, who had approached from a side passage, prepared to launch a sneak attack. The malicious grin on his face froze instantly. He merely caught a glimpse of white light flashing past, and in the next moment, his world spun violently. His head soared into the air. The headless corpse fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. One strike, instant kill. Impossible. He is a monster. The remaining squad leader, a burly rock-like man, and the gravely injured psychic specialist were engulfed in unbounded terror. The scion before them, drenched in blood with grotesque bone claws protruding from his arms, was no longer an experimental subject. He was clearly an ancient demon, risen from the depths of hell, subsisting on carnage. Jiang Long slowly turned around, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust, coldly locking onto the last three survivors. He extended his tongue, gently licking away the warm blood splattered at the corner of his mouth, revealing a satisfied yet cruel smile. Transforming into a crimson whirlwind, he charged into the enemy ranks. His combat style became primal and brutally sanguinary. The skeletal claws danced through the air, leaving behind a myriad of fleeting shadows. With each swing, they carved deep, bone-revealing gashes into the unyielding alloy walls. The brawny rock titan roared, summoning the full might of his rocky armor in a futile attempt to withstand the onslaught. Yet, before Jiang Long's claws, optimized by the ancestral bloodline, to the extent of being capable of rending the armor of warships, his once proud defenses crumbled like paper. With a series of sickening punctures, the claws tore through him and his shell as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, scattering him into a cloud of disjointed fragments. The squad leader unleashed beams of destructive energy from his dual horns, only to be deftly evaded by Jiang Long, who moved with an ethereal grace. Upon closing the distance, Jiang Long's claws clashed violently against the leader's energy blades, sending forth a cascade of blinding sparks. Yet, amidst the chaos, Jiang Long's battle instincts surged, awakening in a frenzy of slaughter. Each attack he launched was aimed with lethal precision, targeting the most vulnerable points with cunning ferocity. At last, during a fleeting exchange, Jiang Long's claws found an improbable angle, bypassing the leader's defenses and plunging mercilessly into his heart. "What manner of being are you?" the leader managed to rasp, his final words escaping as the light in his eyes extinguished completely. In the aftermath, Jiang Long's silhouette emerged before the trembling psychic specialist, and in the depths of his terror-stricken gaze, the claws nonchalantly traced across his throat. The world was rendered silent once more. Within the corridor, rivers of blood flowed, and severed limbs lay scattered like remnants of a hellish battlefield. Jiang Long stood solitary at the epicenter of this sanguinary carnage, his form soaked in blood, indistinguishable from that of his foes or his own. The wound on his left arm began to mend slowly, while the grotesque claws on both arms dripped with crimson droplets. His eyes bore no trace of fatigue. Instead, they glimmered with the exhilaration and fervor of one who had evolved to seize control of all. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down, pressing his hands upon the remaining four corpses. Plunder. Boom. For torrents of immense genetic energy surged simultaneously into his being. Yet, at that very moment, an ominous alarm blared, a piercing sound akin to a chilling wind from the netherworld, transforming into palpable sound waves that shattered the stillness of the steel behemoth. Crimson lights replaced all illumination, flashing wildly and illuminating the battlefield like an ancient arena drenched in the blood of gods and demons. Jiang Long stood amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, a figure reminiscent of a demon god emerging from the primordial abyss, drenched in blood. With newly born, menacing claws dripping warm droplets, exuding a palpable aura of dread. However, this recently unveiled demon was now enduring an unimaginable backlash of terror. A suppressed, guttural roar erupted from deep within his throat, sounding less like a human and more akin to the anguished wails and curses of myriad tormented souls. Boom. At that moment, his mind, his spiritual realm, transformed into an endless crimson purgatory, as the powerful genetic energies of 4 elite beings were forcibly seized by the ancestral bloodline. An unprecedented genetic upheaval erupted violently within him. It was more than just a clash of energies. It was a war of wills. It is the cunning and cowardice of the Chitata people, the steadiness and obstinacy of the rock race, the bloodthirstiness and cruelty of the bone-blade creatures, and the cold, enigmatic nature of the psychic specialists. All of these elements, numbering in the billions, consist of disparate genetic fragments belonging to various forms of life. These fragments carry the profound imprints of their former existence, transforming into boundless magical shadows that roar furiously within the river of his blood. Crashing against the dam of his soul, they seek to usurp dominion, to turn Jiang Long's formidable vessel into their nesting ground, dragging him, the exalted progenitor, into an abyss of madness from which there is no return. A horde of ants. In Jiang Long's eyes, the bloodlight blazed to an extreme, as reason and insanity clashed violently, akin to the collision and obliteration of 2 galaxies. He bore the excruciating pain capable of tearing his very soul asunder, and, with a sudden stamp of his foot, he struck. Bang! The alloy floor beneath him shattered with a deafening crack, and his figure transformed into a blurred crimson shadow. Disregarding the resounding alarms that echoed through the air, as he barreled through a heavy metal hatch, plunging into a warehouse brimming with colossal metal cargo containers. With a thunderous slam, he forcefully shut and locked the hatch behind him, temporarily isolating himself from the cacophony and imminent peril outside. The warehouse lay shrouded in darkness and silence, illuminated only by the intermittent red warning lights seeping through the door's crevice, casting a flickering glow upon his face, which was slightly contorted by agony, yet radiated an overwhelming majesty. Tom was not on his side. The pursuers from outside could breach the door at any moment, while the genetic insurrection within him loomed like a more lethal sword of Damocles. He sat cross-legged amid this frigid steel jungle, forcibly gathering his thoughts as he began to introspect. In his perception, his body seemed no longer a mere flesh and blood form, but rather a chaotic universe undergoing a cataclysmic upheaval akin to the dawn of creation. An uncountable torrent of disordered genes surged through him like a devastating cosmic storm, battering every corner of his being. Yet, at the very center of this chaos, a magnificent and ethereal imprint of the progenitor emanated a faint, timeless golden radiance. This was the essence of the progenitor's bloodline, akin to an omnipotent deity suppressing the ages, striving with a slow yet resolute demeanor to quell this rebellion that threatened the entire universe. However, the sheer magnitude of those mixed genes was overwhelming. Like billions of ants gnawing at a great elephant, and even the progenitor's bloodline, in its supreme majesty, found it difficult to eradicate them all in an instant. At that moment, a grand and frigid will awakened from the depths of the bloodline's essence, resonating directly within his soul. Warning: a significant conflict of inferior genetic materials detected. Risk of collapse in the host's genetic sequence. Solution 1. Consume vast amounts of time, with the progenitor's bloodline suppressing, eradicating, and assimilating them one by one. Estimated duration, 72 standard hours. Solution 2. Activate fusion and optimization permissions, using some genes as fuel, others as divine iron, and the essence of the bloodline as true fire, to forge an amalgamation and create new capabilities. This process will substantially consume the inferior genes and permanently deplete a portion of the life reserve energy acquired. 2 choices lay before Jiang Long: 72 hours. Do not speak of 72 hours. Even in a mere 72 seconds, the artillery of the Frieza force could reduce both him and this vessel to cosmic dust. The only path to survival lies elsewhere. Abandonment is the precursor to a grander rebirth. In Jiang Long's eyes, the clash between madness and reason momentarily subsided, giving way to a profound and resolute determination. His will sank into the vast expanse of the genetic blueprint. At this moment, the blueprint was no longer the orderly structure it once was. It now bore a myriad of chaotic and negative light clusters. These were the spoils he had recently plundered and the very tokens of his impending fate. His gaze, akin to that of a discerning creator, scrutinized the genetic materials before him. Mental shock? Too sinister, contradicting the Saiyan spirit of combat, with an immense risk of fusion. Discard it. Rock-like exoskeleton? Excessively cumbersome, impeding speed. With limited potential, cast it aside. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon 2 genetic chains with the highest degree of homology, as if they were destined to unite. Innate genetic chain, hardened skin, inferior. Innate genetic chain, mutated bone arm, medium. One for defense, one for offense, one originating from skin, the other from bone. Both belong to the realm of biophysical enhancement, akin to shield and spear, possessing an innate affinity. You shall be the chosen ones. Jiang Long's will had made its decision. Yet, just as he was poised to issue his command, a chilling notification from his bloodline origin reverberated once more. Fusion scheme undergoing simulation. Host life energy reserves detected. Initiating consumption calculation. Warning, this fusion will consume 70% of life energy reserves. This energy is fundamental for the host's healing and catalyzing cellular activity. Once expended, it cannot be replenished in the short term. Do you wish to proceed? 70%. That was the entirety of the life essence he had plundered from 5 elite warriors and several lesser foes. It was his greatest trump card in reserve for survival aboard this vessel of death. To expend it would mean that in the battles to come, he would possess no margin for error. Any serious injury could prove fatal. This was a gamble of epic proportions. To wager nearly all of his vitality for a future that promised to be more potent and radiant. Outside the warehouse, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed like raindrops, accompanied by the beeping of energy detectors, drawing ever closer. The shadow of death loomed from all directions. Ha ha ha! Jiang Long suddenly chuckled softly. His laughter infused with boundless madness and the audacity to look down upon the world. As cultivators, why should we hesitate for a battle? What is mere energy in the grand scheme of things? From the moment I, Jiang Long, embarked upon this path, I vowed to use the multitude as fuel, the myriad spirits as kindling, to ignite my supreme divine fire and forge my immortal form. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with its cub. Let the fusion commence. In my name, I decree, forge my divine armor. Boom! With the thunderous delivery of his will. The primordial bloodline, within him, this seed of creation that had slumbered for eons, seemed to awaken to the king's command, for the first time truly revealing its grandeur as a creator. Within Jiang Long's body, the vast reserves of life energy surged forth in a moment of frenzied extraction, transforming into the purest fuel that ignited a golden primordial divine flame. The flame blazed fiercely, turning his form into a furnace of heaven and earth. The two torrents of genetic power, representing hardened skin and mutated bone arms, were instantly engulfed by the divine fire, emitting cries of defiance. They writhed and collided like two dragons thrown into a steel furnace, struggling in a frenzy. The agony surpassed any previous torment, inundating every nerve of Jiang Long with a tidal wave of pain. He felt his skin peel away in layers, his bones ground to dust inch by inch, only to be reforged in the crucible of divine flame into a structure of unparalleled perfection and profound intricacy. During this metamorphosis, the disordered, negatively charged lower genes, encountering their nemesis, were consumed in an instant by the divine fire. Unable to even emit a cry before being transformed into the purest sustenance, serving as fuel for this monumental evolution. The roars and madness in his mind receded like a receding tide. Jiang Long's consciousness became clearer than ever. He felt like a mere observer, coldly witnessing this cataclysmic divine evolution within himself. He beheld his bones shimmering with a chilling, jade-like metallic luster, their density and hardness increasing at an unfathomable rate. He observed a new layer beneath his skin, akin to countless tiny scales, seamlessly merging with his muscles and fascia. Finally, as the last vestiges of life energy were exhausted, the golden primordial divine flame gradually extinguished. The pain dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sensation of overwhelming power and mastery overall. Jiang Long slowly opened his eyes, and within his profound gaze, it seemed as though stars flickered out, and the universe itself was born anew. He gradually raised his right hand, and with a mere thought, a low hum resonated. There were no cataclysmic sounds or lights, only a subtle sound akin to the unfurling of metallic leaves. From his right arm, a layer of grim, menacing white bone armor rapidly emerged from beneath his skin, extending and enveloping him as if imbued with life. This armor was not a mere smooth surface, but was instead adorned with facets of violent beauty, sharp angles, and barbs. At the joints, deadly bone blades sprouted, exuding an aura of invincible lethality. In the blink of an eye, his arms, chest, back, and shoulders were completely encased in this fierce battle armor. Forged from the bones of ancient beasts, bone armor, level 1. A synthesis of offense and defense. Jiang Long clenched his fist, and the bone-clad fist produced a dull, spine-chilling crack that seemed to compress the air into an explosive resonance. He could feel that this armor had melded perfectly with his flesh and nerves, becoming an intrinsic part of his being. His current defensive capability surpassed his previous hardened skin by more than tenfold, and the sharp barbs and bone blades adorning the armor were themselves the most lethal of weapons. However, just as he reveled in the joy of newfound strength. Chapter 7, 3 minutes, Divine and Demonic Calculation, Flesh as Chess Pieces. The crimson alarm wailed, resembling the mournful cries of fallen deities, transforming into tangible sound waves that echoed frantically within this frigid steel tomb. Every inch of the alloy walls trembled, as if this slumbering cosmic behemoth had finally revealed its fangs, ready to feast upon the chosen. 3 minutes until total purification. The cold, mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed like an immutable decree from the heavens, proclaiming the inevitable end. Within the warehouse, Jiang Long sat alone among the corpses, his newly formed bony armor glowing with an eerie and chilling white under the scarlet light. He slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, which carried a faint tang of blood and char inside him. The cataclysmic genetic storm had subsided, yet the price paid was steep. A full 70% of the life reserve energy he had plundered was consumed. The once boundless vitality, akin to mighty rivers and seas, now dwindled to a mere trickle. His last bastion in this desolate realm of death. Yet, in the face of this ultimate judgment, Jiang Long wore no trace of panic on his face. Instead, a profound calm ignited in his starry eyes, embodying an absolute rationality that encompassed all, treating the myriad beings as mere pawns in a grand game. 3 minutes, for mere mortals, is but the blink of an eye. But for him, in this moment, it was ample time. Ample for the next astonishing gambit that could reverse life and death. Boom. In that instant, his consciousness plunged into the sea of awareness. The vast genetic map unfurled like a cosmic star chart. The three-dimensional map, born from energy sensing, shimmered in harmony with the genetic blueprint, constructing an unprecedented strategic simulation chamber within his mind, akin to a divine orchestrator's sandbox. Countless streams of information surged like a torrent from the Milky Way, overwhelming. The structural blueprints of the entire ship, every passage, every room, every ventilation shaft, were vividly imprinted in his consciousness. Dozens of energy points representing Frieza's army soldiers converged from all directions, encircling his position in the warehouse, forming an impenetrable net. They were like a pack of hyenas, scenting blood, filled with murderous intent, eager to tear apart this intruding young lion. And at the center of this web, he, Jiang Long, was the singular prey. Escape? In this enclosed iron coffin, there was nowhere to flee. Fight. With energy reserves depleted and faced with foes exponentially greater in number, it would be akin to a moth drawn to the flame. This was a dead end, a desperate situation. Yet, a cold and lofty smile gradually curved Jiang Long's lips, unnoticed in the darkness. True hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. A stalemate is also a game, he murmured to himself, his voice laced with an air of knowing detachment. Since you have come for me, then please, step into my trap. His gaze rapidly swept across the genetic map in his mind. Those genetic fragments he had seized from various lower life forms lay there like ancient tomes, quietly awaiting their moment. They were predominantly chaotic and of little potential, deemed utterly unworthy even to serve as kindling by the assessment of the ancestral bloodline. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Long's gaze lingered upon a seemingly inconspicuous gene fragment, emanating a dim green luminescence. Species, Clarion insectoid, cosmic level 2 civilization, extinct. Gene assessment, inferior. Innate gene chain, strong acidic blood, weak. Gene description, this species developed a unique blood to adapt to its corrosive home planet, possessing a degree of corrosiveness, yet proving nearly ineffective against advanced alloys. It harbors no optimization potential. Useless genes, worthless abilities. Such was the cold verdict rendered by the ancestral bloodline. However, in that moment, in Jiang Long's eyes, this discarded genetic refuse radiated a brilliance far surpassing that of any divine weapon. His gaze abruptly shifted from the genetic map to a three-dimensional layout, ultimately locking onto a region marked as the medical zone. There lay one of the most densely concentrated and vulnerable nodes of the entire experimental vessel's energy conduits. Given that medical apparatus required a stable and substantial energy supply, it lacked the formidable defenses characteristic of the power room. A bold, audacious plan, one capable of turning the ship upside down, took shape in his mind with a thunderous clarity. Purification countdown, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Long sprang to his feet. His right fist, encased in menacing bone armor, harnessed all the residual power within him, akin to a meteor slicing through darkness, and struck forcefully against the most fragile wall of the storage area. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The alloy wall, as though struck by a battering ram, buckled inward, cracked, and was ultimately breached by him in the most savage and primal manner, creating an irregular hole. He did not use the main entrance, for outside lay a web of traps. His silhouette melded into the shadows like a phantom, swiftly penetrating the breach and entering the ship's labyrinthine maintenance passages. Here resided the innards of the steel behemoth, corners eternally shrouded in darkness. Beep beep beep, on Jiang Long's wrist. The communicator worn by the squad leader he had slain now flickered wildly, displaying a massive red arrow pointing directly to the storage area he had just vacated. He cast a glance at it, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Instead of silencing it, he allowed it to continue functioning. This would serve as the most splendid beacon for his adversaries. Countdown, 2 minutes. The chilling digits echoed throughout every corner of the vessel. reminiscent of the Grim Reaper-S summons. Report to Command Center. Target has violently breached Warehouse 7 and has entered Maintenance Passage 3. All teams, be advised. Seal all exits to Passage 3. Team, advance from the front. Team, provide fire coverage from the upper ventilation ducts. Ensure he is trapped within. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Commands were swiftly disseminated over the communication channel. Dozens of luminous energy points shifted direction on his energy sensing map, converging like a tightly drawn fishing net towards Maintenance Passage number 3. They believed their prey was as good as caught. Unbeknownst to them, this prey was darting in the completely opposite direction, like a wraith in flight. Jiang Long's silhouette moved with unparalleled swiftness through the narrow, dimly lit corridor. His dynamic vision allowed him to evade all obstacles with clarity, while his energy sensing charted the most impeccable path for stealth. He resembled a solitary wolf wandering through his own backyard, coldly observing the farcical performance of his pursuers behind him. His sole objective was a medical area, the main energy valve. The countdown, 1 minute and 20 seconds. At last, he reached his destination. Before him loomed a massive silver-white pipe, thicker than his own body, adorned with intricate gauges and valves. Within it flowed a torrent of energy potent enough to drive the entire medical system of the experimental vessel. The defenses here were exceedingly weak, with only 2-foot soldiers patrolling monotonously. Jiang Long's figure, akin to a shadow devoid of reflection, silently descended from a gap in the overhead pipe, landing without a sound. The 2 soldiers barely had time to turn around before 2 skeletal claws, emerging from the darkness, silently seized their throats. Crack! The crisp sound of bone snapping was the only melody in this profound silence. Jiang Long casually discarded the 2 corpses into a corner, his gaze fixating on the enormous energy valve above. This was the place. He slowly raised his left hand, the sharp bone claws glimmering ominously in the gloom. Yet, he did not use them to destroy. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. The command of the ancestral bloodline. Transformation. As his will was enacted, the gene fragment belonging to the crawling insectoid race within his ancestral bloodline was instantly activated. A peculiar and eerie power coursed through his veins. He could distinctly feel the warm, red blood, infused with the brutal strength of the Saiyan race, in his left arm's blood vessels undergoing a transformation at an unfathomable speed. The vibrant red faded away, replaced by a nauseating dark green, reeking of decay and demise. A sharp pain radiated from his left arm, not merely physical agony, but a profound humiliation of being forcibly degraded at the very essence of life. It was as if a noble deity willingly transformed their divine blood into foul venom. Yet Jiang Long's gaze remained unwavering. He fiercely activated his bone claw, carving a deep wound, exposing bone, on his now toxic arm. Hiss! Instead of crimson blood gushing forth, a viscous, dark green liquid, emitting wisps of white smoke, dripped from the wound. As it fell upon the alloy floor, it sizzled with a corrosive sound, leaving shallow pits in its wake. A satisfied yet ruthlessly cruel smile emerged on Jiang Long's face. He forcefully pressed his left arm, coursing with potent acidic blood, against the colossal valve of the energy pipeline. Let this grand spectacle ignite with my frail form as a sacrifice. Sizzling sounds erupted, akin to a scorching iron being plunged into icy water, producing an excruciatingly sharp and teeth-gritting corrosive noise. The valve, forged from high-grade alloy, succumbed to the intensified acidic blood catalyzed by Jiang Long's ancestral bloodline, eroding and melting at a visibly frantic pace, as if it were gold beset by aqua regia. Billowing white smoke filled the air, accompanied by a pungent odor. Countdown, 30 seconds. The structure of the valve was compromised, and the wild energy within the pipeline was instantaneously unleashed. The entire conduit began to tremble violently, emitting a lament of unbearable strain. Jiang Long's energy sensation clearly perceived that the energy readings from the medical area and several adjacent sections became chaotic and frenzied in an instant, resembling an impending volcanic eruption. Without a trace of hesitation, he turned and darted away like an arrow released from its bow. Just a second after his departure, a cataclysmic explosion erupted at the core of the medical area. The terrifying shockwave of energy, akin to divine wrath, instantaneously consumed everything in its path. Walls, floors, ceilings. Countless intricate medical devices, and the soldiers who had just arrived to capture him were all torn to shreds and obliterated in an instant. A chain reaction commenced. The explosion ignited more energy pipelines, causing toxic gas to leak and flames to soar skyward. The rear section of the entire experimental vessel was instantaneously transformed into a hellscape. Alarms blared. Alarms blared. A chain explosion occurred in the medical area. The energy system is overloaded by 40%. The hull is damaged by 17%. Command Center. We are under unidentified attack. Requesting support. Team annihilated. Team annihilated. Piercing screams and chaotic reports flooded every communication channel. The soldiers who were originally converging towards the No. 3 maintenance passage were left bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't the target in the number 3 passage? It's a trap. We've fallen into their scheme. That monster feigned one attack, while striking another. At that moment, the attention of everyone aboard was irrevocably captured by the sudden, earth-shattering explosion. No one remained focused on the small number 3 maintenance passage. In their eyes, the enemy there was engaged in a desperate final stand in the medical area. Yet the true Jiang Long, amidst the grand chaos he orchestrated, slipped away like a ghost traversing the eye of the storm, silently advancing toward the area with the weakest defensive forces, completely opposite the explosion zone. The spaceship's landing pad. Countdown 0. The ship-wide purification protocol was forcibly interrupted due to the cataclysmic explosion of the core energy system. Jiang Long's figure quietly descended from the last remaining ventilation duct, standing firmly upon the cold surface of the landing pad. Before him, a vast expanse opened up. Beyond the immense porthole lies a profound and desolate cosmos, where countless stars twinkle like cold diamonds. Within the hangar, several elegantly designed, spherical reconnaissance vessels await silently, exuding an aura of sci-fi beauty. These vessels represent a glimmer of hope for freedom. A flicker of relief shone in Jiang Long's eyes. He had succeeded. With sheer willpower, he had deftly maneuvered this colossal war machine. He selected the reconnaissance ship closest to him, preparing to embark. However, in that fleeting moment, a chilling and formidable aura, far more potent than that of the previous squad leader, surged forth like an invisible mountain from the shadows beside him, bearing down with terrifying force. Jiang Long's pupils dilated in shock. He swiftly turned his gaze. There, beneath the shadow of the hangar's massive support column, stood a tall figure, having silently emerged. Clad in a black special operations uniform distinct from that of ordinary soldiers, the man stood erect like a gun. He bore no helmet, revealing a stern and tranquil face, with eyes resembling 2 eternally burning stars in the abyss of space, coldly observing him. In his hands, he bore no weapon. Yet, his mere presence seemed to form an insurmountable chasm, utterly severing Jiang Long from the vessels. "You are quite intriguing." The man spoke slowly as he stepped out of the shadows, his voice calm, yet imbued with a chilling essence capable of freezing one's very soul. "Allow me to introduce myself. Cleansing Unit, Combat Class, Razor." He continued, "Your game ends here." Chapter 8. The Blood Feast of Gods and Demons. "Swallow. Your game ends here." Razor's voice betrayed no emotion, as if stating an inescapable truth. He slowly raised his hand, palm facing down, and gently pressed towards Jiang Long. There were no energy waves, no beams of light. Yet, in that instant, Jiang Long felt the very space of the hangar suddenly collapse inward. An invisible, terrifying pressure, akin to an ancient divine mountain, emanated from all directions, from every atom and every particle, threatening to crush him into mere pulp. This was the might of a combat-class warrior, the absolute mastery over energy. A primal roar erupted from the depths of Jiang Long's throat, suppressed to its utmost limits, reminiscent of a primordial beast. Retreat? In this dead end, there was no escape. Surrender? The pride of his lineage, the dignity of his ancestral blood, forbade him from bowing to anyone. In this moment, the remaining 30% of his life energy surged within him, igniting like dry kindling tossed into a raging fire. He chose not to defend, but to channel every ounce of energy into the bone armor, enveloping his body. Buzz! The stark white bone armor erupted in a dazzling brilliance, appearing not as mere skeletal remains, but as if sculpted from divine jade. Countless intricate runes, imbued with profound truths, flickered across the surface of the armor. The silhouette of Jiang Long resembled a comet that had defied the shackles of gravity, advancing boldly against an invisible force capable of collapsing stars. He resolved to retaliate with aggression, employing the most primal and ferocious means to tear apart this desolate prison. A flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed Razor's eyes. He had not anticipated that this cub, which he regarded as no more significant than an ant, would dare to strike at him, a deity, with its feeble fist. Intriguing. Under the weight of terrifying pressure, with each inch he advanced, the bone armor enveloping his body emitted a mournful creaking sound, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet, his eyes, ablaze with a sanguine glow, remained fixated on Razor without the slightest tremor. Dynamic vision, pushed to its zenith. In his gaze, Razor's seemingly casual stance revealed no flaws whatsoever. It was the culmination of countless trials, honed in a sea of corpses and blood, manifesting the most impeccable combat posture. However, Jiang Long sought not to exploit flaws. He aimed to create a breach in this flawless iron wall with his own fists. With a soul-stirring roar, Jiang Long finally broke through the intangible domain. His right fist, enveloped in menacing bone armor, harnessed all the strength he could muster. Akin to a divine hammer capable of splitting the heavens, forcefully descending upon Razor's head with unyielding resolve and dominance. This punch was potent enough to reduce the bridge of a small warship to scrap metal. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, Razor's expression remained as frigid and unchanged as the ages. He did not flinch nor evade. Instead, He slowly raised his right hand, then clenched it into a fist. With a single punch, he retaliated. The principle was beautifully simple. No elaborate techniques, no dazzling lights. Merely the purest essence of power, stripped to its core. Boom! The disproportionate fists collided in midair with ferocity. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a disconcerting sound, akin to the universe collapsing in on itself. In the next instant, cracks resembling a spider's web began at Jiang Long's right fist, swiftly spreading along his arm and engulfing his entire bone armor. The menacing battle suit, forged from the genes of elite warriors and capable of withstanding energy blasts, now felt as fragile as crumbling gypsum. With a violent expulsion, Jiang Long coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. His body resembling a meteor cast into the void, hurtling backward to crash against the alloy wall of the landing pad. The impact was thunderous. The solid wall bore a massive indentation in its shape, and numerous cables erupted with blinding sparks. He gradually slid to the ground, his bone armor disintegrating into a cloud of dust, revealing his mangled flesh and numerous twisted bones. One strike, merely one strike. His once proud defense and the full extent of his effort had become nothing more than a jest before his opponent. Coughing violently, Jiang Long struggled with each breath, feeling his shattered lungs inflict excruciating pain. He sensed the flickering flame of life within him rapidly dimming. "Your courage is commendable," Lei Zhe remarked, slowly retracting his fist, unscathed. He advanced toward the weary Jiang Long, embodying the grim reaper on earth. Yet, weakness is the original sin. Each of Lei Zhe's footsteps resonated like a heavy hammer, mercilessly striking Jiang Long's heart. A true dead end. Jiang Long fought to rise, but his severely injured body rendered even the slightest movement a Herculean task. His dynamic vision remained active, allowing him to perceive Lei Zhe's every step and anticipate the trajectory of his next assault. However, his body could no longer keep pace with his mind. This exemplified an absolute disparity in power, rendering all techniques and strategies utterly impotent. The countdown for the ship's purification echoed ominously. 30 seconds. The cold, mechanical voice sounded like a final tolling bell. In 30 seconds, the vessel and everything aboard would be reduced to molecules. Lei Zhe's pace momentarily faltered. He glanced at the flashing alarm lights and then at Jiang Long, who lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, impatience flickering in his eyes. He was unwilling to waste more time. He lifted his foot, poised to crush this resilient insect completely. Yet, in that instant, the ant, which should have perished, ignited with an unprecedented brilliance and fervor in its once dimmed gaze. It was a resolute determination to forsake everything and live anew in the face of death. Ha ha ha! Jiang Long suddenly laughed, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, rendering his smile grotesque and tragic. "You are right. Weakness is the original sin. That is why I shall devour all, transforming every ounce of strength into my own essence. With my remnant body as an offering and my spirit as a guide, ancestral bloodline. Ignite for me." Boom. The last flicker of his life force, akin to a candle in the wind, was ignited by his sheer willpower in that moment, manifesting as the most desperate and fierce blaze of life. He relinquished all chances of healing, all hopes of survival. He wagered everything on this final, singular strike. Lei Zhe's pupils constricted sharply. He felt a surge of primal madness and brutality emanating from the very essence of life, enough to make his heart race. Without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable punch, infused with the terrifying power capable of penetrating the battleship's armor, aimed directly at Jiang Long's heart. He intended to obliterate this threat in its cradle. Yet, in the face of this lethal blow, Jiang Long stood resolute, not flinching nor evading. He even abandoned all defenses, allowing the iron fist of death to loom larger in his vision. Was he wagering injury for injury? No, he was wagering life for life. Splatter. Luai's fist, without a hint of hesitation, brutally pierced through Jiang Long's chest. The ferocious force erupted within him, shattering his heart into mere fragments in an instant. A fatal blow. A chilling, self-evident expression emerged on Luai's face. The game was over. However, that expression froze completely the very next second, for the Scion, who should have perished instantly from the blow, inexplicably smiled. With his last vestiges of strength, he raised his hands. The remnants of shattered bone and flesh intertwined to form two of the most grotesque, primal claws, akin to iron pincers, which fiercely latched onto Luai's arm that had pierced through his chest. Simultaneously, Jiang Long's head jerked upward. He opened his mouth and, with the last remnants of his soul's power, bit down savagely into Luai's unguarded neck. The sound of sharp teeth tearing through flesh reverberated through the eerie silence of the landing pad, strikingly jarring. "You seek death." Luai's roared in a mix of anger and disbelief. He could not comprehend how a being with a destroyed heart could unleash such terrifying strength. He attempted to withdraw his arm, only to find that the opponent's hands clutched his limb with an unyielding grip, as if forged from divine metal, making it momentarily impossible to escape. In that fraction of a second of delay, Jiang Long's eyes transformed into two blood-red black holes, consuming all. Primordial Bloodline's ultimate authority. Devour. A thunderous roar erupted. A torrent of life force and genetic essence, more magnificent and ferocious than any prior plunder, surged forth like a breached celestial river. Being ravenously consumed by Jiang Long through his teeth and claws in the most savage, primal, and unreasonable manner. Blue eyes emitted a shrill, inhuman scream. The coldness and arrogance on his face were instantaneously replaced by boundless fear and horror. He felt it. He could distinctly sense his power, his life, and his proud genetic lineage, forged through countless battles, being frantically devoured and assimilated by that demonic scion. This was not mere plunder. This was predation. An undeniable act of feeding from a higher echelon of existence. No, it is impossible. What manner of monster is this? Blue Eyes struggled madly, his other hand striking furiously at Jiang Long, tearing his flesh apart like tattered rags. Yet, Jiang Long held on like an ancient beast that had seized the throat of a deity, refusing to relent. His body was being destroyed, yet his essence surged at an astonishing rate. His shattered heart began to reform and regenerate at a visibly accelerated pace, infused with a torrent of life energy. His battered form, akin to a parched riverbed receiving a deluge, saw every cell rejoicing, leaping, and evolving. His battle power soared wildly. 300, 500, 700, 900. At last, in the fleeting moment when the withered body of Rees was reduced to ashes, Jiang Long's combat prowess firmly settled at 950. A powerful shockwave erupted with Jiang Long at its epicenter, resonating through the air. He slowly released his grip, casually discarding Rees' now mummified corpse onto the ground. Gradually, he straightened his posture. The horrific wound that had pierced through his chest had now fully healed, leaving behind a new layer of perfect muscle, brimming with explosive strength. The crimson light in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unparalleled sense of control and confidence. The countdown for purification stood at 10 seconds. The cold, mechanical voice pulled him back from the ecstasy of evolution. Jiang Long glanced at the increasingly imminent, destructive light outside the porthole, a harbinger of the purification program. And without a moment's hesitation, he dragged his newly transformed, yet still somewhat unsteady body toward the nearest spherical reconnaissance vessel. With a forceful punch, he shattered the hatch door and stumbled into the pilot's seat. 9, 8, 7. He stared at the complex, entirely unfamiliar control panel before him. A glint of determination flashing in his eyes. There was no time to learn. He had to resort to the most brutal method. He pressed his hands against the main energy output port. Move. A torrent of energy surged through his palms, violently flooding into the spaceship's energy core. Buzz. The entire reconnaissance vessel shuddered violently, its engine emitting a roar under the unbearable strain, ignited by sheer force. 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown reached 0, behind him, the colossal experimental ship was enveloped in a silent, purifying light, one that could devour all, disintegrating it into cosmic dust against the grand backdrop. The small spherical reconnaissance ship, like a child breaking free from its mother's remains, took off with boundless resolve and rebirth, transforming into a streak of light that plunged into the endlessly cold, dark expanse of the unknown universe. Chapter 9. One thought, the galaxy. Two thoughts, gods and demons. The universe is cold and desolate. This is an unchanging truth. A small, pitch-black spherical reconnaissance vessel pierced through the timeless darkness and silence, like an inconspicuous speck of dust. Behind it, in the distant void, a radiant flame silently blossomed and expanded, divine wrath manifesting as purifying light, erasing a steel behemoth laden with sin and wails, along with all traces of life aboard. From existence itself, returning it to oblivion. That light signified both an end and a new beginning. In the cockpit, Jiang Long lay slumped like a heap of mud upon the cold seat. He gasped for breath, each inhalation resembling the labor of a worn-out bellows, pulling at the agony coursing through his limbs, as if threatening to tear his very soul apart. Blood had long since soaked through his tattered garments, congealing beneath him into dark red scabs. His body resembled a porcelain artifact, ravaged by divine and demonic forces, marred with cracks, teetering on the brink of shattering. Yet, within this battered vessel, those eyes gazing into the infinite darkness beyond the porthole radiated an unprecedented brilliance. This light was the elation of survival after a calamity, the exhilaration of breaking free from shackles, and the primal, insatiable yearning of a primeval beast escaping from its cage, beholding for the first time this vast and boundless hunting ground. A weary, yet profoundly satisfied, smile tugged at the corners of his lips, obscured by the stains of blood. Behind him lay a past reduced to dust, before him, a future ripe for conquest. The ship's automated navigation system faithfully executed its final command, steering him away from the heart of the cataclysmic storm and plunging into the deeper, more profound abyss of the cosmos. Jiang Long closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness within. It was an unprecedented sensation, akin to a parched riverbed, long dry for eons, now witnessing the reverse flow of a celestial river. The essence of life and genetic legacy of the elite warrior, Lei transformed into the purest torrent of vitality. Surging through the divine river known as the primordial bloodline, within him, roaring and tumultuous. Every cell rejoiced, every strand of DNA exulted. They were like gluttons starved for eons, ravenously devouring this mighty force, mending the damaged body and forging a stronger, divine foundation. His once pierced chest had now healed completely, the newly reborn flesh brimming with explosive power. Fractured bones reconnected, shattered organs regenerated. This was a transcendence of life itself, the first metamorphosis from the mundane to the divine. A combat strength of 950 points ceased to be a mere cold numeral, morphing into a visceral reality. A terrifying sensation as if he could obliterate stars with a single punch. However, as he reveled in the satisfaction brought by this newfound power, his spirit jolted. Deep within his mental sea, amidst a vast tapestry of countless genetic runes, besides the faintly golden ancestral imprint that radiated from him, there emerged an unfamiliar, solid, and chillingly sharp battle mark. This mark, akin to a formidable sword thrust into his very soul, shimmered with a dark silver hue, emanating an aura of indomitable will. A terrifying resolve that would not bend nor break. It did not belong to any gene, but was a spiritual imprint forged purely from the will to fight and the belief in slaughter. It was the will of Lei. The realization struck Jiang Long's heart like a leaden weight. He comprehended that the plunder of the primordial bloodline was not without consequence. The mightier the life form, the more resilient the will imprinted within its genes. Lei, as a battle-hardened elite, had tempered his will through countless trials, even with his flesh destroyed. This undying martial spirit remained, like the most fearsome demon of resolve, lurking within his mental sea. Buzz, the dark silver battle mark, seemed to sense Jiang Long. The new master, probing it, and abruptly trembled, emitting a silent cry of a sword. A sharp, cold will, brimming with the essence of slaughter, surged forth like a steel needle, piercing deeply into the very core of Jiang Long's soul. The fierce will roared and howled, conveying a singular message: either be assimilated by me, becoming a mere weapon of slaughter, or be utterly torn apart, soul and essence annihilated, lost to the depths of despair. Humph! A mere remnant of a soul dares to act insolently before me. Deep within Jiang Long's soul, a chilling growl resonated. The proud spirit of his lineage, the dignity of his ancestral bloodline, would not permit the will of a fallen being to provoke him. With a thought, he summoned the ceaseless surge of golden bloodline energy within him, transforming it into a colossal wave that surged forcefully toward the dark silver battle mark. Boom! In the depths of his consciousness, gold and silver engaged in a silent, yet perilous confrontation. The golden bloodline energy was domineering and magnificent, brimming with the supreme might to devour and assimilate all. Conversely, the silver battle mark was resilient and sharp, akin to ancient, unmelting ice, steadfast against the crashing waves, occasionally unleashing sword-like energies that counterattacked Jiang Long's spirit. Gradually, a grave expression settled on Jiang Long's face. He realized that extinguishing this battle mark was far more challenging than he had anticipated. This was no mere clash of energies. It was a war of wills. He needed time, an absolutely secure environment, to gradually wear down, conquer, and ultimately consume it, transforming it into his own sustenance. It seemed that strength was perpetually accompanied by risk. Jiang Long murmured softly to himself, a flicker of enlightenment crossing his gaze. This path of plunder was destined to be fraught with peril, a struggle against myriad souls, and a contest against the heavens. Each step could lead to an abyss of despair. He slowly opened his eyes, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within his consciousness, and gazed out the porthole. Endless darkness, boundless solitude. Countless stars, positioned at distances unfathomable, emitted a faint and ancient glow, resembling the dispassionate eyes of deities and demons, coldly observing this insignificant intruder. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of loneliness enveloped him, akin to the chilling currents of the universe. He fully realized that there was no turning back. That azure planet, adorned with blue skies and white clouds, bustling cities, had become an unattainable dream. He, Jiang Long, was now a complete cosmic wanderer, a soul struggling for survival in the dark wilderness. Yet, this solitude lasted less than a second, soon replaced by an even more fervent and domineering flame. It was ambition. It was desire. It was an insatiable thirst for the future. He chuckled softly, his laughter echoing in the silent cockpit. Such a stage was worthy of me. Worthy of my ancestral bloodline. Struggling to rise from his seat, he approached the ship's control panel. He summoned the rudimentary star map embedded in the vessel. Instantly, a vast three-dimensional star map unfolded before him. At the center of the map lay an expansive, boundless region marked in crimson. The crimson hue, reminiscent of congealed blood, is imbued with an aura of brutality and iron-fisted dominance, nearly occupying one-third of the entire star map. This is the domain of the Frieza Force. Jiang Long's pupils constricted slightly. He found himself at the very edge of this sanguine territory, akin to a lamb that had narrowly escaped the jaws of a wolf, yet still ensnared within the realm of the pack. He understood that safety was still a distant dream. The destruction of the medical ship would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Frieza Legion. Before long, more formidable pursuers would be on his trail, following the faintest of clues. He must urgently seek a refuge, an unequivocally safe haven, to tend to his wounds, to subdue the malevolent force within him, and to fully digest the spoils of this battle. His gaze swiftly traversed the star map, ultimately resting upon a desolate starfield, far removed from all known routes. Marked as unexplored, there, darkness and silence prevailed, teeming with the unknown. Yet for him at this moment, the unknown represented safety. This shall be my sanctuary, he resolved. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended a trembling but resolutely determined finger to set a new course on the control panel. The ship's engines emitted a faint rumble, the bow shifting direction as it gradually accelerated towards the deeper, more boundless darkness. As he watched the stars swiftly recede beyond the porthole, Jiang Long felt no vestige of fear towards the unknown. Instead, an exhilarating anticipation surged within him, heralding the commencement of a new journey. He envisioned a future where the entire universe would prostrate before him, where all powerful beings would become the stepping stones on his path to evolution. All deities would tremble beneath the majesty of his ancestral bloodline. He would establish his own pantheon, forge his own order, and become the singular myth beneath this vast expanse of stars. However, just as he was swept away by fervent aspirations and grand visions of the future, a piercing alarm, more urgent and jarring than any preceding, suddenly shattered the stillness of the cockpit. The crimson warning lights flickered frantically, casting his face, filled with ambition and confidence. In a ghastly red hue, a cold, emotionless synthetic voice resonated like the final judgment of death. Warning. Energy module severely damaged, imminent depletion. Warning. Life support system experiencing unknown malfunction, imminent shutdown. The crimson warning lights, akin to the weeping eyes of demonic entities, flickered wildly in the silent cockpit, illuminating Jiang Long's pallid face, now ghostly from blood loss, in an eerie glow. The frigid mechanical voice served as the final lament of this steel tomb. Each syllable struck like a merciless hammer upon the fragile glass of hope. The universe is cold and desolate. The diminutive reconnaissance vessel drifted like a solitary leaf upon the vast and tumultuous sea of suffering, bereft of its final vestige of power. Inexorably gliding towards the abyss known as eternity, Jiang Long leaned against the frigid control panel, listening as the alarm's frantic cries gradually diminished into a feeble whisper, ultimately succumbing to oblivion with the last flicker of energy extinguished. The world became serene. Inside the cockpit, an impenetrable darkness enveloped him, an absolute silence that reigned supreme. Beyond the porthole lay the unchanging profundity of the cosmos, stars glimmering faintly, akin to countless indifferent deities' eyes surveying this speck of dust on the verge of being wholly consumed by darkness, devoid of any compassion. The specter of death loomed once more, palpably enveloping him. It was a despair more profound than facing the purifying beams aboard the medical ship, more helpless than confronting Luizer's lethal fist. In those moments, he still possessed the strength to fight, the cards to reverse his fate. Yet now, he was grievously wounded. The mark of battle left by Luizer gnawing at his very soul, akin to a festering wound. He felt like a young beast, battered and bloodied from a fierce battle, cast into a desolate expanse devoid of life. Here, there was not a single adversary for him to conquer. However, in Jiang Long's eyes, there was no trace of despair. Instead, a more intense and fervent flame ignited within him. My path cannot end here, he bellowed, his voice raspy in the suffocating silence of the cabin, yet imbued with an undeniable, transcendent will that seemed capable of piercing through the ages. His soul, fiery and resplendent, the blood of his ancestors, would not permit him to succumb to silence. He sat cross-legged in the icy darkness, forcibly centering his mind, embarking upon his final act of salvation. Energy perception. This was the first gift he had acquired since embarking on this journey, a legacy from the long-vanished Chitatans. In this moment, this seemingly insignificant ability became his sole glimmer of hope amidst the boundless silence. Buzz. In that instant, his consciousness soared to unprecedented heights, liberating itself from his battered corporeal form, breaking free from the confines of this steel prison, like a droplet of ink merging into the vast ocean of the universe. From his core, an invisible and fragile ripple of perception struggled to expand in all directions. A light second, 10 light seconds, a light minute. His awareness frantically extended, scanning the cold, desolate expanse of the cosmos. Empty. Everything was void. No life, no substance, not even a solitary meteorite to be found. This was the graveyard of the universe, a forbidden zone for life. Time lost its meaning here. Space was reduced to mere nothingness. The ship drifted aimlessly under the influence of inertia, day after day, perhaps even longer. Jiang Long's spirit began to wane under the relentless strain of prolonged exertion, as if it might extinguish at any moment. His injuries, lacking energy for recovery, not only failed to improve, but worsened. Even more frightening was the silver mark dwelling deep within his consciousness, seemingly sensing his frailty, launching an even more ferocious assault. Roar! A silent roar erupted within the depths of his consciousness. The indomitable fighting spirit of Lei Zhe transformed into a transcendent blade, capable of rending the very soul. Descending fiercely upon his already precarious ancestral mark. With a sudden gasp, Jiang Long expelled a mouthful of reverse blood, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. His awareness flickered, as if he might succumb to that overwhelming will for slaughter at any moment, becoming a mere husk of a being, devoid of purpose beyond combat. How dare a mere remnant of a soul attempt to seize my Tao fruit? The excruciating pain, akin to the most potent catalyst, ignited the primal ferocity and pride buried deep within Jiang Long's soul. He refused to accept this fate. He would not resign himself to vanish silently into the abyss like a speck of dust. My Tao is to devour the heavens, to plunder myriad paths. With sentient beings as fuel, I shall ignite my eternal divine fire. Since you, wretched remnant, refuse to submit, then let you become the sustenance upon which I shall rise anew. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the soul, Jiang Long made a decision steeped in madness. No longer would he suppress that silver battle mark. Instead, he actively released a fragment of his consciousness, allowing the torrent of will imbued with destruction and slaughter to surge into his very bloodline. Simultaneously, he poured all of his remaining will and soul power into the innate ability of energy perception. He intended to become the furnace, the enemy the fire, forcibly catalyzing his talent amidst this cataclysmic genetic upheaval, striving for an impossible transformation. Boom! Within the sea of consciousness, the world was turned upside down. The silver battle mark seemed to find its outlet, morphing into a ferocious silver dragon, roaring as it plunged into Jiang Long's golden blood river, rampaging and wreaking havoc. The pain. It surpassed any previous agony, akin to countless searing steel needles simultaneously piercing every inch of his soul. In that moment, Jiang Long's consciousness felt as though it were shattered into innumerable fragments. Yet, his unyielding will acted as the golden thread binding all these shards, staunchly maintaining his final clarity. Enduring this inhuman torment, he transformed all suffering, all madness, all desires for destruction into the most primal fuel, pouring it entirely into the source genetic chain of the energy perception ability. Break for me. Buzz. It resonated like the first profound sound of the universe awakening, as chaos shattered. It echoed like the triumphant cry of a phoenix reborn from the ashes. The once dim and inferior genetic chain belonging to the Zatata people, under the fervent forging of soul as sacrifice and formidable will as true fire, emitted a dazzling brilliance. It was shattering and yet reassembling. It was in destruction and yet in rebirth. Lei Zhe's razor-sharp battle intent was forcibly stripped away, transformed into the purest sharpening stone, refining this mundane iron into a divine weapon. Jiang Long's unparalleled ancestral bloodline blazed forth like supreme divine fire, imbuing this divine weapon with a brilliance that did not belong to it. Boom. In that moment, Jiang Long's perception of the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. If previously the sensation of energy was akin to casting a stone upon a pitch-black lake, relying on the ripples to discern meaning, at this moment, his perception transformed into an authentic divine eye, piercing through the darkness, disregarding distance, and directly unveiling the essence of this universe. His range of perception expanded tenfold, 100-fold in that instant. The entire world, within his sight, was no longer a cold void. He beheld distant galaxies slowly rotating, stars igniting and extinguishing, neutron stars emitting pulses of annihilation, all transmuted into the most fundamental flow of energy, vividly manifesting within his mind. Congratulations, host. Your innate energy sensing, beginner level, has undergone an unknown evolution under extreme pressure and genetic conflict. New talent named, Thought of the Galaxy, Prototype. Ability description, the host's divine consciousness can traverse galaxies, directly perceiving the essence and intensity of energy, and generates a faint locking response to high-energy life forms. However, Jiang Long had no time to contemplate this information, for just as his divine consciousness reached its utmost limit, in the depths of that endless, silent darkness, he saw a star, a desolate dead star, cloaked in a dark yellow hue, its surface riddled with jagged craters and devoid of any signs of life. Such planets, in this cosmic graveyard, are countless and inconspicuous. Yet, within this lifeless orb, Jiang Long sensed a terrifying source of energy that sent shivers through his very soul. The energy source was faint, obscure, like a candle flickering in the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Yet its quality reached an unfathomable realm. It was neither the cold malevolence of Frieza nor the sharp purity of Reizer. It was chaos, it was primal, it was ferocious, as if a primordial beast, existing since the dawn of creation, bound by an unyielding divine chain, had succumbed to slumber. Even a mere whisper of its unconscious essence was sufficient to make the stars tremble. There was something there. A spark of unprecedented brilliance ignited in Jiang Long's eyes. It was the last straw for a drowning man, the final glimpse of an oasis for a desert traveler. He had no time to ponder what it was, nor could he afford to analyze the dangers it posed. He only understood that it was his sole chance of survival. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he lunged toward the control panel. He activated the spacecraft's final reserve energy interface, forcefully pressing his hands upon it. Move. Move for me now. He recklessly and brutally channeled the energy within him, which had just surged from plundering Reizer, but was now chaotic from his injuries, into the spacecraft's engine. Buzz. The once lifeless steel coffin trembled violently at that moment, as if by miracle. The engine emitted a final roar, overwhelmed by the strain. As the ship's bow struggled to turn, aligning towards that unremarkable desolate dead star amidst the boundless darkness. In the next moment, the engine completely failed. The spacecraft transformed into an uncontrollable meteor, bearing Jiang Long's final hope, plummeting resolutely and fiercely towards an unknown destiny. Chapter 11. Scheming for divine blood in hell. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of the lament of stars or the funeral dirge of gods and demons. The earth-shattering tremors, accompanied by the jarring cries of twisted metal, forcibly dragged Jiang Long's consciousness from the abyss of chaos. His body, akin to a speck of dust swept by a tempest, tumbled and collided within this out-of-control steel coffin, every bone emitting groans of unbearable strain. Ultimately, when silence engulfed everything, the reconnaissance vessel that carried his last hope had been reduced to a heap of warped, smoke-emitting scrap metal, deeply embedded in a desolate expanse of dark yellow earth, steeped in an air of lifelessness and desolation. Coughing, Jiang Long struggled to rise from the contorted cockpit. With each movement, his soul, nearly shattered by the impact of the Thunder War mark, sent sharp pangs of agony coursing through him. His skeletal armor lay in ruins, and his flesh was sustained only by the tenacity of the ancestral bloodline. Clinging to the slimmest thread of life, with a mighty blow, he shattered the already twisted hatch and staggered out into the wreckage. What greeted his eyes was an unchanging wasteland. Above, the sky was devoid of clouds, dominated by a massive, dimly glowing planet, resembling an indifferent giant eye gazing down upon the mortal realm, radiating an eternal solitude. The ground was dark yellow, cracked, as if it had not been graced by a drop of rain for eons. Jagged rocky mountains loomed like the bones of ancient beasts, silently standing over this land of death. The air was thick with a bizarre blend of sulfur and decay, and inhaling it brought a faint burning sensation to his lungs. This place was a forbidden zone of life, a forsaken realm of the cosmos. Yet, as Jiang Long surveyed this hellish landscape, his pupils suddenly constricted to their utmost. Within the nascent, still feeble perception of his galactic thought, he sensed two vital presences beyond a nearby rocky mountain, akin to campfires in the night, strikingly abrupt and immensely powerful. One presence was ancient and decrepit, yet carried an air of defiance and obsession, like a dying candle flickering in the wind, stubbornly continuing to burn. The other presence. Boom. Jiang Long's mind felt as though it had been struck by an unparalleled divine hammer. This presence was chaotic, primal, and ferocious. It did not resemble a life force. Rather, it was akin to an uncivilized microcosm brimming with the powers of destruction and rebirth. It simply existed there, subtly warping the surrounding space and causing the silent earth to emit a voiceless, mournful wail. In the next moment, the two figures slowly emerged from behind the rocky mountain. The foremost figure was extraordinarily tall, clad only in the hide of an unknown beast. His bronze skin was marred with grotesque scars, each one seemingly telling tales of brutal and harrowing battles. His long, black hair cascaded wildly, framing a pair of hollow, bewildered eyes that concealed within their depths an inferno of rage capable of incinerating galaxies. Behind him stood a somewhat stooped middle-aged scion, his face etched with the wear of time, his gaze heavy with fatigue, vigilance, and a profound, bone-deep hatred. Around his neck hung a metallic controller that glimmered faintly. In that instant, Jiang Long felt as if an invisible hand had seized his heart with a vice-like grip, stifling his very breath. Memories from a past life, long buried, surged forth like a torrential flood, erupting in his mind. A name emerged, one that had never graced the official chronicles of Dragon Ball, but was enshrined in countless legends as the mightiest of all, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. The monster who was born with a battle power of 10,000, deemed a dire threat by King Vegeta, and cast away to this ancient, cursed planet known as Vampa. Jiang Long felt an overwhelming tide of emotion surging within him. He could scarcely fathom that his out-of-control spacecraft would inadvertently plummet into this fabled land of exile. However, The exhilaration that would send any traveler through dimensions into rapture lasted but a fraction of a second, swiftly replaced by an absolute, chilling rationality. Without the slightest hesitation, devoid of any extraneous thought, Jiang Long's figure retreated silently into the immense shadow cast by the wreckage of the ship, like a leaf blown from a tree. His energy-sensing capabilities were pushed to their zenith, completely retracting his feeble aura to blend seamlessly with the lifeless rocks surrounding him. Like a seasoned hunter observing a primordial beast far beyond his imagination, his first instinct was not to fight or flee, but to observe. His eyes, peering through the crevices of the debris, locked onto the father and son in the distance, his mind transforming into a highly efficient strategic command center. Inundated with a torrent of information. Combat. In his current battered state, even an unconscious breath from his adversaries could reduce him to ashes. Plunder? What could he hope to seize from a being so formidable that even legends trembled at the mention of him? His genes, his bloodline, how overwhelmingly powerful they must be. Attempting to forcibly usurp anything in his present condition would be akin to an ant trying to consume a star, with only obliteration awaiting him. Brief. Jiang Long compelled himself to calm, understanding that this hellish realm could serve as both his grave and a transcendent path to greatness. The determinants of his fate were not mere strength, they were wisdom and patience. Just then, in the distance, Broly seemed disturbed by the cataclysmic sound of the ship's crash. A flicker of irritation crossed his hollow gaze as he slowly raised his right hand. There was no buildup of energy, no martial form, just a casual wave, reminiscent of a child's innocent gesture. Whoosh! A slender, eerie green energy orb surged forth from his palm, traveling at a seemingly languid pace, yet its velocity transcended the very fabric of time and space. Striking with ferocity against a towering mountain that loomed 1,000 meters high, there was no cataclysmic explosion. Rather, the moment the energy orb made contact, it was as if an invisible hand had erased the mountain from existence, leaving no trace behind. Silence enveloped the scene, and where the mountain once stood, only a vast, smooth indentation remained, its edges subtly warping, exuding a chilling aura of annihilation. With a rumble, the terrifying residual energy transformed into a tangible shockwave that surged forth. The massive wreckage of the spacecraft, weighing several tons, where Jiang Long concealed himself, was lifted half a foot off the ground by this wave, only to crash down heavily. Emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable weight, Jiang Long's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. What unfathomable power was this? It was no mere energy destruction. It was a crushing force of cosmic law. It was as if his very existence embodied an unparalleled path of devastation. Yet, this cataclysmic strike roused certain entities lurking beneath the desolate earth. A shrill screech pierced the air as the ground erupted not far from Jiang Long, revealing a grotesque, giant insect, its size comparable to that of a colossal elephant, its entire body encased in a dark green exoskeleton, with mandibles as fearsome as a meat grinder. Erupting from the depths, it sensed the immense life force emanating from Broly, perceiving him as the ultimate prey, and let out a roar as it darted forward like a bolt of green lightning. The creature's presence rivaled that of the elite squad leader Jiang Long had previously vanquished. Yet, in the face of this ferocious assault, the middle-aged scion named Paragus displayed not a hint of trepidation. He merely raised his hand and pressed a button on the controller around his neck. Meanwhile, Broly, upon witnessing the monstrous insect's charge, was momentarily seized by a flicker of fear in his vacant gaze. No, it was not fear but a primal instinctive dread of his own might. He seemed inclined to retreat, to evade, but it was too late. At the instant Paragus pressed the controller, a wave of invisible energy swept through the air. Broly's body stiffened abruptly, and in the next moment, his hollow eyes were replaced by a cataclysmic green tempest. A roar erupted from his throat, a sound that transcended human capability, as if it could rend the very heavens and earth. No longer did he cower, no longer did he hesitate. In that fleeting moment, his aura surged tenfold, 100-fold. A green energy storm erupted with him at its epicenter. He did not employ any technique. Instead, he extended his hands, grasping the oncoming monstrous insect in the most primal and savage manner. With a sickening crunch, the resilient exoskeleton that could withstand energy blasts crumbled in Broly's grip. As fragile as paper, he effortlessly tore the creature in half, and the ensuing chaos unleashed a torrent of green ichor and shattered innards, mingling with the violent energy storm. Sweeping across a radius of several thousand meters, the remnants where Jiang Long lay concealed were violently swept away by the energy storm, tumbling hundreds of meters, with countless fragments torn asunder and disintegrated. After a considerable time, the tempest subsided. The land was left in utter devastation. The carcass of the colossal insect had been entirely vaporized by the energy storm, leaving not a trace behind. Broly, panting heavily, felt the green tempest in his eyes gradually recede, restoring a sense of emptiness and bewilderment. He gazed at his hands, filled with confusion and anguish. Paragus approached him slowly. Placing a hand on his shoulder, regarding him with a complex expression before sighing and leading him towards a hidden cave in the distance. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the debris scattered by the storm lay a diminutive life form. After a long while, Jiang Long struggled to emerge from beneath the twisted metal. In his eyes, there was no relief of survival, only a cold glimmer of insight into the truth. So, it was like this, he murmured softly. The controller was not intended to suppress Broly's power. Rather, it served as the trigger to unleash the beast of anger that resided within him, a key to ignite his fury. Paragus, this seemingly benevolent father, had been, in the most cruel manner, crafting his son into a perfect weapon, one solely designed for destruction. Jiang Long's gaze fell upon the land ravaged by the energy storm. His thought galaxy keenly sensed that beneath the scorched earth lingered an almost imperceptible trace of genetic information belonging to the instantly annihilated alien giant insect. With a mere thought, the parsing ability of his ancestral bloodline activated instantaneously. Species: Wampa mimetic insect, elite. Gene assessment: moderate. Plunderable talent: gene chain, mimetic invisibility, intermediate. High strength exoskeleton, moderate. Acidic bodily fluid, beginner. Gene description: this species has evolved into a top predator to adapt to the extremely harsh ecological environment of Wampa Star. Its mimetic invisibility talent allows it to perfectly mimic the energy fluctuations and optical refractions of its surroundings, achieving near-perfect invisibility, making it an unparalleled tool for hunting and survival. Upon reading this information, a flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Long's heart, once frozen by injury and despair. He had found it, the first step to surviving in this hellish landscape. Yet, he realized he must recuperate briefly. Chapter 12. The Art of Plunder and Concealment. Baiting the ferocious mongooses. One day later, Wampa Star, a primordial scourge forgotten by the cosmos, remained steeped in eternal silence and desolation. The dim yellow sun hung like a cold, magical eye in the sky, casting a light devoid of warmth, further accentuating the desolation of the cracked earth. The wreckage of the spacecraft stood like a twisted tombstone amidst the rugged wilderness. In the shadow of the debris, Jiang Long sat cross-legged, resembling an ancient statue that had endured the passage of time. His breath was long and feeble, each exhalation seeming to resonate with the profound stillness of this desolate expanse. His injuries remained grievous, the mark of a warrior named Reiser hanging over him like a Damoclean sword, perpetually emanating a frigid sharpness that sought to sever his very will. Yet, Jiang Long's gaze was unprecedentedly serene. It was a calmness reminiscent of the eerie silence that precedes a tempest, an absolute rationality that placed life and death in stark indifference. He understood that in this hellish realm, waiting equated to demise. The sole path to survival lay in carving out a bloody route amidst this wasteland, seeking his own way upon the barren soil where all life had perished. Hunting. Jiang Long slowly opened his eyes, his profound orbs reflecting the desolation around him, devoid of any trepidation. Only a chilling and focused glimmer akin to a hunter locking onto its prey. His first target had long been determined. It was neither the formidable Broly, whose very name made legends tremble, nor any other ancient species that might inhabit this planet. Rather, it was the Vampa mimic bug, which had been effortlessly obliterated by Broly's strike, yet revealed its immeasurable worth through the analysis of the ancestral bloodline. Mimetic invisibility. In this perilous, shadow-laden forest, this was not merely an ability, but the essence of survival itself, the supreme principle of hunting and counter-hunting. He rose slowly, his body swaying slightly from his grievous wounds. Yet his back remained unyieldingly straight, like a spear that, though fractured, would never bend. Approaching the wreckage of the spacecraft, he extended his relatively intact right hand, fingers splayed, the pulse of his innate energy faintly circulating within his palm. He wielded his hand as a blade, laboriously cutting into the twisted, godlike alloy shell. Sparks flew, the sound grating to the ears. After a prolonged struggle, he pried loose a sharp-edged metal fragment approximately 2 meters long from the wreckage. This would become his weapon, a tool of destruction birthed from annihilation, a harbinger of death poised to drink the blood of ferocious beasts. Without pausing, he scavenged the spacecraft's life support system, uncovering some long-decayed nutrient paste that emitted a potent stench. He knew this would be an irresistible temptation for the predators that had starved for eons on Vampa. Having completed his preparations, Jiang Long, spear in hand, resembled a solitary king about to embark on a formidable journey, dragging his battered form into the boundless wilderness. He did not venture far. Instead, guided by memories of the previous day, he sought out a narrow canyon. Here, the walls were steep and jagged, resembling the maw of a colossal beast, poised to ensnare any unwary prey. This was the site he had chosen for his deadly ambush. He placed the pungent bait at the canyon's deepest point, then, with a fleeting motion, ascended the sheer cliff on one side, concealing himself behind a massive rock, subduing all traces of his presence. Merging with the very essence of this desolate landscape, time, in this silent land, appeared to lose all significance. Unbeknownst to him how much time had elapsed, Just as Jiang Long's patience was on the verge of exhaustion, a faint yet insatiable and brutal energy point surged forth within his perception of the galaxy of thoughts, racing towards the gorge with alarming speed. It was coming. In that instant, Jiang Long's mind tightened to its utmost limit. However, in the next moment, his brow furrowed sharply. To his astonishment, two identical light points ignited behind the initial one. Not one, but three. Three simulated insects, like bolts of green lightning, surged into the gorge almost simultaneously. They spotted the bait but did not advance immediately. Instead, they faced off against one another, emitting a series of sharp shrieks, their eyes glinting with cunning and vigilance. They understood the essence of collective cooperation. Jiang Long's heart sank. In his current state, he could contend with one, but against three, he stood no chance. What to do? Surrender? No. A flicker of mad determination flashed in Jiang Long's eyes. The word surrender had never graced his life's lexicon. He did not charge recklessly. Instead, he cast his gaze upon the massive rock overhead, weighing several tons. In an instant, a bold plan formed in his mind. He ceased to conceal himself and intentionally leaked a faint trace of his Saiyan life force to these three famished beasts. That trace of energy was akin to a drop of water in boiling oil, igniting their ferocity. Hiss! One of the simulated insects closest to him instantly abandoned the bait, its crimson compound eyes snapping towards Jiang Long's hiding place, letting out a roar as it summoned its strength, scaling the nearly vertical cliffside with astonishing ease. The other two remained below, seemingly providing support. A prime opportunity. This was the moment Jiang Long had awaited. He sought to divide them. As the approaching insect drew nearer, he could almost smell the nauseating stench emanating from its gory maw. Now was the time. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Long's eyes. He abruptly turned, exerting all his strength to thrust the metallic spear fiercely into the crevice between the massive rock and the cliff, leveraging it with all his might. Boom! The enormous rock emitted a mournful cry under the burden, crashing down from the cliff. It did not strike the climbing insect, but instead plummeted towards the cliff not far below it. The boulder shattered, sending debris raining down. The startled insect let out a high-pitched screech, its climbing motion faltering as countless falling stones struck it mercilessly, eliciting a painful grunt as it tumbled from the cliff, landing heavily on the gorge floor. Hiss! It struggled to rise, one of its forelimbs grotesquely twisted, clearly injured. Yet, just as Jiang Long believed he had succeeded and prepared to deliver the final blow, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The injured mimic insect, shrouded by the shrill cries of its two companions, suddenly quivered, and then its form, along with its essence, began to vanish from Jiang Long's sight in a manner that defied all reason. It seemed to meld seamlessly with the rocks beneath and the air surrounding it. Cloaked in mimicry, Jiang Long's pupils contracted sharply. He understood that the most perilous moment had arrived. The wounded beast was employing its most formidable talent, lurking in the shadows, awaiting the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The two mimic insects below were poised, blocking all avenues of retreat. It was a deadlock, yet a chilling smile, brimming with supreme confidence, graced Jiang Long's visage. To toy with energy before me? You are not worthy. He slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, vision, hearing, and smell were all shrouded in darkness and void. His entire world descended into absolute blackness and nothingness. Only his consciousness, his star river of thought, arose like a solitary moon in the night, illuminating the vast expanse. In the realm of his perception, the entire gorge transformed into a dynamic tapestry woven from countless energy particles. The two mimic insects gliding below appeared as two burning green flames. In a corner of this tapestry, an exceedingly faint spark, representing the essence of life, quietly moved toward him. Found it. The cloaked mimic insect, believing itself to be flawless, remained oblivious to the clarity of its life force under Jiang Long's higher dimensional awareness. It was glaringly evident. It drew closer, lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Jiang Long remained still, like a lifeless statue, allowing the spark to inch closer into his range of attack. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Now, just as the spark suddenly accelerated, bursting forth from the shadows, its invisible murderous intent transformed into tangible claws, poised to tear at his throat. Jiang Long moved. He kept his eyes closed, neither looking nor listening. His body, in an almost instinctual manner, pivoted sharply to the side, and the metal spear in his hand thrust forth with an unembellished yet exquisitely precise angle, piercing decisively and resolutely. The sound of the blade sinking into flesh resonated like the most enchanting symphony in the stillness of the gorge. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Before Jiang Long, in the seemingly empty air, a green figure slowly materialized. Its form retained the posture of an assault, its fearsome mandibles mere inches from Jiang Long's neck. Yet, its head had been pierced by the crude metal spear, creating a gaping hole. Green blood flowed down the shaft of the spear in torrents. The ferocity in its eyes rapidly dimmed, replaced by boundless shock and unwillingness. It could not comprehend, Even in death, Wyatt's perfect hunt had culminated in such an outcome. Your path is commendable. Jiang Long opened his eyes and beheld the ferocious beast, which stubbornly refused to close its eyes. His voice was frigid as he declared, "Now, it is mine." With a swift motion, he withdrew his spear and placed a hand upon the still warm carcass. Primordial bloodline plunder. Boom. A torrent of primal and untamed genetic energy surged from his palm, flooding into his body. A chilling voice, akin to a decree from the heavens, resonated within his consciousness. Gene plunder complete. Successfully acquired genetic sample of the manifold mimic bug. Commencing analysis, optimization, and fusion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the racial talent, mimetic invisibility, beginner. Buzz. In that moment, Jiang Long's form underwent an enigmatic and wondrous transformation. He felt as though each of his cells had been endowed with a novel pathway, a profound principle that allowed him to dance with light and shadow, to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. Hiss. Below, the two mimic bugs, upon witnessing the demise of their companion, descended into a frenzied rage. They emitted a roar and lunged wildly at Jiang Long, perched upon the cliff. Yet, Jiang Long merely cast a cold glance at them, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a thought, he activated mimetic invisibility. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the sight of the two mimic bugs as if he had transformed into a whisper of wind, a glimmer of light, a fleeting shadow, completely erasing all traces of his existence from this world. The two attacking mimic bugs were left bewildered, howling and roaring in confusion, unable to discern the slightest trace of their foe. Meanwhile, on a rock several dozen meters away, Jiang Long's silhouette gradually materialized. He gazed at the two headless, frenzied beasts, and a glimmer of predatory control flickered in his eyes. With this unfathomable ability, the ancient, fearsome star that had once seemed like hell to him now appeared as a divine hunting ground brimming with endless treasures. Yet, he still required a greater reservoir of life energy to mend his injuries. His bone armor needed more resilient materials for reforging. His gaze transcended the canyon, settling upon the distant dark forest, home to countless terrifying creatures. His next target was the colossal spider, reminiscent of a mountain, with an impenetrable carapace, as recalled from the previous day's memory. However, just as he prepared to embark on a grander hunting expedition utilizing his newfound powers, a shiver ran through his spirit. His recently transformed, one-thought galaxy clearly sensed a familiar yet wary and calculating presence, quietly standing atop a distant peak. It was Paragus. He stood there, wielding a telescope-like instrument, seemingly observing something. Alarmingly, his line of sight was directed straight toward the very canyon where a battle had recently unfolded. Jiang Long's heart plummeted. Had he been discovered? Chapter 13. Confrontation with the ancient fiend star. Indeed, he had been found. However, the anticipated shock and panic did not stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. Escape? On this star shrouded by Broly's terrifying aura, where could one flee? Concealment? Before a hunter whose mind is as cunning as a demon, any masquerade appears pale and laughable. Jiang Long slowly straightened his figure, which, though slightly frail from injury, radiated an unparalleled pride that seemed to defy the very essence of this ancient realm. His gaze pierced through the endless chaos of stones and desolation, colliding fiercely with the line of sight atop the mountain. If he could not hide, then he would no longer attempt to conceal himself. Here lies hell, a dead end. Yet for him, it is perhaps the finest dojo. He would dance within this inferno. He aimed to prove his worth before the elder who commanded the legendary demon. Only worth, he believed, is the sole passport in this dark universe. My hunt is but a performance, Jiang Long whispered, a chilling and manic smile curving upon his lips. No longer hesitating, he grasped the rough metal spear, dragging his battered body forth, no longer restraining his aura, but boldly advancing towards the distant, foul-smelling, ominous lair. Step by step, that lair belonged to another sovereign of this region, the colossal cavernous demon spider. With each step, he walked with extraordinary steadiness, as if not approaching a perilous hunt, but striding towards his own throne. His silhouette, though diminutive against this desolate expanse, appeared strikingly radiant. Atop the mountain, Paragus's murky pupils suddenly constricted. The detector in his hand clearly indicated that the unfamiliar Scion infant was swaggering towards the territory of the spider, a being even he needed to treat with caution. Was this a quest for death? No. Paragus had lived too long, having witnessed schemes and intrigues more numerous than the stones on this planet. From the solitary figure before him, he discerned not recklessness, but an extreme self-confidence. A provocation that toyed with the very essence of fate. An intriguing insect, Paragus's parched lips moved, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Regardless of who this individual was or whence they came, their presence in his domain could lead to only two fates. Either they would become fodder for his vengeance, or they would find their final resting place here. No longer observing, he moved, leaping from the mountaintop with the silent, puppet-like figure beside him. Boom. The two figures descended like meteors from the heavens, carrying an unparalleled pressure as they landed heavily before Jiang Long, stirring a cloud of dust. The earth itself seemed to mourn. Jiang Long halted, quietly observing the two before him. Paragus, clad in tattered battle attire, bore the marks of time and hatred upon his face, his eyes like venomous snakes, locking onto Jiang Long as if intent on piercing his very soul. Behind him stood the legendary Broly, appearing perplexed and bewildered. His long, raven-black hair flowed wildly, and his bronze skin was marred by grotesque scars. Those hollow eyes seemed to harbor a chaotic universe, devoid of focus, yet stirring a tremor in Jiang Long's very soul. He stood there as if he were the epicenter of this realm, a taboo before which myriad laws would recoil. Who are you? Paragus's voice was hoarse and frigid, laden with an undeniable interrogative tone. Why do you appear here? Just a homeless fugitive, was Jiang Long's unyielding response, his gaze meeting Paragus's with unwavering calm, devoid of fear. My ship met with disaster and crashed here, nothing more. A lie. Yet sometimes, the simplest of falsehoods proved to be the most effective. Upon hearing this, Paragus's skepticism deepened. In all his years, he had never encountered a Saiyan who could flee to this forsaken land, marked as a zone devoid of life. However, at that moment, Broly, standing behind him, suddenly trembled, his vacant eyes shifting towards Jiang Long. He sensed it, the faint, lingering scent of blood from the shape-shifting insect, and beneath that broken exterior, he could feel the pulsating essence of a primordial lineage, one that ignited within him an overwhelming thirst and fury. A deep growl erupted from the depths of Broly's throat, akin to the awakening of an ancient beast. His hollow gaze began to be consumed by a burgeoning green tempest, his aura escalating at a terrifying pace. Broly. Paragus's expression shifted, and he lunged to restrain his son, but it was too late. A thunderous roar shattered the oppressive silence of the heavens. Broly broke free from Paragus's grasp, his eyes transformed into two blazing green suns. The confusion and chaos once present vanished, replaced by a raw, primal fury capable of obliterating all. He made no unnecessary movements, simply yielding to the instinct of battle, his massive fists, imbued with the power to shatter stars, hurtled toward Jiang Long with reckless abandon. This punch, devoid of light, flame, or even the sound of air being torn asunder, was nonetheless perceived by Jiang Long's thoughts of the Star River. He could see that beneath this punch, space itself twisted, laws retreated, and the very essence of the universe lamented. This was pure power, a force potent enough to crush all fanciful techniques, a return to the essence of destruction. To take it head-on would obliterate Jiang Long's spirit into mere dust. Yet, in the fleeting moment before that cataclysmic punch grazed his hair, Jiang Long moved. He neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, he focused his mind. Mimetic invisibility. Buzz. In Broly's frenzied line of sight, Jiang Long's figure vanished in a manner that defied the laws of physics. He seemed to transform into a wisp of light, a shadow, a speck of dust, completely merging with the desolate expanse around him. Boom. Broly's punch, powerful enough to shatter mountains, struck the empty air with a resounding impact. A terrifying force erupted forth, carving a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter into the earth behind Jiang Long. The edges of the crater were as smooth as a mirror, as if a divine weapon had forcibly gouged a piece from the world itself. The might of a single punch was truly staggering. Even the usually composed Paragus could not conceal a flicker of astonishment in his eyes at this moment. Disappeared? It was not merely high-speed movement. On his scanner, the point of light representing life energy had unmistakably vanished. What sort of ability is this? The instantaneous teleportation of the Audacious? No, it did not seem so. This resembled a higher order of mastery. Roar. The missed strike only served to intensify Broly's fury. With his target gone, the rampant energy within him surged uncontrollably, seeking an outlet. He threw back his head and let out a furious roar, abandoning reliance on sight, instead utilizing his beast-like intuition to unleash indiscriminate, devastating energy bombardments upon the surrounding area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strange green energy orbs surged forth from his palms like divine retribution, raining down with reckless abandon. Boom, boom. The earth trembled, and rocky mountains crumbled. In that instant, the entire canyon transformed into a verdant hell. Each impact of the energy orbs signified the utter erasure of a region from existence. Amidst the explosive flames, a blurred figure navigated through the chaos like a lone boat dancing upon tumultuous waves. Jiang Long. Although he had evaded a fatal blow using mimetic invisibility, he was now forced to reveal himself under Broly's indiscriminate onslaught. Each evasive maneuver was perilous, and on several occasions, the cataclysmic torrents of energy nearly grazed his body, scorching his tattered garments to charred remnants. From a distance, Paragus watched coldly, showing no inclination to intervene, his eyes glimmering with a morbid excitement. He sought to ascertain just how many hidden cards this enigmatic scion possessed. How long could he endure amidst this storm of destruction? However, he soon realized his misjudgment. That seemingly desperate figure was not evading aimlessly. Each path of retreat was executed with remarkable precision. What appeared as a frantic escape was, in fact, a masterful strategy to gradually redirect Broly's relentless assaults towards a specific destination, the lair of the abyssal spider. This cunning individual. Paragus' heart raced as he finally grasped Jiang Long's intention, to use another's blade for slaughter. No, it was to wield a divine blade to vanquish the monstrous foe. At that moment, Jiang Long seized an opportunity, deliberately feigning a misstep and tumbling toward the direction of the spider's lair. Roar. Broly, indeed, took the bait. His primal instincts locking onto Jiang Long. A beam of energy, thicker than any prior attack, surged forth like a spear of divine judgment, tearing through the sky and hurtling toward Jiang Long with unrelenting ferocity. However, just as the spear of light was about to engulf Jiang Long, his figure rolled along the ground at an astonishing angle, narrowly evading the core of the attack. Boom. The devastating energy beam struck the massive spider nest. Reminiscent of a small mountain, with great force. There were no cries of agony, no struggles. The indomitable shell of the nest, constructed from special minerals and biological slime, was instantaneously vaporized and disintegrated under Broly's strike, which embodied the laws of destruction, revealing the countless, densely packed spider eggs and vast tunnels within. The entire nest was pierced through in a single blow. Hiss! A shriek filled with pain and fury emanated from the depths of the nest, unleashing a ferocious aura 100 times stronger than that of a mimicry insect. Success! Jiang Long observed this scene, his heart turning cold. At that moment, a glimmer of unprecedented brilliance flashed in Paragus' eyes. No longer hesitating, he abruptly pressed the controller around his neck. Buzz! An invisible wave swept across, and Broly, who was roaring towards the sky, suddenly froze, the green tempest in his eyes slowly receding like a tide, restoring his expression to one of emptiness and confusion. He gasped for breath, gazing at the devastation he had wrought, his eyes filled with agony and bewilderment. The battle came to a sudden halt. Paragus slowly approached Jiang Long, his serpent-like eyes for the first time holding a meaning of scrutiny. He appraised the young man, who was charred and disheveled, yet maintained an air of tranquil depth, and hoarsely remarked, "You are quite intriguing. A fugitive like you possesses skills and cunning unlike any I have seen." Jiang Long offered no response, silently waiting for him to continue. Paragus let out a cold chuckle, pointing at the disturbed spider nest and the distant dark mountains. Speaking with an undeniable tone, "I care not who you are or where you hail from. On this planet, the weak have no right to survive. If you wish to live, prove your worth. Go, hunt beasts of the three-headed variety and bring their hearts before me. Should you succeed, I will permit you to remain here temporarily." His words dripped with condescension and unabashed exploitation. He had seen through Jiang Long's intentions and devised a plan to utilize the fiercest creatures on this planet to wear down this mysterious visitor's strength, testing his limits. It was a calculated scheme to use another's power for his own gain. Yet, in the face of this harsh and even malicious trial, a radiant yet icy smile slowly blossomed upon Jiang Long's face. He gazed at Paragus and spoke each word deliberately. "Very well." Chapter 14. Harnessing divine power as a hunter's bow, plundering the divine treasures from the earth's core. Very well. The single word echoed like an ancient glacier, resonating with weight. Jiang Long's smile gradually faded, replaced by an abyss-like tranquility. His gaze no longer met that of Paragus, but instead turned towards the vast, desolate, yet inherently perilous primordial wasteland. This forsaken star of doom, in his eyes, had transformed into a colossal altar. The ancient behemoths, lurking beneath the earth and dwelling amidst the mountains, stood as the sacrificial offerings soon to be presented. Paragus, the venerable elder who wielded dominion over legendary demons, fancied himself the lofty master of the hunt, ensnaring his prey within a web of trials. Yet, little did he know that, in Jiang Long's eyes, both he and the Broly behind him were merely the most convenient blades in this grand hunting ceremony. "Thus, my performance commences," Jiang Long murmured inwardly, casting not a single glance back at the father and son, but instead turning to stride alone into the encroaching darkness. His silhouette was solitary and exalted. Each step he took resonated as if treading upon an invisible rhythm, creating a peculiar harmony with this ancient realm. Paragus's pupils constricted, an indescribable sense of absurdity washing over him. Before him stood this infant scion, seemingly frail as a candle flickering in the wind, its life force on the brink of extinguishment, yet exuding an unparalleled audacity that disregarded the cosmos and treated gods and demons as mere fodder. It was as if he were not undertaking a perilous mission, but surveying his own domain. What a charade! Paragus scoffed internally. Though the wariness and curiosity in his eyes deepened, he did not intervene, but merely whispered to the bewildered Broly beside him before trailing behind at a distance. He yearned to witness firsthand how this peculiar intruder would challenge the very fabric of his infernal domain. Jiang Long paid no heed to the tail trailing behind him. His mind had already submerged into the vast ocean of consciousness. A thought, a galaxy. His divine awareness surged forth like a tidal wave, transcending the confines of sight and sound. The entire topography of the Wampa star unfolded in his mind as a magnificent three-dimensional tapestry. The contours of mountains, the pulsations of the earth, the flow of energy, all laid bare before him. Soon, he pinpointed a location. It was a vast, crater-like basin, beneath which lay a formidable and savage life force. This essence was steeped in the weight of earth and stone, sharp as a drill. It was indeed the first target of his expedition, the burrowing demon worm. Having selected his prey, Jiang Long halted, slowly turning around. His gaze traversed the hundreds of meters that separated him, landing precisely on Broly's bewildered visage. In the next moment, Jiang Long's aura shifted. He no longer restrained himself but unleashed the energy within, a noble essence tinged with ancestral Saiyan blood, without reservation. Though faint, the provocation and fighting spirit emanating from the depths of his lineage pierced through the darkness like a beacon, instantly igniting Broly's senses. Roar? A ripple coursed through Broly's vacant stare once more. He resembled a shark catching a whiff of blood, his sluggish thoughts unable to comprehend. Yet his instinct for battle compelled him to gradually, ever so slowly, turn his head towards Jiang Long's direction. Not enough. Observing this, Jiang Long's lips curled into a cold, merciless smile. He raised his hand towards Broly, making a profoundly insulting gesture by extending his middle finger. A deafening roar erupted, akin to a droplet of molten lava plunging into boiling oil. The void in Broly's eyes was instantly consumed by an endless tempest of green fury. He did not even roar. The pent-up rage and wildness transformed directly into an unadulterated act of annihilation. His figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already traversed hundreds of meters, standing before Jiang Long. His fist, as large as a cauldron, bore down with a terrifying pressure that seemed to make even space tremble, crashing down upon Jiang Long's head like a star falling from the heavens. Bring it on! Jiang Long roared internally, and in that infinitesimal moment before the fist could graze him, he activated mimetic invisibility. With a hum, his figure vanished once more into thin air. Boom! A cataclysmic sound reverberated through the universe. Broly's furious punch struck the very ground where Jiang Long had just stood. There was no explosive firelight, only a chilling silence that sent shivers down one's spine. At the center of the impact, a colossal circular area with a diameter exceeding 200 meters, along with the underlying rock layers, was instantaneously ground into the most primal particles by an invisible yet irresistible force, vanishing without a trace. The earth was forcefully blasted into a bottomless pit. The terrifying shockwave morphed into a visible circular storm, sweeping outward in all directions. A piercing, chilling shriek erupted from the depths of that vast pit. The ground convulsed violently, cracking as if a colossal earth dragon were about to burst forth. In the next moment, a grotesquely massive head suddenly erupted from the fractured land. It was a giant worm, exceeding 100 meters in length, its body encased in a thick, dark brown shell, with a maw resembling a meat grinder composed of countless sharp blades, writhing in agony. The burrowing demon worm, once in a deep slumber within the Earth's core. It had been violently awakened by Broly's earth-shattering punch, sustaining severe injuries, its once proud shell now marred with numerous cracks, oozing foul green blood. Success. In the distance, Jiang Long, now visible, observed the scene with an icy gaze. His plan had succeeded halfway. However, just as he prepared to employ the same tactic, utilizing mimetic invisibility to approach the dazed demon worm, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Roar! Broly, having missed his strike, became even more ferocious. He seemed to have locked onto Jiang Long's presence, affording him no respite as his massive form unleashed in unparalleled speed, relentlessly pursuing him. More terrifying still was Paragus in the distance, whose eyes flashed with a ruthless and greedy glint. He had witnessed Jiang Long's enigmatic invisibility and the terror of his cunning strategy. The murderous intent and desire to exploit surged to a crescendo within him at that moment. He intended to raise the stakes. He wanted to see just where the limits of this young boy truly lay. He silently adjusted a knob on the controller around his neck, slightly increasing its setting. A powerful surge of stimulation coursed through Broly's body. His roar intensified, filled with an overwhelming madness capable of annihilating everything. The green aura surrounding him surged beyond measure. In an instant, his speed, strength, and attack range experienced a comprehensive and explosive enhancement. No longer confined to mere punches and kicks, he unleashed a barrage of devastating green energy blasts with both hands, relentlessly bombarding the area where Jiang Long stood. The entire basin transformed into a green inferno of death. Jiang Long's expression finally shifted. Under Broly's unreasonable saturated assault, his adaptive invisibility had nearly lost its efficacy. The moment he became invisible, the very space he occupied would be engulfed by the raging tide of energy, forcing him to reveal himself in a desperate attempt to evade. The space to dodge grew increasingly confined. The shadow of death loomed over him like a relentless parasite, The old man was ruthless. Jiang Long cast a glance at Paragus in the distance, a chilling resolve surging within him. He knew he had no retreat left. Continuing to evade would only lead to his demise. He had to take a gamble. At that moment, a massive energy beam sealed off all his escape routes. Hurtling towards his chest with the force of a thunderclap, there was nowhere left to retreat, no way to evade. Yet, just as the destructive beam was about to strike, an unprecedented madness and determination flashed in Jiang Long's eyes. Rather than fleeing, he charged forward. He relinquished all defensive postures, letting out a silent roar within his heart. Hold on. The primordial bloodline surged with power, awakening the inferior gene of hardened skin from his previous squad to its utmost potential. A dim, metallic layer of keratin formed beneath his skin in an instant. Boom. Jiang Long's body was thoroughly struck by the residual wave of the energy beam. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The left side of his body became a gruesome mess, his tattered clothing vaporized, and his skin and flesh seared by the intense heat, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones beneath. The pain was excruciating. It felt as though countless burning steel needles pierced deep into his soul, threatening to shatter his consciousness. Yet he endured. Though the inferior, hardened skin could not fully withstand the energy imbued with the laws of destruction, it bought him that crucial fraction of a second of reprieve, and that fraction of a second was sufficient. Propelled by the immense force of the blast, his body soared like a cannonball, tracing a ghastly line of blood as he landed squarely atop the nearly lifeless burrowing demon worm. Your genes are now mine. Jiang Long disregarded his nearly shattered body. His relatively intact right hand, filled with insatiable desire and greed, pressed heavily upon the cracked shell of the magic worm. Primordial bloodline gene plunder. Activated. Boom. A torrent of life force and genetic information, more powerful and profound than any before, surged through his arm, flooding into his body like a breached river of stars. In that moment, Jiang Long's form seemed to transform into a voracious black hole, ravenously consuming the life essence belonging to the ancient beast. Within his sea of consciousness, a chilling prompt resonated like celestial music. Gene plunder completed. Detected high-value gene fragments. Earth drill charge. Intermediate. Ultrasound detection. Intermediate. Commencing fusion and optimization. Fusion successful. New talent acquired. Earth drill charge. Level 1 allows the body to become particle-like, disregarding most physical entities, enabling rapid traversal through the Earth, with speed dependent on energy output and geological density. Ultrasound detection. Level 1 emits high-frequency sound waves to construct a three-dimensional environment model that ignores light and obstacles. An unparalleled tool in darkness and subterranean realms. It was achieved. An unparalleled brilliance erupted in Jiang Long's eyes. He scarcely had time to feel the changes brought by his newfound power, nor to pay heed to the roaring Broly rushing toward him once more. With a mere thought, he activated his freshly acquired ability. Earth drill charge. Buzz. In an instant, his form became ethereal, resembling a stream of sand, silent and seamless. As he melded into the massive body of the earth-drilling magic worm, then pierced through it, vanishing completely into the solid ground beneath. He disappeared without a trace from the surface. Roar. Broly's frenzied punch struck air once more. He stared blankly at the colossal carcass of the magic worm and then at the empty ground. His simple mind, for the first time, plunged into a bewildering chaos. Meanwhile, thousands of meters away, atop a hillside, Paragus' cold smirk froze entirely. The red dot on his detector, representing Jiang Long's life energy, flickered momentarily but did not vanish. Instead, it dove underground, and it was moving at an incredible speed deep within the earth. What kind of ability is this? Paragus' voice trembled for the first time, betraying his composure. Invisibility, leveraging strength, resisting divine power, traversing the earth. How many unheard of and bizarre abilities does this mysterious Saiyan infant still conceal? His gaze shifted from initial scrutiny to midway greed, and in this moment, it finally transformed into an uncontrollable, blazing desire for possession. Little did he know, at that very moment, Jiang Long was racing through the depths of the earth, casting his icy gaze toward the sky of this planet. There, a group of flying behemoths with wingspans exceeding 100 meters circled above. Chapter 15, a heart-piercing utterance. Beneath the dusky sky of the Wampa star, the eternal silence was shattered. Jiang Long had returned. He dragged his battered body forward, one side still a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, exposing bone beneath, a testament to the lingering effects of Broly's divine power, wounds that had yet to fully heal. Yet, his gait was remarkably steady, each step resonating with the heartbeat of this ancient malevolent star, imbued with an indescribable rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. 3 monstrous heads, grotesque and massive, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace, were carelessly tossed aside from behind him, akin to casting aside 3 worthless stones. The heads rolled onto the ground, stirring a cloud of dust, while the still fresh dark green blood starkly stained the desolate earth. Among them lay the head of the burrowing demon worm. brutally injured by Broly and subsequently robbed of its genes by Jiang Long. The other two belonged to a flying beast with a wingspan of 100 meters and a six-eyed demon toad lurking within a toxic swamp, their residual auras unmistakably signaling the terror they once inspired in life. The three colossal beasts, the impossible trial spoken of by Paragus, had been completed by him in a manner bordering on humiliation. In the shadows of the cave, Paragus's weathered face, for the first time, lost its composure. His pupils constricted into the most dangerous of pinpricks, fixated intently on the three heads, then slowly shifting towards the blood-soaked young man, whose aura had grown ever more profound and inscrutable. Shock, wariness, greed, and countless murderous intentions intertwined and surged within the murky depths of his gaze, ultimately coalescing into a resolute finality. You have succeeded. Paragus's voice rasped like rusted iron scraping against itself as he emerged slowly from the shadows, his hunched form radiating an undeniable aura of oppression. Now, reveal your secrets. There was no more pretense. His serpent-like eyes seemed intent on stripping Jiang Long's very soul from his flesh. Your power, your origins, everything about you. Surrender it all. This was a final ultimatum. An unabashed declaration of plunder. To him, this enigmatic young scion was the finest offering bestowed upon him for the grand endeavor of vengeance. Every peculiar ability he possessed must be firmly grasped in his own hands. Secrets? Jiang Long chuckled softly. He lifted his gaze slowly, his profound eyes calmly surveying the figure before him, an elder warped by a lifetime of hatred, without a trace of anger or fear, only a hint of pity. It was as if a deity were gazing down upon an ant futilely struggling within a web. My secrets are beyond your comprehension. Jiang Long's voice was soft, yet struck Paragus's heart like an invisible hammer. You. Paragus seethed with rage, his overwhelming aura erupting, ready to strike. However, Jiang Long's next words froze him in place. Rather than concerning yourself with my secrets, Jiang Long's lips curled into a cold, cruel smile as he leisurely wiped the beast's blood from his hands. Why not first consider your own situation? Paragus, how prepared are you for your grand revenge? When do you intend to confront King Vegeta with your perfect weapon and reclaim the blood debt of yesteryears? Boom! As if a thunderous bolt from the heavens, a cataclysmic realization erupted within Paragus's mind. Vegeta, this name, inscribed in his very bones and seared into the depths of his soul, a name that haunted his nightmares each night. A name he cursed, was uttered nonchalantly by a mysterious young spirit. How could you possibly know? Paragus trembled violently, his murky eyes suddenly bloodshot, fixating on Jiang Long as if he were a beast whose most vulnerable spot had been touched, radiating an aura of lethal intent that nearly froze the very air around him. This was his most profound secret, his sole obsession for survival. The driving force behind his relentless solitude and torment, as he forged his own flesh and blood into a weapon of annihilation. Yet, Jiang Long remained unfazed by the murderous intent that could make the stars shudder. He merely shook his head, his gaze filled with an increasing depth of pity. Why unleash your wrath? Is it worth it for something that no longer exists, for a soul long turned to cosmic dust? You speak nonsense. Paragus roared, unable to maintain his composure, his entire being transformed into a frenzy. You are attempting to disturb my mind. You, young spirit, are woefully inept in your methods. He stepped forward, the earth cracking beneath him, his withered claw imbued with the power to rend all, poised to strike at Jiang Long's crown. He sought to extract the very essence of this young spirit, to turn his mind inside out. However, in the face of this thunderous strike, Jiang Long remained unmoved. Standing resolutely in place, he calmly raised his eyes and, with a tone devoid of emotion, uttered a statement potent enough to still even the most ancient of malevolent stars. Do not waste your efforts. Your Vegeta, along with his proud planet, has long since perished. Shortly after you and your son were exiled to this planet, Frieza extinguished them from the universe, as one might squash a mere insect. Silence. An audible stillness enveloped the air. Paragus's actions halted just an inch from Jiang Long's head. His hand trembled, not from rage, but from an uncontainable fear emanating from the depths of his very soul. No, it cannot be, he muttered to himself, as if attempting to convince his own mind. You lie, you lie. In the next moment, he threw back his head and erupted into a frenzied, piercing laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lies. A colossal falsehood. How could Frieza possibly destroy planet Vegeta? The Scions are the mightiest warriors in the cosmos. What a paragon of wisdom and might Vegeta was. We are the sharpest sword of Frieza's army. He would not dare. His laughter echoed across the desolate plains, steeped in melancholy and self-deception. He was like a drowning man, desperately clinging to the last straw of hope, even if that straw existed only in the realm of his own imagination. Jiang Long observed him quietly, his expression unchanged. He understood that for one who had devoted their very existence to hatred, to suddenly reveal that the object of that hatred had long vanished, was a cruelty beyond measure. It was akin to striking at the heart. As the laughter of Paragus gradually faded, leaving only heavy breaths in its wake. Jiang Long slowly turned and approached the remnants of the once mighty spacecraft, now reduced to mere scrap metal. He rummaged through a pile of twisted components for a moment and ultimately retrieved a palm-sized black device, half of which was charred and its screen marred with cracks. It was the data recorder he had discreetly taken from the ship of the purging forces. Paragus regarded the device with an expression rife with vigilance and unease. Jiang Long paid him no heed. Instead, he cautiously infused the last vestiges of energy within him into the damaged instrument. A low hum emanated from the device, crackling with electrical noise, as the shattered screen defiantly illuminated a ghostly blue glow. Jiang Long gently placed the instrument before Paragus. I know you harbor doubts, so witness for yourself. Trembling, Paragus slowly bowed his head. The first sight that met his eyes was a symbol he would never forget, the emblem of the Frieza Force. Then, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice, accompanied by a cacophony of static, began to relay the message intermittently. This is a supreme announcement from the Frieza Force, addressing the entire universe. Planet Vegeta encountered a colossal meteor impact in the year 737 of the Universal Standard Calendar. The planet has been utterly destroyed, with no survivors. This unfortunate natural disaster is deeply mourned by Lord Frieza. The announcement was brief, official, and chilling. Yet each word struck like a searing, venom-laden brand upon Paragus's soul. He fixated on the incomplete date displayed at the bottom of the screen. The year 737 of the Universal Standard Calendar. It was the same year that he, along with his infant son, had been condemned to death by King Vegeta and subsequently exiled to this accursed planet. Boom. It felt as though the entire world collapsed around him in that moment. What vengeance? What restraint? What purpose was there in crafting his son into a formidable weapon to reclaim blood debts? All of it was a farce. A colossal, decades-long, ludicrous joke. He had expended his entire life, pouring forth his heart and soul, burdened by boundless hatred and anguish, merely to pursue a phantom that had long since dissipated into cosmic dust. His path, his obsession, the singular meaning of his existence, at that moment, obliterated by the cold. Official announcement from his foes. Chapter 16. For the legendary demon, reforged the divine throne. A piercing, frenzied roar, devoid of human sound, erupted from the depths of Paragus's throat, shattering the ancient stillness of the desolate wasteland. His aged visage contorted to an extreme, his eyes blood-red, as if two crimson suns were poised to explode within them. The doctrine that had sustained him for decades, built upon the foundation of hatred and the edifice of vengeance, crumbled before Jiang Long's merciless revelation, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. His world had collapsed. Demon, I demand your life. I wish for your soul to be extinguished, never to be reborn. Amidst the frenzied roar, the gaunt figure of Paragus erupted with a terrifying power that belied his appearance. He resembled a malevolent specter clawing its way out of the depths of hell, carrying with him an overwhelming aura of resentment and murderous intent, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged fiercely at Jiang Long. His talons carved 5 pitch-black fissures in the air, a manifestation of pure strength that tore through space with lethal resolve, aimed directly at Jiang Long's head. Yet, in the face of this thunderous strike capable of unsettling even the most formidable warriors, Jiang Long stood there with unwavering composure, as immovable as a mountain, not even lifting his eyelids. His countenance was marked by an unsettling tranquility, an indifferent demeanor that suggested the oncoming assault was not from a frenzied Saiyan veteran, but rather an insignificant insect, easily crushed. Just as the lethal claws were about to graze his hair, Jiang Long made his move. He neither dodged nor flinched. A mere thought was all it took. Buzz. An armor of bone, dark and profound, as if forged from the remains of countless ferocious beasts, erupted from beneath his skin, enveloping his upper body. This skeletal armor, adorned with menacing edges and esoteric patterns, shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the dim light of the sky. Simultaneously, a layer of resilient skin, invisible to the naked eye and composed of countless biological keratin layers, activated upon his surface. This was the newly forged defense, hardened exoskeleton, resulting from the optimization and fusion of his ancestral bloodline, after hunting the burrowing demon worm and the six-eyed demon toad. Clang! A sound resonating like a divine bell reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Paragus's claws, capable of rending alloy, struck solidly against Jiang Long's neck, yet left not even a trace of light. An unparalleled recoil surged back through his arm, causing every bone within to emit a lamenting crack under the unbearable strain. How could this be? The madness in Paragus's eyes was momentarily eclipsed by a dawning incredulity. This strike, while not at its zenith, encapsulated his lifelong combat skills and grievances, potent enough to split mountains and shatter stones. Yet, this seemingly feeble Saiyan juvenile had not flinched, but had taken it head-on. Roar! The futility of his strike intensified his madness. Die, die, die. In a state of frenzy, he unleashed every offensive method at his disposal. Fists, legs, claws, and headbutts, creating a tempest of violence that rained down upon Jiang Long with unrelenting ferocity. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of metal colliding filled the air, dense and relentless, akin to the divine thunder descending from the heavens. Each blow was potent enough to fracture the earth, infused with his lifetime of discontent and despair. Yet, regardless of how frenzied or swift his attacks were, Jiang Long remained steadfast in place, unwavering. He stood like an immortal mountain rooted in chaos, impervious to the storms, unyielding to the thunderous onslaught, resolutely unmoved. The frenzied assault of Paragus crashed upon his bone armor, producing nothing but a dazzling array of energy sparks, utterly failing to inflict any meaningful damage. The disparity was disheartening. It was an absolute, overwhelming force at a fundamental level of existence. As time passed, Paragus's movements gradually slowed, growing increasingly feeble. The energy within him had long since waned, and now only a decayed resentment fueled his actions. Ultimately, his legs buckled, rendering him as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing once more at the feet of Jiang Long. In his eyes, madness and fury had vanished, replaced by a desolation grayer than the skies of the barren planet. He resembled a desiccated fish, devoid of even the strength to twitch a finger. His faith had perished, and his heart was ashen. Jiang Long slowly lowered his head, gazing down upon this man, utterly stripped of all he once possessed. His expression as placid as a still pond. He chose not to deliver a fatal blow at this moment, for a soulless dog holds no interest in being slain. What he intended was to breathe new life into this dog, a soul entirely his own. Seeking vengeance upon a spirit long reduced to cosmic dust is the lament of mortals, the fixation of the weak. A cold yet authoritative voice, akin to a divine decree, rang in Paragus's ears. Yet, the blood of the Scions must not be extinguished. The honor of the Scions should not be buried beneath the dust of history. Paragus's body trembled slightly, and his lifeless gaze struggled to rise, fixing upon Jiang Long. Ignoring his response, Jiang Long turned slowly, directing his attention toward the depths of the cave, where the towering figure of Broly mindlessly gnawed at a beast's leg. In that moment, his voice rose, becoming spirited and impassioned, brimming with boundless allure and strength. "Behold him," Jiang Long exclaimed, extending his finger towards Broly, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, causing the very earth to tremble. "What do you perceive him to be? A mere instrument of vengeance? A weapon stained with blood? You are gravely mistaken. You have no comprehension of the magnificent power you wield. You fail to grasp the noble legacy that courses through his veins." With a sudden pivot, Jiang Long turned, his eyes seemingly ablaze with the brilliance of countless stars. He regarded Paragus with a condescending stare, each word articulated as if reciting an epic of creation. "What of Frieza? What of King Vegeta? They are merely two slightly larger specks of dust in this desolate universe. Their perspectives, their visions, are forever confined within this minuscule galaxy. Yet I shall forge an unprecedented era, an era where lineage serves as the ladder, where genes become the divine throne. Transcending all races and surveying the 12 universes, the Saiyan deity clan." The phrase Saiyan deity clan seemed to possess a certain enchanting power, causing Paragus's long-dead heart to involuntarily throb with a flicker of life. For the first time, a glimmer of focus emerged in his murky eyes. Jiang Long observed his reaction with keen insight, the curvature of his lips growing ever colder. He recognized that the bait had been taken. He continued to articulate, in a voice imbued with unparalleled authority and grand vision, a blueprint so compelling that even the divine would tremble at its prospect for this despairing elder. Within this divine lineage, there existed no so-called lower warriors, nor any claims to royal blood. The singular criterion was power, the purity of one's genes. "We shall plunder the leaders of myriad races and assimilate the essence of the cosmos. We shall tread upon the corpses of deities and drink deeply from the blood of demons. We shall ensure that the name Saya becomes a taboo echoing through all realms." He pointed once more towards Broly, the might in his voice escalating to its zenith. "And Broly, he is not a mere instrument of your vengeance. He is the foremost warrior of my Saiyan divine clan destined future. His strength ought not to be sullied by hatred nor shackled by a decrepit controller. His power shall forge an immortal divine kingdom for us. His roar will herald the dawn of a new era. His fists will compel the entire universe to tremble beneath our Saiyan divine clan might." Boom. In Paragus's mind, it was as if countless stars detonated simultaneously. The first warrior, the establishment of a divine kingdom, the prologue of a new epic. These grandiose terms, so monumental they made his soul quiver, surged like magma into the barren soil of his heart. His once dead heart began to beat uncontrollably in this moment. Hatred? In comparison to the monumental vision of founding an era and establishing a supreme divine race, his petty animosity towards a deceased foe seemed trivial, insignificant, humble, ridiculous. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating intensely on Jiang Long, as the murkiness in his eyes faded visibly, replaced by a new flame, more fervent and terrifying than hatred itself. This flame was named ambition. He glimpsed it. A brand new, more magnificent world. A future where his son Broly could truly reign at the pinnacle of the universe. Jiang Long, witnessing the fire igniting within his eyes, understood that the moment had arrived. He slowly extended his hand towards the elderly man collapsed on the ground. That hand, long and strong, with distinct knuckles, seemed to harbor the power to govern the fates of all beings. Paragus. Jiang Long's voice regained its initial calmness and indifference, yet carried an undeniable authority. Will you cling to your decayed hatred, rotting uselessly in this hell? Or will you follow me, offering your loyalty and wisdom, becoming a pioneer of this new era, the chief advisor of this immortal divine race? Choose. Chief advisor. These words struck Paragus's soul like a bolt of lightning. He was no longer merely the master of tools, but one of the architects of a new epic. He gazed at the hand of Jiang Long, which hovered before him, then glanced at his son in the distance, still mindlessly gnawing at the beast's leg, and trembled violently. Struggling, he summoned the last vestige of strength from his weary body to rise from the ground. Then, under Jiang Long's calm gaze, this Saiyan warlord, who had endured for decades, his mind as cunning as a demon, slowly knelt on one knee. He extended his own trembling hand in a gesture almost akin to pilgrimage, reverently grasping the hand that Jiang Long had extended. Old Minister Paragus. His voice was hoarse and dry, yet filled with an unprecedented fervor. I am willing to offer everything to my lord. Ding. Key figure Paragus's faith has been restructured. Loyalty has reached 85, fanatical follower. Appointment successful. Paragus has been bestowed the title, Chief Advisor of the Saiyan God Clan. A cold notification echoed within Jiang Long's mind. He gradually withdrew his hand, observing the fully submissive elder before him with no trace of joy in his gaze, only the chilling essence of dominion. Chapter 17. Unshackling the Legend. Above the desolate wasteland, the eternal, dim yellow light of the sky seemed to freeze at this moment. The wind ceased, and the dust settled. Paragus knelt on one knee, his heart, which had burned with hatred for decades, was reduced to ashes, only to be reignited by Jiang Long with a grander, more magnificent ambition, transforming into fervent allegiance. Chief Advisor. These 4 words became his new path, his new obsession. Jiang Long's gaze calmly shifted away from this newly loyal elder, directing towards the depths of the cave. There, a solitary and bewildered figure slowly rose. Broly. This name, in another realm, signified legend, embodied uncontrollable destruction. He was a magic sword without a sheath, every unsheathing heralding blood and fire, echoing the lamentations of the stars. The true binding of this cursed sword was never Paragus's laughable controller, but rather his heart, overwhelmed by power and encased in solitude. Paragus, Jiang Long spoke, his tone flat, yet seemingly imbued with a power that transcended the ages. Remove it. Remove it? Paragus abruptly lifted his head, a look of shock appearing for the first time upon his wrinkled face. Remove the last shackles that bind Broly. That was his only reliance to control this ancient beast. Once released, Broly's terrifying power, capable of making even the divine tremble, would spiral into chaos. At that moment, this planet, along with all life standing here, would be reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. What madness! What confidence! I will not repeat myself. Jiang Long's gaze remained fixed away from him, quietly admiring the distant Broly, as if beholding a supreme treasure about to be unveiled from its dust. Paragus's heart convulsed violently. From that placid tone, he discerned a will heavier than mountains, deeper than abysses. It was the decree of the divine, the edict of the emperor, not to be defied by any mortal. He understood that this was a trial, a testament of loyalty. What his master sought was not merely a general capable of wielding weapons, but a devoted follower who could comprehend and follow his supreme will. Yes, my lord. Paragus gritted his teeth, and the hesitation and fear within him were instantly consumed by a newfound fervor. Trembling, he reached out to grasp the ancient controller on his neck. Linked to Broly, his hand quaked, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He was about to unleash a true god of chaos with his own hands. Crack! A faint sound echoed in the desolate wasteland, sharp and clear. The controller was released. Buzz! It resonated like the first cry of the universe or the final overture of an impending apocalypse. Deep within the cave, Broly's towering form shuddered violently. An indescribable, primal terror surged forth, like an ancient volcano awakening from eons of slumber, erupting with ferocity. The green light transformed from mere aura into a tangible ocean of energy, surging wildly from his being. The very ground beneath him fractured, turning to dust. The mountain wall behind him silently dissolved, as if it had never existed. His black hair danced wildly, each strand seeming to pierce the void. In that instant, his hollow eyes were replaced by 2 blazing suns of pure green, ignited with chaos and destruction. Roar! He unleashed a cry that became a tangible shockwave, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Above, the dense clouds, layered for countless millennia, were torn apart by this roar, creating a gaping void spanning thousands of kilometers. Under this divine might, Paragus felt as insignificant as dust. Swept away by the terrifying shockwave, crashing against a distant mountain wall, spitting blood, yet his eyes sparkled with a sickly, fervent light. This was Broly, his true power. This was the form befitting the foremost warrior of the divine race. And amidst this storm of destruction, Jiang Long remained steadfast. His garments billowed, black hair wild, the dark, bony armor radiating an immortal brilliance. His gaze was as tranquil as an ancient, undisturbed pool, unfazed by the storm capable of tearing apart stars, remaining unperturbed within his heart. Come. He parted his lips to utter a single word, as if responding to this summons, or perhaps following the instinct to annihilate all. Broly's eyes, consumed by the green suns, locked onto Jiang Long. No tactics, no techniques, no superfluous movements. He merely lifted his foot and took a step forward. Boom. His figure vanished from its place. When he reappeared, he had traversed the fabric of time and space, standing before Jiang Long. That fist, the size of a cauldron, carried the purest essence of destruction, capable of making this ancient star tremble, and it descended fiercely towards Jiang Long's face. This punch seemed to bear the weight of the entire universe, an embodiment of the culmination of myriad laws. Paragus felt his heart leap to his throat, unable to breathe. Yet, at the very moment when that despair-inducing fist was about to make contact with the tip of Jiang Long's nose, Jiang Long remained utterly still. He did not activate any defensive capabilities from his ancestors' bloodline, instead allowing the destructive force of the punch to tousle his hair. He gazed into Broly's green eyes, consumed by fury, and slowly began to speak. His voice, though soft and gentle, pierced through the endless chaos like a ray of creation's light, striking with precision into Broly's heart, shrouded in darkness and rage. I understand your pain. Buzz. Broly's world-shattering fist suddenly faltered. This power roared within you, tearing at your very soul, granting you no solace. Everyone, including your father, fears it, suppresses it, regards it as a curse. Jiang Long's voice continued, steady and unhurried, as if recounting a tale unrelated to himself. But they are all mistaken. This is not a curse, but a gift. It is the primal, noble divine authority bestowed upon our Saiyan lineage by the cosmos. I have come to teach you how to master it. Boom. Like the tolling of evening drums or the resonant notes of the great Tao. Each word transformed into a golden divine seal, searing deeply into Broly's chaotic soul. His ferocious, unstoppable fist halted mere inches from Jiang Long's nose. The invisible barrier formed by the punch pressed down upon the space behind Jiang Long, creating a profound, dark indentation. Yet he remained unscathed. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. For the first time, Broly's eyes, ablaze with a green sun, clearly reflected Jiang Long's figure. It was a tranquil face, a pair of profound eyes, free of fear, greed, calculation, or reverence. All that remained was an emotion he had never encountered before, an essence of acknowledgement and understanding. It was as if this person could see through his violent exterior, gazing straight into the depths of his soul, where endless pain and solitude resided. Roar. Broly emitted a series of incomprehensible growls, his simple thoughts descending into unprecedented chaos. He could not comprehend why this person was unafraid of him. Why did each of his words evoke a sense of inexplicable familiarity? Why did the aura surrounding him stir an insatiable yearning within? As he spiraled into confusion, Jiang Long slowly raised his hand. His movement was deliberate, devoid of any threat. In the next moment, a warm, savory morsel appeared in his palm, emanating an enticing aroma. It was a piece of richly roasted beast leg meat, one of the spoils from his earlier hunt. He gently extended the roasted meat before Broly. The tranquil gaze fixated upon Broly, its voice gentle, yet imbued with a force powerful enough to reshape his worldview. Hunger ignites anger. Anger begets irrationality. Yet, power necessitates reason for its mastery. Partake. You are not a monster. Like me, you are a Saiyan. The term Saiyan struck Broly like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the chaos within him. He lowered his head in bewilderment, glancing at the tantalizing roasted meat emanating an alluring aroma from Jiang Long's hand, then raised his gaze to meet Jiang Long's eyes, devoid of hostility and as serene as the starry sky. An unfamiliar warmth, akin to a gentle spring, began to flow from the depths of his heart, long frozen in ice. It was not the agony of enforced suppression nor the numbness from his father's indifferent commands, but rather a comforting acknowledgement. His colossal hand, capable of shattering stars, hung suspended in the air for what felt like an eternity, and for the first time, it slowly descended. The furious green aura, like a receding tide, gradually retreated into his being. The blazing green sun within his eyes dimmed, reverting to their hollow and bewildered blackness. Yet this time, a flicker of light glimmered within their depths. He gazed at the roasted meat before him, feeling his throat involuntarily constrict, torn between hesitation and struggle. As if two inner voices were locked in battle, he ultimately extended his trembling hand towards the symbol of acceptance and goodwill that the roast represented. Chapter 18. The legend calls me brother. In a realm of profound silence, It seemed as though even the flow of time had come to a standstill. The mighty hand, capable of crushing stars, hovered in midair, caught in a surreal standoff with the roasted meat offered by Jiang Long. On one side lay the pure path of destruction, powerful enough to make even deities tremble. On the other, the mundane essence of earthly existence. Broly's vacant gaze fixated on the sizzling, oil-dripping roast, his throat betraying him as it involuntarily convulsed. For the first time, amidst the chaos and solitude that filled his world, a sliver of incomprehensible light pierced through. This light radiated warmth, fragrance, and an essence of goodwill he had never experienced before. In the distance, Paragus lay collapsed, having forgotten even how to breathe. He had devoted his life to numerous methods, electrocution, suppression, and cold commands, to mold his son into a perfect weapon, yet had never considered nurturing him with a simple piece of meat. He did not understand, nor had he ever deemed it worthy of understanding. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of confrontation, Broly's suspended hand, in an exceedingly clumsy manner, began to lower. He extended his trembling hand, a hand powerful enough to rend the very heavens, cautiously, as if afraid it might crush a rare treasure, and took the roasted meat from Jiang Long's palm. The motion was slow and awkward. He brought the meat to his lips, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately opened his mouth, biting down fiercely. Boom. At the instant the scalding juices and the smoky flavor erupted upon his taste buds, an unprecedented warmth cascaded down upon him from the heavens, sweeping through his heart, which had long been reduced to barren wasteland and frozen tundra. Delicious. This profoundly simple thought resonated in his chaotic mind like a divine thunderclap heralding the dawn of creation. Immediately followed was warmth, satisfaction, and a joy stemming from the most primal instincts of life. This warmth was so potent, so pure, that it forcibly subdued the raging fury that had roared within him for decades, a fury capable of annihilating all. The burning green sun in his eyes, a storm of destruction that could make the universe tremble at that moment, encountered its nemesis, gradually receding and dissolving at a visible pace. Eventually, that haunting shade of green vanished entirely, replaced by a pair of clear, bewildered, yet curiously childlike black pupils. Clumsily chewing, he lifted his gaze, staring vacantly at Jiang Long with his restored black eyes. This scene struck Paragus in the distance like a bolt from the blue. He stood frozen, his mind a blank slate, tumultuous waves crashing within his heart. Decades of control, decades of electric shocks, decades of indifference and suppression. He had exhausted all his cunning and means to transform his son into a mere monster, one who understood only obedience and destruction. Yet, all his years of toil, his self-righteous mastery over everything, proved to be eclipsed by a piece of roasted meat. How absurd, how ironic. In that moment, not only did the temple of his beliefs crumble, but the last remnants of dignity he held as a father and a ruler were utterly shattered by this piece of meat. Jiang Long paid no heed to the elderly man behind him, lost in self-doubt. He gazed at the legend before him, clutching the beast's leg, his face smeared with grease, and a genuine smile blossomed from his heart. He reached out, gently patting the scarred shoulder, harder than steel. This gesture caused Broly's body to stiffen abruptly. He looked up at Jiang Long, bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the significance of the action. In his memory, his father had never touched him in such a manner. Every contact was accompanied by cold commands and piercing shocks. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a tool, nor a weapon of destruction. Jiang Long's voice was gentle, yet imbued with a formidable power capable of reshaping his worldview. Every word became a warm imprint, deeply etched into Broly's pristine canvas of a soul. You are my brother, Jiang Long brother. Broly tilted his head, confusion filling his obsidian eyes as he struggled to grasp the unfamiliar term, seemingly unable to comprehend its meaning. Jiang Long observed his bewildered expression and smiled. Retracting his hand, he extended a finger to point at his own chest, his gaze transforming into an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. He articulated each word as if declaring a new, unyielding law that transcended all others. I am your elder brother. Brother. Boom. These two words seemed to harbor a mysterious power from the primordial depths of time, akin to a key that, with a sudden turn, unlocked the ancient door within Broly's heart, one that had remained sealed for eons. He ceased his chewing and stared blankly at Jiang Long. He could sense that the individual before him possessed an unfathomable strength, a terrifying power that dwarfed that of his father by countless magnitudes, profound, vast, and ancient, as if it were the origin of myriad galaxies and the edge of the universe. Yet, this overwhelming force that made him feel small and tremble did not instill in him the slightest fear or oppression. On the contrary, as this power enveloped him, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. It was as though a solitary vessel, adrift in the endless dark storm for billions of years, had finally found a haven, an eternal, indestructible port. In that moment, his simplistic, black and white thinking birthed a primal, direct judgment. This person is stronger than my father. This person is good to me. This person will not harm me. This person is my brother. He gazed at Jiang Long, then glanced down at the beast's leg in his hand, now reduced to mere bones, as if he finally understood something profound. A deep, beast-like growl emanated from his throat as he struggled to articulate words. His vocal cords had not produced sounds beyond roars for so long that they felt stiff and dry. He opened his mouth, the muscles in his face twitching from the effort. Ultimately, under the overwhelmingly astonished gaze of Paragus and Jiang Long's calm yet expectant look, a hesitant, raspy, yet unmistakably clear syllable, imbued with a childlike mimicry, emerged from the legendary figure's lips. Big. He paused, seemingly gathering strength, savoring the wondrous sensation that this syllable brought. Then, the second syllable followed suit. Brother. Big brother. These words were soft, slow, and somewhat indistinct. Yet, the moment they escaped Broly's lips, they transformed into the grandest, most solemn oath imaginable. An invisible bond, rooted in blood and the depths of his soul, was forged in that instant. Ding. Key figure Broly has completed the reshaping of self-awareness. Loyalty has reached 85, dependence and trust. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly formally pledges eternal loyalty to you. Title locked. Broly receives the title, First War God of the Saiyan Divine Clan. In the depths of Jiang Long's mind, a chilling notification resounded like a magnificent anthem, echoing with triumphant fervor. It was accomplished. He gazed upon the legendary being before him, now at last finding its rightful place. And a surge of unprecedented pride swelled within his heart. This was the cornerstone of his Saiyan lineage, the first warrior destined for his future conquests across the 12 universes, poised to shatter the remnants of the old divine thrones. At that moment, in the distance, Paragus could no longer maintain his composure. He beheld his son, clutching a bone and regarding Jiang Long with adoration, and then glanced at the divine young man who had achieved in a mere exchange of words and a piece of roasted meat what he had striven for over decades. This Saiyan hero, who had endured a lifetime of calculation and vengeance etched into his very bones, had finally discovered a new path. Overwhelmed, tears streamed down his weathered face, cascading over the creases of his skin and falling upon the barren earth. Among these tears lay regret for the absurdity of his past decades, solace in witnessing his son break free from destiny, but predominantly, an overwhelming fervor and reverence for the miraculous spectacle unfolding before him. He understood that a new and grand epic, potent enough to make the entire universe tremble, was set to commence from this forsaken and ominous star. And he, Paragus, was fortunate to be the first witness of this monumental saga. Jiang Long gradually withdrew his gaze, no longer paying heed to the father and son lost in their own emotions. He lifted his head, directing his profound gaze towards the remnants of a once mighty spacecraft, now reduced to the cold remnants of scrap metal. In his eyes danced the flow of galaxies and the flicker of divine light. Vampa Star, this ancient malevolent planet, was the cradle of his liberation from shackles, the place where he had claimed the first warrior, establishing the foundation of his divine race. Yet, it was far too small, insufficient to accommodate even a fraction of his ambition. It was time to depart. It was time to harness this awakened primordial deity and venture towards the true stage, to proclaim the advent of a new king to the cosmos. Chapter 19. Forging the divine vessel to cross the void, pointing the sword towards Earth. Vampa Star, a forgotten ancient world, resonated with an eternal silence, the only melody of its existence. The dim, massive eye loomed overhead, coldly observing this forsaken land, abandoned even by the gods. However, today, this canvas of desolation was torn asunder by an incongruous flare and the clang of metal, creating a slight rift. Beside the deformed and twisted wreckage of a spherical reconnaissance vessel, three figures formed a strange, yet harmonious tableau. Paragus, once a Saiyan warlord and now the chief strategist, approached with a reverent fervor, meticulously dismantling an overloaded energy transmission module. His movements were precise and efficient, instincts honed through decades of military service. Yet, within his murky old eyes, there was no trace of hatred, replaced instead by the supreme glory of contributing to an impending grand epic. Not far away, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan and the foremost warrior, sat quietly, cradling a metallic plate larger than his own head. No longer gnawing on raw beast flesh, he had taken to emulating Jiang Long, using a subtle breath of energy to roast a colossal piece of leg meat until it exuded an enticing aroma. His existence was uncomplicated. Wherever his elder brother was, there lay his sense of peace. His brother had spoken of repairing this iron monstrosity, and so he brought forth the heaviest components, patiently awaiting the next command. Meanwhile, Jiang Long stood like an eternal deity amidst the ruins, his hands clasped behind his back. He remained motionless, gazing with eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of all things, quietly observing the scene before him. The injuries that once marred his form had long since healed under the overwhelming vitality of the ancestral bloodline, and the dark, bony armor had receded beneath his skin, rendering him merely a tall, black-haired youth. Yet, His mere presence seemed to establish him as the focal point of this realm, the origin around which all laws revolved. "My lord, the repair plan for the energy circuit has been drafted," Paragus stated, wiping the sweat from his brow as he respectfully presented a data chip. "Salvaged from the spacecraft's control panel. According to military standard repair procedures, we can reroute the main energy furnace's backup lines to bypass the damaged core node. Although this will result in a 30% loss of endurance, it will suffice for a short-range interstellar jump." His tone brimmed with confidence, reflective of his pride and professionalism as a former colonel. Jiang Long did not accept the chip, nor did he lower his gaze to inspect it. Instead, he slowly raised his eyes, looking past Paragus to the disassembled circuits scattered about. His voice was calm, yet seemed to resonate with the profound truths of the cosmos. "Your plan contains 3 critical errors. First, the energy circuit is not an isolated conduit. It resonates with the metallic structure of the vessel itself. Forcing a connection through the backup lines may appear to bridge the gap, yet it will trigger high-frequency energy dissipation the moment energy flows through, resulting in a loss of not 30%, but 70%. Second, you have overlooked that this reconnaissance vessel's engine is a pulse engine designed to adapt to high-energy particle flow environments. The stable energy output you envision will instead lead to engine indigestion, causing it to stall at best or disintegrate during the jump at worst. Third, a chilling smile graced Jiang Long's lips, his gaze resembling that of a deity observing an ant striving to comprehend divine creation. "Your understanding of energy remains at the level of flowing water. It is far too primitive." Boom. Each word struck Paragus like an invisible hammer, leaving him stunned. As though struck by lightning, his mind rendered blank. Energy resonance? Pulse engine? Understanding energy? These unfamiliar terms transcended everything he had learned throughout his life. The military standard repair procedure he had once taken pride in now appeared juvenile and laughable, akin to a child's doodles, in the face of his lord's seemingly casual remarks. A profound tremor of reverence and dread surged from the depths of his soul, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He had once believed that the sovereign was merely a figure of unparalleled strength, the progenitor of bloodlines, an emperor without equal. Yet he had never fathomed that in the realm of technology, the sovereign possessed wisdom akin to that of a deity, omnipotent and omniscient. These 4 words erupted uncontrollably from the depths of his heart, solidifying the fervent faith he had just established into an unshakable conviction. "Please, grant your guidance, my sovereign," Paragus implored, dropping to one knee with a thud, his aged visage etched with shame and reverence. "Rise," Jiang Long's voice remained unperturbed. "You are my advisor, not my slave. Stand and learn." He extended a finger, and a faint stream of golden energy flowed from his fingertip, intricately sketching a 3-dimensional energy circuit diagram in midair. Far more complex than the original, shimmering with arcane brilliance. "Abandon the 7-to-4 line. Divert 30% of the energy from the primary line through the 3-fold resonance amplification nodes here, then reverse it into the cooling cycle of the energy furnace, harnessing the entropy reduction effect to conjure a temporary, ultra-high-density pseudo-singularity." Jiang Long's voice resonated like the grand tones of a celestial melody, echoing across the desolate expanse. Each word he uttered was incomprehensible to Paragus, yet he could sense the unparalleled wisdom and truth embedded within. It was as if he beheld a doorway to an entirely new world slowly unfurling before him. "However, my sovereign," Paragus stammered, swallowing hard. Pointing at a pivotal node on the diagram that glimmered with a red light, "We require a superconductive energy conduit forged from chronoalloy for this position. But it was vaporized during the ship's crash. We have no substitutes. This is a deadlock. Without the crucial component, even the most impeccable blueprint is but an illusion." Upon hearing this, Jiang Long merely smiled faintly. He turned slowly, casting his gaze upon the tall figure clutching a metal plate, who was curiously observing the 3-dimensional diagram. "Broly, big brother?" Broly responded to the call, immediately setting down what he held and awkwardly rising, his eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration and trust. "Come here." Jiang Long beckoned him. Broly promptly took large strides, covering several dozen meters in mere moments, approaching Jiang Long like a student eager for praise. "Your strength is a gift of the cosmos, a divine authority." Jiang Long regarded him with gentleness, yet there was an unprecedented gravity in his demeanor. "It can serve not only to destroy, but also to create." He extended his hand, gently clasping Broly's colossal palm, capable of crushing stars. "Now, close your eyes and feel the green river flowing within you. Do not fear it, do not resist it, try to befriend it." Jiang Long's voice, imbued with a peculiar enchantment, soothed the tumultuous powers stirring within Broly. He infused a trace of his ancestral bloodline energy, like a gentle stream, gradually guiding the legendary force, so immense it could make the universe tremble, into Broly's being. "Now, attempt to extract a single drop of water from this small river and send it to your fingertips." For Broly, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead for the first time. This task was a billion times more challenging than annihilating a planet. Control. This was an uncharted territory for him. He gasped heavily, the muscles in his face twitching slightly from intense concentration. He could feel the tumultuous and ferocious current within him. A moment's misstep could unleash a catastrophic wave, obliterating everything in its path. Yet, his elder brother's hand was so warm and strong. His brother's presence was profoundly reassuring. Gritting his teeth, he followed Jiang Long's guidance, pouring all his mental faculties into attempting to master that drop of water. 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute. In the distance, Paragus dared not even breathe, his gaze fixated on Broly, filled with anxiety and anticipation. He knew he was witnessing a miracle that transformed destruction into creation. Finally, a slender beam of green light, 1,000,000 times finer than a hair, emerged quivering from the tip of Broly's robust index finger. This beam no longer radiated any ferocity. Instead, it exuded a purity capable of melting everything with its searing intensity and sharpness. Excellent. A glimmer of approval flashed in Jiang Long's eyes. Just like that. Now, use it to draw the conduit I just showed you. He released his hand and stepped back, completely entrusting the stage to this first warrior of the gods. Broly took a deep breath, his dark eyes shimmering with an unprecedented focus. He slowly raised his glowing green finger toward the vacant node, cautiously beginning his first act of creation. The green light hissed like a divine welding torch or a creator's brush, precisely cutting, melting, and shaping the surrounding air and residual metallic particles in midair. A perfect energy conduit, gleaming with a metallic sheen and identical to Jiang Long's design, was conjured into existence. Piece by piece. At the moment the final stroke was completed, Broly abruptly withdrew his finger, staggering back 2 steps, gasping for breath. Yet, his face radiated the pure joy and pride of a child who had completed a masterpiece. He had succeeded. For the first time, he had controlled his power without the heat of battle. Well done, Broly. Jiang Long approached, generously offering his praise, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. You are a born creator. Upon hearing this, Broly chuckled, his smile as innocent as a blank canvas. Meanwhile, Paragus was utterly awestruck by this scene, bowing in profound reverence. A god. This was a true deity, not only capable of discerning hearts and reshaping paths, but also able to unlock the shackles of the legendary demon, granting it the authority to create. The voice of Jiang Long roused him from his astonishment. Yes, my lord. Paragus responded reverently, jolted into action. The final step must be completed. Indeed, Paragus, without an ounce of hesitation, connected all the circuits with utmost fervor and devotion. At the moment he pressed the last power switch, a profound and resounding roar erupted from the long-silent reconnaissance ship's engine. A brilliant blue light ignited from the engine's exhaust, illuminating the dim, desolate expanse, akin to a newborn star breaking free from the Earth's constraints. Success! Tears of joy streamed down Paragus's face. While Broly gazed curiously at the glowing engine, his eyes filled with wonder. Jiang Long slowly approached the ship's ladder, turning to face his initial 2 subjects. His voice, though unadorned, carried a solemnity and gravitas reminiscent of the dawn of creation. Today, in this moment and at this place, I declare the official establishment of the Saiyan God Clan. I, Jiang Long, am the progenitor of this divine lineage, the sole sovereign. Broly shall be the first warrior of the God Clan, my sharpest spear and most steadfast shield. Paragus will serve as the chief strategist, my wisest eye and deepest counsel. As his words resonated, it was as if his utterances wielded inherent power, enveloping the trio in an invisible aura descending from the heavens. Long live our lord. The God Clan shall endure forever. Paragus cried out fervently, kneeling once more. Although Broly struggled to comprehend fully, he echoed the sentiment, his voice booming. Long live, big brother. Jiang Long nodded slightly and ascended the ladder. Let us embark. Our journey leads to the stars and the seas. Paragus and Broly followed closely behind. Upon entering the cockpit, Paragus adeptly maneuvered the ship as it ascended, gazing at the vast star map before him, and respectfully inquired, My lord, what is our destination? Jiang Long approached the star map, his profound gaze sweeping across the myriad twinkling galaxies and unfamiliar star realms. Ultimately, his finger gently rested upon a small, vibrant blue planet amidst the endless cosmic sea. Earth. Paragus paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Wasn't that a remote and primitive planet with limited combat capabilities? Why? As if perceiving his uncertainty, a knowing smile graced Jiang Long's lips. The ship had burst through the atmosphere of the planet Vampa, entering the cold, silent depths of the cosmos. Jiang Long gazed out the porthole at the receding, ancient yellow star, his voice echoing like an echo from a distant future. Our God Clan must rise, reigning over the 12 universes. We require more than mere strength. We need the most advanced technology, the richest resources, and the keenest intellect. He slowly turned his head to Paragus, his deep-set eyes glimmering with the fervor of a hunter spotting its prey. And the key to all of this lay within the hands of a blue-haired woman on Earth. Chapter 20. The progenitor at the edge of the star sea, watching brothers fight amongst themselves. The cold universe is an eternal void of silence and darkness. a weathered spherical vessel. Akin to a solitary leaf adrift upon the boundless sea of suffering, cleaves through the eternal darkness, embarking on a lonely voyage toward the unknown. Within this craft lies an alternate realm. The engine's deep growl resonates like the breath of ancient deities in slumber, steady and powerful. It is the miraculous manifestation drawn by Broly's legendary might, marking the inaugural heartbeat of a new epic. Paragus sits cross-legged, having long since shed all awe and astonishment. Now deeply engrossed in a fervent obsession. Before him hovers the energy circuit diagram sketched by Jiang Long, each line and node seemingly brimming with the universe's profound truths. An unparalleled code leading to the divine domain. He is insatiably eager, reverently worshipful, yearning to merge his very essence with this knowledge. To glimpse the tip of the vast iceberg of wisdom. In a corner, Broly quietly occupies his space, his imposing physique now resembling that of an obedient child. No longer does he consume raw flesh. Instead, he mimics his elder brother, cautiously wielding a slender tendril of green energy to sear a massive beast's leg. His world is simple. With his brother present, he finds peace, and whatever his brother proclaims is the ultimate truth. Meanwhile, Jiang Long stands with his hands clasped at the forefront of the cockpit, framed by the resplendent tapestry of stars behind him. His silhouette appears monumental, reminiscent of an ancient deity existing since the dawn of creation, surveying the realm he has forged. His gaze is profound, traversing boundless light years, as if able to perceive the rushing currents of time and discern the trajectories of all fates. After a lengthy pause, he slowly raises his hand. Without touching any physical screen, he merely taps the air lightly with his fingertips. A hum resonates. The space ahead ripples like water, and soon, a myriad of radiant data streams converge, effortlessly outlining a remarkably vivid three-dimensional silhouette. It is a woman. Her waist-length hair shimmers like a brilliant azure nebula, her skin as pure as snow, and her features exquisitely refined, transcending mere mortals. Most striking are her lively, cunning eyes, which seem to harbor the world's utmost wisdom and boundless curiosity. Paragus is jolted from his reverie, glancing up to behold this figure, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Broly, equally intrigued, raises his head, his mouth full of roasted meat, and mumbles, "Who is she, brother?" "Her name is Bulma," Jiang Long replies in a calm tone. Yet it resonates as a proclamation of divine decree, each word imbued with the weight and majesty of historical significance. "She shall be the first queen of my Saiyan lineage. Her blood will merge with mine, giving birth to the first progeny endowed with supreme wisdom and unparalleled combat prowess." Boom. As these words echo, they explode within Paragus's heart like a star. A queen? Divine progeny? He abruptly raises his gaze, fixating intently on the luminous figure composed of light and shadow. His spiritual perception sweeps over her, but registers only a faint, nearly negligible pulse of life energy. A mortal. A quintessential mortal. "My lord." Paragus could no longer maintain his composure. He rose abruptly, his words laced with incredulous urgency. "This woman, with her feeble bloodline and breath as insubstantial as dust. How can she possibly bear your ancestral divine blood, vast as the cosmic furnace? How does she deserve to become the queen of our divine race?" To him, this was nothing short of a sacrilege against the sacred bloodline. The progeny of our Lord should rightfully be nurtured by the most formidable women in the universe. Even a princess of the frozen demons or a pinnacle being from other warrior races would be immeasurably superior to such a frail mortal, utterly incapable of defending herself. Deserve? Jiang Long slowly turned, his profound gaze now tinged with a cold indifference, akin to looking down upon mere ants. "In this universe, who is worthy and who is not, shall be determined by me." His chilling words sent a shiver through Paragus, who broke into a cold sweat, realizing his indiscretion. He hastily lowered his head, speaking with reverence. "I have overstepped, my lord. Your perspective remains mired in the past." Jiang Long's voice regained its tranquility. He bore no resentment. For what he sought was an advisor capable of keeping pace with his thoughts, not a mere sycophant. The forthcoming war would be a clash of bloodlines and the tumult of civilizations. Pure strength may obliterate stars, yet it cannot forge an eternal divine realm. He extended his hand, gesturing toward the vast cosmos. "Our journey encompasses this sea of stars, the legendary 12 universes, and the transcendent path that rises above all laws. On this road, we require indomitable warriors capable of tearing apart deities, as well as supreme intellect to perceive the essence of the universe and create god-slaying weapons." His gaze once again settled upon Bulma's luminous form, his eyes reflecting the appreciation of a treasure that could lay the foundation for an immortal dynasty. This woman, her intellect, was the sharpest key on our divine race's path to ascendance. Her worth far exceeds any powerful bloodline you can fathom. Her single thought could rival 100,000 armies. The offspring born of our union will be innate artisans and warriors, destined to forge armor capable of piercing time and space, inscribing divine runes upon the fleet of our divine race for the conquest of the heavens. Paragus stood entranced, absorbing Jiang Long's vision. A grand blueprint so magnificent it sent tremors through his very soul, one he had never envisioned. It became clear that the Lord's plans transcended mere bloodshed. Bloodlines and technology. Combat and creation. This is the true foundation that an immortal divine race should possess. He looked again at Bulma's radiant form. His expression transformed entirely. No longer did he harbor disdain for the weak. Instead, he felt profound reverence for the future mother of the divine race and the creator of the divine artisans. At that very moment, a sharp, urgent alarm pierced the sacred atmosphere of the cockpit. It was the spaceship's long-range radar, issuing a warning from the far reaches of the stellar sea. Paragus's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to the control panel. Upon the star chart, a faint signal point emanating an ominous red glow was tearing through space at an astonishing speed, hurtling towards the cerulean planet. Adjacent to the signal point, a line of cold data was displayed. High-energy life form detected. Combat power assessment, 1,500. 1,500. This value, in the present context, was as insignificant as an ant. Yet it represented an elite warrior within Frieza's army, one capable of commanding a flagship. My lord. Paragus's voice trembled uncontrollably. Was it the pursuing forces of Frieza? Had they tracked them down to this place? Decades of flight had transformed the name Frieza into a haunting nightmare, indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. Even now, despite following a deity, the deep-seated dread continued to unsettle him. Broly also halted, sensing Paragus's anxiety. A flicker of alert green glimmered in his dark eyes as he rose, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Long. However, Jiang Long merely gazed at the rapidly advancing red light on the star chart, his expression devoid of tension, instead slowly curling into a smile that was profound and abyssal in its implications. That smile mirrored the delight of a hunter witnessing his prey stumble into a trap, the composure of a chess player observing his piece fall into place. Pursuers? He chuckled softly, a hint of mockery and playfulness lacing his tone. No, those are not pursuers. Merely a wayward actor returning to a stage he was never meant to tread upon. He extended a finger, gently tapping the red light, as if to steer the tides of fate or manipulate the fates of all beings. A splendid performance was about to unfold, a long-awaited reunion between brothers, a familial tragedy woven with blood and tears. His voice resonated, as if echoing from a distant future, imbued with the wisdom of foresight. His name was Raditz, the exiled lower-class warrior, the biological brother of Kakarot. And we are not the prey. We are the spectators seated high above the clouds. In that moment, Jiang Long's smile transformed into one that was icy and filled with predatory intent. The final harvester. Paragus's heart raced. Raditz? Kakarot's brother? Suddenly, everything clicked into place. This was no pursuer. It was a carefully orchestrated spectacle that his lord had foreseen. A conflict among Scions was about to erupt on Earth, and his master intended for them to be the unwitting beneficiaries of this grand design. What a terrifying scheme. What profound intricacies. It was as if the entire universe lay within his grasp, to be toyed with at will. Adjust the course, engage maximum curvature, full speed ahead. Jiang Long retracted his finger, issuing the final decree. His gaze pierced through the endless sea of stars, settling upon that azure planet, as if he had already witnessed the arrogance of the long-haired warrior upon his arrival, and the grotesque struggles of those two so-called warriors in their despair. We must secure a prime vantage point to behold this long-awaited family reunion. Meanwhile, the corners of his mouth curled into a bloodthirsty arc, and within his profound eyes flickered a yearning for a certain law. For my divine kin, to seize the first gene endowed with spatial mobility. The little deity known as the King of Worlds has surely prepared a splendid gift for us. Chapter 21, with technology. I shall make you weep, O destined Empress. The azure planet floated silently in the desolate cosmos, resembling a flawless gem radiating the unique, gentle luminosity of life. Beyond its atmosphere, high above in the 10,000-meter expanse, an ancient divine vessel, not of this era, melded with the void, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Coldly surveying the bustling metropolis below, woven of steel and neon. It concealed its form, erased its causality, and even light could not capture its outline. As if it had transcended this realm of time and space, becoming a high-dimensional observer. In the upper echelons of the city of the West, within the laboratory revered as the temple of wisdom on Earth, a palpable tension sufficient to drive even geniuses to madness permeated the air. No, still incorrect. Bulma briefs. The epitome of beauty and intellect, fiercely grasped her signature blue hair, her lovely visage etched with frustration and unwillingness. Before her, a colossal three-dimensional holographic display exhibited an exceedingly complex energy engine model, operating at high speed. Billions of data streams cascaded like a waterfall, simulating the trajectory of each energy cycle. Yet, no matter how she adjusted the parameters or optimized the structure, an insistent, blinding red light stubbornly flickered in the core area of the model, an ominous warning of energy overflow and imminent system collapse. Why does the miniaturization of the anti-gravity engine always fail at the final energy closure stage? She murmured, her once keen eyes, which had discerned countless scientific mysteries, now filled with confusion. This project had consumed 3 months of her dedication, representing the most critical step toward the stars and the sea. Yet now, she found herself trapped in a theoretical dead end. She had attempted hundreds of algorithms and overturned dozens of established models, yet could not surmount this chasm. It was an unprecedented sense of defeat, as if the grand edifice of scientific wisdom she had constructed stood fragile as mere dust against the fundamental laws of the cosmos. Just as Bulma, in her exasperation, was on the verge of dismantling the entire model to start anew, a hum resonated. The main control screen before her rippled unannounced, like gentle waves upon water. Following this, a line of completely unfamiliar text, composed of the most ancient code characters, emerged as if surfacing from the deepest dimensions of data, carrying a cold indifference and artistic flair, quietly materializing at the center of the screen. Your foundational theory is erroneous. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Who dares to invade my system? This is utterly preposterous. The firewall of this laboratory was crafted by my own hands, capable of withstanding any hacker's assault worldwide. It is the pride of my position as the foremost scientist on Earth. Her fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, swiftly executing a series of commands in an attempt to trace this audacious intruder. However, the outcome left her feeling as though she had plunged into an abyss. The system responded. No traces, no pathways, no origin. It felt as if a divine whisper had echoed in her ear, rather than the intrusion of an ordinary human. Just as doubt clouded her mind, the ancient characters transformed once more. Energy fields. Why must they always be closed loops? This rhetorical question struck Bulma's mind like a thunderclap. Closed loops. This is the cornerstone of modern physics, the most intuitive manifestation of the law of conservation of energy. Any stable energy system must form a perfect closed loop. This is an irrefutable truth found in textbooks. Absurd. You are questioning the very foundation of physics. She instinctively retorted, only to realize she was conversing with an empty void. Yet, inexplicably, that phrase took root in her heart like a seed of magic, sprouting with fervor. In an almost trance-like state, her fingers trembled as they traced a new computational command upon the luminous screen. This time, she did not construct a closed loop. Instead, she devised a model of AM bias strip, a bizarre structure symbolizing infinity and cycles in topology. The moment she pressed the enter key, the entire world seemed to freeze. The previously chaotic torrent of data, numbering in the billions, found its singular monarch, its eternal abode in that instant. They flowed along the endless M-bias strip, embarking on an unprecedented, perfect, and harmonious journey. All conflicts, all bottlenecks, all issues of energy overflow were effortlessly resolved. The glaring red light on the screen quietly extinguished, replaced by a hue of profound stability, deep as the cosmos itself. She had succeeded, a century-old conundrum that had plagued her for months, even leading her to question her very existence, was resolved by this unfathomable phrase. Bulma stared blankly at the screen, her mind a void. This was no longer surprise. It was sheer astonishment. Her pride, her cherished intellect, was utterly shattered in that moment. The intruder had not provided her with any complex formulas, nor any intricate blueprints. They had merely upended her most fundamental understanding. What realm of existence is this? It transcends merely viewing the landscape from a mountaintop. It is akin to standing beyond the cosmos, effortlessly altering the trajectories of celestial bodies. This was a dimensional strike, a divine enlightenment from a higher civilization bestowed upon a lesser one. She felt a shiver run through her, not of fear, but of an overwhelming awe and longing that surged from the depths of her soul as a mortal glimpses the miraculous. Who are you? In the desolate laboratory. Her voice quivered imperceptibly. In response, a colossal stream of information re-emerged upon the luminous screen. This time, it was not a question, but an answer. A complete and flawless structural diagram of the anti-gravity engine, Mobius enhanced, far surpassing any of her previous imaginings, materialized before her eyes. Every detail shimmered with the brilliance of intellect, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by divine hands. Bulma's breath caught in her throat, her gaze fixed upon the blueprint as if she were a devout acolyte beholding her own holy scripture. In that moment, her scientific worldview collapsed entirely, only to be instantaneously reconstructed upon a grander and more profound theoretical foundation. She realized that her earlier research was akin to a child building castles in the sand, while her counterpart revealed to her how to construct a true temple from the stars. At that very instant, an unfamiliar communication request abruptly appeared. The initiator was a solitary letter. Bulma's heart skipped a beat. She understood that this enigmatic being was finally willing to unveil a sliver of their veil. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to quell the tumultuous waves within, summoning all her strength to press the answer button. There was no image, only sound. A man's voice flowed slowly through the amplifier, resonating in the silent laboratory. The voice was magnetic and profound, as if imbued with the rise and fall of celestial bodies, carrying an ancient serenity that transcended the ages. Miss Briefs, I believe you now comprehend that the chasm between us is not one of intellect, but of perspective. Bulma bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. She could not dispute him. Any words would pale in comparison to the miraculous revelation she had just witnessed. The voice, seemingly aware of her thoughts, continued with languid ease. You gaze upon the sky of Earth, while I behold the intricate web of the 12 universes' laws. Your concern lies in how to fit the engine into a smaller vessel, whereas my contemplation revolves around how to utilize it to rend the domains of the divine. There was a pause, as if granting her a moment to breathe, before he extended an invitation that sent shivers through her very soul. Shall we converse now? About a collaboration that could allow you to truly touch the truths of the universe. Chapter 22. Technology as Servant. The first genius of Earth bows down. Collaboration? Bulma's voice echoed through the silent laboratory, tinged with a dryness she herself had not recognized. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, attempting to maintain the last vestiges of dignity as Earth's foremost genius through this minor, stinging pain. Her mind, that crystalline beacon of intelligence hailed as the light of the planet, was racing at an unprecedented pace. Who was he? From which civilization did he originate? What were his true intentions? What terrifying technological disparities lay hidden behind that revolutionary theory? Countless questions surged through her heart like a tempest, yet none bore answers. This sensation of being utterly controlled and completely seen through instilled in her a profound shudder and humiliation that resonated from the depths of her soul. Indeed, collaboration. That magnetic voice echoed once more, calm and unruffled, as if declaring a fate long since sealed. The location, your laboratory. The time now. Before the words could fade, the communication was unilaterally severed. The holographic screen reverted to its pristine state, as though the miraculous exchange had never transpired. Bulma, what is the matter? An elderly man clad in a white lab coat, his hair disheveled, yet brimming with vitality, entered the room. He was none other than the founder of this company and Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs. He keenly sensed the unusual pallor on his daughter's face. Bulma opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Should she confess that her cherished intellect had just been utterly shattered by a mere phrase? However, Tom was no longer on her side. At that very moment, on the expansive alloy floor of the laboratory, space itself rippled like a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone. Without warning, it was not a mere refraction of light, nor a distortion of energy, but rather the very fabric of space being gently torn apart in a manner that defied the laws of physics. A profound vortex, seemingly connected to an ancient cosmos, materialized silently, causing the air within the entire laboratory to solidify in its presence. Alert! Alert! Unknown spatial anomaly detected. The shrill alarm resonated through the air, as armed security personnel surged in from all directions, their high-energy weapons aimed squarely at the eerie phenomenon. Dr. Briefs, astonished, nearly lost his glasses. His gaze fixed on the rippling disturbance, devoid of fear but instead ignited by a fervent madness. This is not a wormhole, nor a leap. This is a folding of space itself. My God, a miracle. This is a miracle. Under the watchful eyes of all present, two figures slowly emerged from the ripples, as though deities descending to the mortal realm. The foremost man, tall and imposing, possessed long black hair cascading freely, his features strikingly handsome, transcending the ordinary. His eyes, deep as abysses, seemed to reflect the endless cycles of the universe's creation and destruction. He stood there with an air of tranquility, yet it felt as if he was the very nucleus of this realm, rendering everything around him dim. Behind him stood a towering figure, a silent giant exuding a primal, explosive power capable of rending the stars. He remained still, his gaze vacant, yet instilled a suffocating fear derived from the instinct of life itself in all who aimed their weapons at him. It was none other than Jiang Long and Broly. You. Bulma retreated a step, her complexion ashen. She had envisioned countless scenarios for this meeting, even preparing for the possibility of their arrival aboard an immense interstellar battleship. She never anticipated that her opponent would employ such a mythic method to manifest directly within her most crucial and heavily fortified laboratory. This was no mere provocation. It was a blatant, unmasked declaration. A proclamation that rendered all earthly rules and defenses utterly irrelevant in his presence. It is you, Bulma exclaimed, her gaze locking onto Jiang Long, immediately correlating him with the voice she had just heard. It is I, Jiang Long replied, his eyes surveying the tense security personnel. A subtle smile curving his lips, a look of indifference, akin to observing children at play. Miss Briefs, your hospitality appears to be excessively fervent. Lower your weapons. Everyone, put them down. Bulma nearly shrieked as she issued the command. She understood better than anyone that these so-called advanced weapons were no more effective than mere sticks in the face of an entity capable of folding space at will. The security personnel exchanged glances, yet under Bulma's stern gaze, they slowly lowered their firearms, though each one felt the cold sweat soaking their backs. Who are you? What is your purpose on Earth? Bulma forced herself to regain her composure, straightening her posture, attempting to engage in an equal dialogue as the sovereign of this planet. Your identity is unnecessary to know, Jiang Long replied, his gaze fixating on the massive display before Bulma, particularly on the flawless M-bias engine model he had previously inspired. I have come to offer you an opportunity, a chance for your humble intellect to brush against the realm of the divine. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Bulma trembled with rage. Her pride as Earth's foremost genius made her unable to endure such condescension. This is Earth, my company. Abide by Earth's laws and clarify your intentions. Or no matter how advanced your technology may be, you shall not prevail here. Her words were abruptly cut short, for Jiang Long paid no heed to her warning. He leisurely strolled to the workbench, casually picking up a bright red apple. Laws. Rules? Jiang Long mused, gazing at the apple as if it were an intriguing toy. A chuckle escaped his lips, laced with mockery of the fragile concept of civilization. In the face of absolute power and wisdom, the so-called rules merely serve as shackles for the weak. He slowly raised his hand, and before Bulma, Dr. Briefs, and all present, he executed an action that seemed to suspend time itself. His fingers gently closed. There was no burst of energy, no arcane symbols, nothing. Yet, the apple in his palm and the surrounding cubic foot of space began to visibly collapse. Indeed, it was a collapse. As if an invisible hand were forcibly compressing that three-dimensional space, along with its contents, towards an unseen point, folding and compressing. Bulma's pupils contracted in that instant to their utmost limit. What had she just witnessed? She beheld the light being devoured in that realm, witnessed the molecular structure of air being crushed, and observed the very flow of time becoming chaotic. The omnipotent capsule technology, she took pride in essentially encapsulated macroscopic objects within the fourth dimension. Yet, the scene before her was akin to treating three-dimensional space as mere paper, mercilessly crumpling it. This represented an entirely disparate dimension, one that could be described as the chasm between deity and mortal. A second later, Jiang Long spread his palm. The vibrant crimson apple had vanished, replaced by a minuscule point of light, suspended above his hand, a billion times finer than the tip of a needle, exuding a dim glow. It was a singularity that appeared to encapsulate the mass of an entire universe. This was absolute silence, a state where matter was compressed to such an extent that even the concept of existence teetered on the brink of obliteration. No, it cannot be. Doctor. Briefs could no longer maintain his composure. He charged forward like a madman, disregarding the security personnel's attempts to restrain him, fixating intently on the luminous point in Jiang Long's palm. The murky depths of his old eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance, embodying the fervor and madness of a scientist confronting the ultimate truth. This was a direct interference with Planck's scale. You have grasped the essence of space. Are you a god? Jiang Long offered no reply. He merely regarded Bulma, whose expression was one of utter bewilderment, her worldview shattered. He gently clenched his palm once more and then released it. Buzz. The dim point of light vanished instantaneously, replaced once again by the intact crimson apple, reappearing in his hand as if no extraordinary journey that could upend the entire realm of physics had transpired. It remained as vibrant and plump as ever, as though that surreal experience had merely been a fleeting dream. Jiang Long casually tossed the apple to Bulma. Instinctively, she caught it, the cold touch and familiar weight sending a shiver through her, awakening her from her stupor. She stared at the apple in her hand, then glanced at the man whose demeanor was indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In that moment, all her pride, vigilance, and rebellious thoughts crumbled to dust. She understood. The chasm between them was vaster than that between ape and human. He had not come to negotiate or collaborate. He had come to conquer, to subdue her intellect and her world in a manner she could neither comprehend nor resist. Now, do you still wish to discuss the rules? Jiang Long's voice echoed, languidly. Bulma bit her lip, remaining silent. She had lost, utterly and completely, with not a single remnant of dignity left. Very well. Jiang Long was pleased with her silence. He turned and approached the main control panel of the laboratory, akin to a sovereign surveying his dominion. From this day forth, I shall be the technical director and security advisor of the Universal Capsule Company. I require full access to the highest authorities of this company, encompassing all laboratories, databases, and financial resources. In return, his gaze returned to Bulma, no longer purely condescending, but now tinged with scrutiny and expectation. I shall bestow upon you a revolutionary technological theory that will enable you to usher in an entirely new era for this world. And you, Bulma Briefs, shall become my chief scientist, the executor of my will. Bulma's heart raced violently at the thought. Chief scientist, executor of will. This sounded akin to servitude, yet, for some inexplicable reason, uttered from this man's lips, it bore an irresistible allure. It was a temptation that promised to grant her access to the cosmic truths. She lifted her gaze to meet the depths of Jiang Long's starry eyes, realizing that her life, from this moment onward, would irrevocably deviate from its original path. steering towards an unknown yet magnificent sea of divine stars. She found herself unable to refuse, nor did she wish to. I accept, she heard her own voice declare, trembling with a thrill she had not even recognized within herself. Beep. Key figure Bulma's beliefs reshaped. Research enthusiasm 60, affection level 10, awe and curiosity. Preliminary collaborative relationship established. Beep. Acquired temporary asset. Universal Capsule Corporation, advanced usage rights. Within Jiang Long's mindscape, a cold notification resonated. He nodded slightly, unperturbed by the outcome. For a true genius like Bulma, nothing could be more captivating than knowledge of a higher dimension. He observed the woman before him, who was destined to become his first queen. Her blue eyes rekindled with the flames of inquiry, and a satisfied smile graced his face. Excellent. Then let our collaboration commence. He extended his finger, gently tapping the void, and a new subject, far more complex than an anti-gravity engine, materialized as a stream of data, flooding the main control screen. Ah, Jiang Long seemed to recall something, turning to the bewildered Bulma and languidly stating, "My first research topic concerns human genetics." His voice paused, and within those profound eyes flickered a cold, predatory glint. Particularly, a race known as the Saiyans. Do you require a living specimen? Chapter 23. The Forgotten Princess weeps amidst the grease. Do you require a living specimen? Bulma instinctively took a step back. The question pierced through her freshly forged fervor and reverence for divine technology, plunging her back into the stark reality. A living specimen? Saiyans. Were they not the legendary, warlike, bloodthirsty race that had long been extinguished from the universe? Jiang Long observed the abrupt change in her expression, seemingly able to penetrate her thoughts filled with doubt and trepidation. He merely smiled, a profound smile that seemed to encapsulate an ancient cosmos. Do not be anxious, Miss Briefs. His voice was serene, imbued with a timeless calm. I have stated that my vision surpasses yours. What you fear is but mere dust in the palm of my hand. He did not respond directly. Instead, he turned away, gazing once more at the vast expanse of the floor-to-ceiling window, beyond which lay the myriad lights of West City, twinkling like a galaxy. The sample was already en route. A competent hunter never personally pursues the rabbit. He simply awaits patiently at the crossroads, allowing it to unwittingly walk into his trap. His words carried a tone of indifference and composure, as if surveying a grand chessboard, silencing the multitude of questions swirling in Bulma's mind. She sensed, albeit faintly, that this man was orchestrating an immensely intricate game, with the entire planet, and even a forthcoming scion, merely pawns on his chessboard. Before she could dwell further, Jiang Long's voice broke through her thoughts, proclaiming that the divine lineage's propagation plan necessitated the commencement of another path. Broly's divine power required the most resilient of bodies to inherit, while my intellect demanded the finest of minds to perpetuate. Yet, the realm of gods cannot consist solely of spears and shields, nor merely intellect and thrones. He paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating infinite space, resting upon a distant land. There was also a need for the purest, untainted blood of combat. 300 meters beneath the Universal Capsule Corporation, this was no domain accessible to mortal technology. Following Jiang Long's counsel, Bulma had expended vast resources to transform this place into a true sanctuary for the divine. The control room resembled a heart suspended in a cosmos of data, with walls, ceilings, and floors composed of a radiant torrent of information, reflecting real-time scenes from every corner of the earth. This was the eye of heaven, the divine seat, the supreme court from which Jiang Long observed this planet. Seated upon his throne, he closed his eyes lightly, yet his consciousness had already merged with the pulse of the planet. The talent of One Thought, Star River, enhanced by immense computational power, manifested as an invisible, global net. He was filtering, searching, akin to a deity selecting worthy seeds in his own garden. Countless images and data of women flowed through his mind, some beautiful, some intelligent, some of high status. Yet to Jiang Long, these were mere FAAs. What he sought was the special bloodline hidden beneath the mortal shell, whether it be faint, dormant, or dust-covered. Lan Shi, possessing a dual personality, harbored a hint of a violent factor that could be unleashed. Potential, below average. Biddy Li, daughter of Satan, whose paternal lineage showed signs of regression, contained a faint fighting gene. Potential, moderate. His gaze ultimately settled upon a desolate area encircled by crimson mountains, Fiery Mountain, a corner long forgotten by the world, resembling an ancient scar left from a bygone era. In the imagery, a modest house sat at the mountain's base, where a black-haired woman in an apron stood, hands on her hips, vociferously scolding a small boy who was dragging his nose. Go on, out playing again. Have you finished your homework? Do you wish to be a fool like your father, who never returns home and only knows how to fight? The woman's voice was crisp, yet laced with an inescapable weariness and resentment. That was none other than Chi-Chi. Jiang Long's gaze did not linger on her face, which bore the traces of time and domestic toil. Rather, it penetrated her exterior, delving into the very essence of her bloodline. Bull Demon King bloodline. Rare contains the ancient demonic essence, invigorating the body and enhancing strength when awakened. Master Rashi's martial arts mark, elite inherited through the lineage of martial Tai-Do, possessing an extraordinary talent for manipulating energy. Bloodline activation, 2, deeply dormant. Comprehensive evaluation, a pearl covered in dust. Should this woman encounter fortune, she may regain her martial prowess, with the potential to reach the extraordinary realm. She is an excellent vessel for bearing offspring with a pure combat bloodline from the divine race. A faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Long's mouth. He observed as, after reprimanding Gohan and sending the distressed child back inside to do his homework, Chi-Chi quietly stepped outside alone. The setting sun cast her silhouette long, enveloping her in an indescribable solitude. She no longer gazed at the familiar house. Instead, she slowly raised her hands. They were beautiful hands, with long fingers. Yet the thick calluses from years of wielding weapons had long faded, replaced by skin that had grown somewhat rough from exposure to oil, salt, and vinegar. She stood there, silently watching, her eyes devoid of the usual fierceness and strength. In their place was a profound, nearly overflowing sense of confusion and nostalgia. She seemed to be gazing at a stranger. Memories flooded back from many years ago, of a proud girl clad in a horned helmet, wielding a sharp blade, daring to challenge the world. She recalled the fervor and excitement of fighting alongside the boy named Sun Wukong at the martial arts tournament. She remembered Master Rashi's teachings, and the exhilarating joy following each breakthrough of her limits. Once upon a time, she had dreamed of becoming the strongest female martial artist in the world. Once, her world was vast, filled with endless challenges. But what of now? Her world had shrunk to the confines of a kitchen, an endless cycle of chores. Ceaseless worries about her son's studies, and the interminable wait for her husband's return. She thought she had grown accustomed to it. She told herself that this was happiness, the ultimate destination for every woman. Yet why, in the stillness of the night? As she gazed at her hands that could no longer grip a blade, did her heart ache as if pierced by a needle? A single, scalding tear fell unbidden from the corner of her eye, landing on the back of her hand. She hurriedly wiped it away, as if it were a shameful weakness. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Jiang Long, seated upon his throne. The moment had arrived. He rose slowly, his deep-set eyes as tranquil as a still pond. To confront a woman whose pride was shackled by the chains of reality, any hollow promises or demonstrations of power would seem feeble and ineffective. Only by striking at the deepest scars of her soul, exposing the bitterness she dared not acknowledge, could he bring forth true rebirth through the depths of her pain. The sky over Flame Mountain remained as dim and yellow as ever, a sleek and futuristic flying vessel, resembling an elegant swallow, silently descended before the castle of the Ox King. Ha! A rare guest, truly a rare guest, boomed the Ox King as the massive doors of the castle swung open, revealing his imposing figure. He had long been informed by Bulma that this enigmatic Mr. Jiang was the newly appointed technical director of the Capsule Corporation, a super genius even revered by Dr. Briefs himself. Naturally, he was filled with enthusiasm for his daughter's friend. Mr. Jiang's arrival graces this humble abode. Please come in. Chi-Chi, come out. We have an esteemed guest. Mr. Jiang smiled and nodded graciously as he stepped into the castle. His gaze immediately fixated on a dark-haired woman peeking from the kitchen, her face dusted with flour. Uncle, you are too kind. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. And today, passing by, I wish to pay my respects. Jiang spoke softly, his voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Chi-Chi offered a polite smile in acknowledgement before retreating back into the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. Her mood remained subdued, showing little interest in these so-called distinguished guests. The Ox King scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Please forgive her, Mr. Jiang. She has always been like this. Please, make yourself comfortable. I shall prepare the finest food and drink. Tonight, we shall not part until we are intoxicated. With that, the Ox King cheerfully made his way to the cellar. In the spacious living room, only Jiang remained, accompanied by the monotonous clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen. He did not take a seat, but instead walked slowly to the kitchen door, quietly observing the slender figure laboring amidst the smoke and steam. That silhouette, though delicate, bore the weight of a household. Chi-Chi sensed a gaze upon her and turned, slightly impatient, ready to inquire about the guest's purpose. However, she was met with a pair of eyes she had never encountered, deep and profound like the starry sea. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, she felt as though her very soul were laid bare, all her aids of strength and the carefully crafted illusion of happiness crumbling like fragile parchment. Is there something you need? She asked, forcing herself to remain composed. Jiang did not respond to her question, but spoke calmly, his voice soft yet resonant, striking her heart like an invisible hammer with every word. Daughter of the Ox King, the most esteemed disciple of Master Rashi, your talents should not be confined to this modest kitchen. Your hands were crafted to wield divine weapons and traverse the skies, not to toil amidst grease and smoke day in and day out. He stepped forward, his gaze piercing, penetrating the very depths of Chi-Chi's soul. Tell me, Chi-Chi, day after day, year after year, bound to a husband who will never mature and a son who will forever burden you, pouring all your youth and passion into this tiny space. Are you content? Boom. The last 3 words echoed like a thunderclap in Chi-Chi's mind, reverberating with intensity. Content. These 2 words, akin to a rusted key, violently pried open the soul's shackles she had sealed away for years, even deliberately forgotten by herself. All her FA8s, her fortitude, and self-comfort were utterly shattered in that instant. The grievances, frustrations, disappointments, and pain deeply suppressed within her heart surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, obliterating all semblance of reason. She abruptly lifted her head, and in her beautiful eyes, a fleeting moment of utter shock and mortification at being seen through was swiftly engulfed by a thick mist of tears. She yearned to retort, to vehemently chastise this inexplicable man, to proclaim her happiness. Yet, as she parted her lips, no words emerged, because every utterance he spoke rang true. She was unwilling to accept it. How could she possibly acquiesce? Gazing at this stranger before her, who was meeting her for the first time, she pondered why he seemed to understand her better than anyone else in the world, even more than she understood herself. The bittersweet pang of being comprehended, intertwined with the excruciating agony of her dreams being ruthlessly torn asunder, culminated in the complete obliteration of her final defenses. Tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Her whole being trembled, as if stripped of every ounce of strength, and she could only bite her lip fiercely to stifle any sound of her sorrow. Ultimately, she looked at this man, who seemed to have descended from a celestial realm, unveiling the desolation of her half-lived life with a single word, and with a voice trembling with endless anguish and despair. She posed a reflective question: what else can I do? Chapter 24. A single finger unveils the grievances of the mortal world, reborn as a Valkyrie. What else can I do? This retort echoed like a cuckoo weeping blood, resonating with boundless sorrow and despair throughout the spacious living room. It tore apart all the disguises of a woman, presenting the heart, battered and bruised by the mundane world, in a raw and bloody display before Jiang Long. It embodied an utter powerlessness, shackled by the chains of reality, where even the slightest struggle failed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Faced with such a nearly shattered soul, Jiang Long's expression remained unchanged. There was no pity, no consolation, and certainly no hollow promises. For a phoenix imprisoned for too long, no words could compare to the experience of feeling the searing heat of divine flames directly. He merely smiled faintly, a smile ancient and profound, as if he had witnessed the rise and fall of countless epics. Then, under the gaze of Chi-Chi's tear-blurred, astonished, and bewildered eyes, he slowly raised his right hand. His index finger extended, translucent as jade, as though not flesh and blood, but rather coalesced from the very essence of the universe's principles. His movements were deliberate, each moment seemingly elongated infinitely, imbued with a heavy rhythm that suppressed the ages and manipulated time itself. He did not exude any earth-shattering aura. Yet at the moment he raised his hand, the entire Bull Demon King castle and the surrounding flame mountain fell into an absolute silence. The winds ceased, the clouds stagnated, and even the dust particles in the air seemed to be halted by an invisible hand pressing the pause button. The only thing that moved was his finger, slowly pointing forward. "Do as you wish, and I shall permit it." His voice, flat and devoid of emotion, resonated as if it emanated from the distant shores of the starry sea, imbued with a grandeur and authority that commanded obedience. The tip of his finger aimed at Kiki's brow, a profound sense of impending crisis, unprecedented and originating from the depths of her soul, caused every hair on Kiki's body to stand on end. Instinctively, she yearned to evade, to retreat. Yet her body felt as if it were being crushed by countless ancient mountains, paralyzed and unable to move even a finger. She could only watch helplessly as that finger loomed larger in her vision, until it gently descended upon her smooth forehead. There was no excruciating pain, no shock as she had anticipated. The sensation was warm, akin to the gentlest breeze of spring. However, at the very moment the fingertip made contact with her skin, boom! A torrent of indescribable golden energy surged forth, as if the primordial force that had existed since the dawn of the universe erupted with a cataclysmic and unparalleled might, flooding into her limbs and psyche. This was not merely chi, at least not in any form she recognized. The power was colossal, boundless. If the energy cultivated by the turtle hermit over a lifetime were likened to a flowing river, then the force now surging within her was akin to an infinite cosmos, encompassing countless stars. Under the relentless onslaught of this golden divine power, Kiki felt her body and soul being reforged in the most primal and barbaric manner. Simultaneously, an ancient, intricate, and profoundly esoteric scripture, akin to a divine seal, was forcibly inscribed deep within her soul. This scripture, known as the Sutra of the Rebirth of the Demon God, seemed tailor-made for her being, with each character resonating with some ancient mark deep within her bloodline. Kiki let out an uncontrollable cry of anguish, feeling as though she might burst apart. Every cell within her wailed while greedily consuming the golden divine energy. The dormant bloodline, inherited from her father, the bull demon king, and tracing back to the ancient demon gods, was violently awakened by this external force, akin to a primordial beast that had slumbered for eons. Roar. A sound not of human origin, filled with raw, untamed fury, erupted from the depths of her soul. Her eyes were instantly consumed by an otherworldly crimson hue. Her black hair danced wildly as if caught in an unseen wind, and an overwhelming aura, tenfold, 100-fold greater than her peak, erupted from her slender form. The pots and pans in the kitchen, the furniture in the living room, were instantly reduced to dust under the onslaught of this uncontrollable energy wave. What is this? The bull demon king, who had just emerged from the cellar clutching a wine jar, was utterly stunned by the scene before him. He sensed the powerful and chaotic aura emanating from his daughter, both familiar and alien, so potent that it sent shivers down his spine. The wine jar slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground, amber liquid spilling everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. Kiki! He let out a horrified roar, attempting to rush forward, yet he was firmly held back by a violent wave of energy, unable to move an inch. Meanwhile, at that moment, Kiki was enduring unimaginable pain intertwined with exhilaration. The pain stemmed from the agonizing tearing and reformation of her physical being. She could distinctly feel her bones fracturing, only to be instantaneously reshaped into something more resilient by that golden divine power. Her meridians were being brutally expanded, as if trying to transform a meandering brook into an expansive river capable of accommodating the vastness of the galaxy. The exhilaration arose from the return of strength. It came from that primal yearning for power, forgotten for far too long, which belonged to the martial artist within her. She felt on the verge of explosion. The awakening demonic power within her surged like a wild stallion, rampaging through her body, desperately seeking an outlet for release. Instinctively, she followed the recently engraved verses of the Demon God Resurrection Sutra in her mind, clumsily guiding this surge of energy. Without control, she swung her delicate, alabaster fist toward the massive granite stone, standing several meters tall, which adorned the courtyard adjacent to the living room. This punch held no technique, no form. What it contained was merely a raw, unrestrained outburst, suppressed for years. At the moment her fist struck, the air emitted a mournful cry of being overwhelmed. Compressing into a visible white shockwave, time seemed to slow once more. In the coppery depths of the bull demon king's eyes, an unforgettable scene was reflected. He witnessed his daughter, who had always toiled amidst smoke and oil, struggling even to twist a bottle cap, deliver a solid blow with her seemingly fragile fist against that granite, 100 times harder than steel. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a profoundly muffled puff. It was as if the rock were merely tofu. In the next instant, boom. The delayed sonic boom erupted like a thunderclap. The colossal stone, standing for decades, was instantly adorned with a spiderweb of cracks, originating from the point of contact with Kiki's fist. These fissures then spread at a speed surpassing the limits of vision, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous roar. It did not shatter, it disintegrated. The entire mass of granite was utterly reduced to a cloud of the finest stone powder beneath Kiki's seemingly weightless punch. A ferocious gust of wind swept forth, tearing off the entire roof of the castle. As the dust settled, Kiki stood dazed in place, maintaining her striking posture. She gazed at her fist, which bore not a single mark. She felt the unprecedented, oceanic surge of power within her, a strength far surpassing her peak at the martial arts tournament, 1,000-fold. A myriad of times greater. She reveled in the absolute confidence bestowed upon her by this power, a confidence potent enough to pierce the heavens. The crimson hue in her eyes gradually faded, yet within those eyes, once clouded by confusion and fatigue, two flames reignited. One was the fierce fire of hope, another entity, a flame of ambition. She finally comprehended. The man before her was not there to console her, nor to pity her. He had come to liberate her, to free her entirely, without justification, from the cage known as family and the shackles referred to as reality. Are you a deity? The voice of the bull demon king trembled uncontrollably. He gazed at Jiang Long, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, unmoving, and then at his daughter, who seemed transformed, her aura swelling to a degree that even he found intimidating. This former sovereign of the Flame Mountain suddenly knelt before him. The way he looked at Jiang Long had shifted. He no longer regarded him as a distinguished guest, but as a mortal gazing up at a living deity walking among them. Jiang Long slowly retracted his finger, indifferent to the bull demon king's act of reverence. He merely observed the now utterly transformed Chi-Chi with serene composure, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. This was merely the beginning. He paused, his gaze piercing through the open roof, towards the vast, boundless sky, where the depths of his eyes reflected an even grander ocean of stars. Do you wish to see the true magnitude of the world? He turned his head back to Chi-Chi, extending to her an invitation that could alter the course of her life. Then come with me. Your husband cannot provide you with the future you seek, nor can your father safeguard your dreams. A confident, commanding smile graced Jiang Long's lips, reminiscent of a divine being. I can. Chapter 25. A mosquito shocking the heavens. In the mundane world, seizing the essence of martial arts. As the stars flowed and time passed in silence, an ancient vessel, embodying the nascent form of a new divine race, quietly returned to the bustling skies of the West City from the desolate, forgotten realm of the Flame Mountain. It was as if two epics had seamlessly intertwined. The Bull Demon King stood amidst the ruins of the castle, its roof blown away, motionless for a long while. He lifted his gaze to the empty heavens, as if he could still perceive the faint trace left by the craft as it vanished into the clouds. He understood that his daughter, the princess he once cradled in his hands and later thrust into the mundane world, had embarked on a divine path today, one beyond his reach to even admire. Go, go, he murmured to himself, his aged face a canvas of tears and smiles. The bloodline of the Bull Demon King was never meant to be confined to this small space in pursuit of your own destiny. West City, Universal Capsule Company. 300 meters underground. This place was no longer an ordinary laboratory, but a true temple of the divine, an extension of Jiang Long's will. When Chi-Chi was brought here, she was utterly astonished. What did she behold? Surrounding her was a radiant flow of data. Beneath her feet lay a star map as profound as the cosmos, and overhead seemed to hang the genuine sun, moon, and stars. Everything here shattered her understanding of technology. Welcome back, my lord. Bulma approached, her gaze towards Jiang Long devoid of the initial wariness and pride. Instead, it was now imbued with a lang of reverence, curiosity, and fervor. Her eyes then shifted to Chi-Chi, sparkling with the brilliance of a scientist beholding the perfect experimental specimen. Is she the first subject you mentioned? Bulma's voice trembled with excitement. No, Jiang Long asserted, seated upon his throne crafted from streams of data, his tone flat, yet resonant throughout the hall. She is not a mere subject. She is the prospective divine consort destined to bear the purest bloodline of our divine race. Divine consort. The utterance made Bulma's heart leap. Her gaze towards Chi-Chi shifted instantly, now tinged with scrutiny and an inexplicable wariness. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson at the term. She instinctively wished to refute it. But recalling the miraculous transformation Jiang Long had wrought with a mere gesture, and how he had reignited the long-dormant ember in her heart, rendered her speechless. To her surprise, she found no aversion to the notion. Jiang Long paid no heed to the subtle tension between the two women. He merely waved his hand, as if orchestrating a trivial matter. Bulma, take her to the gravity chamber and assess the limits of that awakening demon blood within her. I must ascertain what brilliance this obscure gem can truly unleash. Understood. Bulma promptly gathered her focus, her scientific fervor eclipsing all other emotions. She led Chi-Chi into the depths of the hall towards a specialized laboratory capable of simulating the core pressures of a planet. Chi-Chi followed silently, glancing up at Jiang Long as they passed his throne. He sat there quietly, his eyes gently closed, seemingly merging with the vast cosmos of data around him, embodying the essence of universal truths and laws. In that moment, she realized that her life might truly commence from this instant. The grand divine hall fell into silence once more. Jiang Long gradually opened his eyes, his expression devoid of any turbulence, as if the preceding events were but a trivial move in his grand game. His gaze penetrated the walls composed of data, resting upon a colossal luminous screen at the center of the hall. The screen displayed a cerulean planet, with countless points of light twinkling upon its surface, each representing a life. Bulma, he called softly. I am here, my lord, came Bulma's voice through the omnipresent communication system. Evidently having brought Chi-Chi to the gravity chamber and commenced preliminary tests. I require certain items, Jiang Long stated calmly, some genetic samples. State your target, Bulma replied succinctly, her response efficient and imbued with unwavering obedience to Jiang Long's directives. The strongest martial artists on earth. Jiang Long's fingertips gently traced the void, summoning several vivid silhouettes from the database, which then hovered upon the luminous screen. There stood a diminutive bald man, a long-haired rogue with a scarred visage, a Namekian with green skin, and himself, the proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta. Particularly, Jiang Long's finger rested upon the image of the bald man, Krillin. His method of harnessing energy was remarkably distinctive, a technique that involved the profound condensation, shaping, and slicing of energy. Although his execution was rudimentary, the underlying principles held considerable merit. I understand, came Bulma's voice, laced with a casual nonchalance, as if to say, is that all? Give me half an hour. The communication was severed. Leaning back upon his throne, a subtle smile graced Jiang Long's lips. This was precisely why he had chosen Bulma. Raw power could obliterate everything. Yet only wisdom could forge anew. A chief scientist capable of translating his divine technologies into reality was worth far more than dozens or even hundreds of formidable warriors. Half an hour, to the second, Bulma's figure reappeared within the hall, cradling a transparent glass dish in her hands, within which lay a mosquito. This bionic creature bore no distinction from the most ordinary mosquito found in nature. Its wings were as delicate as gossamer, its 6 legs slender, and its proboscis sharp, even mimicking the slight swelling of its abdomen after a blood meal. Were it not for Bulma's own hands holding it, no one would believe that this was a creation embodying Earth's pinnacle of technology. This is Messenger 1, Bulma introduced, her tone carrying a hint of personal pride. It's miniaturized, equipped with optical camouflage and anti-detection coatings, and flies silently. Its proboscis is crafted from memory metal, capable of completing the entire process of piercing, blood sampling, and sealing within 1/10,000th of a second, simultaneously injecting a trace of anesthetic. The target will only feel as though they've been bitten by a mosquito, without even a trace of itchiness. Excellent. Jiang Long nodded slightly in approval. Such a method of stealthily acquiring vital information resonated deeply with him. The target location is locked. With a gentle tap on her wrist controller, the mosquito fluttered its wings and transformed into a flicker of light, too swift for the eye to perceive, penetrating through layers of barriers and vanishing within the hall. Came house. The sunlight was just right, and the sea breeze was tinged with salt. Yeah. On the beach, 2 figures engaged in an intensely vigorous sparring match. Krillin and Yamcha, 2 close friends who had grown under the tutelage of Master Roshi, were now drenched in sweat, honing their martial arts skills. Each punch and kick they delivered was accompanied by a howling wind, their speed beyond the capacity of the ordinary eye to follow. The sand bore countless imprints of varying depths left in their wake. Not far off, a sea turtle basked lazily in the sun, while Master Roshi, donning sunglasses, reclined upon a beach chair, seemingly napping yet truly attuned to the energies of his 2 disciples, nodding or shaking his head intermittently. Unbeknownst to anyone, a minuscule mosquito, nearly negligible in size, rode the sea breeze, silently hovering in midair. Its compound eyes, akin to sophisticated sensors, calmly locked onto the glistening bald head of the perspiring target below. Target locked. Clan. Vital signs analysis. Heart rate 160, muscle activity 92. Energy fluctuations intense. Calculating optimal moment of engagement. Yamcha, take this. Clan bellowed, executing a graceful somersault in midair to evade Yamcha's forceful wolf-fang fist, landing firmly on the ground. Now is the moment. Just as he landed, his body experienced a fleeting pause of 0.01 seconds. In that instant, the mosquito sprang into action. It emitted no sound, resembling a non-existent shadow, traversing several meters in an instant, landing with uncanny precision on Clan's arm, glistening with sweat due to his taut muscles. A faint sound, lighter than a falling speck of dust, resonated. The metallic mouthpart, crafted from memory metal, punctured and withdrew in an instant. A droplet of blood, imbued with Clan's most refined martial arts genes, was flawlessly collected and sealed. Clan sensed a gentle tickle on his arm, as if brushed by something, prompting him to instinctively swat at it, yet he grasped nothing. What's the matter, Clan? Yamcha inquired, panting. Nothing, just felt a mosquito bite, Clan replied, scratching his arm nonchalantly, resuming his stance for battle. Come on. The fierce combat resumed. Unbeknownst to them, in that seemingly trivial moment, a technique capable of altering the course of the battle, revered as a transcendent challenge, had been silently pilfered at its very essence. The mosquito, having accomplished its mission, flitted its wings and transformed back into a shadow, hastily returning towards the city of the west. In the Hall of the Gods, Jiang Long observed the live broadcast on the luminous screen from the departure of Messenger Number 1, through the successful mission to its swift return, an impeccable and seamless process. Soon, the bionic robot flew back to the hall, precisely injecting the collected genetic sample into the enormous gene analyzer at the center. Buzz. The analyzer activated, countless blue beams scanning, deconstructing, and reorganizing the droplet of blood. On the screen, Clan's genetic map rapidly took shape, revealing intricate and complex double helix structures. Most of it appeared in shades of gray, symbolizing the essence of humanity. Yet, in a specific segment of the map, a gene chain radiated with a dazzling, blinding golden light. That luminescence was sharp, pure, imbued with an essence of unyielding cutting power. It seemed not merely a gene, but a legendary divine weapon sealed deep within the bloodline. The analyzer swiftly produced results, lines of data materializing beside it. Gene sample, Clan, Earthling. Bloodline assessment, inferior, yet exhibiting unknown mutations. Detected special gene segments undergoing analysis. Analysis complete. A line of text, boldly highlighted in crimson, ultimately froze upon the screen. Innate talent, high-precision energy shaping and cutting, level. Commonly known talent, Chi round slash. Talent description, capable of highly condensing one's own energy, shaping it into an energy entity endowed with absolute cutting properties, disregarding most energy and physical defenses. This talent possesses exceptional potential for growth and adaptability, representing a rare embryonic form of a principle-based talent. Jiang Long gazed at this line of text, a glimmer of satisfaction finally surfacing in his profound eyes. This was his true objective. The strength of the Scions lies in their instinctual battle prowess that grows stronger in the face of adversity. Frieza's might is rooted in the terrifying energy embedded within his bloodline. Yet, the seemingly frail humans of Earth consistently manage to conjure extraordinary miracles in dire circumstances. The Chi round slash stands as one such marvel. It signifies not merely the application of energy, but a preliminary engagement with the very concept of cutting. At that moment, a chilling voice, belonging to the ancestral bloodline, resonated softly within Jiang Long's consciousness. Ding. High-value gene sample detected. Clan. Can plunder talent. Chi round slash. Level cutting talent. Shall the plunder and fusion commence immediately? A meaningful smile gradually curved Jiang Long's lips. He did not hastily choose yes. Instead, he regarded the figure on the screen. A bald man engaged in fierce combat on the beach, blissfully unaware of the turning point of his fate, and silently mused. Not yet. A prey already in hand need not be hastily slain. I shall reserve this gift for the most critical moment, to claim it personally before all. Chapter 26. The Divine descends upon Turtle Island. A device explodes. Within the Hall of the Gods, silence reigned supreme. Jiang Long sat upon a throne crafted from the luminous flow of data, his eyes gently closed, as if merging with the vast cosmos of star maps. His fingertips glided softly through the void, the gene sample containing Clan's martial arts divine principles transforming into a point of light. Vanishing into the depths of his ancestral bloodline, temporarily sealed away. This azure planet, in his eyes, was merely a remote cradle of life. Although it had birthed a few exceptional individuals, it ultimately lacked grandeur, akin to an abandoned well on the fringes of the universe. The beings within the well, no matter how they struggled or trained, could only behold the expanse of the sky above the well's mouth. The spectacle was about to commence. A faint smirk graced Jiang Long's lips, reminiscent of an ancient deity surveying the mundane chessboard of existence, awaiting the final placement of pieces. Yet before that, it was essential to allow these self-proclaimed guardians among the audience to experience, in advance, the essence of divine authority in the depths of despair. He rose slowly. The seemingly casual motion caused the very laws of the entire hall to tremble. Bulma. The voice, though soft, transcended time and space, resonating deep within Bulma's soul. I am here, my lord. Bulma emerged from the depths of the hall, followed closely by Chi-Chi, who had just concluded her initial power assessment. Her aura now as deep and tranquil as an abyss. Kiki's gaze transformed. The mundane concerns of life and the aura of resentment that once enveloped her had been completely washed away. In their stead, a chilling yet potent confidence emerged, forged by the awakening of her divine bloodline. Her eyes met Jiang Long's with a mixture of reverence and a hint of attachment, one she herself had yet to recognize. Let us proceed. Jiang Long's eyes swept over the two women before finally resting upon the shadowed figure in the hall. A silent presence akin to a mountain, and he beckoned to witness the guardians of Earth. Moreover, he wished Kiki to unveil the fruits of her training. Above the East China Sea, the sky was a pristine azure. A sleek, futuristic spacecraft, exuding an air of sci-fi elegance, tore through the clouds like a celestial chariot, casting an oppressive silence as it slowly hovered above the isolated Kame house on the distant isle. It emitted no engine roar. Its mere presence seemed to warp the light around it, casting a shadow upon the ocean below. Who goes there? Such overwhelming pressure. On the beach, Krillin and Yamcha, drenched in sweat from their intense sparring session, abruptly halted, lifting their gazes to the heavens with a sense of impending threat. The wooden door of Kame house burst open with a resounding crash, revealing the elderly Master Roshi, whose iconic sunglasses slipped down to the tip of his nose. His expression more grave than ever. He sensed an indescribable, soul-freezing terror descending from above. This was not mere energy. It was a primal suppression of higher life over lower forms. The hatch silently slid open. The first to emerge was Bulma, clad in a crisp white lab coat. Her demeanor nonchalant, as if attending a routine technical conference. Following her was Kiki, now adorned in a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her increasingly voluptuous figure. Honed by her training in the awakening of the demon god technique, she stood there, radiating a powerful aura that far surpassed her former self, spreading like a tidal wave. Bulma? Kiki. Krillin and Yamcha were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. Particularly Krillin, whose eyes widened in astonishment, scarcely able to trust his own senses. Kiki's presence had become more formidable than his own. The density and richness of her energy resembled a dormant volcano, stirring a heartbeat of anxiety even in this seasoned martial artist. How could this be? Just days prior, she was merely an ordinary housewife. Yet, when the last two figures stepped out from the shadows, the breath of every warrior present came to a complete standstill. One was a tall man with flowing black hair, possessing a strikingly handsome face and a demeanor as profound as the cosmos. Merely standing there, he seemed the very nucleus of existence, the source of all laws. The other was a colossal figure, silent as a towering sentinel, his eyes devoid of life, instilling in Master Roshi a shiver that emanated from the depths of his soul, as if he were gazing upon a primordial beast shackled by chains. "Who are you?" Master Roshi managed to utter, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Jiang Long offered no response. He merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze transcending the crowd, fixated upon the boundless sea, as if he were admiring a painting on the verge of being torn asunder. This profound sense of being utterly disregarded ignited a surge of indignation within the heart of Master Roshi, a grandmaster of martial arts. He inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing with determination, as he concentrated the spiritual energy he had cultivated over a lifetime into an intangible probe, cautiously extending it towards the direction of Jiang Long and Broly. He sought to uncover the true identities of these unexpected guests. However, in the next instant, the color drained from Master Roshi's face. His spiritual force, upon making contact with Jiang Long, felt akin to a solitary vessel colliding with an infinite abyss of darkness. There were no boundaries, no laws, only an eternal silence and void, profound enough to devour all. When his spiritual energy turned towards Broly, the situation grew even more terrifying. He seemed to hear the roar of a primordial beast echoing across the eons, a sound imbued with the rawest, most primal essence of destruction and madness. His spiritual realm was instantly engulfed in tumultuous waves, as if struck by a celestial body plunging into a tranquil pond. With a gasp, Master Roshi staggered backward, his body reeling, a trickle of crimson blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Merely probing on a spiritual level had inflicted internal injury upon the mightiest martial arts master on earth. "Master, Teacher Wutian," Krillin and Yamchu exclaimed in alarm. Rushing to support him, Master Roshi waved his hand, his gaze towards Jiang Long and Broly transforming from grave concern to sheer horror. This was beyond his comprehension of strength. How could such a monster exist? He muttered, his heart trembling. At that moment, a thought struck him, trembling. He retrieved an antiquated scouter that Bulma had gifted him long ago. This was an early model from Frieza's army, though its performance was outdated. It was his sole means of quantifying their power. Suppressing his fear, he aimed the scouter at Broly, whose aura radiated with primal ferocity, resembling a humanoid beast. Beep. The device emitted a soft sound, and a number began to materialize on the lens. 139. This was Broly's power level in a state of absolute stillness. Master Roshi exhaled in relief. Though the figure was not insignificant, it remained within the realm of comprehension. Yet, as if sensing the intrusion, Broly, who had been silent, slightly moved his hollow gaze, casting a fleeting glance towards the scouter. Just that one glance. Beep, 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 beep. Within the scouter, it was as if something had been instantaneously detonated. The piercing, frantic wails melded into a cacophony that threatened to shatter the eardrums of all present. The number on the lens spiraled into chaos. It no longer incremented slowly. Instead, it surged in a frenzied, incomprehensible ascent. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. The digital haze transformed into a mere shadow, as the internal components of the detector suffered from a frenzied overload, its exterior glowing a fiery red from intense heat. "What is this?" Klin cried out in terror, having never witnessed such a chaotic response from the device. "Quick, discard it." Yamcha also sensed the impending danger. Yet, it was too late. Under the horrified gaze of the warriors, as the readings surpassed a threshold beyond the comprehension of such a rudimentary instrument, a resounding explosion echoed. The detector, a symbol of science and reason, seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming force, succumbing to its burden in a catastrophic explosion. The lens shattered into countless fragments. Internal components reduced to char, and a plume of black smoke billowed forth, accompanied by a pungent, burnt odor. Master Roshi stared blankly at the remnants of the detector now reduced to debris in his hands, cold sweat cascading down his aged cheeks like a waterfall. It was over. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The sun, the beach, and the sound of the waves seemed to vanish in that moment. The entire Kame house was steeped in a stifling atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. The warriors gazed at the two men who had remained motionless throughout, their hearts weighed down by an overwhelming chill and despair. They finally understood that they were not confronting mere mortals, but beings from another dimension. Gods, or perhaps demons. In this profound silence, as the resolve of all present teetered on the brink of collapse, an entirely new and terrifying aura, brimming with malevolence, brutality, and a will for slaughter, surged forth from the distant cosmos. Like a blood-red star plummeting from the heavens, it locked onto this azure planet and raced towards it at an astonishing velocity. The intensity of this aura surpassed even the extreme readings displayed prior to the explosion of the detector. "What is this?" Klin's pallid face, already drained from fear, was now enveloped by a deeper, more profound terror as he screamed in horror, his voice contorted by violent tremors. "This energy is even more fearsome than what the detector indicated before." Yamcha and Master Roshi's expressions shifted dramatically. They sensed an unprecedented terror descending upon them. The very earth seemed to be throttled by this malevolent presence. Yet, amidst this apocalyptic ambience that could make the bravest tremble, the man, Jiang Long, who had remained silent as if a timeless deity, finally allowed a faint, coldly amused smile to grace his lips. He murmured softly, a whisper meant only for himself, "The actors have finally taken the stage." Chapter 27. The King of the Ancient Star. Do you know there are realms beyond realms? Clin's voice emerged, dry and hoarse, as if an invisible hand had grasped his throat. In stark contrast to the warrior's apocalyptic panic was the absolute composure of Jiang Long and his companions. Master Bulma's azure eyes flickered with streams of data as she instinctively sought to analyze the composition of this energy. Remain calm. Jiang Long's voice was as tranquil as a placid lake, as if the storm outside was merely a gentle drizzle in the courtyard. He did not even glance back, merely gesturing casually with his hand before leisurely approaching a beach chair under the watchful gaze of the terrified Master Roshi. He dusted off non-existent specks and sat down with an air of nonchalance. His demeanor suggested not a confrontation with a crisis capable of annihilating planets, but rather an anticipation of a dull film whose outcome was already known. Behind him stood Kiki, her awakened demonic bloodline, sensing a subtle pressure from the atmosphere. Yet upon beholding the silhouette of the man upon the throne, all her unease dissipated in an instant. It seemed that as long as this man was present,
even if the universe were to collapse and stars were to shatter, it would merely be a matter of a flick of the fingers. Boom!
A thunderous roar shook the very heavens. As if a celestial meteor had descended, a spherical spaceship, imbued with a primal and savage aesthetic, plummeted violently onto the beach near Master Roshi's abode, trailing a long tail of flame. The fearsome shockwave, mingled with searing heat, swept through the surroundings like a tsunami. The entire Kame house trembled violently, the beach carved into a massive chasm, and even the tranquil sea was stirred into towering waves reaching dozens of meters high. Splash! Krillin and Yamcha, unable to maintain their footing, were directly swept away by the ferocious shockwave, tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. Only Master Roshi, the venerable martial arts grandmaster, managed to brace himself at the critical moment, his feet anchoring like stakes in the sand, though his aged face flushed a deep crimson. All eyes were fixated on the deep pit emitting black smoke. Creak! The hatch of the spaceship let out an excruciating metallic screech as it slowly opened. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the light, tall and imposing. With wild black hair cascading nearly to his waist, he donned a black battle suit exuding both technological prowess and raw power, and wore a green monocle-like device on his face. He was none other than the Saiyan Raditz. Stepping onto the soft sand, he surveyed his surroundings, his disdainful gaze brimming with contempt for this planet and all its inhabitants. What a filthy and backward world. Even the air is thick with the scent of weakness. He muttered to himself, his voice resonating with an innate arrogance. His gaze eventually settled on the group of natives standing ready not far away. Beep. The combat power detector on his face began its automatic scan. Combat power 130, 128. 139? Raditz raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Master Roshi's reading. But soon a cruel smirk curled upon his lips. So the strongest on this planet is merely a collection of trash barely surpassing 100 in combat power? What a pitiful race. His gaze slowly shifted. As the detector swept past the towering, silent figure of Broly behind Jiang Long, a clear, resonant beep echoed. A distinctly precise number materialized in Raditz's vision. Raditz was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes, he erupted into unabashed laughter, filled with mockery. Ha! Ha! A power level of only 5. He pointed at Broly, laughing uncontrollably, incredulous that such a pathetic being, inferior even to our Saiyan infants, dared to stand here. It was utterly hilarious. He then directed his scouter towards the languid figure of Jiang Long, reclined on a beach chair as if on vacation. Beep. Another 5. Raditz's laughter grew even louder, as he gazed at Jiang Long with not just disdain, but a blend of pity and disgust, akin to viewing a mere insect. 2 worthless beings with a power level of 5, and they dared to sit? They must not know the meaning of danger. His gaze eventually landed on Chi-Chi. Beep beep. Power level 410. This figure finally caused Raditz's laughter to subside slightly. He looked at Chi-Chi with surprise, particularly noting her battle attire that accentuated her perfect curves and the latent demonic bloodline within her. Oh, a woman. And yet she possesses the highest power level among this trash? Intriguing. But still, it is merely that. In his eyes, a few hundred in power level was fundamentally no different from 5. Both were mere ants that he could crush with a single finger. His interest waned completely, dismissing these background characters as he strode purposefully in one direction. There, a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform with a peculiar hairstyle was rapidly approaching. Goku had arrived. Kakarot. Raditz observed Goku, noting the scouter indicated a power level similar to Chi-Chi's, and his expression turned complex. A mix of disdain and a hint of cold indifference belonging to his lineage. You, a low-class warrior, are still alive and well. Who are you? How do you know my name? Goku asked, gazing at this man who bore a slight resemblance to himself, yet radiated an aura of malevolence, leaving him perplexed. Your name? No, Kakarot is your true name. Raditz' voice rose sharply, imbued with an unassailable authority. Son Goku. That is a derogatory name bestowed upon you by the inferior creatures of this planet. Like me, you are of the universe's most noble warrior race, the Saiyans. A thunderous silence enveloped the gathering at this revelation, striking every person present, including Goku himself, as if struck by lightning. Raditz paid no heed to their shock. He coldly recounted the history of the Saiyans, the destruction of planet Vegeta, and their merciless mission of conquest and planetary trade. Now, Kakarot, come with us. Raditz extended his hand, issuing a final ultimatum. This planet has lost its value. We shall eradicate it, and together conquer the vast universe. No, I refuse. Goku's response was resolute, pointing to his chest, enunciating each word. I am Earthling Son Goku, not Kakarot. Foolish. At that moment, Raditz's patience shattered. His figure vanished from sight in an instant, moving faster than the visual nerves of all present could perceive. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind Goku. Too slow, Kakarot, a chilling voice echoed in his ears, causing Goku's pupils to constrict in shock. He barely had time to turn around. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Raditz delivered a devastating elbow strike that crashed into Goku's back with immense force. Wah! Goku let out a cry of anguish. His body soaring like a kite severed from its string, propelled by an irresistible might. He tumbled across the sandy beach for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt, spitting out a mouthful of blood, grievously injured. One strike. Merely one strike had rendered the strongest warrior on Earth utterly defenseless. Goku, Dad, Krillin and Gohan, who had rushed over, simultaneously screamed in terror. Raditz's scouter suddenly blared an urgent alarm. He whipped around, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto the tiny figure that burst forth from the Turtle Hermit's house. Wearing a hat adorned with the 4-star Dragon Ball. Beep, beep, battle power 1307. What? The pride and disdain etched on Raditz's face were for the first time overshadowed by a profound shock. A mere 4 or 5-year-old child possessed a battle power that surpassed even that of this seasoned Saiyan warrior. How infuriating. Dad, Gohan looked at his fallen father. His innocent heart filled with boundless anger and fear. The ancient power within him, a legacy of Saiyan blood that thrived in adversity, surged forth in that moment. It was you who harmed my father, he screamed, launching himself at Raditz like a small cannonball. Boom. Gohan's diminutive form collided solidly against Raditz's chest plate. Ugh. Even Raditz was taken aback by the unexpected force of the impact, his blood surging, and a faint crack appeared on his armor. He staggered back 2 steps before regaining his composure. Interesting, truly interesting, Raditz mused, observing Gohan, who had fainted from exhaustion. The astonishment in his eyes swiftly transformed into a fervent greed. Kakarot's son had even greater potential than his father. Good, very good. You possess far more value for cultivation than your worthless father. He seized the unconscious Gohan as one would lift a small chick. Kakarot, he called back to Goku, who lay in a pool of blood, issuing a final, cruel ultimatum. You have one day. Kill 100 Earthlings and pile their corpses here. Otherwise, I shall crush your son's skull. Ha! With that, he roughly confined Gohan within his spaceship. Surveying the area, he gazed upon the warriors paralyzed by fear, and the one sitting on a chair, whose power level was a mere 5. Without even raising an eyelid, a sinister smile crept across his face. During this waiting period, let me amuse myself with you insignificant insects. He slowly raised his hand, and at his fingertips, a sphere of energy pulsating with a destructive aura began to coalesce swiftly. The energy emanating from him was potent enough to erase the entire Kame house, along with all its living inhabitants, from the very map of existence. The warriors found themselves engulfed in despair, helplessly witnessing the deathly light of the energy sphere intensifying, yet unable to muster the strength to even move a finger. In the face of such overwhelming power, all their struggles appeared utterly futile. However, amidst this deathly silence, akin to the onset of the apocalypse, the man, Jiang Long, who had been seated regally upon his throne as if lost in a reverie, finally rose slowly from his beach chair. He stretched languidly, brushing off the grains of sand that the sea breeze had deposited on his garments, his movements leisurely and relaxed, as though he had just awakened from slumber. He spoke softly to the towering figure beside him, the silent giant Broly. Silence him. Remember, be swift. Jiang Long paused, his gaze sweeping over Raditz's face, which contorted with maniacal laughter, before settling on his own pristine combat boots, and he added in an unperturbed tone, do not sully my shoes. Chapter 28. When a thought blossoms, you reign supreme. Silence him. Remember, be swift. Jiang Long's voice was gentle, as if he were merely assigning a trivial task, akin to brushing dust off his shoulders. Yet, these seemingly mundane 3 phrases resonated like supreme edicts transcending the bounds of time and space, instantly freezing the very laws governing this realm. The terrifying pressure of slaughter and brutality that Raditz had instigated shattered like brittle snow under a blazing sun. Overwhelmed by a force that was more ancient, grand, and profound, time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The expressions of terror and despair on the warriors' faces became fixed. They could sense a chill more disquieting than death itself emanating from the man they had regarded as merely mortal, rippling outward like the spread of a wave. "What did you say?" Raditz's face, twisted with deranged laughter, darkened to the point of saturation. He abruptly turned, his eyes filled with Saiyan pride and cruelty. Locking onto Jiang Long. What had he heard? A worthless wretch with a power level of merely 5, someone even inferior to a Saiyan infant, dared to command him to be silent? What an affront. What utter absurdity. This was the most blatant desecration of the universe's noblest warrior race. Seeking death. Raditz's fury ignited at that moment, consuming the last remnants of his rationality. He abandoned the notion of torturing the defenseless warriors. In his eyes, it was imperative to obliterate this audacious insect before him, along with everyone in his proximity, reducing them to cosmic dust. He raised his hand abruptly. The destructive energy sphere he had intended to unleash upon Kame House surged exponentially under the impetus of his wrath. The blinding radiance turned the entire beach into a ghastly white, the air crackling with a mournful hiss. As though the very fabric of space could scarcely endure this tempestuous force. "Let you, this worthless creature, be the first. Turn to ashes," he roared, his arms swinging down with ferocity. That torrent of energy, potent enough to evaporate an entire ocean, transformed into a deathly beam that tore through the heavens, propelled by an intent to annihilate all in its path, hurtling towards the man who sat calmly. In that moment, Krillin shut his eyes. The turtle hermit let out a desperate sigh, and even Son Goku, who had only just struggled to his feet, was left with nothing but an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Before such a terrifying onslaught, all seemed destined to conclude. However, in the fleeting thousandth of a second before that deathly beam was to consume everything, the man, as silent as a mountain and as steadfast as a tower, standing beside Jiang Long, Broly, moved. No, he did not even move. His figure merely blurred slightly in place. In the next instant, he appeared before Jiang Long as if he had been standing there since the dawn of time, never having shifted. There was no cataclysmic surge of power, no dazzling display of technique, just an utterly unremarkable hand extended. A colossal, rough hand, capable of shattering stars. The energy torrent, potent enough to obliterate islands, collided with this palm. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no resounding collapse of laws, not even the slightest ripple of energy spreading outward. The beam, imbued with the will to destroy, met Broly's palm and was as if it had crashed into an eternally desolate cosmic void, where all fury, all energy, all laws were silently consumed and obliterated. Broly's fingers gently closed. With a soft sound, akin to crushing a handful of summer foam, that deathly beam, which had once instilled despair in warriors, simply vanished, transforming into harmless motes of energy that drifted like fireflies, slowly dissipating in the salty sea breeze. The rage and ferocity on Raditz's face solidified entirely. The cruelty and mockery in his eyes were instantaneously replaced by an indescribable horror and bewilderment. What had he witnessed? His full-force strike, effortlessly crushed by a being with a combat power of merely 5, as if swatting a fly? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. His mind blanked. His once proud instincts for battle, his high-tech combat power detector, his dignity and understanding as a Saiyan warrior were shattered by the spectacle before him that defied the laws of physics. Monster, a term he had never contemplated, emerged uncontrollably from his parched throat. Flee. He must escape. This was the singular thought racing through his mind at that moment. Yet, as this notion took root, he despairingly realized it was too late. For the man who had crushed his attack had once again vanished from his sight. Behind him, Raditz's body stiffened. He needn't turn around, for a soul-freezing terror, emanating from a higher dimension of existence, enveloped his back with an unyielding grip. With great difficulty, he twisted his rigid neck inch by inch, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of that expressionless face, cold as a deity or a demon. When had he approached? Raditz's thoughts came to a complete standstill. At that moment, a green figure, slicing through the air with a whoosh, rushed toward him like a tempest, ultimately skidding to a halt on the beach, carving 2 deep furrows into the sand. It was Broly, this former demon king, destined to be the god of Namek. Sensed the malevolent aura emanating from Raditz and hastened to the scene at full speed. He had originally intended to join forces with his rival, Goku, to confront a formidable enemy. Yet, upon his arrival, he beheld a sight that would be etched in his memory for all eternity. The long-haired Saiyan, whom he regarded as a significant threat and whose combat prowess far surpassed his and Goku's, was now being effortlessly held by the throat with a single hand by a giant man, stoic as a fortress. Yes, he was being throttled, like a hawk clutching a chick. Raditz's towering figure was lifted off the ground by that iron grip, his feet dangling helplessly in midair. The once proud and cruel expression on his face was now replaced by sheer terror and desperation. He yearned to struggle, to unleash his energy. Yet before that hand which grasped his destiny, the torrent of power within him was stifled to a mere trickle, unable to be summoned even in the slightest. His once proud Saiyan bloodline felt as feeble as an infant in the presence of his adversary. Crack! A sound so crisp that it sent shivers through everyone present echoed across the desolate beach. Broly's palm, covered with a thin layer of callus, bulged slightly with muscle. In a grotesque angle, Raditz' neck was forcefully snapped. His eyes, wide with fear, instantly lost all luster, becoming hollow and ashen. His wild, untamed hair fell limply. That once indomitable and powerful body crumpled like a rag doll stripped of its bones, utterly limp. Life extinguished. The legendary warrior of the battle-hardened Saiyan race, Raditz, had fallen. Broly released his grip. Thud. Raditz's warm corpse was casually discarded upon the beach, stirring up a handful of insignificant grains of sand. From the moment Jiang Long issued the order to Raditz's demise, the entire process unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. The entire Kame house appeared to be suspended in time. The sea breeze ceased, the waves halted, and even the clouds above seemed to freeze in fear. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi's warriors stood like statues, petrified, their minds blank and thoughts completely derailed. What had they just witnessed? A cosmic demon. One so formidable that defeating it would require the sacrifice of Goku and barely lead to a mutual destruction, has been vanquished by a man whom they had previously ridiculed for possessing a mere combat power of 5, as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. What manner of power is this? What kind of existence? The lifelong beliefs in effort, cultivation, and transcending limits, which they held dear, now appear utterly laughable and pathetically powerless before this absolute, unreasoning, and overwhelming force. Their convictions have been shattered in an instant. Piccolo's pupils have contracted to the size of the most perilous needle. He fixates intently on Broly, then glances at the man, Jiang Long, who has not even lifted his eyelids throughout this ordeal. A chilling dread, 1,000-fold more intense than what he felt facing Raditz, surges from his tailbone. Racing up to his crown, he finally comprehends. This is not merely a matter of strength. It is a chasm of dimensional disparity. To these two men, the so-called guardians of Earth are likely no different from the grains of sand beneath their feet. In contrast, Bulma and Chi-Chi experience an entirely different spectacle. Bulma's eyes reflect an awe that data cannot quantify, coupled with an insatiable fervor for her master. Chi-Chi covers her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with myriad emotions. She gazes at Broly, who appears to accomplish the extraordinary with effortless grace, and then at Jiang Long, the architect of it all. The once blurred shadow of a hero that belonged to Goku in her heart is obliterated in this moment, replaced by the indelible mark of a sovereign deity whose commands manifest into reality. In this suffocating stillness, capable of rendering even gods breathless, that man, Jiang Long, finally rises slowly from his beach chair. He strides forward, disregarding the warriors around him whose spirits have crumbled, and ignoring the apprehensive Piccolo. With deliberate calmness, he approaches the still warm corpse of Raditz. He lowers his head, his eyes deep as the cosmos, revealing no hint of emotion. Then he raises his foot, clad in pristine battle boots, and lightly places it upon Raditz's chest. This gesture exudes an extreme authority and sacrilege, as if he were not stepping upon a powerful Saiyan warrior, but rather a mere stepping stone for his convenience. Under the horrified, fearful, bewildered, and fervent gazes of all present, Jiang Long's mind resonates with the cold, resonant tones of the primordial bloodline notification. Ding. High-value gene sample detected. Raditz, Saiyan. Available to plunder talent. Saiyan bloodline. Near-death recovery power enhancement. Great ape transformation. A cold, satisfied smile gradually forms at the corners of Jiang Long's mouth. He disregards all that exists in reality, issuing a succinct and domineering command within his mental realm. Plunder. Chapter 29. The Divine Descends. The Heavens Tilt. Plunder. As Jiang Long's indifferent command resonated within the realm of consciousness, an imperceptible yet powerful wave, born from the most ancient and primal laws of life, surged forth. The primordial bloodline, a seed bearing the secrets of creation and annihilation, revealed its grotesque and avaricious fangs in that moment. With Jiang Long's feet as the epicenter, intricate golden divine chains materialized from thin air, seemingly animated, akin to serpents that had long thirsted for eons, plunging into the lifeless body of Raditz in an instant. This was not merely an absorption of energy, it was a higher dimensional confiscation. Within Raditz's being, the essence of the warrior race of Saiyans, the battle instincts imprinted in his genes through countless life and death struggles, the racial divine gift that surged in strength at the brink of death, and the fragmented memories of combat that lingered in his soul, were all ruthlessly and dominantly uprooted by those golden chains. Before the horrified gazes of the warriors, an unforgettable and terrifying spectacle unfolded. Raditz' corpse began to shrivel at a visibly alarming rate. His flesh withered, his bones lost their luster. And even his once wild and unrestrained black hair turned gray and fragile, as if weathered by millennia. In mere moments, that once mighty corporeal form was reduced to a desiccated shell, stripped of all life essence, which ultimately disintegrated into ash upon the caress of the sea breeze, vanishing entirely from existence, as if he had never been. Meanwhile, Jiang Long stood there quietly, feeling the resurgence of a new, brutal, and combative bloodline power coursing through him. He could distinctly perceive a brand new, resplendent branch representing the science being illuminated upon his genetic blueprint. He had grown stronger. Who exactly are you? At last, someone shattered the suffocating silence. It was Piccolo, the former demon king, now as pale as a sheet, had veins bulging on his forehead, betraying the tempest within his soul. He struggled against the instinctual dread of a higher-order life form that surged from the depths of his being. His voice dry and hoarse as he voiced the collective inquiry in everyone's heart. He fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Long, attempting to discern even the slightest flicker of emotion on that handsome, yet indifferent visage. Yet, he was met with disappointment. Jiang Long did not even spare him a glance, as if his question were merely the meaningless chirp of an ant at his feet. Jiang Long slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, ultimately resting upon a distant spacecraft imbued with a sense of futuristic technology. He beheld Bulma and Chi-Chi, equally awestruck by the unfolding scene, standing at the entrance of the craft. His voice was flat, as though proclaiming an immutable truth, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Do you see? This is the norm of the universe. Weakness is the original sin. Without me today, this planet, along with all of you, would be discarded like refuse by that kind of being. The words struck like an invisible hammer upon the hearts of all the warriors. Indeed, had it not been for this enigmatic man before them, what might their fate have been today? Wukong would have met his demise, Gohan would have been abducted, and Kame House would have been obliterated, heralding a bloody cleansing across the entire earth. These so-called guardians of the planet, in the face of the merciless laws of the cosmos, appeared utterly powerless and absurd. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and defeat surged wildly within them. Yet, the subsequent words of Jiang Long transformed this humiliation into an icy chill of horror. He withdrew his gaze, finally surveying the assembled Earth as champions. In his eyes, profound as the starry sky, there was no compassion, no intimidation, only a dispassionate indifference, akin to a deity surveying their dominion. From this day forth, this planet is under my dominion. Boom. This proclamation resonated more deeply than the mightiest blow from Raditz, sending tremors through the hearts of the warriors. Domination? What an audacious declaration. This planet was their home, a sanctuary they had fought to protect for generations. Yet now, this man, with an air of casual authority, had effortlessly determined the ownership of their cherished land. Goku struggled to rise, the agony in his chest paling in comparison to the turmoil within his heart. Instinctively, he wished to retort, to declare that Earth belonged to everyone, to uphold the dignity of his role as a guardian. He parted his lips, but when his gaze met Jiang Long's penetrating eyes, all words froze in his throat, as if encased in ice. What kind of eyes were those? Profound, vast, infinite. Within those depths, Goku perceived not disdain nor malice, but the essence of the universe itself. He glimpsed the birth of galaxies, the passage of epochs, and the cycle of existence. In those eyes, he saw his own insignificance, the triviality of Earth, and the martial mastery he had pursued throughout his life. Reduced to mere specks of dust in this boundless cosmos, an overwhelming sense of existential hierarchy crushed him, robbing him of the courage to even meet Jiang Long's gaze. His pure and resilient warrior-esque spirit was fractured by that divine glance. He finally comprehended that any rebuttal would be futile. In the face of absolute, crushing power, notions of reason and dignity were but a jest. Not just he, but Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and even the recently arrived, proud Piccolo, all felt the bone-chilling cold emanating from Jiang Long's indifferent gaze. The flicker of rebellion that had sparked in their hearts was swiftly obliterated by this invisible force. They could only remain silent, acquiescing to this harsh, unassailable reality. A subtle smile crept across Jiang Long's lips. He was quite pleased with the effect. Conquest is never merely a physical domination. It embodies an absolute mastery of spirit and will. He strolled slowly to the spot where Raditz's remains had dissolved, bending down to retrieve the utterly defunct green scouter from the sand. Drip. A drop of blood fell from Goku's lips, splattering onto the beach with a faint sound that, in the oppressive silence, rang out with an almost jarring clarity. Jiang Long toyed with the remnants of the scouter as though admiring an intriguing trinket. In his final moments, he seemed to harbor a lingering sense of unwillingness. Jiang Long's voice shattered the suffocating silence once more, as if casually transmitting the coordinates to two more intriguing genetic specimens. What? At this utterance, the warriors, who had only just begun to calm their minds, turned pale once again. More enemies? Moreover, judging by this man's tone, they were stronger than Raditz. A wave of despair, deeper and more intense than before, enveloped their hearts like a dark cloud. However, Jiang Long appeared oblivious to their faces, etched with grief and helplessness, and continued to speak. Do not worry. Their spacecraft is quite outdated and will likely take a year to arrive here. He paused, exerting slight pressure with his fingers. Crack. The scouter, forged from high-strength alloy, crumbled effortlessly in his grip like a brittle cookie, reduced to powder that slipped through his fingers. He lifted his gaze, sweeping over the faces filled with fear, confusion, and impotence, and finally, a chilling and playful smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 30. The God King's Proposal. With Bloodline as dowry, and the universe as gift, the winds howled as the ancient spacecraft, named the Divine Vessel by Paragus, glided silently through the skies, hovering above the architectural marvels that epitomize Earth's pinnacle of technological achievement. Below lay the bustling world, teeming with life and noise, while above existed an eternal silence, indifferent to the lives below. On Turtle Island, the warriors remained standing amidst the ruins of their beliefs, rendered speechless. Jiang Long's words, like a resounding ancient bell, echoed relentlessly within the depths of each of their hearts. To be weak is the original sin. In a year's time, a more terrifying enemy would descend. Yet, these so-called guardians of Earth had long been stripped of even the right to resist by that man. He was not here to save. He merely claimed his territory, casually eliminating a few bothersome insects. This realization proved more debilitating and despairing than death itself. In the depths of the Universal Capsule Corporation, 300 meters underground, lay the Hall of the Gods. Here had become Jiang Long's private domain, an extension of his will. As Jiang Long stepped forth from the void, accompanied by Broly, Chi-Chi, and Bulma, the vast hall, reminiscent of a sea of stars, erupted in a jubilant cacophony, as if welcoming the return of its singular sovereign. Paragus, take Broly to rest. Chi-Chi, proceed to the gravity chamber and swiftly acclimate to the newfound power within you. I do not wish for my divine consort to be unable to master her own strength. Jiang Long's voice, though unadorned, resonated with an authority that commanded obedience. With utmost respect, Paragus bowed deeply, leading the still silent Broly toward the exclusive resting area deep within the hall. The once mighty Saiyan warrior now gazed at Jiang Long with an expression that reflected pure, fervent reverence. Chi-Chi, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush at the title of my divine consort, felt her heart skip a beat. Without uttering another word, she cast a lingering glance at Jiang Long before turning toward the specialized gravity chamber capable of simulating the pressures of a stellar core. She understood that to remain at this man's side, she must grow stronger, deserving of her place behind him for eternity. Soon, the grand hall returned to its tranquil state, leaving only Jiang Long and Bulma amidst a subtle yet intricate atmosphere. The low hum of the instruments echoed like the heartbeat of the cosmos, resonating again and again within Bulma's heart. She regarded the man before her, who had descended with the force of thunder, shattering her pride with divine technology and appending her worldview with sheer might. He seemed enshrouded in an eternal mist. Just when one thought they glimpsed a fragment, it revealed itself merely as the tip of an iceberg, a reflection of the abyss. Fear, awe, curiosity, fervor, and a trace of an irresistible allure, a yearning for the absolute power that even she hesitated to acknowledge, intertwined within her mind, hailed as the strongest on earth. Igniting an unprecedented storm, Jiang Long remained silent, merely observing her with eyes as profound as the ancient cosmos, seemingly capable of penetrating her every thought and discerning every corner of her soul. Under such scrutiny, Bulma felt utterly exposed, her facades and pride rendered meaningless. Ultimately, it was Jiang Long who broke the silence. He approached her slowly, without uttering any words of solace or explanation. Instead, he raised his hand, a radiant light flickering from his palm, and a ring of ancient and mysterious design materialized before them. This ring, forged from a dark golden cosmic metal unlike anything Bulma had ever encountered, one that seemed to devour light, was adorned with intricate patterns too complex for any known science to decode, as if inscribed with the very essence of creation itself. Most striking was the gem set atop the ring. It was no mere gemstone. It was a miniature nebula, forcibly compressed and sealed by divine power. It pulsated with a chaotic halo of energy, as if countless stars were born and extinguished within its depths, eternally cycling through existence. With but a mere glance, Bulma felt as though her very soul was being drawn into an eternal cosmic cycle. It was the first time her voice quivered uncontrollably. Her extraordinary mind, far ahead of its time, completely faltered at the sight of that ring. This object transcended her understanding of the material world. Yet, in the next moment, the action taken by Jiang Long rendered her thoughts entirely blank. Before her, within the divine sanctuary he had crafted, stood a man who seemed both godlike and demonic, viewing all living beings as mere ants, capable of determining the fate of planets with a single utterance. In her perception, He embodied absolute dominance and conquest, the cosmic emperor. Astonishingly, he slowly knelt on one knee. The impact of this gesture shook Bulma's very being more profoundly than Broly's finger-crushing radits. How could he? Jiang Long lifted his gaze, his fervent and sincere eyes locking onto hers, his tone still carrying that unique indifference, as if proclaiming the truths of the universe. Bulma briefs. He articulated her full name for the first time. You possess the most astute mind among all mortal races I have encountered on this planet. Your intellect can effortlessly transcend the barriers of technology and touch the edges of the laws of existence. Meanwhile, I, Jiang Long, possess the supreme ancestral bloodline in this universe. Capable of plundering eternity and consuming all, my power is destined to surpass all deities. He paused, a fervent ambition igniting in his profound gaze. One powerful enough to incinerate galaxies. Our union shall not merely be a simple act of procreation, nor what the mundane world deems as mere reproduction. It will be the ultimate fusion of intellect and lineage, a collision of the genes of mortals and deities. Together, we shall create an entirely new species. One born of divinity, a true god that transcends all. Marry me. Jiang Long's voice resonated like the sound of divine proclamation, reverberating within the hall. Each word imbued with the power to shape the cosmos, striking deep into the very core of Bulma's soul. Become the first lady of my Saiyan divine lineage, my queen. With my bloodline as your dowry, and this vast universe as your gift, I shall grant you the unparalleled authority to touch and decipher the ultimate truths of existence. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the space. Bulma's mind had ceased to think entirely. She simply stared at the man kneeling before her, at the ring in his hand that seemed to encapsulate an entire universe, listening to the declaration that could drive even gods to madness. Rationality screamed within her, proclaiming the absurdity and incredibility of it all. How long had she known him? What did she truly know of him, aside from his miraculous power? Yet, her spirit, the restless, proud essence yearning to explore the unknown and grasp the truths of the universe, was frantically, desperately howling. Agree to him. Agree to him. This was no simple proposal. This is a grand gamble with the cosmos at stake. An audacious invitation to the realm of the divine. Should she refuse, she shall remain the exalted genius scientist on Earth, surrounded by endless wealth and glory, yet her life's achievements will be forever confined to this azure planet, unable to glimpse the true vastness of the starry heavens beyond the well. Conversely, should she accept, she will ascend to become the queen of a newly birthed divine lineage. Given the opportunity to partake in the monumental endeavor of creating deities, she will stand by this man's side, adopting the role of a matriarch, gazing down upon the intricate web of the 12 cosmic laws, ready to conquer the celestial seas that have long inspired her boundless yearning. Amidst the cold, rational glow of countless instruments in the laboratory, Bulma's eyes flickered with struggle, confusion, and fear. Yet ultimately, all these complex emotions crystallized into an unprecedented, resplendent brilliance. It was an ultimate fervor, the fervor of a scientist wagering everything on the table. Slowly, she extended her delicate right hand, trembling slightly with excitement. A satisfied curve finally graced Jiang Long's lips. He took her cool hand and solemnly placed the ring, bearing a miniature nebula, onto her ring finger. Buzz. At the moment the ring made contact with her skin, the chaotic-hued miniature nebula flared with brilliance. A warm and vast energy surged into Bulma's being, resonating wondrously with the essence of her life. At that instant, she felt her mind attain an unprecedented clarity. Countless scientific dilemmas that had once plagued her, numerous profound paradoxes of physics, suddenly seemed to have newfound, higher-dimensional solutions. Her level of existence was forcibly elevated by the power of this ring. Ding. Key figure Bulma's belief has been reshaped. Research fervor 100. Favorability increased to 95. Steadfast divine consort. Officially established as the foremost divine consort. Power gain. The Saiyan divine lineage reproduction plan has officially commenced, with core technological pillars established. Jiang Long slowly rose, enveloping her trembling form in his embrace. He felt the fierce rhythm of her heart against him, leaned down, and whispered in her ear with a voice imbued with insatiable ambition and absolute confidence, akin to that of a devil. Now, my queen, our first task is to create the first prince of our divine lineage. I shall grant you access to all my knowledge regarding life sciences, genetic recombination, and the essence of the soul. And you, with your wisdom, will design the most perfect blueprint for our child's growth. He paused, his deep gaze seeming to penetrate through layers of obstruction, perceiving the two Saiyan vessels rapidly approaching Earth from the distant depths of the universe. Our first child will inherently possess the extraordinary ability to master all technology and laws. His intellect shall surpass both yours and mine, illuminating this universe as the most resplendent star. When, after a year, that so-called Saiyan prince arrives with his ludicrous pride, Jiang Long's lips will curl into a chilling and cruel smile. he will despairingly realize that even the infant of my divine lineage is an entity he must spend a lifetime striving to behold. Chapter 31. The Deity's Lurking Gaze. On the open terrace of the Universal Capsule Corporation's uppermost floor, the night breeze is cool. Jiang Long cradles the delicate form that trembles slightly due to the transcendent leap of life, his gaze piercing through the brilliant lights of West City. Beyond the atmosphere of this planet, toward the deeper, colder expanse of the infinite starry sky, Bulma presses her flushed cheeks tightly against his chest, feeling the steady and powerful heartbeat, as if it embodies the very pulse of the universe. Her mind, renowned as the pinnacle of intelligence on Earth, races at an unprecedented speed. The ring upon her ring finger, containing a sealed miniature nebula, continually transmits a refreshing and vast energy to her, akin to a key unlocking the long-dormant door of wisdom buried deep within her genes. Countless scientific barriers, once formidable, now appear as fragile as mere paper in her eyes. Jiang Long's voice whispers in her ear, each word imbued with a magic capable of reshaping reality. I must once again solemnly declare that our first child will be the most perfect masterpiece in this universe. His birth itself constitutes a declaration of war against the old pantheon. Bulma shivers, discerning within his calm words a dominance and ambition potent enough to upheave the starry seas. She speaks not a word, instead tightening her embrace. She understands that from the moment she extended her hand to don that ring, her life, and indeed her very soul, became irrevocably intertwined with this man, who is both divine and demonic. She shall no longer be merely Earth's genius scientist, but a creator of a new divine lineage. A queen poised to bear the offspring of a god. Yet, in this fleeting moment of warmth and grand vision, Jiang Long's movements falter slightly. He slowly raises his head, his eyes, deep as ancient black holes, fixating on a certain direction in the heavens, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold, amused arc. How intriguing. Do the mice hidden behind the clouds dare to intrude upon the realm of the deities? High above Earth, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, lies an area untouched by mortals, a sanctuary where the divine gazes down upon humanity, the Temple of the Gods. Constructed from stones as smooth as jade, the temple floats atop the sea of clouds, enduring through the ages as if it has existed since the dawn of creation. Yet at this moment, within this eternally serene sanctuary, an unprecedented atmosphere of gravity and fear pervades. The god, the nominal highest guardian of this planet, stands pale at the temple's edge, his staff, a symbol of divine authority, trembling in his grasp. Beside him stood Mr. Bobo, a servant with ebony skin and full lips, who dared not even draw a breath. Just hours prior, an ominous and formidable aura had descended upon Earth, emanating from the Saiyan Raditz, instilling a profound sense of unease in the deity. He had even resolved to sacrifice himself, allowing Goku to train on King Kai's planet. However, what transpired next utterly shattered his perception of divinity. That malevolent force, after a brief rampage, was extinguished as if by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace. Shortly thereafter, a far more terrifying, primal, and indescribable power flickered into existence on Kame House. This force was not merely strong, it was vast beyond comprehension. If Raditz was akin to a meteor poised to collide with Earth, then this subsequent force resembled an abyss of unfathomable depth in the cosmos. The deity exhausted his divine energy to observe, yet all he could perceive was a blur. He beheld the seemingly deceased Chi-Chi, now ablaze with a demonic fire that even he found disquieting. He witnessed the Scion known as Broly, whose dormant power resembled an ancient star bound by chains. Merely a glance caused his soul to ache. Most terrifying of all was the man named Jiang Long. He stood there, as if both present and absent. The deity's gaze fell upon him, akin to light entering a black hole, utterly consumed without stirring a ripple. He could not discern his strength, could not fathom his morality, nor could he ascertain whether he was even a living being. It was an absolute void, transcending cause and effect, and surpassing the very laws of existence. This unknown was 1,000-fold more terrifying than Broly's world-ending might. The fate of Earth had slipped from my grasp. The deity's voice was dry and hoarse, laden with a sense of powerlessness. I must contact King Kai. At the edge of the cosmos, at the terminus of Snake Way, lay a pitifully small planet, King Kai's planet. At this moment, King Kai, adorned with a black cap and clad in a blue martial arts uniform, his face obscured by sunglasses, was cruising in his beloved red vintage car, enjoying the breeze and humming an off-key joke. Suddenly, the two antennae atop his head, resembling cockroach feelers, twitched. Is that the Earth's deity? King Kai halted his vehicle, scratching his head with mild annoyance. This fellow never contacted him for good reason. Did another formidable character emerge from some obscure corner seeking training? As he muttered to himself, he approached his small dwelling, where an ancient crystal ball awaited. Let me see what chaos has unfolded on Earth. He pressed his palm against the crystal ball, channeling his divine energy, and soon the scenes from Kame House materialized vividly. He witnessed Raditz's corpse crumbling to dust, observed the collapse of a warrior's resolve, akin to a shattered statue, and beheld a futuristic spacecraft. Huh, this Scion is dead. Who did this? The North Kai king was momentarily taken aback, but his gaze swiftly fell upon Jiang Long and his companions. In the next instant, the ease and casualness on his face abruptly froze. What is this? His eyes were fixated on Broly, and the astonishment radiating from beneath his sunglasses was unprecedented. As the overseer of the North Galaxy, he was well aware of the terrifying nature of Frieza. Yet, the silent Scion before him, with the dormant power within, exuded an unadulterated, primal desire for destruction that was an order of magnitude more fearsome than Frieza at his peak. 10-fold. 100-fold. How could this be possible? How could such a monstrosity exist in the universe? The North Kai King's voice trembled. However, as he laboriously shifted his gaze from Broly to Jiang Long, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He could produce no sound. If Broly was akin to a supervolcano, ready to erupt at any moment, its power terrifying yet within the realm of his comprehension, then Jiang Long represented an absolute void. There was no aura, no energy, no causality, no fate, nothing at all. The North Kai King's divine power attempted to probe deeper, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. It was as if that individual did not exist in this time and space, not belonging to this universe. An entity that should not exist, yet stood there, gazing down upon all beings. This bizarre phenomenon, which subverted the laws of divinity, sent shivers through the North Kai King's very soul. What in the world is he? An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped the North Kai King's heart. He disregarded the call of the Supreme Kai and summoned all his divine power, aiming to delve deeper. To explore the essence of Jiang Long's existence, he sought to uncover the purpose of this being. He yearned to know the origins of this entity. A silver thread, woven from divine energy and invisible to mortals, traversed the infinite expanse of time and space, silently reaching out toward the figures standing on the balcony. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Jiang Long was relishing the warmth of the soft beauty in his arms, along with the satisfaction of having conquered the strongest intellect on Earth. Suddenly, a trace of faint derision flickered in his eyes, akin to one observing a clown's performance. Unaware of the impending danger, he could hardly be bothered to exert any power. Instead, he allowed a minuscule fragment of the primordial divine might, infused with countless powerful genes from his vast sea of consciousness, to surge back toward the probing gaze. This was not merely pure energy. It was a torrent of information. Within it lay the frozen demon's resentment and bitterness at the moment of death, the Namekian's unwavering dedication to protecting their homeland, the bizarre abilities of the Ginyu force, the pure combat will of the elite soldier Recom, the primal roar of ancient beasts, and the fury and combative spirit deeply embedded in the Scion bloodline. The wills of billions of beings, the imprints of countless races, were forcibly amalgamated by the primordial bloodline, transforming into a spiritual storm potent enough to shatter the divine heart of a deity. Boom! Almost simultaneously, at the Earth Temple, as the celestial deity anxiously awaited a response from the king of the realm, he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming tremor, as though he had been struck by an invisible, ancient divine hammer. His eyes instantly dulled, and he felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss of ice, where the depths of his soul glimpsed a sea of corpses and blood, resonating with the roars of countless demonic entities. It was a primal terror, rooted in the very essence of life, directed towards a superior predator. With a painful groan, the deity shuddered violently, his hand releasing the staff that symbolized the divine authority of Earth, which clattered to the polished ground with a sharp, jarring sound. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of the kings, a scream so piercing it seemed beyond the capacity of a divine being echoed across the desolate little world. The North King was hurled backward, crashing violently into his humble abode, causing the walls to fracture like a spider's web. Clutching his head, he writhed on the ground, howling in agony, his iconic sunglasses shattered, revealing eyes filled with unfathomable dread and bloodshot terror. Before him lay a crystal orb, a divine artifact capable of perceiving the myriad stars of the northern galaxy. With a disheartening crack, dark fissures spread across its surface like sinister lightning, transforming the scene within from Earth to a series of horrifying visions flashing chaotically. He beheld a golden giant ape roaring through the starry sea, obliterating a planet with a single punch. He witnessed a purple demon using malevolent magic to transfigure deities into confectionery. He saw a perfect bioengineered being, adorned with an elegant yet cruel smile, siphoning energy from a star. Countless beings, both familiar and unknown, some only existing in legends, intertwined and overlapped, ultimately coalescing into the figure of a man with black hair and eyes standing upon a balcony. These were all the genes he had once plundered, a devil incarnate. At that moment, the North King's spirit suffered an unprecedented blow. After what seemed like an eternity, he struggled to rise from the ground, drenched in cold sweat. As he gazed at the now cracked and irreparably damaged crystal orb, only a sense of survival's horror remained in his eyes. Trembling, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to convey a final, fear-laden oracle to the celestial deity of the earth. Listen, celestial deity, do not provoke him, ever. He is an entity beyond our comprehension, a taboo that feasts upon the myriad races, treading upon the corpses of gods. He seems to be reshaping the very laws of earth with his will. We can do nothing. Having uttered these words, the North King felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, no longer daring to cast another glance at earth. Ding. The belief of the key figure, the celestial deity, has been shaken. Fear level 80, extreme terror. Ding. The path of the key figure, the North King, has been wounded. Alert level 90, taboo existence. Chapter 32, Genetic Ascension. This is the realm of the divine. Since that fateful night when divine power struck, shattering the mirror of the gods and causing the soul of the cosmic king at the farthest reaches of the starry sky to crumble, the entire earth succumbed to an eerie silence after the dust settled upon the heart of truth. The celestial palace, once a beacon of hope, now lay shrouded in isolation. The gods no longer dared to cast their gaze upon the realm of mortals. The divine hall was sealed, as if to completely sever ties with the taboos of the mundane world. From the oracle of the cosmic king, laced with boundless dread, the gods glimpsed a fragment of a truth potent enough to make even the divine tremble. That man was reshaping the laws of this planet with his will. For the warriors on Earth, this transformation was more direct and brutally harsh. The following day, the salty sea breeze of Turtle Island remained unchanged. Yet the fervor and passion of the martial artists had long since evaporated. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged upon the beach, his eyes tightly shut, yet no matter how he concentrated, he could no longer feel that familiar, surging energy within him. It was not that the energy had vanished. Rather, his path had become chaotic. Visions of Broly's indifferent gaze and Raditz' despairingly formidable form constantly invaded his mind, like a piece of fabric carelessly torn apart. Was there any point in striving onward? Had his lifetime of dedication to the martial arts, risking life and limb, become a mere jest in the face of such unreasonable primal power derived from bloodlines? Not far away, Piccolo's situation was little better. Leaning against a rocky outcrop, his purple skin appeared somewhat dulled under the sunlight. As a former demon king, his resolve was far more resilient than Wukong's, yet at this moment, his heart was equally clouded with confusion. He discerned the terrifying nature of Jiang Long and his companions, not merely in terms of strength, but rather in the disparity of dimensions. They seemed to inhabit a three-dimensional world, while Jiang Long was an entity capable of effortlessly manipulating their existence from a higher dimension. How could such a chasm be bridged? Through training? Through willpower? For the first time, Piccolo found himself wavering in his belief in his own intellect and strength. As despair loomed over everyone, shrouding them at the end of their martial path, uncertain of their next steps, a futuristic spacecraft silently hovered above Turtle Island once more. The hatch opened, revealing Bulma clad in a sleek white research uniform, the golden emblem of the Capsule Corporation gleaming on her chest. Her gaze was cold and composed, imbued with a sense of detachment as she issued an undeniable command to her erstwhile companions below. By the decree of the Master, you are summoned to the Hall of the Gods. 300 meters underground, the Hall of the Gods awaited. When Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and even the hastily arrived Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu stood within this vast hall, akin to an ocean of stars. They were struck with awe by the unimaginable spectacle before them. This place resembled not a laboratory, but rather a celestial observatory of the divine. Countless streams of pale blue data cascaded like a waterfall, intertwining in midair to form an immense network that ultimately converged into a throne forged from an unknown dark golden metal. Jiang Long lounged casually upon the throne, one hand propping up his chin, his black hair cascading like a waterfall, and his deep-set eyes seemed to have observed the passage of epochs and the rise and fall of civilizations since time immemorial. His gaze swept calmly over the complex expressions of each warrior below. It appears you have begun to harbor a modicum of doubt regarding your ludicrous strength. Jiang Long's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the depths of every soul present, laced with a hint of derision. Your Majesty, Bulma approached the side of the throne respectfully, bowing slightly. Having completed the comparison of Raditz's genetic map with Son Goku's genetic sample, with the data now prepared, Jiang Long nodded slightly, raising a hand and gently pointing to the empty center of the hall. Buzz. In an instant, the light of the entire chamber dimmed, as all energy and data streams converged towards the center, compressing and reorganizing. A colossal, sky-blocking three-dimensional holographic projection erupted forth. It was composed of billions of luminous points, depicting two extraordinarily intricate and vast spiral galaxies. One of these glimmered faintly, its structure loose, filled with countless fractures and redundancies, resembling a parched riverbed. The other, however, shone brilliantly, its structure compact, teeming with raw and ferocious vitality, akin to an ancient divine river in relentless flow. On the left, you have the genetic map of Son Goku. On the right, that of the trash-eye crushed Raditz. Jiang Long's voice, akin to a divine whisper, was laden with judgment. You both belong to the same warrior race known as the Saiyans. But regrettably, he paused, his gaze falling upon Son Goku. An expression akin to that of scrutinizing a poorly crafted failure. The utilization rate of your bloodline combined probably does not even reach 1%. Boom. These words detonated within the hearts of the warriors like a nuclear bomb. Especially Son Goku, who widened his eyes, fixating intently on the two genetic maps. His face a canvas of disbelief. To think that he and that monster shared the same bloodline? Yet how could the disparity be so vast? Impossible. Krillin could not help but exclaim, Goku is 1,000 times more benevolent than that guy. How could he possibly be of the same ilk as that demon? Benevolent? Jiang Long seemed to have heard the most absurd joke, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. In the face of absolute power, benevolence is the most inexpensive and futile of traits. It neither allows you to conquer your enemies nor protects those you wish to safeguard. It merely serves as a harbinger of your demise. He slowly rose, strolling beneath the holographic projection, standing with hands clasped behind his back, turned away from the gathering. Your combat methods are far too primitive. Like a horde of primitive beings wielding stones with sheer brute force, you foolishly and inefficiently strive to amplify your so-called energy, utterly oblivious to the transformation of energy and, more fundamentally, to the latent treasures slumbering within your very genes. Even beasts recognize the utility of their claws in combat. Yet you remain ignorant of the sharpest weapon residing within your own being. Jiang Long's words fell upon the warriors like heavy hammers, mercilessly striking at their already fragile martial spirits, leaving them in a state of profound shame. Bulma, with a serene demeanor, commanded softly, Yes, my lord. Her delicate fingers danced swiftly in the void, conjuring a fresh simulation. Within the holographic projection, an energy model identical to that of Sun Wukong materialized, striking a pose familiar to all. Kamehameha, accompanied by the well-known shout. A brilliant wave of blue energy erupted from the model's hands. However, this time, everyone observed with acute clarity. At the moment the energy wave was unleashed, vast and glaring red zones appeared within the model's body. A data analysis chart promptly emerged. Energy inefficiency rate, 478. Cellular overload level, 132. Meridian rebound damage, 76. A string of cold, precise data laid bare the flaws of their cherished Kamehameha technique. It became evident that nearly half of the energy expended in each attack was squandered, concurrently inflicting irreversible harm upon their own bodies. Was this the martial path they had revered throughout their lives? At that moment, Sun Wukong, Master Roshi, and all disciples of the Kamehameha style felt their worldview utterly shattered and crushed. Do you see clearly now? Jiang Long's voice resonated again as he slowly raised his hand and gently pointed at the energy model from a distance. This is the combat grounded in genetic sequencing and energy cyclical studies. As his words fell, the flow of energy within the model underwent a revolutionary transformation. No longer was it the crude linear convergence of before, but rather a profoundly intricate spiral trajectory, seemingly imbued with the truths of the cosmos, layering upon itself in a cyclically pressurized manner. Ultimately, when energy once again surged from the model's hands, although the volume of the energy wave diminished by nearly a third, its radiance coalesced to an astonishing degree, resembling not mere energy, but a pure sword forged of light. Furthermore, the red zones within the model had almost entirely vanished. A brand new data chart appeared. Energy inefficiency rate, 178. Power amplification, 103. Overall efficiency increase, 403. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the divine hall, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Master Roshi, and all present stood in stunned silence, their minds a blank slate. For the first time, they comprehended that the practice of combat could be analyzed and optimized with such scientific precision. The impact of this scene on them was far more profound than witnessing Broly effortlessly dispatch Raditz. For Broly's formidable strength was an incomprehensible miracle, one they could only gaze upon in awe and fear. In stark contrast, what Jiang Long exhibited at this moment was a dissection of their prideful martial arts. Laid bare upon an operating table, meticulously peeled away with the sharpest scalpel to reveal all the grotesque, primal, and inefficient aspects, gruesomely displayed before their eyes. This was a complete repudiation of the very foundations of their martial arts. After a prolonged silence, it was the resolutely determined Piccolo who finally broke free from the overwhelming shock. He fixed his gaze on the composed figure seated upon the throne and, in a hoarse voice, voiced the question that lingered in everyone's hearts. Why are you telling us this? Indeed, why was he doing this? With his power, what were these people on Earth but mere ants? Why would a master feel the need to instruct ants on how to become stronger? Jiang Long leisurely returned to the throne, resuming his seat, surveying the gathered warriors with the gaze one might reserve for a few somewhat agreeable hunting dogs in his domain. He smiled, a blend of amusement and inevitability. I require some competent guards. I need you to deal with the refuse that will come flying from the depths of the universe a year from now, waste unworthy of my personal attention. His eyes seemed to pierce through the temple's dome, envisioning the two malevolent celestial bodies, belonging to Vegeta and Nappa, rapidly approaching. Of course, at your current level. You are woefully inadequate. You are not even worthy to face those two wastes. Leaning against the throne, Jiang Long lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips. The rhythmic sound echoing like the pendulum of death, striking resonantly at the hearts of the warriors. Thus, from this moment forth, cast aside your ridiculous, childlike martial arts. I shall bestow upon you the true path to the realm of the powerful. Now, a cold and cruel smile curled at the corners of Jiang Long's mouth, his voice reverberating through the divine hall. Training begins. Chapter 33, The Repercussion of the Soul. Yin Huang for the way, devouring the abyss. Within the divine hall, silence reigned. Jiang Long sat upon a throne forged from dark golden divine metal, his eyes cast down as if ensnared in an ancient slumber. Each breath he took stirred the ebb and flow of countless data streams within the hall, akin to an ancient deity inhaling and exhaling the very existence of the universe. Below, warriors led by Sun Wukong and Piccolo were being coldly ushered by Bulma into various specially designed training zones. Each received a personalized gene optimization training plan, articulately detailing the flaws and potential of every gene strand within them in a language they could scarcely comprehend. Martial arts are dead. This was Jiang Long's final judgment upon them all before the commencement of their training, the path they had devoted their lives to. A journey of transcending limits through sweat and willpower now appeared primitive and laughable before the magnificent power demonstrated by Jiang Long, who ascended from the very essence of life. It was akin to a tribe from the Stone Age gazing in awe at the descent of interstellar warships. No one dared to contradict this, for their resolve had long been shattered on that fateful day. Now, they merely obeyed the will of the strong, like a flock of lost lambs, blindly treading a path laid before them by the divine, leading into the unknown. Jiang Long's gaze did not linger on these so-called guardians for long. In his eyes, they were merely robust livestock in his new domain, deserving of some fodder to address trivial troubles that were beneath his personal attention. His sight pierced through the layers of barriers of the temple, traversing boundless space, settling upon the solitary Kame house suspended above the azure sea. There lay an intriguing element forgotten by all. Within the Kame house, the atmosphere was oppressively stifling. The turtle lay dejectedly in a corner, while Oolong and Puar trembled behind the sofa. The once vibrant abode, filled with laughter, now echoed with silence. The blue-haired Launch cautiously gathered the shards of broken teacups, her gentle and exquisite face etched with anxiety and fear. Goku and the others had departed, taken away by that man, ethereal and formidable. The turtle hermit had succumbed to an unprecedented silence, spending his days seated on the beach, gazing at the sea, voiceless, like a weathered stone statue. The world had transformed overnight into a realm both unfamiliar and terrifying. Launch found herself at a loss, feeling like an awkward outsider in this small house, a superfluous presence. No one needed her, no one paid her any heed. She was akin to a useless shell forgotten on the shore after the tide had receded. At that moment, a calm voice, devoid of emotion, unexpectedly resonated in her ear. Launch. She froze, abruptly raising her head, only to find the entire house empty. Was it an illusion? No. In the next instant, the space before her rippled as if disturbed by a stone cast into water. A tall, slender figure stepped forth from the void, as though he had always stood there, unchanged throughout the ages. It was none other than Jiang Long. Startled, Launch's face blanched, and the tray in her hands clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. She recognized this man. He was the one who had brought forth that all-consuming storm, shattering the pride of Goku and all others. The turtle hermit, too, jolted awake from his stupor, spinning around, and when he beheld Jiang Long's figure, a complex expression of extreme fear and awe crossed his aged visage. Why you? How could you? Jiang Long paid him no heed. His gaze remained fixed on the trembling, blue-haired woman. Come with me, he spoke, his voice flat, yet carrying the weight of an irresistible decree. Me? Launch pointed to herself. Disbelief etched across her face. Why? Why me? In this realm teeming with formidable individuals, I am but an ordinary woman, capable of cooking and cleaning, occasionally losing control and rampaging due to a mere sneeze. There is something about you that piques my interest, Jiang remarked, offering no further explanation as he extended his hand towards Lan Qi, beckoning her gently. An invisible force enveloped Lan Qi, and she felt her body lighten, uncontrollably floating towards Jiang Long, ultimately landing before him. I shall take her with me, Jiang Long declared, leaving no room for negotiation. He turned and stepped back into the rippling void, his presence along with the ensnared Lan Qi vanishing without a trace, leaving Master Roshi standing in bewilderment. Confusion etched across his face. In the temple of the divine, when Lan Qi regained her sight, she found herself amidst a vast hall that resembled an ocean of stars. Cascading data waterfalls surrounded her, and beneath her feet lay a dark golden floor that seemed to reflect the entirety of the universe. The immense disparity stemming from the levels of existence enveloped her, inducing a sense of suffocation and dizziness. My lord, Bulma had appeared at some point. Casting a glance at the Lan Chi brought by Jiang Long, her eyes flickering with a barely perceptible doubt, yet she respectfully bowed in greeting. Conduct a profound genetic scan on her, Jiang Long commanded, releasing his hold on Lan Chi. I wish to observe every cellular transformation within her under various states. Understood. Bulma did not inquire further and immediately commenced her operation. Several peculiar instruments, seemingly composed of light, began to descend from the ceiling of the hall, enveloping Lan Chi within their embrace. Relax, Jiang Long said, observing the anxious expression on Lan Chi's face, his tone remaining calm. Soon, you shall understand the so-called affliction within you is, in fact, a buried treasure. Treasure? Lan Chi's mind went blank. At that moment, Bulma presented a feather. My lord, should we induce her stress response? Jiang Long nodded slightly. Bulma approached Lan Chi, gently brushing the feather against her nose. Achoo! A delightful yet sharp sneeze resonated. Boom! At the instant the sneeze echoed, an energy, starkly contrasting the previous gentle demeanor, erupted from Lan Chi with a ferocity imbued with destruction. Her once smooth blue hair transformed in an instant into a resplendent gold. Her azure eyes were instantly replaced by a piercing, cold malice reminiscent of a predatory hawk. The essence of her being shifted from that of a docile neighbor girl to a fierce Valkyrie brimming with primal instincts and a thirst for chaos. What do you scoundrels intend to do to me? The golden-haired Lan Chi seized the data tablet from Bulma's hands, raising it to strike with decisive aggression. However, her hand was firmly grasped mid-air by a more powerful palm, Jiang Long. He merely gazed at her with calmness, his deep-set eyes resembling a void of silent stars, swiftly suppressing and freezing all her fury and murderous intent. Quiet down. Merely 2 words, yet they seemed to embody the immense power of spoken commands. The golden-haired Ranchi felt a chilling wave emanating from the depths of her soul, rendering her utterly immobile. Her fearless and tempestuous temperament found itself stifled, unable to rise even a fraction in the presence of this man. Simultaneously, on the holographic projection at the center of the hall, the 2 genetic data charts representing Ranchi pulsated wildly in comparison. In her blue-haired state, her various life indicators appeared no different from those of an ordinary person, even seeming somewhat frail due to years of domestic labor. However, the instant she switched to her golden-haired state, a series of alarming warnings erupted. Warning. Adrenaline levels detected within the subject have surged by 3271. Warning. Cellular activity index has instantaneously increased by 860. Warning. Expression levels of aggression-related genes have breached critical thresholds. Warning. An unknown genetic fragment has been activated instantaneously, undergoing combat adaptability recombination. A barrage of glaring red alerts left Bulma, standing nearby, utterly astounded. This is simply not the same person. Bulma marveled as Ranchi's body, in the moment of a sneeze, seemed to undergo a miniature evolutionary transformation for combat. Such a genetic mutation is exceedingly rare. This is not a mutation. Jiang Long released Ranchi's hand and slowly strolled beneath the holographic projection, his voice reverberating within the grand hall, resonating with an inherent, dormant bloodline instinct. He turned to face the astonished and bewildered golden-haired Ranchi. Within your body flows an ancient, restless warrior's blood. It bestows upon you 2 distinctly different states of existence. The blue-haired version of you represents rationality and adaptability, enabling you to integrate into society like an ordinary person, avoiding danger. In contrast, the golden-haired version embodies slaughter and destruction. It is the primal, ultimate combat stance residing deep within your bloodline, existing to confront lethal threats. What does this mean? For the first time, the golden-haired Ranchi wavered regarding her uncontrollable transformations. Was it not an illness? Instead, was it a combat stance? What it means is that what you deem an illness is merely a consequence of your own frailty, so diminutive that you cannot harness the latent power within your bloodline, allowing it to unleash itself chaotically like a madman. Jiang Long's words struck Ranchi's heart like a heavy hammer. He raised his hand, and with a flash of brilliance from his palm, a syringe filled with a mesmerizing blue liquid materialized before him. The liquid appeared as if it were the essence of the deep sea, with countless tiny specks floating within, exuding a calming aura. This is a bloodline stabilizer specially concocted by Bulma based on your genetic sequence. Jiang Long's voice dripped with a deadly allure. It will grant you the freedom to master your 2 forms. It can even allow you to retain the rationality and composure of your blue-haired state while in your golden-haired form. Most importantly, he paused, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. It will completely awaken and permanently solidify a portion of your combat instincts in your golden-haired state. Freedom to control, retain rationality, permanent enhancement. The utterance of those words made the breath of the golden-haired Lan Chi quicken instantaneously. She fixated intently on the vial of blue elixir, her gaze brimming with longing, struggle, and a hint of trepidation. What if what he said were true? What if she could indeed harness this power, no longer a creature oscillating between docility and ferocity? Would you like to give it a try? Jiang Long proffered the potion before her, or would you prefer to retreat to that small room, continuing as a pitiful being forgotten by all, unable to even control yourself? These words shattered Lan Chi's final hesitation, whether in her blue-haired form or her golden-haired incarnation. What she craved deep within was none other than control and recognition. I'll do it, with a determined bite of her lip. The golden-haired Lan Chi seized the syringe without a moment's hesitation and directly injected the blue elixir into her arm. Buzz! The instant the potion coursed through her body, a refreshing and commanding force surged through her limbs and bones. She felt her once turbulent heart attain an unprecedented tranquility, yet simultaneously, a purer, more refined power began to flow ceaselessly from the depths of every cell within her. Her gaze retained the sharpness and coldness of her golden-haired self. Yet within the depths of her pupils lay an added calmness and wisdom reminiscent of her blue-haired form. It felt magnificent. Lan Chi clenched her fist, reveling in the surging power within her, a smile of unprecedented confidence gracing her features. Excellent. Jiang Long nodded in satisfaction. To the training ground. Let me witness the true sharpness of your once dulled blade. Within the shooting range crafted from special alloys, Lan Chi wielded a fearsome heavy submachine gun, custom-made by Bulma, aiming at a target 100 meters away, capable of withstanding tank fire. Fire! Jiang Long's voice echoed from outside. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Lan Chi squeezed the trigger. Flames of gunfire erupted forth, and a torrential downpour of bullets was unleashed. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Each bullet that exited the chamber was enveloped in a faint, visible golden aura. This was the energy within her that had been ignited, merging flawlessly with modern weaponry under the instinct of battle. Puff, puff, puff. Those specially crafted armor-piercing rounds, now adorned with the golden aura, transformed into arrows of divine retribution, effortlessly piercing through the thick alloy target. The edges of the bullet holes were smooth as mirrors, even emanating a glow of intense heat. As the last round was expended, the once impregnable alloy target was riddled with holes, resembling a corroded honeycomb. Lan Chi stared dazedly at the gun in her hand, then glanced at the lamentable state of the target, engulfed in profound shock. Is this my power? At that moment, Jiang Long's figure appeared beside her like a specter. He observed the astonishment and fervor etched on Lan Chi's face. Noting the flicker of rationality still shining in her golden-haired eyes, and a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. He leaned down and, in a voice reminiscent of a devil's whisper, softly inquired in her ear, would you desire to possess a special task force, composed solely of sharpshooters like yourself, that listens only to your command? Under the wings of the Saiyan divine lineage, I still lack a silent execution squad capable of judging the living and determining the fate of gods and demons. This team requires a singular commander, one who embodies both supreme intellect, the blue-haired, and boundless bloodlust, the golden-haired. Ding. Key character Lan Chi, dual persona, has undergone a transformation of belief, discovering her self-worth. Her favorability has risen to 60, admiration and belonging. Power enhancement. The establishment of the future divine execution squad has been confirmed, with the captain's selection locked in. Chapter 34. Forging the Divine Court in the Abyss. The realm of the gods, vast and silent. Jiang Long's gaze shifted from Lan Chi, the newly destined harbinger of death, whose eyes burned with fervor and a sense of belonging, as she was guided by a mechanical servant towards her new place of rebirth. The formation of the execution squad was but a thread in his grand tapestry. Jiang Long turned slowly, his eyes, profound as the cosmos, seemed to penetrate through 300 meters of rock, piercing the facade of the opulent West City, staring into the depths of the planet where a colossal void slumbered for eons. There lay an ancient darkness and void, the silence of the Earth's veins, a place untouched by the light of civilization, the abyss. Now, he intended to forge a divine court above this abyss, one capable of bearing his bloodline and subverting the old order of the gods. Bulma. His voice was soft, yet resonated like a profound truth, sending ripples through the empty hall. A graceful figure silently emerged beneath the throne, Bulma, clad in a pristine white research garment, her sapphire-like eyes glimmering with an almost fervent glow akin to that of a seeker of truth. Enlightened by Jiang Long and having acquired the ring of the Divine Empress, her existence had ascended, the gateway to wisdom forcibly flung open, and the world before her was no longer comprehensible to mere mortals. To her, Jiang Long represented the ultimate truth that walked among mortals, and following him, deciphering him, was her singular path in this life. Jiang Long spoke little, merely extending a finger to gently tap the void. Buzz, a radiant torrent of data, brilliant as a nebula, erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a complex and flickering light emblem, slowly drifting towards Bulma. This was not a tangible blueprint, but a pure aggregation of information. containing the cold and ruthless design concepts of Frieza's interstellar fortresses, the ancient and primal war strongholds of the Saiyan warrior race, as well as Jiang Long's own transcendental blueprint for a divine court, derived from his understanding of ancestral bloodlines beyond this cosmic dimension. As the light emblem embedded itself into her forehead, Bulma's delicate form trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. In an instant, her pupils lost focus, and an endless stream of data, runes, and structural diagrams exploded within her consciousness, constructing a magnificent underground divine realm beyond imagination. It was a colossal city, suspended in the depths of the celestial abyss, where every pathway adhered to the most exquisite principles of energy circulation, and each brick bore defensive runes potent enough to withstand the might of deities. Its precision, grandeur, and avant-garde concepts instantly shattered all of her scientific understanding. Bulma's voice trembled, not from fear, but from an ecstatic thrill, a profound shudder emanating from the depths of her soul as she glimpsed the blueprint of creation. I wanted to rise here within a year. Jiang Long's voice resonated calmly, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. No, not a year. We need not such time, Bulma exclaimed, her gaze ablaze with fervor, the spirit of scientific inquiry ignited into a frenzied blaze. Grant me the highest authority of the Universal Capsule Corporation and ample resources. 3 months will suffice. My lord, in just 3 months, I shall forge this immortal marvel upon this earth for you. Jiang Long nodded slightly, a tacit agreement. In the next moment, the entire Universal Capsule Corporation, a commercial empire that governed the economic lifeblood of the planet, roared to life like a war machine activated by a switch, operating with unprecedented efficiency. A supreme directive named the ARC Project, personally issued by Bulma, was instantaneously disseminated throughout every corner of the company. Countless top-tier scientists were roused from their laboratories. Numerous state-of-the-art production lines were forcibly diverted from civilian projects, and rare materials, long sealed in the deepest recesses of warehouses, were unleashed, flowing like rivers converging into the secret entrance beneath the Western capital. In the depths of the Western capital, 800 meters underground, lay a vast natural cavern capable of accommodating an entire city, a breathtaking spectacle formed by eons of geological movements, now transformed into the primordial dojo of the divine. Thousands of octopus-like engineering robots, akin to silent worker ants, ceaselessly emitted deep rumblings around the clock. They sliced through rock walls with high-energy lasers, transported colossal alloy modules weighing in tons using anti-gravity engines, and executed assembly with atomic precision. A monumental underground base, exuding a cold metallic aesthetic and futuristic elegance, was rising from nothingness at an extraordinary pace. It burgeoned in the darkness, like a steel behemoth lying in ambush deep within the earth, destined one day to unfurl its fangs and devour the stars. Time raced forward. 1 month later, the divine base took shape. A cluster of buildings shimmering with an ethereal blue glow unfurled across the expansive subterranean space, interconnected by fully enclosed magnetic levitation passages, forming a heavily fortified underground city. The gravity training center emerged as the most raucous and savage area of the entire base. Boom. A sound powerful enough to shatter mortal eardrums reverberated as Broly, bare-chested and with muscles like bronze mountains, struck a specially designed training meteorite, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, into a fine powder amidst a crimson glow. The space around him twisted violently, unable to bear the weight of his terrifying power, as if it might shatter at any moment. On the control room's holographic screen, a blinding number flickered erratically. Environmental gravity, 300. Paragus stood outside the control room, gazing through specialized glass at his son, who resembled an ancient demonic deity, his aged face etched with fervent adoration. Within this sanctuary of divinity, Broly no longer required the absurd control ring. His boundless destructive force finally found a cage in which to unleash itself. Meanwhile, in another training area, Kiki and Lan Chi engaged in an intense battle. Kiki's long hair was tied into a high ponytail, her form agile as a dragon. The demon god rebirth scripture was pushed to its utmost limit, with each punch and kick ignited by faint crimson demonic flames, ferocious and powerful. Her opponent, Lan Chi, with her golden hair, wielded no firearm. Yet her hands were more lethal than any weapon. She compressed her energy to an extreme, channeling it into her fists. Each strike produced a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Their combat style had long transcended the Turtle School's philosophy of restraint, each move aimed to kill, infused with a primal aura of slaughter. Further away, in the most sophisticated training area, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and others sat cross-legged within a field of countless energy grids. Their faces bore no signs of battle fervor, only gravity and pain. Before them, Bulma's projected virtual instructor meticulously dissected their energy flow trajectories with the coldest, most precise data. Sun Wukong, your energy dissipated by 37 during the transition from your dantian to your arms due to insufficient meridian resilience. This is inefficient. A waste. Piccolo, Your Demon Convergence Light Cannon has 12 redundancies in its energy spiral structure, increasing the charge time by 0.8 seconds on a real battlefield. This could cost you your life 10 times over. Krillin, your Chi Circular Slash has a stability rate of only 92 when faced with a high-intensity energy shield. There is a 15% chance it will collapse on its own. Each cold judgment pierced the hearts of these once proud warriors of Earth like steel needles. The martial skills they had cherished throughout their lives were dissected with surgical precision, forcing them to confront the raw and primitive nature of their previous training. This was a painful transformation. They had to abandon everything from their past, learning anew how to control the energy within them, maximizing every ounce of power. In the divine sanctuary, upon the throne, Jiang Long slowly opened his eyes. Within his consciousness, the Saiyan genetic blueprint belonging to Raditz had been thoroughly analyzed, consumed, and transformed into a part of his ancestral bloodline. He could feel the combat cells within him yearning for an exhilarating battle, craving a leap into the brink of death. At that moment, Bulma approached him, her face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. In her hands, she cradled a meticulously stacked set of battle attire. "My lord." Bulma's voice trembled with excitement. "According to the theories you provided, combined with the pinnacle of our Capsule Corporation's technology and the reverse-engineered memory fiber technology derived from the garments of the Namekians, the first generation of divine battle uniforms has been completed." Jiang Long's gaze fell upon the battle suit. It was enveloped in a profound matte black, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Adorning the collar, shoulder guards, and chest were intricate dark golden patterns, reminiscent of divine runes, exuding a subtle yet formidable aura of authority and lethal intent. Though it appeared as merely a thin fabric, it conveyed an indomitable weightiness. Its material was an innovative composite of memory metal fibers. Bulma proudly explained that it could automatically adjust its form and defensive capabilities based on the wearer's physique, energy levels, and even combat habits. In its standard state, its defensive power far surpassed that of the highest-grade battlesuits from Frieza's army. When the wearer infused energy into it, the divine golden patterns on its surface would activate, forming an energy deflection shield that would exponentially amplify its defensive capabilities. This was not merely an article of clothing. It was a weapon of war. Jiang Long extended his hand and accepted this epic-making masterpiece. The battlesuit felt cool and supple to the touch, seemingly weightless. Yet upon contact with the dark golden patterns, he could sense the terrifying power within, potent enough to shatter mountains. He was thoroughly satisfied. The fusion of Bulma's intellect with his own lineage was birthing one marvel after another. Witnessing the fleeting approval on Jiang Long's face, Bulma experienced an unparalleled sense of joy and fulfillment. However, a shadow of concern soon crossed her beautiful visage. She presented a brand new battlesuit to Jiang Long and softly inquired, "My lord, while we have established the base and equipped ourselves, can Goku and the others truly contend with the two Saiyans who will arrive from the depths of the universe a year from now?" Chapter 35, A Glimpse in the Mortal Realm. In the Divine Hall, upon the throne, Jiang Long's fingertips gently tapped against the armrest forged from dark golden metal, producing a resonant echo that seemed to harmonize with the pulsations of the universe. His gaze was profound, reflecting the vast sea of data before him. While Bulma stood by the throne, a shadow of future concerns lingering on her exquisite face. "My lord, can Goku and the others really face the enemies of a year from now?" Her voice was like a stone cast into the silent cosmos, small yet stirring ripples. Jiang Long, upon hearing her words, did not respond directly, but gradually withdrew his gaze from the torrent of data. In his eyes, there was no trace of apprehension regarding the future, rather, a calmness akin to indifference, as if he were surveying the river of time. The remnants of the old era would inevitably be shattered upon the shores of the new age. This was fate. His voice, though not raised, carried an immutable chill, suggesting that rather than placing hope in a group that would require alteration merely to keep pace, it was wiser to sow the seeds of the future. Sow the seeds of the future? Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her mind, honed to perfection by the ring of the goddess, instantly grasped the profound meaning behind Jiang Long's words. Rather than relying on the old, it is far wiser to forge the new. Instead of laboring to repair a dilapidated vessel, why not construct an entirely new ark, capable of traversing the cosmic seas? Jiang Long rose slowly from his throne, his matte black divine battle attire making no sound as he moved, yet it seemed to devour all surrounding light. "Come, let us venture into the mortal realm," he beckoned. As he stepped forward, the space before him rippled like water, transforming into a deep vortex leading to the outside world. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma followed, propelled by her unwavering loyalty and curiosity as the goddess and chief scientist, stepping into the unknown. The western capital remained as vibrant as ever. The streets bustled with traffic and the air was filled with the lively chatter of countless souls. The glass facades of towering skyscrapers reflected the blinding sunlight, while mortals scurried through this steel jungle, striving for survival and desire, just as they always had. Unbeknownst to them, above their heads, A flying divine vessel capable of subduing deities hovered, cloaked in optical invisibility. Even more concealed, hundreds of meters beneath their feet, an immortal divine court was rising from the depths of the earth. Jiang Long and Bulma appeared silently on a bustling commercial street, their figures merging seamlessly into the throng like two droplets blending into the ocean. Although Jiang Long made no effort to suppress his presence, the extraordinary nature of his existence created an uncanny vacuum among the crowd. Passers-by instinctively veered away from him, as if an invisible wall existed, an awe derived from primal instinct that deterred them from approaching or even gazing directly at him. The divine consciousness of one thought. Star River descended upon the city like a silent spring rain. In his perception, each mortal's flicker of life was vividly discernible. Some flickered dimly like a candle in the wind, while others blazed brightly like a midsummer bonfire. These were the fundamental particles comprising his domain, the myriad beings of this planet. Yet, his pursuit lay not among them. He sought out those rare sparks of extraordinary potential hidden amidst the multitude of mundane life forces. These sparks, though perhaps faint or obscured, held the promise of igniting into a conflagration in the eyes of this primordial being. Just then, a raucous cheer, more fervent and extravagant than all surrounding clamor, erupted from the central plaza, interrupting his exploration. Satan, Satan, the world's #1 champion, champion, you are our hero. Jiang Long's gaze drifted lazily toward the source of the commotion. In the center of the plaza, atop a makeshift stage, stood a man with an outrageous afro and a comically bushy beard, clad in an ostentatious cape emblazoned with slogans, striking various poses like a bodybuilder. Basking in the fervent adoration of thousands of spectators below, he was none other than the newly crowned champion of the World Fighting Championship, Mr. Satan. Ladies and gentlemen, to express my gratitude for your support, today, I shall once again demonstrate my invincible power. Satan seized the microphone, his voice amplified through the speakers, resonating with dramatic fervor. The crew brought forth a dozen hefty tiles. Taking a deep breath, Satan assumed an exaggerated stance, unleashing a series of unintelligible roars, before executing a swift chop. With a crack, the tiles shattered, debris scattering in all directions. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and ecstatic screams. Oh, incredible! Truly the world champion. Is this the pinnacle of human achievement? Jiang Long observed this spectacle, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of even the slightest ripple of emotion. To him, it was merely a farcical display, inferior even to a circus act. The so-called power was nothing more than brute force, cleverly exploiting the weaknesses of physical structures, never even brushing against the threshold of true strength. A deceiving jester, surrounded by a throng of duped fools. He intended to turn away, unwilling to squander even a second on such a tedious farce. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the side of the platform. There stood a young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a pink dress, with 2 adorable pigtails. Her large, black and white eyes sparkled with immense pride and admiration as they fixated on her heroic father, revered by the masses. She was Bloodline. In Jiang Long's perception, the girl's life force, though not as fiery as that of Goku or Piccolo, was remarkably pure and resilient, akin to an uncut diamond, far more radiant than the superficial Satan on stage. Within her flowed an innate affinity for battle, an indomitable spirit of combat. She was a true gem, yet regrettably, this gem was being tainted by her jester-like father. Shrouded in vanity, deceit, and the dust of superficiality, Jiang Long's footsteps halted. He reconsidered, since it was a matter of sowing seeds. Correcting a potentially wayward yet promising seed was a noble endeavor. On the platform, Satan's performance concluded amidst fervent cheers. He raised his arms in triumph, reveling in the adulation of the crowd, his vanity thoroughly gratified. At that moment, a tall figure calmly navigated through the frenzied audience, arriving at the foot of the platform. It was Jiang Long. He did not regard the still posing Satan. Instead, his eyes, seemingly filled with the cosmos, quietly observed the flushed little girl, her face aglow with excitement from her father's grandeur. Little girl, he spoke softly, yet his voice cut through the clamor, reaching Bloodline's ears. Would you like to see true power? This unexpected proclamation rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. Bloodline blinked her bright eyes, curiously regarding this handsome figure who appeared as if descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, Satan's brow furrowed instantly, sensing that this unknown interloper was challenging his esteemed status as a world champion. He was about to reprimand when he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes and the focus of countless camera lenses, Jiang Long lifted his feet off the ground, as if cradled by an invisible hand, rising slowly and silently into the air. There were no smoke, no wires, no flying devices. He defied all the physical laws of the world. Like a deity descending to earth, suspended 10 meters above the ground, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Time seemed to have been pressed on pause at that moment. All the cheers, screams, and discussions were suddenly stifled, as if an unseen hand had gripped their throats. The fervor and adoration on their faces froze in an instant, replaced by an incomprehensible, profound horror that resonated from the depths of their souls. Their minds went blank. What was this? A magic trick? Or a miracle? The figure on the high platform, Satan, wore a frozen smile, mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers. His comical expression reflecting the terror of encountering the most fearsome specter in existence. And his daughter, Bitterly, tilted her small head upwards. The pride and admiration she once held for her father visibly faded, replaced by an unprecedented, awe-filled longing for a new world that left her utterly astonished. To think that a human could truly soar through the skies. What a stark contrast to her father's strength, which shattered tiles with a mere leap. However, this was merely the beginning. Suspended in midair, Jiang Long wore an expression of indifference. He casually raised his right hand, pointing at a century-old tree at the edge of the square, one that would require two people to embrace, without a cataclysmic sound or devastating light wave. A nearly imperceptible golden energy, thinner than a strand of hair, flickered from his fingertip. With a soft sound, almost inaudible, tranquility returned. The tree stood quietly, its branches lush and verdant, as if nothing had occurred. Just as the crowd assumed this was merely an elaborate gesture, a gentle breeze swept through. On the thick trunk of the ancient tree, a tiny hole, no larger than a finger, emerged silently. The edges of the hole were smooth as glass, with traces of charred blackness left by intense heat. The wind passed through this small aperture, rustling a leaf behind the tree. At this moment, every breath in the crowd halted. If the earlier flight could be tenuously explained as a trick, then this scene, where a mere gesture pierced a tree over 100 meters away, shattered the ceiling of their understanding. This was a power that transcended the limits of human imagination. A force possessed only by the divine. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd, shattering the silence. Instantly, the throng erupted into chaos, like fish in a tank bombarded. Panic and disorder spreading like an epidemic. Upon the elevated platform, the once mighty world champion, Mr. Satan, suddenly found his legs give way, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. A suspicious stain rapidly spread in his trousers, his body trembling uncontrollably as incoherent sounds escaped his lips. Utterly terrified and losing all composure, Jiang Long remained oblivious to this spectacle. His figure descended slowly from the air, once again standing before the completely astonished little girl. Bitterly gazed upward, her mouth slightly agape, her black and white eyes now filled solely with the divine presence of Jiang Long and the azure sky. A hue she had never imagined could be within her reach. She glanced at her father, sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state, before turning her attention to the man before her, who seemed to descend from the heavens. In her young heart, a belief she once held began to shatter for the first time. Yet, from the ruins of that collapse, a more powerful, mysterious, and alluring seed began to silently take root and sprout. Jiang Long extended his hand, a radiant glow emanating from his palm as an ancient badge, crafted from a special metal, appeared within his grasp. The badge was entirely black, its front inscribed with the character Jiang written in an exuberant script, intricately merging with the sharp and battle-hardened royal emblem of the Saiyan lineage, exuding an air of mystery and dominance. He gently presented the badge before Bitterly. When you grow up, Jiang Long's voice, imbued with an irresistible charm, resonated deep within her soul. If you still yearn to soar, to attain the true power I have just showcased, take this and come find me at the Universal Capsule Company in West City. He paused, his profound gaze seemingly piercing through the infinite possibilities of her future. Remember, your future is far broader than merely being the daughter of a world champion. With that, Jiang Long made no further delay, turning and stepping forth, his figure merging once again into the void, vanishing as if he had never existed. All that remained was the crumpled Satan, the chaotic crowd, and the little girl, tightly clutching the cold badge, gazing up at the sky, her eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. Ding! Key figure Bitterly's worldview has been reshaped, instilling within her a desire for true power. Affinity level 20, adoration and aspiration. Long-term investment completed. Faction gain. Future Earth Guardian sequence. The first piece has been laid. Chapter 36. The challenge from the star sea deep within the earth, in the realm of the Nine Nether. Here, there is neither light nor sound. Only the ancient silence and chill. However, within this expanse of eternal darkness, an inverted divine court emanates a ghostly blue luminescence, akin to an ancient star plummeting into the abyss, illuminating this forsaken world. This is Jiang Long's divine base. A war fortress forged beneath the earth through the financial might and technology of the Universal Capsule Company, combined with concepts that transcend the ages. Time has elapsed, and less than a month remains until Vegeta and Nappa arrive on Earth. Within the training center of the Divine Court, the warrior's cultivation has already reached a fevered pitch. This is a harrowing and transformative metamorphosis. The martial way they have devoted their lives to, relying on sweat and willpower to surpass their limits, has been utterly dismantled here. Mercilessly lashed by cold, precise data. They resemble cicadas forcibly shed of their old shells, compelled to grow new wings belonging to the divine guardians, all while enduring excruciating pain. Nearly a year of scientific rigorous training has wrought a profound change in each of their strengths. The Saiyan blood coursing through Sun Wukong's veins, under Bulma's genetic induction, has been activated to an unprecedented degree. Piccolo's demonic powers have also become more pure and refined. A hint of barely perceptible confidence has begun to sprout like wild grass amidst the ruins of their battered spirits. Perhaps the enemies they will face a year hence are not insurmountable. They are no longer the frail beings they once were. Just as this newfound confidence begins to blossom, an alarm sounds abruptly in the central control room of the Divine Court, sharp and jarring, akin to a bucket of icy water shattering everyone's illusions. It emanates from a battle power detector, long forgotten and relegated to a corner of the console, belonging to Raditz. At this moment, this blood-stained instrument flickers with a crimson light, emitting urgent beeping sounds, as if it were summoning souls from the depths of the universe. It is that device. Krillin's complexion pales as he instantly recalls the Scion who was effortlessly dispatched by Broly in a single blow. Bulma's delicate brows furrow slightly. She has donned a tailored silver research uniform, accentuating her nobility and wisdom. Approaching the console, she deftly taps a few times on the holographic screen, skillfully integrating the faint signal from across the starry sea into the main display. Buzz, a holographic projection, composed of countless points of light, unfolds in the center of the control room. Two figures materialize before the assembly. One is relatively short, with black hair standing upright like needles, his eyes brimming with an innate arrogance and cruelty, arms crossed defiantly, as if the entire universe should bow before him. The other stands tall like an iron tower, his visage grotesque, exuding an unfiltered aura of slaughter and destruction. Vegeta, Nappa. The moment their images appear, an invisible, bone-chilling pressure seems to cross infinite star rivers, instantly enveloping the entire control room. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha. All the warriors present feel as though their hearts are gripped tightly by an unseen hand, their breaths momentarily halted. So formidable. Merely images, just the energy transmitted through the signal, exudes a terror tenfold, 100-fold greater than Raditz a year ago. The flicker of confidence they had just begun to nurture crumbles instantly before this overwhelming, crushing presence, dissipating into nothingness. Oh, it seems the signal has been connected. In the holographic image, Nappa grins widely, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth, his smile cruel and sinister. Vegeta, is this the planet where that worthless Raditz spent his last days? It appears quite primitive. Vegeta's gaze, sharp as twin blades, slowly swept across everyone present, ultimately fixing upon Goku's face, a hint of extreme contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. Kakarot, you still draw breath. Through the data transmitted by his scouter, he confirmed that Raditz's life signal had vanished entirely. That worthless Raditz, to perish at the hands of such filth, has brought nothing but disgrace upon our Scion lineage. His voice, though not loud, carried an arrogant tone characteristic of royalty, impervious to dissent. Yet, thanks to him, we have learned of the intriguing existence of Dragon Balls on this planet. A glimmer of greed flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Listen closely, you inferior scum of this lowly planet. Our spaceship is soon to arrive. He paused, seemingly relishing the growing pallor of fear on their faces, and declared, I, Prince Vegeta, shall personally descend to bestow upon you the same fate as Raditz. Until then, savor the last moments of your wretched lives. Ha! His derisive laughter, brimming with a desire for destruction, reverberated throughout the control room, striking each warrior's heart like the tolling of a death knell. Despair, a profound, inescapable despair enveloped them once more. Is this the enemy Lord Jiang Long spoke of? Is this the refuse they, as guardians, are tasked to handle? What a farce. These are clearly two demonic beings risen from the depths of hell, capable of reducing the entire earth to cosmic dust. Amidst this silence and despair, an incongruous, languorous yawn suddenly pierced the air. Oh! The crowd turned in shock to see Jiang Long, the one who sat upon the throne forged from dark golden divine metal, symbolic of supreme authority, slowly opening his eyes. He appeared to have been disturbed from a pleasant dream by the ruckus, a clear sign of annoyance gracing his features. His gaze barely lingered on the holographic images of Vegeta and Nappa for even a second. He merely waved dismissively towards the control panel. With a soft pop, the arrogant and murderous communication was abruptly severed. Vegeta's mocking visage, along with that of Nappa, disintegrated into countless motes of light, vanishing into the air. The world fell silent in an instant. Within the control room, the warriors stood agape, staring at Jiang Long, their minds a blank slate. Is it truly over? That was the demon king poised to obliterate their planet. That was the terrifying foe from the depths of the universe against whom they were prepared to risk their lives. Not even granted the courtesy of hearing the enemy's words to completion. This humiliation felt far more degrading and absurd than being slain by the enemy directly. Jiang Long rose from his throne, stretching languidly, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. His deep, starry eyes settled upon the respectfully standing Bulma at his side, and he inquired in a calm tone, "My dear, how goes the modification of our vessel prepared for our voyage?" Bulma slightly bowed, her sapphire-like eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom as she respectfully replied, "My lord, we have completed 90%. We are ready for the first interstellar leap trial at any moment." "Excellent." Jiang Long nodded in satisfaction, his gaze seeming to penetrate the dome of the divine court, reaching into the vast and dark depths of the universe. This planet felt too small, akin to a mere pond incapable of nurturing a true dragon. His voice carried a hint of yearning for higher prey. "I find myself more intrigued by that fellow named Frieza out there. Those two jesters earlier were hardly worth my time." Frieza? Upon hearing this name, Goku and Piccolo felt a jolt of shock. He was the cosmic emperor who, according to Raditz, had annihilated planet Vegeta and ruled over a vast expanse of the universe. Jiang Long's goal had been that legendary emperor from the very beginning. However, Goku could no longer contain himself and stepped forward urgently, asking, "Lord Jiang Long, they are coming. What should we do?" Jiang Long finally shifted his gaze towards him. What a look it was, calm and indifferent, as if a timeless deity were gazing down upon a mere ant, flustered by the impending storm. "Have I not trained you into competent guards?" Jiang Long's voice was devoid of any emotion, yet it rang like a divine decree from the heavens, striking deep into the souls of all present warriors. Just two slightly stronger watchdogs. If you cannot handle even this. A cold, playful smile curled at his lips as he slowly uttered the words that would plunge them into an abyss of despair. "Then you hold no value of existence." Chapter 37. A forged edict disrupts the galaxy. The prince receives a deathly challenge. Silence. Within the heart of the divine court, there was an eerie stillness akin to the depths of the cosmos. Jiang Long's words were like a chilling decree, imprinted in the very souls of every warrior, rendering them cold as if they had fallen into the depths of the underworld. No value of existence. These words, lightly spoken, were 1,000 times more terrifying than Vegeta's maniacal laughter filled with destruction. It was a supreme judgment emanating from the very essence of life, as if a deity were deciding the fate of ants, withholding even a shred of compassion. Goku clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He could feel his martial heart, shattered and rebuilt countless times during nearly a year of scientific training, quaking violently. It was not anger, but a profound sense of helplessness. Before absolute power, in the presence of Jiang Long, who viewed the galaxy as a chessboard with living beings as mere pawns, all he cherished, protection, passion, and even life, seemed utterly trivial. Piccolo's usually stoic green face displayed a mix of fear and confusion for the first time. Proud throughout his life, he had boasted of being the king of demons, possessing both wisdom and strength, yet at this moment, he truly grasped what it meant to face the heavens. Heaven is not the lofty temple suspended above, nor is it the insignificant planet where the king of worlds resides. Heaven manifests in the figure of the man before me. His will embodies divine decree, his words, the sacred laws. Those who defy him are stripped of even the right to become dust. Gazing upon the multitude below, their eyes brimming with fear, resentment, and despair, Jiang Long's expression remained unyielding. His profound gaze seemed to reflect the ancient spectacle of the universe's birth and demise, remaining undisturbed. Slowly, he rose from the throne, a symbol of supreme authority, clad in a matte black divine warrior's garb that consumed all surrounding light, rendering him a specter merging into the boundless darkness. "Just a couple of slightly more robust watchdogs, and yet they warrant such concern from me," he murmured, as if engaging in soliloquy, or perhaps announcing something to the entire divine court. He strode down from the throne, disregarding the rigid soldiers, and approached Bulma directly. However, a cold and profound smile graced Jiang Long's lips, a reflection of a sage surveying the folly of fools. "To prevent these two vicious hounds from wreaking havoc in my freshly restored courtyard, it is indeed prudent to personally secure them with chains leading to the underworld before their arrival." Bulma's sapphire eyes sparkled with realization, her mind, honed to perfection by the ring of the divine queen, instantly comprehended Jiang Long's intent. "My lord, do you mean an information war? War?" Jiang Long gently shook his head, a hint of disdainful amusement lacing his tone. "For those on the brink of death, that is not war, that is mere mockery." He extended a slender finger, lightly tapping the remnants of Raditz's battle power detector at the center of the console. "Decrypt it, uncover the final one-way information relay established with Vegeta's ship before its destruction." His voice, calm yet imbued with an omniscient power, declared, "I wish to present a gift to that far-flung Scion prince." "Yes, my lord." In Bulma's eyes blazed the fervent flames of curiosity and creativity. This was her sovereign, not only possessing the overwhelming might to crush all, but also wielding the supreme wisdom to manipulate the cosmos at will. Martial prowess was merely one of his most inconspicuous methods. In an instant, the central control room of the divine court transformed into Bulma's personal domain. Her delicate hands danced across the holographic screen, leaving countless afterimages. As torrents of data surged like a tamed river of stars at her fingertips, reconfiguring. This was not merely code, it was the essence of information. The foundational protocol of cosmic communication. Within the memory chip of Raditz detector, long deemed dead, a faint trace of information, nearly imperceptible, recorded the frequency of space transition communications. Bulma, employing a near-creative act, forcefully activated, amplified, and deciphered it. Buzz, a ghostly blue virtual channel, composed of countless intricate runes, was successfully constructed within the holographic projection. At its other end, traversing the endless, frigid void of the cosmic vacuum, it pointed distantly towards the two spherical spaceships hurtling towards Earth. Master, the channel has been established. We can upload the disguised data packet at any moment. Bulma's voice resonated with a thrill and pride, akin to that which accompanies the completion of a magnificent masterpiece. Excellent. Jiang Long approached her, his gaze fixed upon the ethereal blue channel, as if he could already envision the face at its opposite end, adorned with arrogance and hubris. He refrained from personally drafting any report, instead speaking in a tone reminiscent of an epic recitation, calm and indifferent. His voice, transformed by Bulma's manipulation, became the coldest, most objective, and most deceptive data stream. The final battle report was automatically uploaded. Target, Earth. Indigenous Combat Power Assessment. The mightiest individual, Kakarot. Peak Combat Power, 1008. The Saiyan Bloodline exhibited extremely low activity. Potential Assessment, inferior. Threat level, low. Threat evaluation, eliminated. Kakarot had utilized a self-destructive energy technique named the Spirit Bomb to vanquish the invader Raditz, a method that compressed life energy and combat energy to its zenith, erupting instantaneously. This technique possessed tremendous power, yet the cost was the simultaneous annihilation of the user's soul and body. Conclusion: the greatest threat has perished alongside Raditz. The remaining indigenous beings exhibited combat power below 300, displaying a lack of efficient combat skills in clustered formations. Threat level, negligible. Warning: this unit is about to be destroyed. Information upload interrupted. This is the final data. A flawless, yet misleading testament was crafted by Bulma using the most advanced encryption algorithms, masquerading as a fragmented battle report returned by the probe due to energy overload just before annihilation. It made no mention of Broly, nor of Chi-Chi, and certainly not of Jiang Long, the divine being among mortals. Instead, it presented the most objective data, painting a false paradise for the distant Vegeta, depicting a scenario where the strongest had perished, leaving only a flock of lambs ripe for slaughter. Send. Jiang Long uttered the word softly. The stream of data, laden with lies and a deadly trap, transformed instantly into an invisible wave, merging into the ethereal blue channel, crossing the starry expanse, and shooting towards the profound unknown. The universe remained cold and desolate. Stars, like dust, scattered across the boundless dark canvas, unchanging throughout eternity. A spherical spacecraft, akin to a solitary meteor, pierced the stillness. Inside the vessel, the environment was cramped and stifling. The enormous form of Banna nearly filled half the space. As he languidly gnawed on a desiccated strip of an unknown creature, mumbling indistinct complaints. Vegeta, how much longer until we arrive? My bones are about to rust. Meanwhile, Vegeta, the haughty Saiyan prince, sat with his arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed, leaning against the frigid wall, resembling a lifeless statue. His sharply defined face bore the marks of inherent pride and impatience. Just then, a sound echoed, beep. A faint sound, emanating from the control panel, shattered the oppressive silence within the cabin. Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise igniting within his obsidian gaze. Is that a detector left by that useless Raditz? He extended his hand, tapping the screen several times. This was an emergency information transmission program that would only activate after the detector had been utterly destroyed. Typically, it indicated that the mission executor had perished, having encountered an adversary far beyond expectations. Let me see what sort of trash could lead that fool Raditz to sacrifice his life. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. In the next moment, the fabricated battle report, dictated by Jiang Long and pinned by Bulma, vividly materialized before him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the cramped cabin, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Nappa halted his chewing, leaning in with curiosity. Suddenly, ha 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 ha. Vegeta was initially taken aback, but that astonishment morphed into profound disdain and ultimately erupted into an unrestrained, superior laughter. His mirth reverberated within the confined space, rife with cruelty and malice. Nappa. Vegeta pointed at the data on the screen, as if he had encountered the year's most amusing joke. Look, you must see this. We have overestimated this group of Earth monkeys. Nappa leaned closer, and upon reading the words mutual destruction and the greatest threat has been eliminated, a look of dawning realization crossed his grotesque face, followed by his own raucous laughter. So that is how it is. I wondered how Raditz could possibly die. He He was taken out by a piece of trash with a power level just over 1,000. Using a self-destruct technique, Nappa's fist struck the cabin wall with a resounding thud. What a disgrace. A humiliation for the Saiyans. Vegeta gradually reined in his laughter. Yet the arrogance and derision in his eyes intensified, as if they had solidified into something tangible. Humph, Kakarot. Even if you manage to take someone down with you in your final moments, it does not alter the fact that you are a worthless lower-class warrior, he remarked coldly. However, this may work to our advantage. He turned his gaze to the rapidly receding stars outside, addressing Nappa with an air of finality. It seems this journey will be far easier than anticipated. The strongest foe has already perished, and the remaining weaklings possess power levels below 500. Our approach will be akin to a stroll in the garden. Nappa grinned widely, his excitement palpable. Prince Vegeta, once we acquire the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality, we shall. The Dragon Balls are mine, Vegeta interrupted coldly, his eyes glimmering with an insatiable greed and desire for eternal life. In his view, Earth had become a feast laid bare on the table, utterly devoid of resistance. All he needed to do was descend and partake. In the core of the divine realm, the holographic projection of the Azure Channel faded quietly after the data transmission concluded. In the control room, the warriors exchanged glances, their minds overwhelmed by the enigmatic maneuvers of Jiang Long. The shock they felt transcended mere words. Is this what war truly entails? While they remained ensnared in primitive notions of victory dictated by fists and energy waves, Jiang Long had already transformed the entire galaxy into his chessboard. Bulma approached Jiang Long, and a flicker of concern, one she herself had not recognized, flashed in her beautiful eyes. By deceiving them, the master could indeed lower their guard. Yet what if, upon arrival, they uncovered the truth? Would their fury not be even more profound? Upon hearing her thoughts, Jiang Long slowly turned. He extended his hand, gently caressing Bulma's silky blue hair. His touch was tender, yet his gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. He regarded her with a cruel and chilling smile. A curve so formidable it could instill dread in gods and demons alike. I wish to ensure that they experience the deepest, most incomprehensible despair at the height of their arrogance, their belief in their own omnipotence. His voice echoed softly in the desolate divine court. As for their wrath, that shall be their final proclamation in this world. Chapter 38. A glimpse of radiance shatters the stars. I seek the celestial canon amidst mortality. In the heart of the Earth's south divine court, only Jiang Long and Bulma remained within the depths of this hall, a symbol of new divine authority. Jiang Long withdrew his gaze from the fading holographic star map. In his profound eyes, both Vegeta and the warriors were but insignificant ripples in the vast river of history, unworthy of even a whisper in the depths of his heart. His journey was towards the expansive seas of stars beyond. My strategies amidst the mortal realm are merely a means to transcend it. Jiang Long's voice was soft, almost contemplative. The chessboard was set, the pieces in position. Now, it was time to enhance the strength of the one who directs the game. He turned to Bulma, the woman he had designated as his foremost divine consort, adorned in a silver scientific uniform that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her sapphire-like eyes were filled with admiration and fervor for the man before her. I shall commence the first formal genetic fusion. Jiang Long's tone was as calm as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. Please monitor the bodily data. Record any anomalies at once. Yes, master. Bulma bowed respectfully, and her eyes ignited with a more fervent flame. Genetic fusion. To her, these 4 words were akin to the mythical ability to turn stone into gold, to create worlds. This represented the ultimate scientific pursuit of her life, the supreme scripture for probing the essence of life. And now, she would witness and personally document this monumental genesis. Under Bulma's guidance, Jiang Long entered the core area of the divine court, the genetic laboratory. Rather than merely a laboratory, it resembled a cold, metallic ancient sanctuary. At the very center, there lay a colossal chamber constructed from an array of unknown alloys and biological tissues, resembling a heart in the process of gestating divine beings. Its surface was inscribed with countless intricate golden patterns that flickered in rhythm with the internal flow of energy. This was the gene stabilization chamber, a rudimentary prototype painstakingly crafted by Bulma, using vast resources from the Capsule Corporation, combined with certain advanced technological theories provided by Jiang Long. Its singular purpose was to create the most stable environment for Jiang Long during his audacious endeavor of genetic fusion, isolating him from all external disturbances. With his torso bare, revealing a physique seemingly forged from divine metal, exuding explosive power and streamlined elegance, Jiang Long stepped into the chamber. As the door slowly closed, an absolute darkness and silence enveloped him. He sat cross-legged, his consciousness descending into a realm of the mind. Within that mental expanse, the primordial bloodline resembled an endless, chaotic sea of stars, gently swirling. In one corner of this astral ocean, a drop of golden blood was sealed, entwined within it a resplendent genetic chain of the same hue. This was the essence of the innate gene, stolen from Krillin, containing the talent for energy precision shaping and cutting. To plunder and merge. Jiang Long issued a cold command within his sea of consciousness. Command confirmed. Gene sample. Krillin, Earthling. Target talent. Energy high precision shaping and cutting level. Commencing plunder success. Initiating analysis. Boom. At that moment, the chaotic sea of bloodlines erupted. A primordial beast, born from the endless chaotic divine power, emerged from the depths of the starry sea, revealing a fearsome visage. It bore no specific form, as if it were an amalgamation of the most primal and terrifying manifestations of myriad races, exuding an aura of dread capable of devouring the heavens and tearing apart the ages. This was the essence of the primordial bloodline, will to plunder. It opened its colossal maw, capable of consuming stars, and swallowed the drop of golden blood along with the brilliant genetic chain in one gulp, removing unnecessary gene fragments. Jiang Long could distinctly observe as the golden genetic chain was forcibly disassembled within the chaotic beast's body. The weak, flawed genetic information belonging to the inferior individual Krillin was instantly crushed, purified, and obliterated like refuse. What remained was the most core, pure, and resplendent segment that represented the essence of energy high-precision shaping and cutting laws. This segment of the rune appeared out of place within the frail bloodline of the Earthling, akin to a dust-covered divine pearl buried in sediment. Though it shimmered, it bore a hint of roughness and imperfection, optimizing energy shaping efficiency and initiating fusion with the primordial bloodline. The chaotic beast emitted a silent roar within it. Jiang Long's own Saiyan bloodline and primordial divine power surged like two raging cosmic rivers, fiercely washing over that golden rune of law. This was a higher tier of bloodline, forcibly optimizing a lower talent. The Saiyan's innate, ferocious combat instinct is indelibly etched within him. The primal bloodline, encompassing all and transcending everything, is akin to divine fire, repeatedly tempering him. Jiang Long's body quaked violently within the gene stabilization chamber. His skin intermittently manifested intricate golden arcs of electricity, only to transform into an inky blackness. His bones emitted a mournful cry under unbearable strain, while his muscle fibers oscillated wildly between rupture and reconstruction. In the monitoring room, Bulma observed the frantically oscillating vital signs on the screen, her palms slick with perspiration from anxiety. Such an intensity of genetic recombination would be sufficient to reduce any known carbon-based life form to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet, she bit her lip resolutely, her eyes reflecting not only worry but also an unwavering trust akin to faith. Her man, her lord, was anything but ordinary. Inside the stabilization chamber, beneath Jiang Long's tightly shut eyelids, his eyelids twitched violently. He sensed a wholly new and distinct power being birthed deep within his bloodline. No longer was it a crude technique like Krillin's, which merely relied on mental energy to condense into disks. This was a path that compressed energy to its utmost limits, rendering it infinitely close to a line on a microscopic level, thus forming the nascent essence of a slicing technique that could disregard macroscopic defenses. Integration complete. New ability has been encoded into the gene sequence. Ancestral bloodline fusion degree increased, 0-1. New talent generated. Hyper-effective chi circular / level cutting rule. As the cold prompt echoed within his mind, Jiang Long abruptly opened his eyes. Boom! Two beams of light, as solid as divine gold, erupted from his eyes, striking fiercely against the indomitable inner wall of the stabilization chamber, leaving behind two unfathomable charred holes. The chamber door opened in response. Jiang Long stepped out slowly. His aura did not intensify, but rather became more subdued, resembling a fathomless ancient well, all sharpness perfectly contained within. He glanced at Bulma, nodded to her, and in the next instant, vanished from sight. In the following moment, he found himself in the deepest part of the gravity training room within the core divine court. This arena was specially designed for Broly, boasting immense space, with walls and floors crafted from the hardest known divine gold alloy, discovered by Bulma in some alien relic, theoretically capable of withstanding the impact of a small planet. The gravity was set to 500 times that of normal. Jiang Long's voice resonated calmly. Buzz. The terrifying pressure descended instantly, as if a colossal star was pressing down upon him. The air thickened like mercury, with even the light appearing to bend under the weight. Jiang Long's body sank slightly before he stood tall and straight, akin to an eternal primordial mountain, unyielding against the tempest. He slowly raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. There was no signature charged pose like Krillin's, nor any earth-shattering display of momentum. With a casual gesture, he waved gently at the imposing golden wall, thick enough to measure several dozen meters, situated 100 meters away. It was as if he were merely brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve. A soft exhalation escaped his lips, devoid of sound, light, or even a ripple of energy. An orb, as solid as it was exquisite, seemingly sculpted from the purest creamy white jade, silently darted from his fingertips. Its size was no larger than a common dinner plate, radiating a gentle luster that belied any semblance of lethality. However, the moment it made contact with the golden wall, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The seemingly indestructible barrier yielded effortlessly, as though a hot knife were slicing through butter, or as if a pencil sketch were being erased by an eraser, encountering no resistance and emitting not a whisper as the jade disc seamlessly penetrated its surface. Moments later, it emerged from the opposite side of the wall, tracing a graceful arc through the air before dissipating into nothingness. The training chamber fell into a profound silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. A faint crack, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, resonated. A slender fissure, as fine as a hair and spanning several dozen meters, gradually appeared on the once imposing golden wall. Then, the upper segment of that massive structure, weighing millions of tons, silently slid down along the smooth, mirrored incision. With a resounding thunder, the delayed, cataclysmic roar erupted, shaking the very core of the celestial realm. Dust and debris soared into the sky, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Jiang Long remained steadfast, observing his long and powerful fingers, feeling a novel power coursing within him, one imbued with the essence of cutting and annihilation. A satisfied smile slowly curved his lips. This was the true essence of power, not merely an accumulation of energy, but a profound comprehension and application of the laws. The Scion's instinct for battle, combined with the Earthling's innate skill, refined and elevated through the ancestral bloodline, had culminated in a blade sharp enough to sever the threads of causality. This was merely the beginning. Jiang Long's gaze pierced through the dense layers of earth, transcending the azure sky, reaching into the boundless and frigid depths of the cosmos. In his eyes, he seemed to envision the lush green plains of Namek, the cruel and arrogant visage of Frieza, the Namekian's extraordinary regenerative abilities and Frieza's capacity to transcend limits through transformation. He desired it all. Retracting his gaze, he turned to face Bulma, who had been drawn by the thunderous sound. Her expression was one of indescribable shock and fervor. Jiang Long's voice resonated with an air of sovereign authority amidst the ruins that had crumbled at his touch. Bulma, prepare for departure. Chapter 39, The Divine Court's Performance. Bulma, prepare for departure. Jiang Long's voice fell like a decree from the ages, echoing through the stillness and heralding the dawn of a new journey. In Bulma's sapphire-like eyes, an endless fervor and admiration shimmered, and just as she was about to bow in obedience, she was halted by a tranquil gaze from Jiang Long. He slowly turned. His profound eyes, as deep as the cosmos, fell upon the warriors who had been drawn to the earth-shattering sound, now standing at the edge of the ruins, their faces awash with astonishment. Before embarking on their journey, there remained one final task. Jiang Long's voice was faint, yet sent shivers down the spines of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and others, as though an invisible chill surged from their spines to the crown of their heads. They witnessed Jiang Long stride forward, unfazed by the colossal boulders beneath his feet, traversing the ruins with an air of leisure, heading deeper into the divine realm. He did not look back, yet his spellbinding voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Follow me. No one dared to speak, no one dared to inquire. Even the unruly Piccolo, along with all others, felt as if they were bound by invisible chains, silently trailing behind the figure that resembled a deity or a demon. They passed through corridors forged from an unknown metal, shimmering with streams of data, ultimately arriving at a domain they had never before set foot in. It was an expansive void of darkness, stretching infinitely in all directions, a realm seemingly untouched since the birth of the universe. Only a path of photons lay beneath their feet, extending into the depths of the darkness. This is the tactical command center, Bulma's voice rang out, laced with a pride that only a creator could possess. It was personally designed by our master, a training ground that can simulate the laws of the universe with complete accuracy. As her words faded, Jiang Long had already reached the center of the void. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a soft pop, akin to the first decree of creation, the entire dark void was illuminated. Countless stars ignited around them. Brilliant galaxies stretched across the sky like vast bands of light. A cerulean planet floated quietly beneath their feet. They stood amidst the cosmos. This miraculous sight left all warriors spellbound, their souls trembling in awe. This transcended technology. It was mythology, a legend, a realm beyond the martial arts they had pursued throughout their lives. In the center of this starry expanse, two figures began to coalesce from the myriad streams of data. One was a towering figure over 2 meters tall, muscles coiling like vines, with a fierce visage that radiated an aura of brutality and slaughter. The other was shorter, clad in a tight-fitting combat suit, arms crossed over his chest, his sharply defined face etched with an innate arrogance, as if he intended to trample the entire universe beneath his feet. Vegeta, that bastard, Krillin gasped, instinctively retreating a step. The two data-formed models, merely standing there, exuded a pressure that was strikingly reminiscent of the suffocating fear they had felt through their communications, instantly recalling the overwhelming dread of being crushed. A bunch of worthless fools. Jiang Long finally spoke, his frigid voice shattering the illusions of those present, dragging them back from their astonishment into the harsh realm of reality. He surveyed the faces around him, etched with fear and unease, his gaze suffused with indifference and disappointment. Look at your expressions. The battle has yet to commence, and your resolve has already been shattered by 2 mere data models. He shook his head, a hint of derision lacing his tone. With your ludicrous sense of martial honor, do you truly believe you can contend with them? That is not combat. That is suicide. Sun Wukong abruptly raised his head, fists clenched, defiantly proclaiming, "We have grown significantly stronger." Stronger? Jiang Long chuckled, a smile that was both icy and brutal. You have merely filled your internal reservoirs of energy a bit more, yet you continue to fight like savages wielding stones. What you deem as strength in my eyes is nothing more than replacing a stone with a slightly larger one. Fundamentally, there is no distinction. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over each warrior. Today, I shall bestow upon you an entirely new set of principles, an operational strategy known as divine punishment. From this moment forth, cast aside your notions of individual heroism and your absurd one-on-one duels. You are no longer solitary entities. You are components of a meticulously engineered killing machine, each serving a distinct function. Jiang Long's voice struck like a hammer upon the hearts of every warrior, shattering their pitiful pride and confidence. Kakarot, Jiang Long called out first, fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong. Yes, Sun Wukong instinctively straightened. Abandon your self-righteous kindness and fervor. Combat is not a banquet. Jiang Long's voice was merciless. Your task is not to conquer, but to restrain. Utilize your speed, akin to an eternally tireless fly, to torment a fierce tiger. Your aim is its eyes, its nerves. Every spot that can incite irritation and fury. I have optimized your King Kai fist. It is no longer a tragic move leading to mutual destruction with your adversary, but a standard combat state that allows you to maximize your mobility in a brief span. Remember, each successful evasion you achieve holds more value than delivering 100 blows. Your existence serves to draw the primary fire, creating opportunities for the true lethal strike. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had never considered that his most powerful offensive technique was merely a distraction in Jiang Long's strategy. Piccolo raised his head, his expression solemn. Your special beam cannon is the sole key within this tactical framework. Jiang Long's voice pierced with an all-seeing clarity. But the key may only be wielded the instant the lock appears. Until that moment, you are but a deathly statue concealed in the shadows. Your mission is to gather strength, to wait, to seek that fleeting opportunity for an absolute fatal strike. Your very presence serves as their greatest deterrent. Piccolo fell silent. Yet a flicker of understanding flashed in his sharp eyes. He comprehended that Jiang Long desired not a battle, but a hunt. Krillin, Tien, here. The two responded in unison. You are the scalpel tasked with dismembering this colossal beast. Jiang Long's fingers gently traced over the models of Nappa and Vegeta, disregarding their torsos, overlooking their formidable armor. Your objective is solely their joints, their eyes, the nodes of energy output, and Jiang Long's lips curled into a cold arc, their long-forgotten, lethal Saiyan tales. What? Krillin and Tien Shinhan gasped in unison. It dawned on them that Raditz, like Goku, possessed a tail, and therein lay Goku's vulnerability. Jiang Long's gaze settled on the most diminutive and inconspicuous figure, Yamcha, who was so anxious he could hardly breathe. You are the weakest, yet the most crucial, Jiang Long stated. Each word deliberate. Your superpower is your only weapon. At the most critical moment, I require you to utilize your life to procure even a single second of mental paralysis. That second could determine the outcome of this war. Yamcha trembled violently, his gaze locked onto Jiang Long's unfathomable eyes, as his fear was supplanted by an unprecedented sense of purpose, imbued with an immense responsibility. Now, Jiang Long declared, the drill begins. Boom. The two data models sprang to life in an instant. Nappa unleashed a furious roar, his massive form hurtling towards Son Goku like a meteor. Meanwhile, Vegeta wore a sinister grin, his hands coalescing two orbs of purple energy brimming with destructive intent. Chaos ensued. Everything fell into disarray. The first simulation ended in utter defeat. The warriors were wholly unable to adapt to this novel combat mode, instinctively reverting to their old, solitary ways of fighting. Goku attempted to confront Nappa head-on and was sent flying by a single punch. Piccolo's special beam cannon had not even finished charging before being interrupted by Vegeta's energy blast. You fools. Jiang Long's icy voice reverberated throughout the arena. He halted the simulation, mercilessly highlighting each individual's fatal errors. Kakarot, I instructed you to distract, not to throw your life away. Piccolo, your killing intent is far too obvious. The Reaper does not allow its prey to sense its presence beforehand. Krillin, why are you targeting his chest with your ki blasts? Are you attempting to give him a massage? The second simulation commenced. Conditions improved slightly, yet cooperation remained awkward and full of gaps. The third and fourth simulations followed, under Jiang Long's relentless reprimands and guidance. The warriors seemed to shed layers of habit and dignity, revealing their primal, unadulterated instinct for combat. They began to learn trust, to cooperate, and to think as a true collective. Finally, after an indeterminate number of simulations, it was now. Jiang Long's voice resonated like thunder in the hearts of all present. On the battlefield, Son Goku activated an optimized version of the Kaioken, his form transforming into a flurry of crimson afterimages, darting around Nappa with frenetic energy. Each strike landing precisely on the most sensitive areas of his senses, infuriating the giant and drawing all his focus. On the other side, Piccolo's figure had long since vanished from everyone's perception, like a specter merged with the shadows. He silently concentrated all his energy into the tips of his joined fingers in an absolute blind spot. Now, with Jiang Long's command, 2 dazzling white discs, shimmering with lethal brilliance, surged forth from the extreme corners of Nappa's field of vision at an exquisitely calculated angle. It was Krillin and Tien's energy disc attack. The anguished screams of Nappa echoed across the starry sky as his immensely thick thighs were severed cleanly at the knees. His colossal body instantaneously lost balance and crashed to the ground. In that fleeting moment of agony, when Nappa's spirit faltered, an invisible and eerie mental force brutally pierced his brain. Nappa's movements froze. Even if only for a mere 13 seconds, it was enough. A spiraling golden beam, imbued with the essence of death and destruction, seemed to transcend both space and time, erupting from the darkness with a piercing shriek. With a piercing sound, the magic cannon shot precisely through Nappa's gaping mouth, exiting from the back of his head and sending forth a dazzling cascade of data light. The simulated model of Nappa, with his once ferocious gaze, instantly lost all vitality as his enormous form crumpled to the ground, transforming into a myriad of data streams, dissipating into the void. The entire training arena fell into a deathly silence. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tien panted heavily, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. They had won. They had never imagined that battle could unfold with such efficiency and finesse. They gazed at the man still standing at the center of the void, his expression unchanged, and their respect surged to unprecedented heights. This was no longer merely a mentor. He was a deity wielding the power of war and death. Jiang Long slowly deactivated the tactical simulation system, and the surrounding starry sky faded, reverting to a cold, dark expanse. He glanced at the myriad of excited and adoring eyes below, his demeanor indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The tactics have been imparted to you. His voice was calm and detached, yet carried an undeniable authority. This is your graduation examination. If you cannot even handle 2 brutes whose weaknesses I have already revealed to you. As Jiang Long spoke, he slowly turned away, walking towards the photon path he had arrived on, leaving behind a solitary and resolute silhouette. Then it would prove that my investment has utterly failed. And the only fate for a failed investment is to be discarded. Chapter 40. Farewell to the Wasteland, Expedition to the Starry Sea. Jiang Long's words, that the only fate for a failed investment is to be discarded, loomed like an invisible ancient mountain, pressing down upon the hearts of each warrior, making even their breaths feel unbearably arduous. This was not a threat, but a declaration, a dispassionate judgment on the fate of lesser beings from a higher plane of existence. He turned, striding towards the photon path that bridges reality and myth, his solitary silhouette seeming to shatter the void, advancing towards a more vast sea of stars. Behind him, the warriors bore faces etched with struggle, defiance, humiliation, and a flicker of madness ignited by the primal urge to survive. They understood that from this moment forth, the fate of their planet was no longer tethered to the whims of that man, but solely intertwined with their own lives and deaths. Beyond the divine court, within the immense underground dock, a spaceship gleaming with a dark golden sheen hovered silently. It was not a crude industrial creation like those of Earth or the Frieza Force. Its hull appeared sculpted from a single piece of divine metal, with energy patterns visibly pulsing across its surface, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. This was the divine vessel, a rebirth of the ancient ship of the gods, infused with concepts of divine technology from the Science, the Frieza Force, and Jiang Long himself, meticulously crafted by Bulma's hands. No longer merely a ship, it had transformed into a mobile sanctuary capable of traversing the cosmos. Jiang Long stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the open hatch, flanked by 3 figures. Bulma, clad in a silver scientific uniform that accentuated her striking curves, gazed at Jiang Long's back with an adoration akin to that of the most devout of believers gazing upon their deity. Kiki, now donned in a form-fitting black combat suit, had regained her once blunted edges, her demonic blood surging within her as she sensed the unknown expanse of the starry sky ahead. Her eyes ablaze with ambition and combativeness born anew. Broly stood silently like an iron tower, his pure gaze reflecting only the figure of Jiang Long, as if this man constituted his entire world. The warriors followed, ultimately halting 100 meters away, an invisible pressure rendering them unable to approach any closer. Master, all systems have completed self-checks. The divine vessel is ready for departure. Bulma stepped forward, reporting with utmost respect. Jiang Long inclined his head slightly, poised to board the ship. Wait. A voice, choked with a tumult of emotions, cried out from behind. It was Piccolo. This once proud Namekian warrior, now pale, fixed his gaze on Jiang Long's silhouette and summoned all his strength to voice the question that loomed in the hearts of all, yet none dared to utter. Are you truly leaving? At this moment. What if we fail? The question hung in the air, causing everyone to hold their breath. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan looked at Jiang Long with nearly pleading eyes, yearning for even a false promise from his lips. Jiang Long paused. Slowly he turned, his expression devoid of the indifference or impatience that many had anticipated. Instead, a faint smile played upon his lips, reminiscent of someone amused by a group of children incapable of grasping the intricacies of a game. Failure? He softly echoed the word, then shook his head. Should you fail? It would signify that this planet, this very soil, holds no further value for my investment. His voice was calm, yet it plunged the hearts of all present into an abyss of despair in an instant. The cosmos is vast, with life-bearing planets as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, countless beyond measure. Jiang Long's gaze seemed to penetrate the dense layers of the earth, glimpsing the boundless sea of stars. I shall seek out the next more intriguing nursery to sow new seeds. As for this planet, he paused, the curvature of his lips deepening. It may face destruction, perhaps devolve into a marketplace for slaves, or be transformed into a resource extraction point by some passing civilization. But what concern is that of mine? Boom. His words, akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap descending from the heavens, struck relentlessly at the very souls of each warrior. The last vestiges of hope in their hearts, the final threads of reliance, were utterly crushed beneath the weight of such merciless rhetoric. It became evident that, in Jiang Long's eyes, all that they endeavored to protect was merely a nursery that could be abandoned at any moment. Their very existence hinged not on valor, but rather on a dispassionate calculation of return on investment. Sun Wukong's body trembled slightly as he recalled Jiang Long's earlier proclamation, weakness is the original sin. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the chilling and blood-soaked cruelty that lay behind those 5 words, devoid of any warmth. Piccolo fell silent. His once proud demonic heart was shattered in an instant by the harshness of reality. He understood that the disparity between himself and Jiang Long was not one of strength or intellect, but rather of vision. The other had long since elevated himself to a vantage point that surveyed all beings beneath him. Jiang Long withdrew his gaze, dismissing the intricate emotions of these mere components, and turned, leading his core team into the vessel that resembled the gaping maw of an ancient beast. The hum resonated as the hatch slowly closed, severing 2 worlds. The warriors stood frozen in place, gazing at the quietly hovering dark golden ship, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Fear, humiliation, and rage ultimately coalesced into a fervent battle spirit born from the depths of despair. They had no path of retreat left. At that moment, the colossal ship stirred. There were no violent flames erupting, no deafening roars, not even a whisper of air disturbance. It merely shuddered slightly, and the dark golden patterns adorning its surface blazed brilliantly for an instant, as if a sun were awakening within. In the next heartbeat, to the astonishment of all, it did not soar into the sky. Rather, the space before it tore open like a gash created by an invisible hand. Divine vessel no. One silently slipped into that rift in space. The fissure then sealed, as if nothing had transpired. The entire underground dock was left in a profound silence, accompanied only by a group of Earth's guardians whose worldviews had been irrevocably upended. The universe is cold, desolate, and dark, an eternal theme. Stars scatter like dust across the infinite canvas, unchanging throughout the ages. Amidst this desolate tableau, a vibrant wormhole was abruptly torn asunder, from which a dark golden vessel, akin to a spear that pierces through the annals of time, boldly emerged. Within the spacecraft, there existed not the confines of a cramped chamber, but a grand hall reminiscent of a palace. At its center, a 3-dimensional star map, composed of photons, spun languidly, with myriad stars twinkling upon it, each adorned with intricate data. Jiang Long stood with his hands clasped behind him before the celestial chart, his profound gaze mirroring the entire galaxy, reminiscent of an emperor surveying his dominion. Behind him stood Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Broly, poised in silence. The vessel, now in stable warp travel, had departed the gravitational influence of the solar system. Bulma adeptly manipulated the adjacent control panel, her voice tinged with excitement. Master, according to the course you previously set, we are en route to the 7th planetary base of Frieza's army, with an estimated travel time of 72 standard hours. However, she hesitated, a flicker of concern flashing in her beautiful eyes, one she herself had not fully recognized. Are we truly venturing into Frieza's territory? According to the intel deciphered from the Raditz probe, Frieza reigns as the cosmic sovereign over much of the North Galaxy, commanding an immense army. Is it not perilous to charge directly into his domain? Though Chi-Chi and Broly remained silent, Their eyes betrayed a hint of gravity. They had witnessed Jiang Long's formidable prowess. Yet the mere mention of Frieza evoked an inherent dread across the cosmos. Jiang Long did not turn. He merely raised his hand slowly, his elongated fingers lightly tapping the void. The vast star map transformed instantaneously, countless stars dimming, leaving only a singular coordinate point. Magnified infinitely until it revealed a beautiful planet radiating a soft, emerald glow. Frieza? A cold, profound smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Long's lips, embodying the gaze of a hunter fixated upon its prey, filled with avarice and longing. No, we do not yet need to provoke that rabid dog. His gaze remained steadfast on the verdant planet, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented fervor, a blaze even more intense than when he had previously plundered any gene. Our objective lies here. Planet Namek. Bulma and Chi-Chi were taken aback simultaneously. Planet Namek? The very planet reputed to harbor the dragon capable of granting any wish. Master, do you seek the Dragon Balls? Bulma instinctively inquired. The Dragon Balls? Jiang Long chuckled, a hint of disdain lacing his laughter, as he regarded those who relied on external means to realize their desires as mere playthings of the weak. He slowly turned, his eyes reflecting the galaxy, igniting with flames potent enough to instill trepidation in gods and demons alike. What I desire is something far more valuable than eternal life. Each word resonated with the thunderous cadence of law, echoing throughout the Grand Hall. It is the power of the Namekian bloodline, renowned for its immortality and infinite regeneration. It is the ultimate gift, one that allows for rebirth as long as a single cell remains alive. At that moment, Bulma's heart tightened fiercely. She understood instantly. Eternal youth could be wished for with the Dragon Balls. However, the ability for infinite resurrection is a power inscribed deep within the genes, a divine prerogative. This, indeed, is her man, her sovereign. What he desires has never been mere scraps, but rather to seize and transform all laws for his own use. Moreover, Jiang Long's gaze returned to the star map, his finger gently gliding over it, illuminating several rapidly moving red dots representing fleets near the route to Namek. According to the fragmented memories I gleaned from Raditz, Frieza and his most elite troops should also be en route to Namek. A cruel and chilling smile gradually curved his lips, a grin potent enough to freeze the entire starry expanse. Just as well, I would not have to search for them one by one. This time, we are not here to sightsee, nor to make wishes. We are here to hunt. To hunt the entire Frieza army. Chapter 41. The Opening of Divine Retribution. The Spoiled Prince and the Game. At the very moment the dark golden hull of the God Clan's vessel submerged into the ripples of warp travel, vanishing at the edge of the solar system. The heavens above Earth were violently torn asunder by two ominous streaks of light. These were two spherical spacecraft, enveloped in an aura of destruction and slaughter, piercing through the fragile atmosphere with a brutish demeanor, igniting blinding flames as they descended like two malevolent stars from the depths of space, accurately targeting the most prosperous city on the eastern continent of this planet. Boom! The thunderous impact seemed poised to overturn the entire continent. The ground quaked, and towering skyscrapers crumbled like sandcastles under the force of the shockwave. A mushroom cloud of smoke and flames surged skyward, obscuring the sun, as an apocalyptic scene descended upon this tranquil land. In the depths of the unfathomable crater created by the collision, the hatches of the two spacecraft slowly creaked open. The first to emerge was a giant exceeding 2 meters in height, his muscles bulging and his visage ferocious. It was Nappa. He greedily inhaled the air, savoring the sweetness of life on this planet, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He surveyed the surroundings, observing the tiny figures screaming and fleeing amidst the ruins. His eyes devoid of any compassion, only showing indifference as one would regard insects. Hey, Vegeta, the air on this planet is quite nice. It's just these insects are too noisy. Nappa casually raised his right hand, fingers converging, a blinding energy sphere coalescing at his fingertips. Let us consider this a greeting. With a whoosh, a massive beam of energy erupted from his fingertip like a spear of divine punishment. Where the beam passed, whether it was the remnants of steel structures, the panicked crowd, or the solid earth, all were utterly vaporized in an instant, leaving not even a trace of dust. The beam swept across, triggering even more terrifying chain explosions at the far end of the city, in the heart of a once thriving metropolis. A single strike transformed it into a desolate wasteland of silence and death. As the echoes of the explosion faded, the world succumbed to an eerie stillness. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, emerged slowly from another vessel, arms crossed. Though his physique was not as imposing as that of Nappa, an inherent pride and coldness emanated from his very bloodline, chilling the surrounding air. He cast a glance at Nappa's handiwork, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he were witnessing a tedious display of fireworks. His gaze fell upon the repaired scouter on his wrist, which beeped steadily. Numerous dots of light converged rapidly from across the globe towards a barren expanse. Humph, it seems the insects of Earth are quite obedient, having gathered already. Vegeta's eyes were frigid, imbued with indifferent judgment upon the fates of these lower beings. Nappa, these individuals are yours to warm up against. Remember, do not take too long. We still have to search for that accursed Dragon Ball. Rest assured, Vegeta. Nappa grinned maliciously, cracking his gargantuan knuckles, the sound reminiscent of popping beans. Dealing with a group of weaklings, none of whom possess a power level exceeding 500, hardly qualifies as a warm-up. Their conversation was laced with an unwavering confidence and disdain born from their fabricated reports. To them, this endeavor was merely a leisurely outing, a one-sided massacre of ants. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the city's ruins, in an arid wasteland, a fierce wind howled, swirling dust into the air, painting the landscape in hues of yellow and gray. Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu, the finest warriors on Earth, stood resolutely, forming a loose yet intricately aligned formation. On their faces resided no fear, no panic, nor even a hint of tension. Instead, there was an icy calm akin to millennial-old ice, coupled with the absolute focus of a blade drawn from its sheath. Nearly a year of scientific training and Jiang Long's formidable methods had shattered their martial hearts, only to reconstruct them under a more brutal and efficient doctrine. They were no longer the guardians of Earth. They had become executioners awaiting orders. Each warrior bore a microcommunicator, crafted by Bulma with utmost devotion. Smaller than a grain of rice, capable of transcending galaxies to connect directly with the divine. They waited. They awaited the final judgment from the man who had journeyed across the stars. Suddenly, Piccolo's sharp eyes narrowed, his gaze lifting towards the horizon. Sensing a shared intuition, everyone followed suit. Two black dots, radiating an aura of malevolence and brutality, approached rapidly, ultimately crashing down with tremendous force mere meters before them. Boom, boom. The earth trembled violently once more as two figures emerged from the dust, Vegeta and Nappa. The palpable aura of terror surged forth like a tide, a pressure that, a year prior, would have left Krillin and the others gasping for breath, stripped of all will to fight. At this moment, the warriors stood immovable as rocks, their expressions betraying not the slightest flicker of emotion. Oh, Vegeta raised an eyebrow at the assembly before him. His scouter clearly displayed that the highest combat power among them belonged to the green-skinned Namekian, fluctuating around a value of approximately 1,300. Humph. Is this the mightiest warrior on Earth after the demise of Raditz? Vegeta scoffed, his words laced with condescension, truly pathetic. To eliminate a worthless opponent, they had sacrificed their strongest. He fully believed the report of Kakarot and Raditz perishing together. Nappa stepped forward, casting a colossal shadow over all present, sneering. A group of inferior scions and natives without tails dares to stand here? Your audacity is nothing short of foolishness. He could hardly contain his eagerness to crush these audacious insects. Yet, the response remained an oppressive silence. The warriors appeared as emotionless statues, their cold, piercing gazes fixed unwaveringly upon their adversaries. Their stares felt less like those of deities or demons, and more like that of a predator observing its prey, poised for dismemberment. This sensation of being scrutinized by ants stirred an unsettling discontent within Vegeta, further fueling Nappa's already raging fury. You wretched fools! You seek death! Nappa roared, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that sent forth a terrifying wave of power. He was poised to obliterate these oblivious fools into oblivion. Just as the moment reached its zenith, a voice resonated through the minuscule communicators in the ears of all warriors. This voice transcended the vastness of the starry sea and traversed the chilling void of space, calm, yet imbued with an unassailable will. It was the voice of Jiang Long. Target, Nappa. Codename, Divine Punishment, Phase 1 initiated. At the instant the command was issued, a seemingly invisible switch had been flipped. The previously dormant aura surrounding the warriors suddenly transformed into an overwhelming ferocity. The cold tranquility in their eyes was instantly replaced by a fervent desire to kill. With swift precision, without a word or a moment's hesitation, Goku, Krillin, and Tien launched into action simultaneously. They did not engage as individuals, but rather executed the tactical maneuvers they had rehearsed countless times in the arena of the underworld, dispersing in an instant. A deadly encirclement centered around Nappa took shape in a heartbeat. This unexpected scene left both Vegeta and Nappa momentarily stunned. They had anticipated fear, pleas for mercy, and futile resistance, but never did they foresee that this motley crew would not only remain unfazed by their menacing presence, but would also adopt such a bizarre, targeted formation. This was no mere provocation. It was an affront, a stark humiliation of their Saiyan pride. Ha ha ha! Nappa was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted into a thunderous laugh. His mirth laced with fury and murderous intent. How intriguing, truly fascinating. A group of oblivious insects dares to engage in tactical games. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, scorching the gravel beneath into a charred black. Excellent. Very well. Let this planet experience the true essence of despair, beginning with you. Before his words could fade, His colossal form surged forward like a cannonball, imbued with cataclysmic power, cackling as he charged toward the seemingly fragile formation of divine punishment. Chapter 42. The Scripted Kill. A despairing feast for the prince. To him, those peculiar figures before him, arranged in an odd formation, would soon be reduced to nothing more than a grotesque puddle of blood and flesh. Yet, just as his massive shadow was poised to envelop all, heralding destruction, the foremost figure, Sun Wukong, the warrior previously deemed dead by Vegeta, did not retreat. Instead, he boldly stepped forward to confront the impending annihilation. Suddenly, he brought his palms together before his forehead, his aura contracting to its utmost limit, transforming into a seemingly bottomless black hole. Then it erupted. Solar Fist. The cry reverberated like thunder, shaking the heavens. This was not mere light. It was a true miniature sun, forcibly wrenched from the firmament and ignited within Sun Wukong's grasp. Boom. In an instant, the world lost its color, everything turning white. A searing wave of pure, unadulterated light, capable of purging all existence, radiated from Sun Wukong, sweeping across the battlefield in a fan-like explosion. This brilliance was domineering, fervent, and utterly unstoppable. It pierced through Na Ba's ferocious aura, disregarded his resilient flesh, and imprinted itself onto his retina, racing through his optic nerves straight to the depths of his brain. Na Ba's furious charge came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a howl filled with pain and rage. His eyes were instantly scorched to a blood red, tears streaming forth like a torrent. As his entire world morphed into an eternal, soul-searing pallor, he thrashed about like a furious primordial beast, wildly flailing his arms and striking aimlessly at the surroundings. Damn it! My eyes! My eyes! Terrifying energy blasts were unleashed with no direction, creating massive craters on the gravel plain, smoke billowing into the sky, debris flying through the air, painting a scene of apocalyptic devastation. In the distance, Vegeta, startled by this sudden turn of events, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Instinctively, he shut his eyes and raised his arms in front of him, narrowly avoiding the direct onslaught of that radiance. The Solar Fist? Such a primitive ruse. A sense of absurdity welled within him, but more so, there was a fiery indignation ignited by such cleverness, belonging to a prince. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the true threat upon the battlefield had already descended. In that moment when Naba succumbed to blindness and fury, a fatal gap appeared in his defenses. Two phantasmagorical figures, having rehearsed their deadly trajectory countless times, silently emerged from the two absolute blind spots he perceived. It was Krillin and Tien. At this moment, their faces bore no trace of emotion, their gazes as frigid as the abyss, resembling two meticulously engineered instruments of slaughter programmed for dismemberment. Divine Punishment, Step 2. Krillin's voice resonated through the communication channel, cold and steady. He raised one hand high, a disk of energy, thin as a cicada's wing, yet shimmering with the absolute principles of cutting, whirled into existence in his palm, humming with power. Energy Sphere Slash. However, this particular Energy Sphere Slash was unlike any other. Refined through Jiang Long's theoretical optimization, its energy was compressed to the utmost limit, presenting a texture akin to white jade, emanating a chilling sharpness that seemed capable of cleaving through the very fabric of causality. On the other side, Tien interlocked his hands, assuming the familiar, life-draining posture of the three-eyed tribe's forbidden technique. New Kamehameha. There was no violent aura, only a square imprint of energy coalescing in his palm. Within that imprint lay the weight of a mountain, a terrifying power that seemed to suppress all things, causing the surrounding space to solidify. Go. Drink. The two commands echoed simultaneously. Swoosh. The white jade disc transformed into a streak of light, maneuvering at an exceptionally cunning angle to bypass Naba's wildly flailing arms, precisely targeting the joint of his right leg that supported his massive physique. Boom. Meanwhile, Tien's new Kamehameha struck like a divine hammer upon Naba's left shoulder blade. Thud. Crack. The two sickening sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Naba's formidable body, capable of withstanding meteor impacts, appeared utterly fragile at that moment. The white jade disc sliced through without hesitation, unleashing a torrential rain of blood, severing nearly half of his right leg's tendons and bones. Simultaneously, his left shoulder erupted with the sound of shattering bones under the horrific impact of the Kamehameha, twisting his arm at a grotesque angle, causing it to droop limply. Roar. Excruciating pain. An unprecedented agony. It felt as though millions of steel needles pierced his marrow, akin to a volcano erupting within him. This agony shattered the pallor before his eyes, restoring a flicker of vision and plunging him into a frenzy of wrath. You damned insects. Naba's eyes burned crimson with fury as he gazed at his blood-soaked wounds, deep enough to see bone, and at his powerless, dangling arm. The inherent ferocity and rage of a Saiyan were ignited. He abandoned any thought of attacking others, his eyes, brimming with insatiable killing intent, fixated on a singular target, the dumpling floating in midair, exuding the weakest aura and appearing the most harmless. I will crush you first. He sought to annihilate this weakest existence in the most brutal manner, to cleanse himself of the humiliation inflicted by these insignificant ants. Boom. The colossal figure of Naba, dragging a partially crippled leg, surged forth like a black meteor, disregarding all assaults, charging towards Dumpling with an unrelenting fervor. That monstrous hand, rife with grotesque veins, descended upon Dumpling's diminutive form like a deathly net. Dumpling. Both Krillin and Tien shouted in horror simultaneously. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike capable of reducing him to mere pulp, Dumpling's youthful visage bore no trace of fear. Instead, what remained was an unwavering resolve, honed through countless trials in the divine martial arena, instilled by Jiang Long's chilling words. Divine punishment, third step. Just as Naba's titanic hand was about to make contact, Dumpling's eyes widened, and from the depths of his gaze erupted a brilliant spiritual light transcending life and death. Psychic power. A wave of invisible, intangible yet seemingly capable of freezing souls surged forth like a relentless tide, locking onto Naba's frenzied nervous system. This was an assault from a higher dimension, disregarding the corporeal and the energetic, striking directly at the soul. In the midst of his furious charge and overwhelming rage, Naba's massive form suddenly stiffened mid-air. The malevolent grin on his face froze, his outstretched hand halted, and even the boiling fury within him experienced a momentary, imperceptible turmoil. This rigidity lasted but a fleeting half-second. For mortals, it was merely the blink of an eye. Yet for seasoned warriors, those who had long since cast aside the notions of life and death, this half-second was an eternity. Now, a chilling roar, reminiscent of a judge from the depths of hell, reverberated from the shadows of the battlefield. It was Piccolo. From the very moment the battle commenced, he had assumed the role of the most patient of hunters, akin to a lifeless statue, perfectly concealing all his aura and murderous intent, merging seamlessly with the desolate wasteland. He waited, gathering strength, anticipating the singular moment of lethal opportunity, forged by his comrades' blood and sacrifice. That moment had arrived. His fingers, poised together, had coalesced a spiraling beam of death, as if capable of consuming all light. Around this beam, the space subtly warped and collapsed, emitting a faint, soul-chilling shriek. Magic convergence, death cannon. Whoosh. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a piercing shriek slicing through the heavens. The golden energy beam, entwined with a spiral of death, shot forth like a spear of judgment, piercing through fate. It did not aim for Naba's sturdy back, nor did it target his head, rather, with an unfathomable angle. It precisely, forcefully penetrated through his mouth, which had slightly opened in agony. Splat. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The deadly beam of light pierced through Naba's esophagus with devastating force, shattering his insides, and ultimately erupting from the back of his heart, accompanied by a torrent of searing blood and viscera. A gaping, charred hole the size of a bowl materialized upon his chest. Naba's colossal form became utterly rigid, his crimson eyes reflecting the frenzied wrath that rapidly faded into a profound bewilderment, replaced by an incredulity that penetrated to his very core. Slowly, stiffly, he lowered his gaze to the immense cavity on his chest, from which black smoke and blood poured forth. Through this aperture, he could even glimpse the pale yellow sky behind him. How could this be? An elite warrior among Scions, reduced to being bested by a horde of insects with battle powers barely reaching 2,000. His massive body swayed helplessly in the air, the essence of life ebbing away as if retreating like a receding tide. Ultimately, like a great ancient tree severed at its base, he came crashing down to the ground. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted into the air. Chapter 43, The Game of Gods. The prince arrives, a bloodstained stage of despair. Silence enveloped the world, as if even the wind had frozen in fear. The dust that hung in the air paused mid-flight, painting a desolate portrait reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. All eyes fixated on the massive figure kneeling on the ground, vitality draining away like a receding tide. Naba, who had recently wreaked havoc like a demon, now resembled a weathered stone statue, the gaping wound in his chest a stark and haunting reminder of a grotesque and bloody narrative. Vegeta stood motionless, his previous posture of arms crossed vanished. For the first time, his countenance, forever etched with the pride of a Scion, was shrouded in a shadow of profound humiliation and frigid murderous intent. He was not shocked by Naba's downfall, but was incensed with himself, furious that this Scion prince had been so easily manipulated by what he perceived as mere dust and insects, employing such crude tactics. This was a greater disgrace than outright defeat. Useless. The words slipped through Vegeta's teeth, devoid of any emotion, cold as ice. He moved, without a monumental display of power. His steps were light upon the shattered gravel, yet they echoed with a weight akin to the death knell of a grim reaper, each footfall drawing him closer to Naba. The hearts of the warriors tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand. A chilling dread, 1,000-fold stronger than when facing Naba, surged from the depths of their souls, spreading and freezing every cell in their bodies. Naba, kneeling on the ground, struggled to lift his head. His unfocused eyes filled with a desperate yearning for life and a plea for salvation from his comrades. "Save me." Vegeta approached, towering over him. His gaze as indifferent as one would bestow upon a stone by the roadside. Even a Saiyan incapable of cleansing such trifles slowly raised his right hand within his palm. A sphere of purple energy, highly condensed and emanating an aura of annihilation, silently took shape, devoid of value. The instant the words fell, Nappa's pupils contracted to their utmost. What he beheld was not the hand of a comrade, but the final judgment from the prince. No. Boom. The violet beam, without a hint of hesitation, instantaneously engulfed Nappa's desperate scream, along with his massive form and the blood-soaked earth beneath him, vaporizing everything. There was no explosive roar, only a chilling sound of obliteration. As the radiance faded, all that remained was a bottomless, smoothly edged circular pit, as if a portion of space had been ruthlessly excised. Nappa, the formidable Saiyan warrior, was thus utterly erased from this world by his prince, leaving no trace of his existence behind. This cold-blooded and brutal scene struck the hearts of all warriors like a heavy hammer forged from ancient ice, rendering their hearts nearly still. Now, Vegeta slowly turned around. His icy gaze, akin to two Death Stars suspended in the heavens, swept across Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and Goku's faces. "It is your turn." He flashed a cruel, stark white smile. "Let me see who instilled this swarm of insects with the audacity to provoke the Saiyan Prince. A crisis. An unprecedented crisis. Scatter. Execute the plan." Piccolo was the first to break free from the tremor of the soul, letting out a roar, without needing to be reminded. Everyone understood that the man before them existed in an entirely different dimension from Nappa. He was not merely powerful. He possessed a combat intelligence that penetrated all. Divine punishment. Activate. Goku suppressed the tumult in his heart, once more assuming his stance, preparing to unleash the solar flare again. Krillin and Tien also began to gather their strength, the energies of the Kienzan and Kamehameha converging in their palms. They aimed to recreate miracles with this meticulously honed strategy. Yet, Vegeta merely stood his ground, the mocking curve at the corner of his mouth growing ever more pronounced. "You think you can play the same trick before me a second time?" As if he had heard the greatest of jokes, he scoffed, Navi to the point of being pitiable. Just as Goku was about to ignite his brilliance, Vegeta's figure vanished. It was not a rapid movement, but as if erased from this space entirely, disappearing into thin air. What? A warning bell rang fiercely in Goku's mind. In the next instant, an icy killing intent, like a viper's strike, suddenly manifested behind the weakest link in their formation, Yamcha, the first. The voice seemed to whisper in Yamcha's ear, laced with mockery and an endless chill of death. Yamcha froze, unable to summon his abilities in time, as a gloved iron fist had already struck his back. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as the diminutive figure of Dumpling was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, his eyes rolling back as he instantaneously lost consciousness, crashing heavily upon the distant rocky outcrop, his fate uncertain. The control core was shattered in an instant. At that moment, the divine punishment tactic revealed a fatal flaw. Dumpling. Tien's eyes bulged with fury as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. To be distracted in the midst of battle was a grave sin, yet the voice of the three-eyed demon, Vegeta, resonated once more, this time from Tien's flank. Tien, filled with dread, instinctively hurled the incomplete energy cannon in the direction of the voice. But it was too late. A foot, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, struck mercilessly against his wrist. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang clear. Tien emitted a pained gasp as the energy cannon spiraled out of control, soaring skyward and erupting into a massive hole in the clouds. He was propelled by the overwhelming force, tumbling awkwardly, his right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly rendered useless. Vegeta's figure materialized slowly at Tien's previous position, not even glancing at his handiwork, his cold gaze already shifting towards another target, Krillin. At that moment, Krillin was thrown into disarray by the successive injuries inflicted upon his comrades, yet he gritted his teeth and hurled the flawlessly condensed white jade disc with all his might. Die. Swish. This energy-slicing technique embodied all his hopes, cutting through the sky with a sharpness that could sever anything, aimed directly at Vegeta's throat. However, in the face of this lethal attack capable of cleaving flesh, a near-mischievous look crept across Vegeta's face. He did not evade or flinch. Instead, at the very moment the energy blade approached, he slowly extended two fingers, his index and middle fingers. Clink. A sound as crisp as the clash of metal rang out. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The rapidly spinning, all-cutting white jade disc was effortlessly pinched between Vegeta's two fingers. Krillin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His expression shifted from rage to horror, ultimately morphing into a despondent shade of gray. How is this possible? This is the energy-slicing technique. Vegeta surveyed the humming energy disc at his fingertips with keen interest, as if admiring an intriguing toy. Unfortunately, the application of the technique was far too crude. In the hands of a fool like you, it was akin to casting pearls before swine. Before his words could fade, Vegeta suddenly exerted force with his fingers. Crack! The indestructible energy slicing technique, hailed as a top-tier talent by Jiang Long, shattered like fragile glass under his grip. It transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, dissipating into the wind. Here you go. Vegeta flicked his fingers, unleashing a slender burst of energy that pierced Krillin's shoulder blade like a meteor slicing through the night. Splatter! Blood erupted forth. Krillin let out a piercing scream, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground, his face a canvas of profound terror and helplessness. It was overwhelming. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Their proud tactics, the fruits of a year of arduous training, appeared nothing more than a childish, laughable game before this man. Goku, Piccolo. With the last vestiges of his strength, Krillin bellowed. Without his urging, the two remaining strongest fighters on the battlefield had already sprung into action. Kaioken. Goku roared, a crimson aura erupting into the sky, his speed and power surging in an instant, akin to a red comet hurtling towards Vegeta. Simultaneously, Piccolo transformed into a flash of green lightning, encircling from another direction, his arms extending like two venomous pythons, ensnaring Vegeta's limbs. The duo, one on the left and the other on the right, executed their assault with seamless precision, cutting off every possible escape route for Vegeta. This was their final hope. Yet, facing this coordinated onslaught that would have left even Nappa flustered, Vegeta's expression remained one of calm cruelty, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Come at me, he whispered, advancing towards Goku instead of retreating. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sound of fists and feet colliding echoed across the desolate expanse, like the most frantic drumbeats. Each of Goku's strikes bore the weight to shatter mountains. Yet before Vegeta, they felt utterly impotent. Every attack was effortlessly parried and neutralized by Vegeta with the simplest, most direct maneuvers. Vegeta didn't even unleash his full power. He resembled a martial arts master guiding a novice, each block striking precisely at Goku's weakest points, leaving him with immense strength, yet nowhere to channel it. Is this truly your full strength, Kakarot? Vegeta taunted, effortlessly deflecting blows while dismantling Goku's resolve with his words. You are pathetically weak. You are insulting the Saiyan bloodline. In the moment Goku was pinned down, Piccolo's whip-like arms finally ensnared him. But just as they were about to make contact with Vegeta's body, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's lips. Got you, Namekian. He suddenly kicked Goku away with tremendous force. Then, without a glance, he reached back and precisely seized Piccolo's encircling arms, channeling his strength. Roar! Piccolo emitted a pained groan, feeling as if his arms were trapped between two colossal mountains, unable to exert any force to break free. Your little tricks end here. Vegeta's voice resonated, akin to the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell. Now, it is my turn to teach you what true fear entails. With a ferocious swing, he hurled Piccolo's massive form like a ragged sack, crashing him mercilessly into the recently steadied Goku. Boom! The two collided like two uncontrollable meteors, tumbling towards the distant mountainside, raising clouds of dust. Sun Wukong and Piccolo simultaneously spewed forth crimson blood, their bodies seeming to crumble as if their bones had shattered. In that moment, the fierce energy of the Kaioken and the regenerative prowess of the Namekian dimmed to a mere flicker. Vegeta descended slowly before them, looking down with an air of supreme disdain and satisfaction at the two figures sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. It was over. He gradually raised a finger, coalescing a beam of death potent enough to pierce a planet at its tip. The warriors, all gravely injured. Earth appeared on the brink of annihilation. Despair was etched on every face, a profound desolation born from being utterly crushed by a being from a higher dimension, leaving no room for even the thought of resistance. Yet, at that moment, Sun Wukong, the indomitable warrior, fought desperately, inch by inch, rising anew from the rubble. His body ignited once more with a crimson aura, more ferocious and intense than ever before. Fourfold Kaioken. With every ounce of strength, he unleashed a final roar. He would stake his life on this last strike, for Earth, for his comrades, to seize that fleeting glimmer of hope. For the first time, Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly. From that raging aura, he sensed a hint of danger that posed a threat to him. Do you wish to perish together? Fool. He hesitated no longer, the beam at his fingertips swelling ominously, intent on erasing this presumptuous lowly warrior. But in this critical moment, a calm, indifferent voice, tinged with a subtle trace of amusement, resonated through each communicator as if transcending time and space, echoing clearly to all. The warm-up is over. Wukong, step back. Now, it is time for the main course. Chapter 44. The divine vessel descends. The prince's heart shatters. A song of despair. In the instant those words were spoken, the tumultuous battlefield, rife with chaos, destruction, and hopelessness, descended into an eerie silence. The furious energy of Sun Wukong's life-fueled fourfold Kaioken, poised to reach its zenith. momentarily subsided under the soothing influence of that voice. For the first time, a hint of confusion flickered in his furious, crimson eyes. Even the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta, poised to deliver a fatal blow, found his death beam momentarily falter in light of this unexpected turn of events. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his cold, haughty eyes scanning the heavens like a vigilant hawk. Who was it? Who spoke? Where was the owner of that voice? Yet, within the void, only silence reigned. Just as Vegeta's mind surged, striving to uncover the source of that voice, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. The sky above him, muddied from the energy clash, suddenly rippled without warning, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil ancient lake, sending forth visible waves of disturbance. It was neither the fluctuation of clouds nor the refraction of light, but rather an essence more primordial and ancient, capable of instilling a profound tremor in any being from the very marrow of their existence, a distortion of space. It felt as though an invisible hand, reaching from beyond the night sky, was mercilessly crumpling and folding this solid cosmic expanse as if it were mere tissue paper. What could this possibly be? Vegeta's pupils suddenly contracted to their utmost limit. A fear, previously unknown and named the unknown, surged through him like a frigid venom, instantly infiltrating his heart. In the next moment, at the heart of that spatial ripple, a pitch-black rift silently unfurled. Behind this rift lay not the cold cosmos, but a profound void, seemingly capable of devouring all light and souls, in absolute nothingness. Following this, a colossal entity emerged from that void, gliding slowly and majestically into the sight of all, bearing an overwhelming weight and desolation that seemed to crush the ages. This was not merely a spaceship. No. Any cold technological creation could not even begin to describe its essence. It resembled a moving bronze ancient palace, a primordial vessel that had traversed the river of time. Its form radiated a deep, ink-black hue, as if it could absorb all light, adorned with countless intricate and ancient golden patterns that flickered to life like a divine dragon in motion, only to fade away like extinguished stars. It hovered silently in midair, devoid of any engine's roar or energy's fluctuation, yet emanating an immense, unparalleled pressure that commanded the heavens, like a celestial river cascading down. Boom. The very ground of this planet groaned under the weight of this pressure, as vast fissures erupted, spiraling outward from the shadow of the divine vessel. The warriors, whether the gravely injured Krillin and Tien, or the barely standing Goku and Piccolo, felt as if their souls were being crushed beneath an ancient celestial mountain, rendering even the act of breathing excruciatingly difficult, their legs giving way as they collectively knelt upon the earth. The flicker of hope ignited by Goku's outburst was utterly shattered in that moment, transforming into a deeper, purer despair. What could this possibly be? Was it an enemy even more terrifying than Vegeta himself? Only Vegeta, bolstered by the deep-rooted pride of a Saiyan prince, resisted the terrifying pressure that threatened to snap his spine, fixating intently upon the black divine vessel suspended in the sky, his teeth grinding audibly, cold sweat having already soaked through the fabric of his battle attire. Under the gaze of all, the vessel's hatch opened slowly and silently. Akin to the grand doors of a sanctuary, a figure emerged first, clad in a matching black battle garb of the divine race, standing tall like a mountain, with long black hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. His visage was as handsome as a godly sculpture. Yet the most disquieting aspect was his pair of eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Deep, indifferent, and tranquil as an ancient well, as if harboring the cycles of birth and death within the cosmos, reflecting the rise and fall of myriad realms. With merely a fleeting glance, Vegeta felt as though he had been stripped bare, his very essence laid open for scrutiny, leaving no secrets concealed. It was he, the man who spoke through the communicator, Jiang Long. Yet, what truly caused Vegeta's heart to falter was the realization that Jiang Long was not alone. A woman was affectionately entwined around his arm. Clad in a specially designed silver combat suit, she showcased her exquisite figure to perfection. Her long, sky-blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a face of breathtaking beauty, imbued with an air of scholarly intellect and tranquility. It was Bulma, the woman labeled in Earth's records as a scientist devoid of any physical prowess. Yet, at this moment, standing beside Jiang Long, she emanated a profound aura, her wise eyes glimmering with the light of omniscience, akin to a goddess presiding over truth and knowledge. Following closely behind were two more figures, one on each side of the entrance. To the left stood a woman in a black combat suit, her beauty striking. Yet her demeanor starkly contrasted with Bulma's. In her eyes burned a wild, fiery spirit of battle, a ferocity that surpassed any warrior present, warping the very air around her. It was Chi-Chi, the woman disparaged by Raditz as an insignificant insect with a power level barely exceeding 400. To the right, as Vegeta's gaze fell upon the final figure, he felt his blood freeze in that instant. It was a man of monumental stature, another Saiyan, bare-chested. His bronze skin bore the marks of fierce scars, each muscle seemingly forged from divine metal, radiating an explosive sense of power. He stood there in silence, his eyes vacant, like a soulless marionette. However, from within him emanated an overwhelming, primordial terror that made Vegeta's very spirit tremble, leaving no room for thoughts of escape. A vast, ancient dread, akin to a cosmic beast shackled in slumber for eons. A scion, undoubtedly a scion. Furthermore, one of unfathomable strength beyond imagination. How could this be? Vegeta's voice quivered violently. His proud scion royal bloodline instinctively let out a mournful cry in the presence of this silent man. In a frenzy, he pressed down on the battle power detector on his wrist, a device he had long deemed worthless. He needed a number, a cold, stark digit to help him comprehend the spectacle before him. Beep, 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 beep. As the detector locked onto Broly, it emitted an unprecedented, piercing wail. The minuscule lens displayed a number, representative of battle power, that began to oscillate wildly, soaring upwards. 20,000. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. 20,000. This power is the privilege of only the most elite warriors under King Frieza. 50,000. No. Impossible. Vegeta's breath quickened, becoming frantic. 100,000. A series of meaningless gasps escaped his throat, and his mind had utterly crashed. 500,000. The numbers morphed into a blurred crimson afterimage. On the surface of the scanner, intricate, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear. This is a monster. Vegeta's body trembled uncontrollably, and the once proud visage drained of all color, turning as pale as parchment. He finally comprehended. He understood everything. Raditz did not perish due to some secret technique of mutual destruction. He was instantaneously annihilated by this silent, godlike creature before him, and he, like a fool, had believed that absurd battle report, descending upon this planet with unparalleled superiority to judge what he deemed mere insects. How absurd! How tragic! Just as Vegeta's perception and dignity were on the verge of being utterly shattered by the ever-escalating numbers, a drop. 1 million. When that number, capable of rendering the entire universe speechless, finally froze upon the cracked lens. Boom. A faint sound. The battle power detector, which had accompanied the Saiyan Prince in countless battles and represented the pinnacle of Frieza's technological achievements, could no longer withstand the overwhelming force akin to an abyss. In a swirl of distorted azure smoke, it exploded, reduced to a heap of charred, meaningless remnants. Thud. Vegeta's legs buckled, unable to support his body any longer. This proud Saiyan Prince, who had never regarded anyone with respect, knelt in utter disgrace before 4 natives he had previously deemed unworthy of his gaze on a savage planet light years away. His spirit was, at that moment, crushed by that million, by the shattered detector, by the silent mountain that was Broly, and by the ancient divine vessel spanning the horizon. It was utterly obliterated, collapsed, reduced to dust. Yet, throughout it all, the black-clad youth before the divine vessel never cast a glance in his direction. Jiang Long's gaze remained fixed on Bulma beside him, as if nothing in this world could rival her every smile and frown. He reached out, gently tucking a strand of her disheveled blue hair behind her ear, his movements tender and focused, as if the battlefield strewn with corpses, filled with despair and destruction, were merely an unrelated backdrop. After completing this gesture, he slowly turned his head, his indifferent gaze finally sweeping past the kneeling Vegeta, and ultimately resting upon the already battle-ready Chi-Chi beside him. A playful smirk graced the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a tone as casual as if instructing a servant to tidy the courtyard. Go ahead. Use the new techniques I taught you to practice on that Saiyan standing beside Goku. He paused momentarily before adding, his voice unsettlingly calm. Do remember, do not kill him. He is vital experimental material. Chapter 45. The divine consort descends, the former wife of old. A single strike shatters the prince's heart. Experimental material? He, the noble prince of the universe's mightiest warrior race, Vegeta, was reduced to mere experimental material. A roar erupted from the depths of Vegeta's throat. A cacophony of profound humiliation, boundless rage, and bone-chilling despair. His crimson eyes fixed fiercely upon the indifferent figure before the divine vessel. He yearned to rise, to tear this man apart. Yet, a figure interposed itself before his vision. It was Chi-Chi. She had accepted the command. At the moment those prophetic words echoed, a dazzling light ignited within her beautiful eyes, a brilliance unlike any seen before. It was a conflagration infused with absolute reverence, unparalleled glory, and overwhelming combat spirit. To fight for him, to personally adjudicate the fate of a Saiyan prince before him. What an extraordinary blessing. She moved. With graceful steps, she descended from the divine vessel, treading upon this shattered earth. Her black divine warrior attire billowed without wind, resonating with a fierce sound, while her long, raven hair cascaded like an inky waterfall. Though she lacked Vegeta's ferocity and domineering presence, an ancient, profound aura began to awaken within her. Boom. A dark crimson flame erupted from her being, as if a slumbering demon from eons past had opened its eyes, soaring skyward. Within that flame, a colossal silhouette of a primordial demon bull seemed to roar towards the heavens, emanating an oppressive, terrifying force that suppressed all. The resurrection of the demon god, the bloodline of the bull demon king, pushed to its utmost limits. In that moment, Chi-Chi bore no trace of the once troubled housewife fretting over mundane matters. She resembled a Valkyrie emerged from ancient myth, a goddess wielding dominion over slaughter and annihilation. Exquisite and unparalleled, a tempest of demonic flames. A woman. Vegeta beheld this earth woman, her aura surging to heights that even caused his heart to race. And the remnants of his shattered reason ignited in the face of this unprecedented humiliation. He could concede defeat to the silent Broly, could be subdued by the ancient divine vessel traversing the void, but he would not be provoked by what he perceived to be a mere female insect. You seek death? Vegeta roared, his legs exploding with power as he launched himself like a purple projectile, tearing through the air, fueled by a fury and intent to kill. Unleashing a fist aimed at Chi-Chi's face, he intended to reduce her beautiful visage, along with her laughable fighting spirit, into a grotesque smear of blood and flesh. Yet, facing this fist capable of rending mountains and annihilating cities, Chi-Chi's countenance revealed no trace of trepidation. In her eyes, ablaze with infernal flames, flickered a glimmer of the calm insight that Jiang Long had imparted to her. Her body tilted at an astonishing angle, not merely evading but embodying a fluidity akin to flowing water, infused with an arcane rhythm, as if she were one with the very essence of the universe. Vegeta's ferocious punch, accompanied by an unrelenting gust of wind, grazed her cheek with uncanny precision, missing her by a hair's breadth. What? A jolt of surprise surged through Vegeta. Yet, before he could adjust his strategy, Chi-Chi struck. Her counterattack was as swift as lightning, yet executed with the elegance of a deadly dance. Her delicate hand arched gracefully, fingers poised like a blade, tracing an almost imperceptible trajectory akin to the horns of an antelope, aimed precisely at Vegeta's underarm nerve cluster. This move was ruthless and cunning, targeting the vital points with pure, unadulterated lethality, a quintessential technique within the Saiyan combat doctrine. Vegeta felt a chill of dread wash over him as he forcibly twisted his body, hastily attempting to block with his other hand. Bang! The clash of fists resonated with a thunderous roar. Chi-Chi was propelled backward several meters. Yet Vegeta too felt a tingling numbness in his arm, forced to retreat a half step. How could this be? This woman, whose strength was evidently inferior to his own, wielded combat skills reminiscent of a seasoned warrior emerging from a sea of corpses. Every movement was stripped of needless embellishment, embodying the purest essence of slaughter. Again, Chi-Chi cried out, regaining her stance, advancing once more. In that desolate expanse of the Gobi, a battle unfolded that left all witnesses in utter bewilderment. A violet figure, fierce and wrathful, akin to a frenzied beast, unleashed attacks with devastating force, while another shadowy form moved with grace and poise, as serene as the abyss, circling the tumultuous violet figure like a specter. Each strike she delivered was precisely aimed at her opponent's vulnerabilities and joints. She resembled a masterful hunter, employing exquisite techniques to steadily deplete the strength and patience of a colossal beast far mightier than herself. From the distant ruins, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and others stood transfixed, their minds rendered utterly still, especially Sun Wukong. He gazed dumbfounded at the center of the battlefield, where that stunning figure engaged in a fierce exchange with Vegeta, subtly gaining the upper hand in technique, feeling his heart clenched by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless with pain. Was that Chi-Chi, his wife? The woman who would erupt in anger at home because he focused solely on training? The one who would fret over Gohan's academic performance? The woman whose hands had grown rough from the toil of daily life? No, this was not her. The woman before him, radiant and poised, radiated an unmatched elegance. Each of her movements exuded a formidable strength and unwavering confidence that left hearts captivated. Her expression was one of intense focus and fervor. The brilliance blazing in her eyes was a radiance he had never witnessed during their years of shared existence. In that moment, Sun Wukong felt that the Chi-Chi before him was profoundly alien, so distant, as if separated by an entire world, one he could never hope to reach. Suddenly, he recalled Jiang Long's indifferent words within the Temple of the Gods. You cannot provide her with the world she desires. It was indeed true. An unprecedented sense of helplessness and bitterness, even more profound than when Vegeta had trampled him, surged through him like a tidal wave, drowning his resolve. On the battlefield, Vegeta, who had been unable to secure victory, had succumbed to madness. Ah, die! He roared, abruptly halting his advance. With arms outstretched, he unleashed an overwhelming aura without restraint. A terrifying energy surged forth like a tsunami, lifting the ground beneath him. He aimed to utterly crush this bothersome woman, as irritating as a fly, with absolute power. However, at the very moment his momentum reached its zenith, Chi-Chi also came to a standstill. She seized upon this flaw, an opening born from his extreme rage, a fatal gap in his energy flow. Now was the moment. Flames of magic surged in her eyes as she cried out, channeling the primal power of the ancient demon bull into her right palm without reservation. Buzz. Her hand was instantly enveloped in a thick, dark red glow, heavy as magma, within which an ancient seal-like script shimmered faintly. A weighty, tyrannical pressure descended upon the scene. Demon God Prison Palm. Chi-Chi transformed into a streak of black lightning, disregarding the violent gusts, and struck forcefully towards Vegeta's exposed chest, wide open from his explosive outburst. A sense of dread coursed through Vegeta as his pupils dilated in alarm. From that palm, he sensed a suppressive force from a higher bloodline that made his very soul tremble. He tried to evade, only to find his body as if pinned beneath an invisible divine mountain, his movements sluggish and unresponsive. He could only watch helplessly as that flame-imbued hand grew larger in his vision. Boom! An unprecedented roar echoed like a thunderous drum, shaking the very earth beneath them. Vegeta's once proud battle armor shattered as if made of paper beneath that strike. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, his body soaring backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing violently into a towering rock formation, ultimately buried beneath a cascade of rubble. As the dust settled, Chi-Chi stood gracefully in place, slowly retracting her hand, her chest rising and falling gently. She gazed at the ruins in the distance, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her, one that commanded life and death. Turning her gaze back towards the figure aboard the divine vessel, who had always watched her. Her eyes glimmered with an indescribable fervor and obsession, one that no celestial river could articulate. This was the rebirth he had bestowed upon her. This was the true world he had spoken of. The arena fell into complete silence. Everyone was left in a state of utter bewilderment, their minds blank from the staggering scene that defied comprehension. Yet, just as Kiki reveled in this moment of glory, the voice of that man aboard the Shinjo echoed once more, tinged with a hint of barely concealed disappointment. It was still too slow. Jiang Long gently shook his head, seemingly having lost the last remnants of patience for what he perceived to be a farcical spectacle that should have concluded long ago. Clumsy and riddled with flaws, it appeared that the awakening of one's bloodline ultimately required the true crucible of life and death. He turned his indifferent gaze away from Kiki, directing it instead towards the silent, towering iron structure beside him. Broly. Yes, brother. For the first time, a flicker of vitality ignited in Broly's hollow eyes. In this farce, Jiang Long's voice was chillingly calm. Remember, leave a survivor. Boom. At the moment his words fell, a wave of destruction, more terrifying, primal, and vast than the previous 1,000,000 battle power, erupted violently from within Broly. Chapter 46. The God King snuffs out the Star River with a breath. The prince kneels. His heart turned to dust. The oppressive force bore down like an abyss or a prison, instantly obliterating all residual energy from Kiki's earlier confrontation with Vegeta into the purest void. Ugh. In the distance, whether it was the severely injured Krillin, Tan, or the barely standing Goku and Piccolo, they all felt as if their souls had been cast into an endless abyss, crushed under the weight of countless divine mountains. At the moment this aura erupted, their bones creaked under the unbearable strain, blood uncontrollably oozing from their 7 orifices, each collapsing in a pitiful heap. Even lifting a finger became an unattainable luxury. Amidst the ruins, Vegeta, who had just struggled to rise, found himself the first target. He felt as though he was facing not merely a being, but an ancient universe descending into oblivion. Before that vast and boundless pressure, his once proud 18,000 battle power and the supreme bloodline of the Saiyan Prince felt as insignificant as dust, laughable as fireflies. No, this is impossible. Vegeta's voice trembled violently, and for the first time, the blood-soaked, dirt-streaked visage of a seasoned warrior bore the purest, most primal fear of a child confronting the unknown darkness. However, Broly paid no heed to his terror. Upon receiving Jiang Long's command, his world was narrowed down to a singular target. His vacant gaze slowly fell upon Vegeta. Then, he moved. There was no sonic boom tearing through the air, nor was there a thunderous crash as he shattered the earth. His figure simply began to fade from the spot, as if an invisible hand had gently wiped him from the canvas of reality, leaving no trace behind. The space around him rippled not in the slightest. Time appeared to have come to a halt. Where is he? Vegeta's pupils contracted to an extreme, his battle-hardened instincts screaming in alarm as though pierced by 1,000 steel needles. A chilling wave of death surged from his tailbone, racing towards the crown of his head. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed every ounce of remaining strength within him, a magnificent purple blaze forming an impenetrable shield that enveloped him completely. Yet, it was too late. Just as his aura erupted, a silent figure, as steadfast as a mountain, appeared before him without a sound, as if he had been standing there all along, never having moved. It was Broly. His expressionless face bore no hint of emotion, and his hollow gaze fixated on Vegeta, as if observing a lifeless stone. You. Vegeta's very soul felt as though it might escape in terror. He let out a roar of unbridled rage, channeling every ounce of his Saiyan fighting instinct to its utmost limit. A fist, imbued with all his dignity and fury, surged forth like a purple meteor, crashing towards Broly's face. This punch had the power to shatter a small planet. However, in the face of this ferocious strike, Broly merely raised his left hand with a slow, deliberate motion. That hand, broad and powerful, was marred by a web of scars, a warrior's badges of honor. Boom! A dull, bone-rattling sound echoed. Vegeta's devastating punch was effortlessly caught by Broly's seemingly unremarkable palm. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The furious purple flames collided with an ancient, unyielding mountain, obliterated by the invisible force emanating from that hand, crushed into oblivion, unable to advance even a fraction. Vegeta's fierce expression was frozen in horror. He felt as if his fist had plunged into a chaotic void where time itself had solidified, all his power dissipating like a drop in the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Roar! An overwhelming sense of humiliation shattered Vegeta's rationality in an instant. He frantically summoned the power within him, unleashing a tempest of blows from his other hand and legs, targeting every vital point on Broly with a relentless barrage. Bang! 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 The explosive sound of fists and feet striking echoed like the most concentrated thunderclaps in the desolate expanse of the desert. Each strike contained the monumental force of a Saiyan prince capable of tearing the earth asunder. Each blow was enough to instill dread in the hearts of Goku and Piccolo, watching from a distance. Yet, all of Vegeta's attacks were effortlessly deflected by Broly's unwavering left hand. He didn't even alter his stance. He stood there, tranquil, while Vegeta raged like a mad child, futilely assaulting an immovable mountain. In the distance, Krillin lay collapsed on the ground, his teeth chattering in disbelief at the surreal spectacle, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. Goku's eyes, burning with the remnants of the Kaioken, were filled with profound shock and bitterness. He knew Broly was strong, yet he had never fathomed that he could be this powerful. This is no longer a matter of strength. It is a chasm of dimensions. It is the insurmountable divide between mortals and true deities. After an intense barrage, Vegeta's assault gradually subsided. He was drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. Nearly 70% of his energy had been exhausted. He gazed at the man before him, who had not even blinked, and at his own fist, tightly clenched and devoid of sensation. A chilling tide of impotence finally engulfed his proud heart. No, I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot be defeated by a worthless being who is even inferior to a lower-class warrior. Oh, Vegeta suddenly leaped back, creating a distance of several dozen meters between himself and Broly. He spread his legs apart, lowered his body, and placed his palms together at his waist. Streams of pure, malevolent, and tyrannical purple energy began to wildly converge in his palms. This was the same technique that had made Piccolo's pupils constrict, akin to that of Bardock. No, it is even stronger. Gallic Gun. Vegeta summoned the last remnants of his strength, unleashing a roar that wagered everything. Boom! A terrifying torrent of energy, thicker and darker than what Chi-Chi had faced, erupted from his palms. Where the beam passed, space distorted violently, and the ground vaporized in an instant, leaving behind an abyssal chasm. It carried the wrath of a planet and the dignity of a prince, rushing forth like a roaring purple river towards the silent figure. This was his strongest attack. This was the final pride of a Saiyan prince. He believed that even King Frieza would not dare to be so arrogant in the face of this move. However, facing this terrifying assault capable of obliterating an entire continent, Broly finally made his second move. Slowly, he lowered his left hand, which had absorbed all of Vegeta's attacks. Then, he slightly opened his mouth. Towards the impending, civilization-destroying purple river, he gently blew a breath. Whoosh. There was no earth-shattering roar, no clash of laws, no energy collision. Just a soft whisper, akin to a lover's sigh, faint as a spring breeze caressing the hills. That breath, seemingly ordinary, contained an indescribable essence, a principle from a higher dimension. It transformed into an invisible, ethereal force, as if it had emerged from the primordial winds of the universe's inception. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded for Vegeta, Goku, and all warriors. The violent, domineering purple torrent, capable of annihilating everything, was swept away by that gentle divine breeze, as if it were but a wisp of smoke caught in a tempest. The ferocious dragon's head at the forefront disintegrated in an instant. The relentless current in the middle began to twist and dissolve violently. The endless energy at the rear erupted like a waterfall with its source abruptly severed, crashing to a halt. In the mere span of a breath, the devastating Gallic Gun, capable of annihilating planets, dissipated before the gaze of all, transforming into countless purple specks of light that fell like a splendid, yet sorrowful meteor shower, ultimately fading into nothingness. The world around fell into an eerie silence. Vegeta, frozen in the stance of unleashing the Gallic Gun, stood motionless. He stared blankly at his empty palm, then glanced at Broly before him, untouched, not even a corner of his attire stirred. In that instant, Vegeta's mind, already brimming with rage and humiliation, descended into an abyss of emptiness. What has happened? Where is my Gallic gun? My ultimate strike, for which I wagered everything. Dispersed? A cold sweat trickled down from his brow, followed by a second, then a third drop. Fear, an unprecedented, bone-deep terror, capable of freezing his very soul into shards of ice, surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, overwhelming all his mental defenses. He yearned to flee. This thought, wild and rampant like weeds, consumed his entire mind. Yet, in that moment of sheer terror and exhaustion, Broly's figure vanished once more. When he reappeared, he was right before Vegeta, still silent, still serene. He slowly raised his right fist. That fist appeared so ordinary, devoid of any hint of ferocity. Then, with a gentle motion, it struck Vegeta's exposed abdomen. A soft thud echoed, so light, it seemed as though one merely patted the other's shoulder. However, a sharp crack reverberated from within Vegeta, akin to the shattering of glass. His high-tech alloy armor, designed to withstand meteor impacts, fractured under that singular blow like porcelain struck by a divine hammer, instantly adorned with a web of cracks before exploding into a flurry of blue butterflies. Vegeta's body arched like a cooked shrimp, his eyes bulging, blood vessels bursting across his sclera. A torrent of scalding blood, mixed with gastric juices and fragments of his innards, erupted from him like a fountain. He could not even muster a scream, for that seemingly gentle yet overwhelmingly tyrannical force had already detonated inside him, shattering his organs and fracturing every bone. He was as if stripped of all strength, languidly propelled backward, tracing a tragic parabolic arc in the air, and ultimately crashing down like discarded refuse at Jiang Long's feet, kicking up a humble cloud of dust. He lost consciousness. Thus, the battle concluded. The arena remained steeped in silence. Upon the divine vessel, Jiang Long slowly rose from his throne forged of celestial metal, descending with measured steps. He paid no heed to the warriors sprawled on the ground, gazing at him as though he were a living deity. Nor did he acknowledge the fervent gaze of admiration and affection from Chi-Chi beside him. He approached the puddle of mud that was once Vegeta with a calm demeanor. Then, under the mixed gazes of fear, awe, and disbelief from all present, he slowly lifted his foot. He gently placed his immaculate black boot upon the bloodied and dirt-streaked face of the Saiyan prince, who had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. This action was imbued with profound contempt and humiliation. The voice of the ancestral bloodline echoed indifferently in his mind, as it sought to seize his elite heritage. Having completed this act, he gradually raised his head, his eyes, cold and indifferent as the cosmos, sweeping over the despondent and bewildered faces of Son Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin. A chilling and playful smirk graced his lips. Do you see? This is the Saiyan prince you all feared. Now he is merely my trophy. Chapter 47. A word establishes a divine dynasty. The primordial bloodline nurtures the imperial embryo. At the moment his words fell, a barely perceptible crimson thread, like a living serpent, silently slithered into the center of Vegeta's brow. The will of the ancestral bloodline, unfurled like a chaotic beast that had slumbered since time immemorial, opening its greedy maw. The plunder had begun. Once this was accomplished, he slowly lifted his foot, as if merely brushing away an insignificant speck of dust. He turned, surveying the ravaged battlefield and the remnants of a bygone era. His gaze was profound, as if transcending endless time and space, witnessing a new world about to unfold at his command. From this day forth, he spoke, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears, hearts, and souls of all present. It was not merely a proclamation, but rather a decree inscribed upon the very essence of the world. With my ancestral bloodline as the foundation, I shall establish the Saiyan divine race. Earth will be the first territory of this divine lineage. Boom. At the utterance of these words, an invisible thunderclap erupted in the minds of Son Goku and the others. Saiyan divine race. Territory? These two terms completely shattered their understanding of this world. Jiang Long was not merely seeking conquest. He intended to forge an entirely new race, a divine dynasty upon this desolate wasteland. Jiang Long's gaze finally settled upon them, his expression as indifferent as a deity surveying the myriad beings beneath him, presenting them with two choices. 1. Surrender to me, recognize me as your master. Embrace my transformation and bestowals, forsaking your crude and primitive martial path. You shall attain true power, touch the ladder of evolution, and become the initial guardians of my divine race. 2. Jiang Long paused slightly, a cold and cruel smirk gracing his lips. Be utterly eliminated by this merciless universe. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the air. It was as if the very wind had ceased to flow. Each word fell like a merciless hammer, striking the already shattered resolve of the warriors. Surrender or perish. How simple, yet how brutally cruel, this choice was. Sun Wukong struggled, yearning to rise from the ground, yet the oppressive force rooted deep within his blood and soul rendered even the slightest movement of a finger an insurmountable challenge. He parted his lips, wishing to voice his thoughts, to inquire why, to question by what right he could dictate the fates of all. Yet, the words lingered at the precipice of his tongue, transforming into an abyss of bitterness. By what right? Merely on account of the silent man standing behind him. A single breath from him dissipating Vegeta's Gallic gun with ease. Merely because of the Scion prince lying unconscious at his feet. A figure once deemed an insurmountable despair by all their combined might. Merely by his own presence, Jiang Long, standing there as though he were the singular sovereign of this realm. Weakness, indeed, is the original sin. This truth, which he had only partially grasped in the past, was now brutally etched into his very bones. Piccolo's countenance was even more ghastly than before. Proud throughout his life, he had considered himself the king of the demon race. A fusion of wisdom and strength, yet before this man, all his schemes and pride appeared as nothing more than a child's trivial game. He lacked even the merit to be acknowledged by Jiang Long. In the eyes of the latter, they were no different from the fallen Vegeta. All mere entities to be disposed of at will. Surrender? For warriors like them, who had spent their lives in pursuit of transcendence and freedom, those two words stung more deeply than death itself. Yet, the fate of refusing to submit had been made abundantly clear by Jiang Long: elimination. A complete expulsion from this universe. Amidst this suffocating silence, a graceful figure emerged from the hatch of the divine vessel. It was Bulma, clad in a specially designed silver research suit, perfectly tailored to accentuate her exquisite form. She bore a faint hint of fatigue on her face. Yet her cerulean eyes sparkled with an unprecedented blend of joy, excitement, and profound reverence. She disregarded her fallen former companions and approached Jiang Long directly. Her movements natural and affectionate, as if she were destined to stand by this man's side. Congratulations, my king. Bulma's voice trembled slightly. A subtle quaver as she presented a virtual data pad, aglow with a soft blue light, cradled delicately in her hands before Jiang Long. Her demeanor was as devout as a worshipper offering the most treasured of sacrifices to their deity. King, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo were once again struck by this term. Bulma dared to address Jiang Long as king. Jiang Long's gaze shifted from the struggling ants to Bulma's face, then glanced at the datapad. He did not immediately take it, merely observing her in silence. Bulma inhaled deeply, the sanctity radiating from her visage intensifying. Our first child, she declared, her voice resonating like a celestial melody across the desolate battlefield. The pregnancy has been successful. Just moments ago, I completed the final life sequence assessment. The vitality of our child surpasses that of any known Earth infant by billions of times. Deep within his genes, the essence of your principles and truths has begun to etch itself spontaneously. A resounding boom. If Jiang Long's previous proclamation merely shattered the worldview of the warriors, then Bulma's current utterance has reduced the remnants of their crumbled beliefs into mere dust. A child? The offspring of Jiang Long and Bulma. Sun Wukong's mind went utterly blank. He stared vacantly at the extraordinarily graceful Bulma, whose aura had transformed completely, then glanced at the godlike Jiang Long. Overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness far deeper than when facing Vegeta, they were not merely conquerors, they had begun to procreate. And Chi-Chi, the woman who was once his wife, now stood like the most loyal sentinel on the other side of the divine vessel. Her gaze fervently fixed on Jiang Long, as if he were her entire universe. Everything had changed. It had become unrecognizable to him. Jiang Long finally extended his hand. Accepting the data tablet, his consciousness, one thought, Star River, had already sensed it all. Yet upon witnessing the vibrant life map on the tablet, alive like a nebula in explosion, a rare, genuine smile appeared on his eternally frozen visage. It was not the amusement of a hunter eyeing his prey, nor the indifference of a monarch surveying his realm. It was the profound satisfaction of seeing his bloodline continue, of having a successor to his path. Gently, he reached out with his other hand, encircling Bulma's waist and drawing her into his embrace. This gesture was rife with possession and protection. Well done, my divine consort. For the first time, his voice carried a hint of warmth. He then raised the data tablet high, akin to declaring the dawn of a new era with a jade seal. His gaze swept across the assembly, lingering on the dazed Earth warriors. The prince of the divine race is about to be born. From this moment forth, this planet shall become his safest cradle. Anyone daring to disturb this tranquility, be they human, demon, or god, will be utterly erased by me. As his words fell, the very earth seemed to tremble violently beneath the weight of his will. The warriors stood, faces ashen. They understood. They comprehended fully. Their resistance or compliance had become inconsequential. The fate of the earth had long been sealed. From this moment, this place was no longer their homeland. It was the cradle of the Son of God. And they, these so-called guardians, if they wished to survive, could only choose to become servants tending to this cradle. Humiliation, resentment, anger, various emotions churned within them, ultimately dissolving into a profound silence of despair. In the face of absolute, incomprehensible power, all emotions became meaningless. For a long, long time, in a profound silence, a hoarse voice emerged with great difficulty. It was Piccolo. He struggled to prop himself up with his elbows. his violet eyes filled with bloodshot hues and an intricate complexity of emotions. No more did he question the reasons behind it, nor did he delve into the matters of submission. He merely fixated on Jiang Long and posed a question that lingered in the minds of all present, yet remained unspoken. During your absence, where exactly did you go? What deeds have you undertaken? Chapter 48, The Dragon Balls as Playthings. Divine blood forging the foundation of an empire. Piccolo's voice rasped like two rough stones grinding against each other, each word bearing the remnants of his shattered lifelong pride. This inquiry, akin to a stone cast into a silent abyss, stirred the desolate ruins steeped in blood and dust, creating the last ripple of disturbance. All gazes converged upon that imposing figure, whether it was Goku's eyes burning with resentment and bitterness or the fearful and bewildered expressions of Krillin, Tan, and others. Indeed, where had he gone? Why, upon his return, did the entire world seem so unfamiliar, so utterly desolate? Jiang Long cast his eyes downward, surveying the puddle of muck named Vegeta beneath his feet. The plundering of the primordial bloodline had quietly reached its midpoint, and pure, primordial power belonging to the elite Saiyans was continuously merging into his life as tapestry. He refrained from answering immediately. His indifferent gaze slowly lifted, sweeping over the former guardians of Earth, as if he were observing a few insects futilely struggling in a spider's web. Curious, are we? He chuckled, a sound devoid of warmth, filled only with an endless chill and condescension. Then use your eyes to behold a world that you shall never be able to touch. As his words hung in the air, he nonchalantly waved his hand. An invisible force surged forth, violently sweeping up Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and all the heavily injured warriors, along with the barely conscious Dumpling, as though they were mere refuse, and propelled them like streaks of light directly into the ancient celestial ship hovering above. Master. Within the ship, Paragus, who had long been on standby, approached respectfully. Upon witnessing the discarded figures, a glimmer of the Scion's characteristic ruthlessness and satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Dispose of them in medical pod number 3. Jiang Long's voice resonated directly in his mind. I need them alive, at least for now. Yes. Paragus dared not delay, promptly commanding several cold medical robots to drag the unconscious Earth warriors away, treating them as mere experimental subjects. Soon after, Jiang Long's will descended once more. As for that one, he paused, seemingly pondering an appropriate term, Prince. A ripple in space expanded, and the unconscious Vegeta was drawn into the ship's interior by that same force, destined to be confined in the lowest chamber of the divine furnace. The voice of Jiang Long was frigid and devoid of emotion, binding with the highest grade of genetic chains, continuously infusing with the barest minimum of life-sustaining liquid. I want him to linger forever on the brink of death. The goddess Forge. At the mention of this name, Paragus felt a chill run through his aged body. It was the ultimate prison and gene refining ground, specially crafted for the divine race under the guidance of Miss Bulma. It was said that those imprisoned there were ancient beasts with unique bloodlines, collected from various corners of the universe. Imprisoning the Saiyan prince, there would be a cruelty a billion times worse than killing him outright. Paragus dared not dwell on such thoughts and immediately bowed in obedience. After completing this task, Jiang Long slowly turned, wrapping his arm around Bulma's slender waist, leading her and Chi-Chi as they stepped forth, their figures vanishing from the spot. Deep beneath West City, 800 meters down, lay the heart of the Divine Court. This was an expansive underground realm, a boundless kingdom of the gods, with a simulated resplendent galaxy shimmering above, radiating a cold and eternal light. Towering structures, gleaming with a metallic sheen, rose from the ground, embodying a bizarre beauty where futurism intertwined with myth. The genetic laboratory. This was the most critical area of the Divine Court, and also the most strictly forbidden zone. The space was astonishingly vast, equivalent to several football fields. In the central area, hundreds of massive transparent cylindrical incubation vessels stood like colossal pillars from mythology. Within them swam a deep blue nutrient solution. Faint outlines of bizarre, long-extinct ancient creatures' remains were visible, alongside some twisted, failed genetic creations silently writhing, exuding an unsettling aura. The air was thick with a mingling scent of disinfectant and a faint metallic tang of blood, chilling and forbidding. Jiang Long's figure silently appeared at the center of the laboratory. He released Bulma and walked slowly to a low-temperature storage box crafted from pure divine metal, inscribed with countless profound runes. With a soft click, the lid slowly opened, releasing a chilling white mist, imbued with both sacred and ominous energies. Inside the box lay two items. One was an orange-yellow, semi-transparent orb, embedded with four vivid red pentagrams, emanating a peculiar glow as if capable of granting any wish. The other was a small portion of writhing green cellular tissue, sealed within a special gel. This tissue seemed to possess its own life, exuding an overwhelming essence of vitality with every movement. This is, following closely behind, Chi-Chi gazed at the orange-yellow orb, curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes. She could sense that it contained a unique power of law. The Dragon Ball. Jiang Long's voice resonated calmly, as if recounting a trivial matter. That Dragon Ball from Namek. Yet his gaze did not linger on the wish-granting artifact capable of driving the entire universe mad for even a second, but instead fell upon the green cellular tissue. His eyes betraying for the first time a fervent greed. It was the kind of gaze that a gourmet might possess upon encountering the finest ingredients of the world, or that an alchemist might display upon discovering the fabled philosopher's stone. During my absence, Jiang Long spoke slowly, seemingly responding to Piccolo's previous inquiry while reflecting on his own gains from this journey to Namek. Boom. Though only Bulma and Chi-Chi heard this statement. Had it reached the outside world, it would have stirred colossal waves throughout the entire galaxy. Namek. The Frieza force was launching an all-out invasion, and even the Galactic Patrol had designated it as a top-tier forbidden zone, a death trap. He had actually been there? Moreover, he returned unscathed with the Dragon Balls. Bulma. Jiang Long paid no heed to the astonishment of the two women, merely instructing with a calm demeanor. Place this sample into the gene incubator and catalyze it using the third life sequence. Understood. Bulma immediately suppressed the tempest of emotions within her, her face alight with the fervor characteristic of a researcher. She delicately retrieved the green cellular tissue and placed it into a silver-white apparatus resembling an altar. As she proceeded, beams of pale green light, infused with immense life energy, were precisely injected into the diminutive cell sample. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that sent chills down the spine of Chi-Chi, the newly appointed Demon Queen. The minuscule cellular sample, no larger than a fingernail, began a frenzied and unfathomable process of proliferation and evolution, as if it had been touched by the blood of a deity. The green flesh buds extended outward at a visible pace, intertwining and reorganizing. Muscle fibers, white fascia, formidable bones, and azure veins. The very process of life as construction was laid bare before everyone, unfolding at 100-fold, 1,000-fold speed. In mere seconds, that small sample had grown into a complete, power-infused Namekian arm within the incubator. The arm bore bulging muscles, the skin's texture vividly apparent, and it even twitched slightly, as if poised to strike with lethal force. Supersonic regeneration. A whisper filled with shock and bitterness emanated from the other side of the laboratory. Unbeknownst to them, Piccolo, who had been placed in the observation chamber by a robot, had awakened. He stared intently at the newly formed arm through a thick layer of specialized glass, his green face etched with unprecedented shock and fear. As a Namekian, no one understood better than him what this entailed. This was the ultimate talent they took the greatest pride in, the very foundation that allowed them to stand among the strongest in the universe. Yet now, this sacred secret of their race was so shamelessly reduced to a mere experimental specimen. Jiang Long seemed to have anticipated his awakening, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he slowly turned to meet Piccolo's gaze, which was filled with terror. Indeed, it was supersonic regeneration, even transcending to a higher level of blood rebirth. The voice of Jiang Long echoed like a devil's whisper, resonating clearly in Piccolo's ears. A rather impressive bloodline talent. Wouldn't you agree? He extended his hand, and with an ethereal grip, a robust arm that had just begun to grow within the incubator was instantly crushed into a mushy pulp by an invisible force. However, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. That mass of flesh wriggled for merely a few seconds before it began to rapidly reorganize and regenerate once more. You demon. Piccolo's voice trembled, his very soul quaking in fear. He finally comprehended why Jiang Long held such disdain for them, why he regarded even formidable warriors like Vegeta with indifference. In Jiang Long's eyes, they were not adversaries or foes. They were merely walking gene databases, resources to be disassembled, analyzed, and plundered at will. Demon? Jiang Long seemed to have heard an amusing jest, shaking his head as he leisurely approached the 4-star Dragon Ball resting quietly in its box. With 2 fingers, as if picking up a useless game piece, he lifted it. You see, this object can grant any wish. Gather all 7. And it could even grant eternal life or resurrect the dead. He held the Dragon Ball before his eyes, inspecting it with great interest under the light. Frieza waged a war that engulfed the entire galaxy for it. Vegeta betrayed his own king for it. And you, in your efforts to protect it, would stake your very lives. Yet in my view, a glimmer of utter disdain flickered in Jiang Long's eyes. It is merely a toy for the weak to escape reality. He released the Dragon Ball, allowing it to roll across the smooth metallic floor like a glass marble, eventually coming to rest in a corner, covered in a layer of dust. This scene made Piccolo's breath catch in his throat. Rather than wish upon an elusive dragon, Jiang Long slowly turned, his gaze once again fixated on the ever-regenerating green flesh, the fervor and dominance in his eyes utterly unmasked. I much prefer to transform the creator of the dragon, along with their proud bloodline, into an eternal cornerstone upon which my divine race shall build. As his words fell, he inhaled deeply, and that regenerating Namekian flesh transformed into a stream of emerald light, which he swallowed whole. Ding! High-activity Namekian gene sample detected. Beginning analysis at resolution 11. 558, 100. Talent. Super speed regeneration, level, limb extension, level, assimilation and fusion, level, successfully loaded into gene bank, ready for fusion at any time. Jiang Long closed his eyes, savoring the immense vitality newly infused into his primordial bloodline, a satisfied expression gracing his features. My king, shall we immediately commence the fusion of this regenerative ability? Bulma stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with excitement. She could already envision the terror Jiang Long would embody once he possessed such an almost immortal capability. No rush. Jiang Long slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. His gaze pierced through layers of walls, as though he could see the deepest recesses of the divine court, where the Saiyan prince, bound by countless chains, lingered between life and death. A cold and cruel smile curved at the corners of his lips. A precious delicacy, just acquired, was to be savored at the end. Before that, I must thoroughly extract the value of this prince's bloodline. Chapter 49. Squeeze out the last drop of the prince's blood to forge the supreme foundation of my divine clan. At the deepest part of the earth's core divine court lay a forbidden realm known as the Furnace of the Gods, an expansive and desolate underground space, where coldness and silence reigned eternally. Above, there were no simulated starry rivers, only an abyssal darkness, akin to chaos, threatening to consume all light and hope. The air was thick with a metallic, cold scent, mingled with the lingering resentment of countless powerful beings who perished in despair. In the heart of this subterranean divine realm stood a pitch-black metallic altar. Upon it, a figure was bound in a humiliating posture by numerous energy chains crackling with eerie blue arcs, firmly restrained against the frigid surface. It was the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. Though he had awakened, every muscle and cell of his body was imprisoned by an energy field capable of suppressing gods and demons, rendering him incapable of even twitching a finger. His once proud spirit had been utterly shattered by Broly's casual punch. Now, he could only gaze with bloodshot eyes, filled with endless resentment and humiliation, fixed intently ahead. With a heavy clank, the massive alloy door slowly creaked open, and two figures stepped into the darkness, illuminated by the light streaming from the corridor beyond. Leading them was, naturally, Jiang Long, clad in immaculate black divine warrior attire. His demeanor remained serene, his profound gaze sweeping over the bound Vegeta with the detachment of one assessing an item destined for disassembly. Following closely was Bulma, now dressed in a meticulous silver research outfit, the Golden Queen's ring glimmering on her finger. A sickly enthusiasm, characteristic of a researcher, lit her face as she regarded Vegeta, her eyes akin to those of a butcher eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. Prince Vegeta, Jiang Long's footsteps halted before the altar. From his elevated position, looking down upon the once mighty Saiyan pride, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Do not regard me with such eyes. You should feel honored. His voice was soft, yet it struck Vegeta's already battered heart like invisible hammers. Your bloodline will serve as a relatively sturdy cornerstone for the grand endeavors of my divine clan. You filthy wretch. Vegeta's throat erupted in a beastly roar, humiliation and rage erupting within him like a volcano. He struggled violently, the energy chains crackling and sparking, yet the force of confinement remained as immovable as an ancient mountain. Honored? You dare claim this is my honor? I am the Saiyan Prince, pride of the universe's mightiest warrior race. You, a despicable thief of power, dare to humiliate me. Humiliation? Jiang Long seemed to hear something ludicrous, shaking his head with an expression brimming with pity. No, I am merely stating a fact. He waved his hand dismissively at Bulma, who understood his intent, her fervent smile deepening. Approaching a sophisticated control console beside the altar, she deftly tapped on the virtual screen with her delicate fingers. With a soft hum, several metallic mechanical arms, glinting coldly, slithered forth from the altar like venomous serpents. At their tips were sharp probes, crafted from the bones of ancient beasts, gleaming a ghostly white. What do you intend to do? Vegeta's pupils constricted suddenly, an unprecedented fear surging from the depths of his being. He would rather perish in battle, be reduced to ashes by Broly's fist, than accept being treated like a mere specimen upon a dissecting table. Yet, no one responded to his cries. With a chilling thrust, the bone-like probes pierced his arm, spine, and even his skull, without hesitation. The excruciating pain was eclipsed only by the profound humiliation that penetrated to his very marrow. Vivid crimson, infused with the immense vitality of the Saiyan royal bloodline, along with the more precious marrow cells, were mercilessly extracted and channeled through transparent tubes into a genetic storage unit at the center of the altar. Vegeta's body began to convulse uncontrollably as pain and the loss of power took their toll. He watched helplessly as his blood, his essence, was plundered like a mere resource, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness driving him to the brink of madness. Do you see? Jiang Long's voice echoed again, pointing to a colossal virtual screen that overshadowed everything. As Bulma manipulated the controls, the recently extracted genetic sample began to be analyzed, restructured, and arranged on the screen. Rows upon rows of cascading data flowed like a waterfall, constructing an immensely intricate and profound double helix genetic map. It was the life code of Vegeta, the very source of his power and pride as a Saiyan prince. And now, this source was laid bare, subjected to the most profound analysis without reservation. Your bloodline is indeed purer than that of Kakarot and Raditz. Jiang Long's voice, reminiscent of a merchant appraising goods, was imbued with a cold, utilitarian scrutiny. Within it lay a special genetic sequence I refer to as the instinct for battle. It grants the members of your royal lineage a beast-like intuition in combat, enabling them to adapt to the rhythm of battle more swiftly, unleashing greater power at a lesser cost. He paused, observing the fury igniting in Vegeta's eyes, his smile growing ever colder. And this, my dear prince, is your only value now. Vegeta had completely lost his mind. He howled at the heavens, his voice hoarse, filled with blood and tears. Every utterance from Jiang Long resembled the sharpest of blades, peeling away the layers of his prideful exterior to reveal a raw, bloodied core of vulnerability beneath. All that he held dear was, in the eyes of his adversary, merely quantifiable data, ripe for analysis and exploitation. If you dare kill me, he roared, expending every ounce of his strength in a desperate attempt to ignite the energy within him, seeking to obliterate himself along with this realm of humiliation. However, the chains of energy binding him erupted with countless arcane runes, unleashing a more formidable and overwhelming force of suppression that crashed down upon him. Boom. Vegeta felt as though his very soul had been struck by an invisible hammer, the fragile energy he had just gathered dissipating in an instant. He was left reeling, as if struck by lightning, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his spirit immediately waning. The thought of self-detonation had become an extravagant fantasy. Despair, an endless, lightless void of despair, washed over him like a frigid tide, completely submerging him. His eyes lost all luster, fading into a dullness akin to that of a dead fish. Jiang Long observed his pitiful state with satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. Only by utterly shattering a person's will could he most perfectly and unobstructedly seize their essence. Disregarding the now soulless Saiyan prince, he turned and made his way toward the center of the laboratory, where the gene stabilization chamber, filled with ethereal blue nutrient solution, awaited. Ancestral bloodline. His will echoed indifferently within his consciousness, targeting Vegeta's elite Saiyan bloodline. The fusion commenced. As you command, my king, came Bulma's voice, tinged with fervent excitement, as she pressed the final activation button on the console. With a rumble, the door of the gene stabilization chamber slowly closed. Jiang Long closed his eyes. And in the next moment, the primordial will of the ancestral bloodline, that ancient chaotic beast lying dormant since time immemorial, awakened once more. It opened its colossal maw, capable of devouring the heavens, and with a fierce inhalation, the complete genetic blueprint representing all that Vegeta was transformed into a brilliant golden torrent, consumed in an instant. Crush, purify, analyze, optimize. Vegeta's fragmented will, laden with pitiful pride and resentment, could not withstand even a moment against the supreme will of the ancestral bloodline. Being utterly ground to dust, what remained were the purest imprints, etched with the essence of battle and slaughter. Subsequently, this exquisitely pure energy began to merge with Jiang Long's own bloodline at the deepest level. Jiang Long felt as if his mind were inundated by an ocean of pure combat knowledge. It was the culmination of generations of Saiyan royalty, honed amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, mastering the art of warfare. It bestowed upon him the wisdom to instantly discern any foe's weaknesses and devise the most optimal strategies for attack. It was a profound understanding of the art of combat, as if innately bestowed upon him. His body and soul were undergoing an indescribable transformation. If he had previously possessed a vast arsenal, yet struggled to comprehend how to wield these weapons, now, in an instant, he had seemingly metamorphosed into the supreme king of war in this world. Time became a blur, and as Bulma outside anxiously noted the final string of stabilized data, a cold, emotionless notification finally resonated within Jiang Long's mind. Ding! Fusion complete. The purity of the ancestral bloodline of the Saiyan branch has increased by 15. Bloodline resonance, unlocking a new talent. Combat genius, passive talent level. You now possess extraordinary insight into all aspects related to combat. The speed of comprehension, learning, analysis, and optimization of any combat technique has permanently increased by 300. Boom. The door of the gene stabilization chamber thundered open. Jiang Long stepped out with measured grace. His exterior remained unchanged, yet his gaze had transformed entirely. If his eyes had previously been as profound as the cosmos, now, within the depths of those dual orbs lay a treasury of martial wisdom forged from countless blades, fists, and techniques. A mere glance sent shivers down Chi-Chi's spine, causing her demon bloodline to tremble uncontrollably, as if every flaw in her techniques had been laid bare before him. Jiang Long slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed, then gently clenched. He could feel his mastery over power, his command of energy, and his understanding of the super-efficient chi round slash he had appropriated from Krillin. All elevated to a new echelon in that fleeting moment. Many principles he had previously found obscure now revealed themselves with startling clarity. Is this the value of a prince? He mused softly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, his gaze pierced through layers of walls, settling upon the grand three-dimensional star map simulating the entirety of the northern galaxy within the command center of the Divine Court. With the newfound talent of combat genius, he recognized that although he wielded formidable abilities, their application still felt somewhat crude. He required a genuine, sufficiently powerful adversary to fully integrate these newly acquired strengths and insights. A perfect target that would allow him to fight with unbridled fervor and seize victory. His eyes traversed the vast star map, finally locking onto a region emanating an eerie purple glow. There lay the absolute center of the northern galaxy, home to a terrifying empire that caused countless civilizations to shudder at its mention. The groundwork had been laid. Jiang Long's voice echoed softly throughout the expansive laboratory. Bulma, Chi-Chi, prepare yourselves. It is time. A glimmer of excitement and greed, akin to that of a hunter spotting its prime prey, flickered in his eyes. Meeting with the Cosmic Sovereign. Chapter 50. Bidding farewell to the old soil, ascending the divine vessel, one finger locking the Emperor of the Stars. In the heart of the earthly divine court, the control center unfolds as a vast and desolate sanctuary. Its dome, not a physical structure, is instead a segment of the true universe, captured by supreme power, where countless stars drift gracefully, casting a cold and eternal luminescence. Each speck of stardust embodies an ineffable supreme law and principle. Under the shimmering starlight, the entire sanctuary exudes an awe-inspiring grandeur and emptiness, infused with the timeless melancholy of ages past and the fierce vitality of rebirth. Standing before a colossal, three-dimensional star map, which seems capable of enveloping the entire Milky Way, Jiang Long stands with his hands clasped behind his back. He has just completed the fusion of the Vegeta royal bloodline, and the newly acquired power surges through his limbs like a nascent star river, roaring and eventually settling into the chaotic source sea of blood within his dantian. The innate talent of a combat genius has altered his perspective on the universe. To him, the movement of stars, the flow of energy, and the intertwining of laws transform into a series of battle scenarios that can be analyzed, comprehended, and utilized. Earth, once a novice village, now seems diminutive after its value has been fully extracted. Behind him, three figures stand silently, akin to the most devout statues of deities. Bulma, adorned in a silver goddess uniform, reflects the silhouette of the man before her and the splendid star river in her cerulean eyes. A blend of fascination and reverence emanating a sacred and intellectual radiance. Her abdomen gently swells, nurturing a child destined to reign over this universe. Kiki, clad in a sleek black divine warrior outfit, accentuates her increasingly formidable physique, honed by the training of the demon god resurgent scripture. No longer the housewife whose dreams were dulled by domestic chores, she now resembles a drawn magical blade, her fighting spirit restrained but concealed, prepared to cleave through all for the man in front of her. Broly stands like a silent ancient mountain, quietly towering at the back. His aura is completely reined in, and his once vacant eyes glimmer with a hint of reliance and trust only when directed towards Jiang Long. He is the foremost warrior of the divine lineage, the sharpest and most domineering spear in Jiang Long's arsenal. This constitutes the foundational core of the Saiyan divine lineage, one divine king, two divine consorts, and one war god. Although few in number, their combined strength is sufficient to trample this azure planet and its deities beneath their feet. The preliminary transformation plan for Earth may now commence. Jiang Long finally speaks, his voice calm, yet resonant in the vastness of the sanctuary, akin to a royal decree heralding the dawn of a new era. Without turning, he addresses the star map with indifference. Bulma immediately steps forward, responding respectfully, "Yes, my king. The first phase of the Divine Court project has been completed. The second phase, involving the ecological transformation and atmospheric energy purification plan, is ready to commence at any time. Dr. Brief's team has been utterly captivated by our technology. They shall prove to be the most loyal executors." Excellent. Jiang Long nodded slightly, and regarding those warriors, a barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his lips. He would grant them access to the first level of the Divine Furnace's authority. He instructed them that if they yearn for greater power, wish to keep pace with him, or even aspire to challenge him one day, they must step inside. They were to earn their right to evolve through combat, blood, and the corpses of their enemies. This was the only path I bestowed upon them. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes flickered with complexity as she recalled the man who was once her husband, Sun Wukong. Yet, that fleeting emotion was swiftly eclipsed by a more potent admiration for Jiang Long. The survival of the fittest is the very truth of the universe. Her king merely laid this truth bare before them. As you command, Bulma calmly recorded the directive, having long since shed any sympathy for her former companions. To her, Being a worthy investment for the king was their greatest honor. I will temporarily entrust the affairs of Earth to you. Jiang Long finally diverted his gaze from the small blue planet on the star map, looking instead into the deeper, darker void of the cosmos. Vegeta had mentioned a rather intriguing individual. His voice brimmed with an indescribable anticipation, akin to a solitary chess player who had finally found a worthy opponent to engage. Frieza, self-proclaimed emperor of the universe. Under his command, there should be numerous genetic samples worthy of my collection. With a gentle motion of his fingers through the void, the star map shifted, magnifying a vibrant green planet teeming with life, revealing Namek to everyone present. There, 6 Dragon Balls and a group endowed with the gift of rebirth through blood awaited me. They were deserving of my personal visit. Upon hearing the name Frieza, even Chi-Chi felt a tightening in her chest. In Vegeta's memories, he loomed like a nightmare, the absolute overlord of the northern galaxy. Yet Jiang Long spoke as if discussing prey soon to be hunted. In Bulma's eyes, a flame of curiosity ignited. She was filled with scientific intrigue about Frieza's unique life form and transformation abilities. Thus, Jiang Long slowly turned. His eyes, which held the essence of star birth and death, swept over his 2 divine consorts and the first warrior. Bulma, activate Divine Clan number 1, target Namek. Chi-Chi, Broly, prepare for battle. Yes, the 3 responded in unison, their voices resonating with unwavering resolve and fervent battle intent. At the exit of the Divine Court, the massive alloy gates began to rise with a thunderous rumble. Beyond lay a battlefield long since transformed into a desolate wasteland. Sunlight poured down, casting a pale hue over the ruins. In the distance, several figures awaited. It was Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan. Their injuries had fully healed within the Divine Court's medical pods, far surpassing Earth's technology. And they had emerged even stronger than before. It is not merely the Saiyan trait of growing stronger upon the brink of death. It is also due to the infusion of a diluted essence of life from ancient beasts within the medical fluid. Yet at this moment, their faces betray no joy, only an ineffable complexity and reverence. They silently observe Jiang Long and his companions as they emerge from the passageway, reminiscent of the gates to a divine realm. They behold the stunning Bulma, affectionately linking arms with Jiang Long, the profound and enigmatic Chi-Chi, and the mere presence of Broly sends shivers through their very souls. Ultimately, their gaze rests upon Jiang Long. This man is about to depart for a battlefield they cannot even begin to fathom. Sun Wukong's lips move. His once pure heart of martial arts now rendered intricately complex after experiencing complete shattering and reconstruction. He harbors a multitude of questions, an abundance of unexpressed frustrations. Yet in the end, all his thoughts coalesce into a single query, one that even he finds somewhat ludicrous. Will you return? His voice, hoarse, carries an undertone of humility unbeknownst to him, akin to a forsaken child inquiring of a father about to embark on a journey. Jiang Long halts his steps, turning his head slightly to cast a glance at Sun Wukong. His indifferent gaze contains no mockery, no scorn, only an infinite calm that seems capable of consuming all. Once I have thoroughly trampled this 7th universe beneath my feet, he speaks slowly, his voice soft yet resonant, as if it were the sole law of this realm. Perhaps I shall return to behold my dominion. Prior to that, a cold smirk graces his lips. Guard your home well. With those words, he does not linger. Stepping forward with his companions, their figures swiftly vanishing beyond a distance of 100 meters, arriving before the ancient divine vessel, the God Clan number 1, which had been awaiting their arrival like a moving temple. Guard your home well. This statement strikes Sun Wukong's heart like a thunderbolt. Suddenly, he comprehends the truth. Jiang Long no longer regards himself as a mere earthling. In his eyes, this planet, along with its so-called guardians, is but a trivial part of his vast imperial domain, and they are merely left behind as caretakers. Is it humiliating? No. The final flicker of discontent in Sun Wukong's eyes extinguishes completely, replaced by a ferocious flame ignited by desperation. He clenches his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He shall grow stronger. At any cost. He will gain strength. He must venture into the divine crucible. He will confront those ancient beasts. With his own fists, he will chase after the silhouette of that man. Not for guardianship, not for justice. Only for the day when he can stand before him once more and engage in battle. Boom. Just then, the ancient divine vessel known as God Clan number 1 does not ascend like conventional aircraft, spewing flames. Instead, it rises slowly into the sky. Its entire being was enveloped in a maelstrom of spatial distortion, as if an invisible hand were tearing apart the fabric of reality. A gaping chasm of inky blackness, unfathomable in depth, silently unfurled before the Shinjo. Within it lay a chaos more profound than the depths of the cosmic void. Subsequently, amidst a silent lament that emanated from the very essence of space, the Shinjo slowly glided into the fissure. There were no farewells, no glances back. It abruptly vanished from this planet, as if it had never existed. Cold, desolate, eternal, this was the dominant theme of the cosmic abyss. Yet within the bridge of the Divine Clan number 1, warmth akin to spring enveloped the atmosphere. Jiang Long sat majestically upon a throne forged from an unknown divine metal. Resting his chin on one hand as he gazed intently at the vast star map before him, Chi-Chi and Bulma flanked him like the most exquisite handmaidens, presenting a divine beverage concocted from the essence of ancient beasts and the springs of life. Broly stood sentinel behind the throne, eyes closed in a meditative state. Your Majesty. Bulma's voice shattered the serene silence. We have successfully entered the curvature navigation channel and expect to arrive at the coordinates of Namek within 7 Earth days. Jiang Long replied absently, his gaze fixated on the star map, particularly the several points marked in a vivid crimson glow. Retrieve all known data on high combat power members of Frieza's army. Understood. Bulma delicately gestured, and a series of holographic projections materialized before Jiang Long's Zarbin, Dodoria. The faces that had once instilled boundless despair in the warriors of the original narrative were now displayed like items in a catalog. Jiang Long's eyes swept over them before ultimately settling on 5 figures, each radiating an extraordinary aura, each bearing a distinct posture. Ginyu, Raikum, Berta, Jis, Guldo. The Ginyu Force, the most elite and formidable ace unit under Frieza. Each possessed the power to effortlessly annihilate a planet, along with an array of bizarre special abilities. A satisfied smile finally graced Jiang Long's lips. Body exchange, time stop, he murmured to himself, as if tallying the spoils he was about to claim. A delightful appetizer. Finally, his finger gently tapped the void, causing all images to dissipate, leaving only the last and clearest one. It depicted a figure of modest stature, entirely white, radiating an aura of both malevolence and elegance. He sat poised upon his floating throne, his purple lips curling into a cruel and haughty smile. His gaze filled with a disdainful amusement towards life. The Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Jiang Long beheld this visage, the very entity that had once posed a formidable challenge to him. And in his eyes gleamed an unmasked excitement and greed, akin to that of a hunter encountering his most coveted prey. Your bloodline is quite impressive. He extended his finger, traversing the void, and gently pressed upon the face imbued with arrogance and malevolence, as if he had already touched the cold skin of the other. Now, I must retrieve it. Chapter 51. Before hunting the Emperor, first procure the elixir of immortality. The cosmos is frigid. Darkness and desolation are its eternal themes. In this vast silence, space resembles a fragile sheet of paper, silently torn apart by an indescribably immense force, creating a colossal black rift. It was neither an explosion nor a tear, but rather a higher dimensional unfolding. A primordial divine vessel, shimmering with a jade-like glow, slowly emerged from within, as if it had flowed against the current of time from an ancient river, carrying the weight of eons and the dominance to suppress all. The Divine Clan No. One had descended. Beyond the divine vessel, 3 suns of varying sizes radiated diverse hues of light, collectively illuminating the vibrant green planet below, Namek. The sky here exhibited a peculiar grass-green hue, with sparse clouds and vast expanses of land, teeming with primal and pure life force. However, this breathtaking scenery appeared entirely different to those within the bridge of the divine vessel. At the center of the bridge, there was not a cold metallic control panel, but a diminutive, 3-dimensional star map resembling the true cosmos. This star map depicted the entirety of Namek, accurately capturing and analyzing everything from the atmospheric movements on the surface to the energetic reactions in the core, ultimately transforming into this wondrous schematic sand table. Jiang Long sat regally upon his throne, his expression indifferent, resting his chin on one hand, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating through billions of miles of space-time, surveying all that transpired on this planet. Beside him, Bulma donned a silver divine queen's uniform, exuding an air of intellect and sanctity. Unlike mundane scientists who pounded on screens, she delicately moved her slender fingers across the holographic star map. With her gestures, layers of the planet's surface were peeled away, revealing countless tiny points of life, flickering like fireflies on a summer night upon the verdant earth. The scan is complete. Bulma's voice rang clear and respectful, tinged with an unmistakable fervor. Based on the readings of life energy, there were currently 108 Namekians dispersed across 7 regions in tribal formations. Their life form was peculiar, lacking any gender distinction, existing as a single reproductive entity, with a genetic sequence deemed perfect. Her gaze towards Jiang Long brimmed with admiration. It was this man who had opened the door to the realm of the divine for her. Furthermore, Bulma gently tapped the edge of the star map, amplifying 2 red points of light that radiated malevolence and ferocity, detecting 2 formidable energy entities entering the atmosphere at sublight speed from outer space, projected to land on the planet within 15 minutes. Oh, the corner of Jiang Long's mouth finally curled into an intrigued smile. He did not even require Bulma's introduction to discern the essence of those 2 energy signatures, Dodoria and Zarbin, the 2 most formidable subordinates of Frieza. who were notorious executioners responsible for the initial wave of bloodshed on Namek, arrived just in time. Jiang Long's voice was calm, yet it conveyed a chilling thrill reminiscent of a hunter's excitement upon discovering its prey, sending shivers down the spines of both Chi-Chi and Broly. "A splendid appetizer," Chi-Chi remarked, her black battle attire accentuating her fierce demeanor. She licked her lips, the dark red bloodline of the demon stirring within her. Her beautiful eyes ablaze with a fervent desire for combat. As for Broly, the silent ancient titan, he merely lifted his eyelids slightly, remaining still, as if these two fearsome entities of the cosmos were nothing more than insignificant insects. "Commands," Jiang Long's voice echoed through the vastness of the command bridge, imbued with an unwavering authority that brooked no dissent. "Activate the stealth mode of Divine Class 1, merging with the laws of this planet to erase all traces of existence." "Understood," Bulma responded, her fingertips tracing intricate runes in the air. In an instant, the ancient vessel suspended high above began to shimmer, its obsidian exterior turning ethereal and transparent. Ultimately not vanishing, but rather integrating into the verdant sky. It did not become invisible, it became part of the heavens. Its energy signature synchronized perfectly with the planet's magnetic field. Its existence was temporarily erased from the causal fabric of this space-time continuum. Unless a deity were to descend, no being could perceive the colossal entity capable of obliterating galaxies hovering above. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of divine technology. Once this was accomplished, Jiang Long's gaze returned to the strategic map before him, his eyes glinting with the light of meticulous planning. He addressed Chi-Chi and Broly. "Remember, we are not here to rescue anyone, nor to passively confront a crisis. Our singular objective is hunting." His words, though softly spoken, resonated like thunder in their hearts. "We shall transform the entire Frieza army, from their soldiers to their emperor, into the sustenance for our Saiyan bloodline's furnace. This is the cornerstone of our dominion over this universe." An overwhelming fervor ignited within Chi-Chi and Broly's hearts. This was their king. This was their progenitor. To regard cosmic emperors as mere sustenance. To use the genes of countless races as kindling. How magnificent. How grand. However, just as Chi-Chi anticipated, Jiang Long would immediately command an ambush against the approaching Dodoria and Zarbin. He shook his head. His fingers glided gently across the strategic map, brushing past the two red dots representing formidable foes. Ultimately pausing at a point on the other side of the planet. There, a luminous point shone, not as malevolent or frenzied as Frieza, but warm, ancient, and teeming with a vast ocean of life energy. It was the very source of life for all of Namek. Yet, before indulging in this grand feast, Jiang Long's lips curled into a profound smile. "I must first equip myself with finer utensils. A set of utensils capable of pinning down its prey, regardless of its struggles." Upon the platter, allowing for a leisurely savoring of the moment, his gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree, akin to a divine sword that instantaneously locked onto the most ancient point of light. "Bulma, mark the shortest route to the Grand Elder's location, and shield against any potential surveillance along the way. Broly, Chi-Chi, remain vigilant here, guard our theater. Until my return, allow no performer to exit prematurely. Grand Elder, the one possessing the ability to unlock the potential of others, as well as the fundamental secrets of the Namekians." In an instant, Bulma comprehended Jiang Long's intent. A flicker of enlightenment and exhilaration crossing her eyes. "My king, this is to seize their most cherished talent right before the Namekians, on their very own territory. What he desires is their nearly immortal, super speed regeneration. With this ability, Jiang Long's primordial bloodline will have no lingering concerns. He could endure any degree of injury, conduct any audacious genetic experiments, and even withstand Frieza's full-force strike to accomplish the crucial gene plunder. This is no mere change of utensils. It is, in fact, the forging of a divine armor meant for slaying gods." "As you command, my king," Bulma responded without hesitation. "Yes, brother," Broly replied gravely. "Chi-Chi understands." Chi-Chi also suppressed the battle intent within her, respectfully bowing her head. The will of the king is the highest law of the divine race. However, just as Jiang Long was about to embark on his journey, and as Bulma was on the verge of plotting the path to the temple, an urgent and sharp alarm blared unexpectedly throughout the entire bridge. The red light, indicative of the utmost threat level, flickered maniacally, enveloping everyone in an ominous crimson hue. "What is happening?" Bulma's expression shifted as she immediately glanced at the control panel. Streams of data cascaded like a waterfall, refreshing incessantly. "Warning! Warning!" The cold mechanical voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency. "Residuals of spatial transition detected. Target energy signature has completed landing ahead of schedule." Bulma abruptly lifted her gaze towards the map, her pupils contracting suddenly. There it was, the red point representing Dodoria, now manifesting upon the surface of Namek. It had not descended along the predetermined trajectory, but rather arrived prematurely through some crude spatial jump technique. At this moment, that red dot transformed into a streak of light, hurtling at astonishing speed toward the nearest green cluster, symbolizing a Namekian village. Beside this point of light, a cold countdown was rapidly ticking away. Estimated arrival time, 3 minutes. The plan was instantly thrown into disarray. This unforeseen turn of events struck like a massive stone, sending ripples across Jiang Long's previously tranquil chessboard. Jiang Long slowly rose to his feet, the throne behind him dissipating into a myriad of luminous particles. He gazed upon the intricate topographical map, observing the verdant orb on the verge of being engulfed by a crimson tide. In his eyes, there was neither surprise nor anger. Instead, a glimmer of icy exhilaration flickered. So, the performance has commenced prematurely, he mused to himself, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. Very well. Let me witness how the butcher under the cosmic sovereign can enhance the ferocity of my bloodline. Chapter 52. A single finger to subdue the divine guards. A word to exchange for eternal life. On Namek, the ancient mountains undulated like slumbering azure dragons, sprawling across the lush expanse of land. 3 suns of varying hues hung in the firmament, their interwoven light casting a sacred and primal aura upon the earth. Outside the grandest stone palace, seemingly ageless and coeval with the heavens, the void unexpectedly rippled, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by an unseen pebble. In the next instant, a slender figure stepped forth from within, with cascading black hair and an upright posture. He donned a black battle garb of the divine race that rustled in the foreign breeze. His entrance lacked earth-shattering momentum, yet it rendered the surrounding light dim, as though he were the very nucleus of this realm and the source of all brilliance. Jiang Long had arrived. Utilizing the rudimentary yet efficient short-range space jump technology deciphered from a reconnaissance vessel of the Frieza Force, he had traversed half a planet's distance to reach his first destination. Halt! A thunderous voice boomed, akin to a clap of thunder in still air. A robust green figure, moving with such speed that it left a trail of afterimages, instantaneously positioned itself between Jiang Long and the stone palace. Draped in a white cloak and adorned with a battle helmet, his muscular form exuded an explosive sense of power. He was Nailu, the mightiest warrior of Namek, the guardian of the Grand Elder. His face was etched with vigilance and hostility, his piercing gaze unwaveringly fixated on Jiang Long, his inner energy already elevated to its zenith. Scion, your aura reeks of bloodshed and plunder. You are unwelcome here. Nailu's voice resonated with the resolve of a protector. However, Jiang Long's steps did not falter in the slightest. Not even a fraction of his peripheral vision was afforded to the formidable Namekian, whose battle power soared to a staggering 42,000. His gaze pierced through Nailu, penetrating the ancient stone walls of the palace, landing directly on the deepest recess, where a life force, grand yet on the brink of extinguishment, awaited in silent communion. In Jiang Long's eyes, Nailu's obstruction was no different from a mantis standing before a colossal dragon. Step aside, he commanded, continuing his advance, uttering 2 words softly. The tone was unassuming, yet seemed to embody a supreme principle that shook Nailu to his core, making him feel as though he faced not merely a man, but the vast, descending expanse of the cosmos itself. Not a chance, Nailu roared, for this was his duty, the honor of a warrior. He unleashed all his might, fists clenched, ready to confront the greatest adversary he had ever encountered. A flicker of expression finally crossed Jiang Long's face. There existed a hint of indifference and impatience within him. He continued to stride forward, and just a second before brushing past Nairo, he casually flicked his fingers. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, nor did the air shatter with a piercing shriek. This flick was understated, as if he were merely brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve. Bang! An indescribable force, pure to the extreme, silently imprinted itself upon Nairo's fully raised arms. In that fleeting moment, Nairo felt not merely a finger, but rather the collapse of a dying supernova pressing against his defenses. His prideful strength, his armor-piercing prowess, crumbled before this force, fragile as if made of paper. The bones of his arms were pulverized in an instant. That overwhelming strength surged through his shattered limbs, propelling his entire being away. Boom! Nairo's body, like a projectile launched from a catapult, crashed into a mountainside hundreds of meters away, leaving behind a gaping human-shaped cavity as debris rained down around him. Immersed in agony, bloodied and unable to move even a finger, his consciousness gradually blurred amidst excruciating pain and boundless terror. A mere finger, just a single finger, without even a fleeting glance in his direction. The mightiest warrior of Namek was utterly vanquished, stripped of all capacity to resist. Jiang Long's steps remained unwavering throughout, as he slowly entered the dim, ancient stone hall, as if nothing had transpired. Inside, the space was vast and silent, illuminated solely by the radiant light of 3 suns streaming through the dome's openings, casting a glow upon the colossal throne at the center. Upon this throne sat an immensely large Namekian, his skin shriveled and lined with the wrinkles of time, his breath faint as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yet, his murky eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. harboring a depth of wisdom and a sea of life that surpassed the cosmos itself. The Grand Elder. Strange warrior, there is a trace of Saiyan essence within you. Yet it surpasses that alone. The Grand Elder's voice was ancient and resonant, echoing throughout the vast hall as if it hailed from a bygone era. I am aware of your intent. However, your actions are rife with plunder and tyranny. Jiang Long stood firm beneath the enormous throne, gazing upwards, meeting the Elder's gaze. His expression tranquil, devoid of reverence, exuding an air of equality, even tinged with condescension. Elder, I am not here to plead, nor to negotiate. Jiang Long spoke, his voice straightforward yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I have come to make a transaction. A transaction? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the Grand Elder's eyes. Indeed. Jiang Long nodded. The Frieza force has descended upon this planet, and the slaughter is about to commence. I can protect your people from the massacre, ensuring their survival amidst this storm. His words stirred even the Grand Elder's placid heart, causing ripples of unease to surface. At the corners of Jiang Long's mouth, a profound arc emerged, simple yet striking. Firstly, utilize your abilities to awaken my latent potential. Secondly, grant me your domain to facilitate a minor evolution. How audacious. He dares to wager the very existence of Namek for the enhancement of his own power. This transcends mere barter. It is a blatant, albeit benevolent, act of extortion. The Grand Elder fell into silence. He had lived for far too long and witnessed countless formidable beings, yet he had never encountered anyone like Jiang Long, who so seamlessly fused tyranny with order. He endeavored to perceive Jiang Long's essence using his innate gifts, yearning to unveil the true nature of this man. However, when his spiritual force grazed Jiang Long's consciousness, what he beheld was neither a serene lake nor a tumultuous ocean, but an immeasurable chaos, a blood sea teeming with both destruction and rebirth. Beneath the depths of this sanguine expanse slumbered an ancient beast, indescribable by mere words. With every breath it took, the entire blood sea boiled, the genes of countless powerful beings flickering in existence, wailing and merging, merely glimpsing a fragment of this iceberg. The Grand Elder felt his very soul threatened by the primal instinct of consumption, his mind quaking, nearly collapsing under the weight of horror. How terrifying! The innermost being of this man resembled an abyss capable of devouring all realms. Yet, just as he was about to retract his spiritual power, he caught glimpses of several radiant, warm lights amidst the endless darkness and chaos. One light belonged to a blue-haired woman named Bulma, brimming with wisdom and affection. Another belonged to a black-haired woman named Chi-Chi, radiating admiration and fervor. The most resplendent was the third light, an amorphous entity already emanating a sovereign presence, his unborn child. These three lights shone like stars in the chaotic universe, fiercely guarded within the core of the slumbering ancient beast by its gentlest, yet most domineering power. Any entity daring to approach these lights would invoke the beast's most frenzied and absolute annihilation. To plunder all realms was to protect a cherished corner of his own. This was the path of this man. Your heart is darker and deeper than any demon king I have encountered, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. His voice laced with an unprecedented weariness and relief, yet also with a sense of protection that transcends evil. For that protection, you are willing to stand against the entire universe. Jiang Long's eyes flickered at the words, yet he remained silent. I shall grant you my promise. The Grand Elder declared decisively. I choose to believe that your guardianship can shield my children, allowing them to endure through this cataclysm. A wise choice, Jiang Long replied nonchalantly. The Grand Elder ceased further discourse, his enormous, wrinkled hand gradually rising to gently press upon Jiang Long's head. A resonating hum filled the air as a warm and immense life energy surged forth, akin to a heavenly river cascading into Jiang Long's being. This is the quintessence of the Grand Elder's lifelong cultivation, embodying the most primordial life force of the Namekians, potent enough to unleash the latent potential of an ordinary individual in an instant. However, this energy, which would appear to overwhelm a common person, flowed into Jiang Long's body like a stream merging with the sea, creating not even a ripple. Deep within Jiang Long's sea of consciousness, the ancient beast that lay in slumber suddenly opened its eyes. A silent roar reverberated throughout Jiang Long's entire spiritual realm. That latent energy was instantaneously devoured, digested, and transformed into the purest sustenance of the ancestral bloodline. Yet, this was not the end. At this very moment, with a mere thought, the Namekian cell sample, which had already been deciphered by the ancestral bloodline and awaited fusion, was activated in an instant. The gene sequences representing accelerated regeneration, limb extension, and assimilation manifested as three emerald green divine chains, which the chaotic beast devoured in one gulp, forcefully imprinting them upon the very essence of Jiang Long's bloodline. Boom. Jiang Long's body trembled violently. An unprecedented surge of life force, akin to an ocean's vastness, surged within his limbs and bones, erupting with fervor. Each of his cells rejoiced, as though a long-parched desert had finally received the life-giving waters of a spring. The fusion was complete. Your potential resembles an endless cosmos. The Grand Elder retracted his hand, his voice laced with astonishment and confusion. He had awakened countless individuals' potential, yet he had never witnessed a being like Jiang Long, capable of seemingly devouring everything. Jiang Long offered no reply. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers together, transforming it into a bone blade shimmering with an eerie cold light. Then, in the moment Nairu regained consciousness, his eyes wide with horror, and as Chi-Chi and Bulma held their breath, observing through the divine vessel's surveillance, Jiang Long struck. With a swift motion, blood splattered. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed his entire left arm at the shoulder. The severed limb fell to the cold stone floor with a dull thud, crimson blood staining his black battle attire. "What are you doing?" Nairu exclaimed in shock. The Grand Elder was also taken aback, utterly perplexed by Jiang Long's actions. Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying scene that would forever alter their understanding unfolded before them. From the gaping wound on Jiang Long's left shoulder, without the slightest pause, countless delicate blood-colored granulations erupted forth like mythic vines in a frenzy of growth. They intertwined, coiled, and writhed. In less than a breath's time, a brand new outline of an arm bone took shape. Next, crimson muscle fibers spiraled upwards like sinuous serpents. Resilient tendons spread out like a spider's web, and emerald green veins, imbued with a mighty life force, rapidly expanded. Finally, a layer of smooth skin enveloped it all. In less than 3 seconds, the transformation was complete. A pristine, flawless arm, imbued with an even greater sense of vigor than before, has been reborn. Jiang Long slowly lifted this newly formed left arm, fingers flexing and curling, as he felt the surging vitality and strength coursing through it. A genuine smile of satisfaction finally graced his face. The power of supersonic regeneration was now within his grasp. The formidable armor capable of challenging the Cosmic Emperor was finally donned. He slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the elder seated upon the throne, who was left utterly dumbfounded, and nodded gently. The transaction was complete. Now, Jiang Long's gaze pierced through the hall, reaching towards the distant village already shrouded in blood and wails. "I shall collect another debt." Before his words faded, he transformed into a black divine rainbow, soaring skyward. His target was none other than the foremost butcher under the Cosmic Emperor, Dodoria, who was reveling in the carnage. Chapter 53, The God King's Scheme. Luring you into the trap, the butcher's bloody despair in the canyon. This planet, Namek, a miraculous ancient star within the 7th universe, was now enveloped in an aura of blood and fire. Above the firmament, a black divine rainbow streaked across the heavens, moving with such speed that it eluded the naked eye, as if a deity were traversing the river of time and space in reverse. Wherever it passed, even light was consumed and distorted by its overwhelming will. This was Jiang Long. After merging with the fundamental supersonic regeneration ability of the Namekians, the ancestral bloodline within him felt as if it had been infused with an expansive ocean of life, each cell brimming with a tremendous vitality, an illusion of near immortality. In this moment, he embodied a walking divine golden battle form, unafraid of any injury, undaunted by any exhaustion. The God Clan's command ship transmitted real-time images of the battlefield. A thought traversed endless mountains and rivers, resonating directly within the bridge of the divine ship. Bulma's azure eyes reflected the star map as her delicate hand pointed gently into the void, instantly revealing a harrowing scene within Jiang Long's consciousness. It depicted a once peaceful Namekian village, now engulfed in flames. A grotesque, corpulent being, entirely pink, was grinning wickedly as it withdrew its hand from the chest of a Namekian warrior, splattering green blood. Dodoria, the most brutal butcher under Frieza, with a combat power exceeding 22,000, was an insurmountable demon to the majority of beings on this planet. "Kiki, Broly." Jiang Long's voice resonated through the void, cold and calm, echoing within the command bridge like a decree from a god king. "According to the first hunting plan, proceed to the designated coordinates and lay a trap." "Yes, my king." Kiki's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and battle intent. "Yes, brother." Broly's response was succinct yet imbued with the power to collapse worlds. With the orders given, Jiang Long's speed surged once more, the trail of the black divine rainbow carving a gaping rift into the abyss of the underworld against the verdant sky. "Ha! A bunch of useless fools who can only plant trees." Dodoria crushed the head of the Namekian warrior beneath his foot, unleashing a cruel and maniacal laugh. He reveled in the thrill of exterminating the weak, savoring the anguished cries of life fading away in his grasp, just as he prepared to seek his next target. Intent on erasing this village from existence, an energy, though not earth-shattering, yet imbued with the pure essence of a Saiyan, unexpectedly manifested within his perception. Dodoria abruptly turned his head, directing his gaze towards a nearby rocky outcrop. There, seemingly materialized from nowhere, stood a tall figure, with black hair and eyes, a stoic visage adorned in a simple black battle suit. This individual regarded him with a gaze as if appraising a lifeless object. Another Saiyan scum? Dodoria was momentarily taken aback, but his cruel smile twisted into a more sinister grin. With Raditz dead, had another fool come to meet his demise? Perfect. For King Frieza detested you filthy monkeys. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his corpulent body erupted forth with a terrifying speed that belied his size. Transforming into a pink streak of light, propelled by an overwhelming force capable of shattering mountains, charging fiercely towards Jiang Long. Jiang Long stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear. It was not until the fist imbued with destructive power was about to collide with his face that he finally stirred. There were no extraordinary transformations, no cataclysmic energy bursts. Instead, he simply raised his right hand, fingers splayed, to meet the savage blow. Boom! At the moment of impact, a visible circular shockwave erupted. The rocky ground beneath Jiang Long was instantly reduced to dust, debris soaring skyward. He himself was hurled backward like a cannonball struck by a battering ram, tracing a chaotic parabolic arc through the air before crashing into the earth hundreds of meters away, sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky. Trash unworthy of a fight. Dodoria withdrew his fist, casting a disdainful glance at the dust-filled crater, spitting in contempt. Yet, in the next instant, whoosh. A figure shot skyward from the depths of the pit, a glimmer of bright blood at the corner of its mouth, fleeing towards the distant canyon without a backward glance. Thinking of escaping? A glint of mocking cruelty flashed in Dodoria's eyes, reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey. He relished the sight of his quarry struggling in despair. Today, let me show you what true hell looks like. He cackled, transforming into an even swifter streak of light. Pursuing relentlessly, his massive form creating a piercing sonic boom in the sky. Chasing and fleeing, the two figures swiftly traversed dozens of miles. Ahead, Jiang Long's aura weakened, his flight becoming increasingly unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. The thrill within Dodoria surged to its peak. Finally, Jiang Long plunged into a narrow canyon flanked by towering walls. Ha ha ha, fool. In a moment of recklessness, Doria charged forward, believing this tedious chase would culminate in the most sanguinary manner. Yet, just as his entire being plunged into the chasm, a sudden transformation occurred. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing, erupted from the very entrance he had just crossed. Doria swiftly turned, his pupils constricting in terror. Before him loomed a figure of colossal stature, akin to an ancient mountain, having appeared without warning. It was the Scion, the monstrous entity whose power level had soared to a staggering 1 million on the scouter when Jiang Long and his companions had arrived. Broly, with a mere flick of his hand, he uprooted a towering peak, sealing the gorge's entrance with its massive form. The daylight dimmed instantaneously. Panic surged through Doria's mind. He had fallen into a trap. A chill raced up his spine, igniting his instinct to flee toward the gorge's other exit. However, just as he was about to burst forth, a shadow materialized with ghostly silence at the threshold. It was a striking woman clad in black, exuding a wild allure. Kiki, now you wish to escape? It is too late. A cold smirk graced Kiki's lips. She had long shed her image as a fragile housewife. At this moment, she was the battle maiden of the demon god, commanding the realm of slaughter. With palms outstretched, she uttered a sharp command. The oppressive force of the demon god's domain descended upon them. Instantly, an invisible, special law, rooted in the bloodline of the bull demon king, engulfed the entire gorge like a tidal wave. The air thickened into an impenetrable mire. Doria felt his body plummet under an unseen weight. As if he had taken on an immense burden, every movement became laborious, his speed plummeting by more than 70%. This was a power of a higher order, directly affecting space and energy, leaving him utterly defenseless. What manner of ability is this? Doria seethed with rage and desperation, desperately unleashing his energy in an attempt to escape this bizarre domain, but to little avail. It was over. With peril before him and a predator behind, he realized he had fallen into a meticulously crafted snare. Just as he was engulfed in unprecedented terror and confusion, a chillingly calm voice resonated behind him. Welcome to your grave. Doria's body stiffened abruptly, and with every ounce of strength, he laboriously turned his head. What he beheld would haunt him for eternity, a scene that shattered his very soul. The Scion, whom he had previously sent flying with a single blow, stood unscathed behind him. His body bore no trace of injury, his breath steady as a profound abyss. How could he possibly appear wounded? He even extended his tongue to gently lick away the remnants of blood at the corner of his mouth. The taste was slightly sweet, reminiscent of some kind of fruit juice. Doria's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets as he pointed at Jiang Long, his voice sharp and distorted with sheer terror. You're not hurt at all. Hurt? Jiang Long chuckled. That smile, to Doria, was 1,000 times more terrifying than the deepest depths of hell itself. With your insignificant power, do you truly think you could wound me? Jiang Long slowly advanced towards him, each step resonating like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely against Doria's heart. Who exactly are you? Doria shrieked, his bravado faltering as his body involuntarily retreated. Jiang Long halted right before him, looking down from a towering height, his profound gaze resembling that of a being observing an insect destined for dissection. I am the hunter of you and your imperial master. The moment his words fell, Jiang Long moved. There were no superfluous gestures, no elaborate techniques. Only one hand, seemingly unremarkable, yet piercing through space with an intensity that disregarded all defenses, moving with both incredible speed and slowness towards Doria's chest. In Doria's eyes, that hand grew larger and larger. He wished to evade. But under the oppressive domain of Kiki and the demonic aura emanating from Jiang Long, his body felt as though it were infused with 1 billion tons of mercury. Utterly immobilized, he could only watch helplessly as that hand gently pressed against his chest. Then plop. With no hindrance whatsoever, Jiang Long's arm sliced through Doria's resilient skin. Robust muscles and hard breastbone, emerging from his back. A heart, still beating fiercely, was firmly grasped in Jiang Long's palm. Ugh. Doria's body convulsed violently as he looked down in disbelief at the gaping, bloodied wound in his chest, along with the arm protruding from his body. Drenched in his own blood, his vitality ebbed away like a torrent unleashed from a dam, his eyes filled with boundless fear, confusion, and remorse. He finally comprehended the dreadful existence he had provoked. Your genes are too chaotic, Jiang Long's voice whispered like that of the Grim Reaper in his ear. However, your momentary explosive force is rather intriguing. It could serve as a meager addition to my divine bloodline repository. Before his words had fully dissipated, a chaotic and domineering crimson light erupted violently from Jiang Long's arm. Primordial bloodline gene plunder. Oh, Doria emitted a shriek that was anything but human, a sound of pure agony. He sensed that everything about him, his strength, his life, his talents, and the very essence of his existence, was being relentlessly extracted and consumed by an irresistible force emanating from a higher dimension of life. His body, visibly withering, shriveled at an alarming rate. In mere seconds, his once plump and corpulent form was reduced to a mere desiccated husk, ultimately disintegrating into ashes in the winds of the canyon, dissipating into the ether. Ding. Gene plunder successful. Target analyzed. Dodoria, senior combatant of the Frieza force. Acquired talent. Explosive impact level. Capable of instantaneously releasing energy in the form of shockwaves, possessing moderate power and a certain repelling effect. Purity of the ancestor bloodline. Scion branch, slightly enhanced. Jiang Long slowly withdrew his arm, the green blood staining it evaporating instantly under an invisible force, restoring its pristine sheen. As he sensed the minuscule increase in power within him, his face bore no trace of joy. Instead, it reflected a subtle disappointment. Indeed, it was merely an appetizer. He lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the mountains for miles, directing his sight towards another direction of the planet. There, another malevolent and formidable aura was wreaking havoc. Zarbin. Bulma, Jiang Long uttered into the void. I am here, my king. Bulma's voice immediately responded from the bridge of the spaceship. Inform Chi-Chi and Broly to relocate and execute hunting plan number 2. A cold, research-oriented smile graced Jiang Long's lips. The next quarry, Zarbin, whose genes should provide intriguing experimental data for my imperial offspring. Chapter 54. The Divine King's Angling. The evolutionary elegy of the universe's premier general. Namek, this ancient source of life, endures under the illumination of 3 suns, its vast lands exuding an air of desolation and primal essence. Mountains coiled like dragons lay dormant, while rivers, akin to ribbons, meander into the distance. Zarbin, one of Frieza's 2 chief lieutenants, was in high spirits. He had just seized a Dragon Ball from a village of Namekians. This orange sphere radiated a warm glow in his hands, resembling a flawless work of art. He could even envision the joy that would illuminate King Frieza's countenance upon acquiring this Dragon Ball. That fool Dodoria only knows how to destroy with brute force. Tasks requiring finesse, such as treasure hunting, are best left to me, Lord Zarbin. A self-satisfied smile curled at his lips, his handsome face radiating an air of aristocratic arrogance. However, as he soared over a rugged stone forest, the void ahead suddenly split open without warning. Resembling a canvas torn by an unseen hand, a pitch-black rift materializing out of nowhere. This fissure was deep and dark, as if it connected to a realm of utter cosmic oblivion. Sabo's form suddenly froze, a powerful surge of energy causing the hair on his body to stand on end. A primal instinct of danger seizing his heart in an instant. From the dark fissure emerged a tall figure, stepping forth with an unhurried grace. His long black hair cascaded down his shoulders, and his gaze was profound, as if it contained the birth and demise of stars, alongside the cyclical passage of epochs. Merely standing there, he rendered the very heavens and earth pale. The brilliance of 3 suns appeared to serve merely as his backdrop. Who are you? Sabo barked, his inner flames igniting as he warily scrutinized this enigmatic powerhouse that had materialized before him. Jiang Long's gaze settled calmly upon the orange sphere he held, then shifted to Sabo's face, his eyes indifferent, like a deity surveying mere ants in the mortal realm. "Hand over the Dragon Ball," Jiang Long intoned. His voice flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority, resonating as if it were the sole decree of this realm, suffused with an imperious weight that brooked no dissent. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that made Sabo feel deeply uncomfortable, reminiscent of one examining experimental subjects. "Let me see your transformation." Boom. Sabo's mind was struck as if by a thunderclap. How arrogant. What unfathomable arrogance. This man before him seemed to know every detail of his existence, demanding his spoils with a tone that was both commanding and condescending, insisting he reveal his strongest card. What a profound humiliation. "You seek your own demise." Sabo laughed bitterly, his handsome features contorting with rage. He secured the Dragon Ball close to his chest, and his entire being erupted with formidable energy, resembling a violet meteor that tore through the heavens, charging violently toward Jiang Long. He aimed to reduce this presumptuous fiend before him to the most insignificant speck of cosmic dust. In the face of this earth-shattering strike, Jiang Long remained unperturbed, standing in the void with an expression that betrayed no emotion. He simply raised his fist, meeting the challenge head-on. There was no explosion of aura, no enhancement of energy, merely the essence of a pure, unrefined punch. Boom. When their fists collided, it was as if two celestial bodies had collided with cataclysmic force. A visible wave of white energy erupted from the two, sweeping outward in frenzied torrents. The vast stone forest below, sprawling for miles, was laid to waste beneath the terrifying shockwave, as if caressed by an invisible hand of a deity, instantly reduced to a cloud of dust. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Long's figure was forced to stumble backward, retreating several dozen steps in the void, each footfall leaving intricate cracks in the space beneath him. Meanwhile, Sabo merely swayed slightly and regained his composure. "Humph, so you are merely a Fade." With the upper hand gained from that initial clash, Sabo's caution dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming contempt and murderous intent. He surged forward once more, his fists raining down like a storm, imbued with destructive force, relentlessly pounding toward Jiang Long. In that moment, the sky was a tapestry of flickering light and thunderous explosions. Jiang Long appeared to be entirely on the defensive, relying solely on his exquisite martial skills to withstand Sabo's tempestuous assault, struggling to maintain his ground amidst the overwhelming onslaught. He resembled a frail vessel struggling amidst tumultuous waves, perilously close to being entirely engulfed. The more Sabo fought, the more astonished and exhilarated he became, astonished by the opponent's astonishing resilience. Every punch he delivered, powerful enough to pierce a battleship's armor, seemed to dissipate upon impact as if striking nothing but air. Yet the exhilaration derived from manipulating a formidable adversary, gradually cornering him into a state of despair, intoxicated him beyond measure. "It is over. Prepare to meet your demise." Seizing what appeared to be a significant opening, Sabo summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Jiang Long's chest. However, he remained oblivious to the depths of Jiang Long's seemingly grave gaze, which concealed an absolute coldness and indifference beneath the surface. He was equally unaware that high above, within the ancient divine vessel, which had long since merged with the laws of nature, a silent experiment was unfolding methodically. Inside the command bridge, Bulma, adorned in a silver uniform befitting a divine queen, exhibited an intense and fervent focus. Before her lay not frigid instruments, but an expansive map of intricate pathways. At the center of this map, 2 points of light clashed violently. With each collision, streams of data imperceptible to the naked eye were meticulously captured and integrated into a grander genetic blueprint. The combat data had been recorded. Instantaneous muscle peak explosive power, 23,000 combat units. Energy transmission efficiency, 72%. Bone pressure threshold, satisfactory. Bulma's voice, transmitted through a specialized quantum communication device, resonated clearly in Jiang Long's earpiece, calm as if she were merely reciting an experimental report. "My king, you may proceed to the next step." Received. Jiang Long's heart remained unperturbed. As Sabo launched a lethal strike with unwavering confidence, he hastily raised his arms, crossing them over his chest. Boom. Jiang Long was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, leaving a long arc in the sky before crashing into the belly of a 1,000-meter-high peak, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently, fissures spreading like wildfire. Ha! Sabo hovered in the air, gazing at the mountain on the verge of collapse, laughing triumphantly. Yet, before his laughter could fully dissipate, a tremendous explosion erupted from the summit. As a violent force detonated from within, a figure ascended slowly from the swirling debris and dust. Jiang Long's attire bore several tears, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his breath slightly disordered. Nevertheless, his eyes remained as tranquil as an unfathomable abyss. "You are still alive." Sabo's triumphant smile faltered, replaced by shock and fury. "Is this truly the extent of your power?" Jiang Long raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips. his voice laced with just the right amount of disappointment. This statement struck Sabro's arrogant heart like a searing iron brand. You wretched insect. Are you challenging me? Sabro's rationality ignited completely. Very well. Excellent. Since you are so eager to witness the depths of hell, I shall oblige. I will immerse you in ceaseless agony and despair, making you regret ever setting foot in this world. He emitted a beastly roar, his muscles beginning to writhe in a most peculiar manner, swelling with ferocity. His body was elongating, his handsome visage contorted. His skin became coarse and grotesque, horns sprouted from his head, and his mouth gaped wide, revealing a set of menacing fangs. Transformation. This was a forsaking of beauty and reason, in exchange for sheer destructive power, a hideous evolution. With a primal bellow, the metamorphosis was complete. At this moment, Sabo had transformed into a monstrous figure towering over 3 meters, exuding a repulsive aura of malevolence, his combat prowess skyrocketing in an instant. Feel the terror. Embrace the despair. The voice of the transformed Sabo became gruff and frenzied, reveling in the explosive power coursing through him, his gaze toward Jiang Long filled with a sadistic thrill. Now, the game has only just begun. His colossal form became a blurred specter, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he materialized behind Jiang Long, a claw covered in scales, imbued with the force to rend space itself, lunging fiercely at Jiang Long's vulnerable back. Yet, in this fleeting moment, Jiang Long's earpiece crackled to life with Bulma's unervingly calm voice. Data recorded. Transformation type, brutal. Muscle expansion rate, 320. Bone density increase, 150. Cellular energy activity enhancement, 400. Mitochondrial energy supply mode has mutated. The energy output is crude, yet intriguing. My king, data collection is complete. This genetic sequence holds significant reference value for the adaptability of the imperial embryo. The specimen can be disposed of at any time. Upon hearing this, the calmness in Jiang Long's eyes finally dissolved, losing the last vestige of interest. Like an audience member who has witnessed the entirety of a performance, he prepared to depart. Faced with the lethal claw behind him, capable of penetrating all, he did not even glance back. Instead, he merely tilted his body slightly. In that understated motion, Sabo's inevitable claw, brimming with all his strength and fury, narrowly grazed Jiang Long's form, missing entirely. How could this be? A void engulfed Sabo's mind. After transforming, his speed and reflexes had reached a new echelon. How could the opponent possibly evade? This was no mere coincidence. A chilling sensation, penetrating to his very core, swept over him without warning. He suddenly realized that, from the very beginning, the opponent had been toying with him. The power he prided himself on, the transformation he sacrificed everything for, was nothing more than a farcical display in the eyes of his adversary. Just as his mind faltered, engulfed in profound shock and dread, a voice devoid of any emotion resonated above him. Broly, retrieve the specimen alive. In the instant those words fell, a figure emerged, akin to a deity from ancient mythology, silently materializing before the transformed Sabo. It was Broly, his hollow gaze now fixated on Sabo, as if he were observing a lifeless stone. An overwhelming aura of primal, domineering bloodline pressure descended upon him, akin to the weight of countless divine mountains. Thud. Under this immense pressure, Sabo's massive, grotesque form faltered, his knees buckling uncontrollably as he sank to the void below. The energy within him seemed to have frozen. His very soul felt as though it was being constricted. The power he once took pride in appeared laughably fragile before this true ancient beast. No, this is impossible. Sabo's sanity shattered completely. He gazed at Broly before glancing at Jiang Long in the distance, unscathed and scrutinizing him with an assessing gaze. An abyss of fear engulfed him entirely. This was a trap, a meticulously orchestrated hunt that had been set for him from the very beginning. And he was but a foolish prey willingly walking into the snare. Broly made his move. He merely raised a hand, his fist devoid of any ostentation, seemingly slow yet remarkably swift, striking Sabo's abdomen. Bang! A sound resonated with profound intensity. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a pure transmission of power. Sabo's formidable, resilient body crumpled like a punctured balloon, visibly deflating in an instant. No longer did he spew forth green blood. Instead, an energy torrent mixed with fragments of his insides erupted from his mouth. The grotesque visage of his transformed state was brutally struck back down. Ultimately, he reverted to his handsome form, eyes rolling back, collapsing like a heap of mud from the sky, completely unconscious. Jiang Long appeared in an instant, catching his neck as he fell, as if lifting a lifeless dog. He retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball from Sabo's grasp and tossed it casually. Then he lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the endless fabric of time and space, toward the colossal mothership of the Frieza force, suspended deep in the cosmos. Speaking into his communicator, he remarked coolly, Bulma, both of Frieza's elite have been dealt with. True to his nature, he should soon summon his strongest trump card. Let our guest linger on this planet a little longer. A cold, Cruel smile curled at the corners of Jiang Long's lips, reminiscent of a hunter anticipating a grand hunt. We'll handle it all when the Ginyu force arrives. Their abilities are quite fascinating, aren't they? Chapter 55, The Emperor's Tenderness, the Divine Consort's Nightly Discourse. Ginyu Force, Blood Red Prologue. Night had fallen. On the ancient land of Namek, 3 suns of diverse hues gradually descended beyond the horizon, transforming the sky into a profound shade of emerald green, speckled with twinkling starlight, reminiscent of the embers from a mythical era, cold and eternal. In the stillness, only the whisper of the wind could be heard, akin to an ageless requiem, caressing the land that had recently endured the baptism of blood and fire. In the depths of the cosmos, the ancient vessel known as the Divine Race No. 1 had long since become one with the laws of this realm, hovering majestically above. Like an ancient leviathan lying dormant in the rifts of time and space, silently surveying all below. Within the command bridge, a warmth and tranquility enveloped the space. It resembled not a cold machine of war, but rather a moving sanctuary of the divine. Above, a real starry sky had been captured, where countless stars flowed slowly, casting a vast and desolate brilliance that illuminated every inch beneath the throne as if it were a realm of the gods. Bulma reclined against the commander's throne, crafted from unknown divine metals, shedding the harshness and fervor of the day. At this moment, she appeared serene and gentle. One hand tenderly caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, sensing the great life gestating within her, destined to reign over this sea of stars, while the other hand glided slowly across the virtual display before her. The screen replayed the 2 battles from earlier, presenting the raw energy bursts of Dodoria and the grotesque yet efficient genetic mutations following Zabo's transformation, all deconstructed into primordial data streams flowing at Bulma's fingertips, reassembling themselves. A shadowy figure silently emerged behind her, as if he were one with the shadows of this divine court. Jiang Long had returned. The aura of lethal power that once made the stars tremble had completely dissipated, leaving behind a tranquility as deep as the cosmos itself. He gently enveloped Bulma from behind, his warm chest against her slender back, his chin resting naturally upon her fragrant shoulder. His gaze fell upon the intricate data display, so complex it could drive any top cosmic scientist to madness. His voice low and gentle, tinged with a hint of amusement. "You have worked hard, my chief scientist, my goddess." Bulma's body trembled slightly before relaxing, leaning her weight comfortably against this man's embrace. She turned her head, her azure eyes reflecting the starlight, seemingly filled with the tenderness of the entire galaxy. To personally dissect the mystery of an alien powerhouse's transformation and convert it into the foundation of our divine race was not toil. It was the ultimate dream of every mad scientist. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with wisdom and joy, then guided Jiang Long's hand, capable of effortlessly crushing stars, to her abdomen. Her voice softened, imbued with maternal warmth, as she expressed her desire to prepare a data map of potential toys our child might encounter while conquering the universe, a true honor of motherhood. Jiang Long's palm rested gently upon the warm swell. In an instant, the ancestral bloodline within him resonated with the still-forming imperial embryo, a communion originating from the depths of his very essence. He could distinctly sense that, although this nascent life had yet to fully materialize, the core of its existence had already begun to inscribe the myriad principles and truths he had seized. The warrior spirit of the Saiyans, the vitality of the Namekians, the ruthless dominance of the frozen demons, and fragments of countless genes were engaged in the primordial, instinctual evolution and selection within that chaotic point of life. This was a natural-born sovereign. Indeed, a rare glimmer of heartfelt satisfaction and tenderness surfaced in Jiang Long's eyes. He felt a profound pride in having parents such as themselves. The two exchanged no further words, merely embracing each other in silence, gazing out at the cold, desolate cosmos beyond the window. Amidst the silence that spanned eons, they seemed to be the sole embodiment of life and warmth. I have already outlined an initial direction for the technological advancements of the divine race. After a prolonged silence, Bulma broke the stillness, her fingers tracing gently through the void, unveiling an immense and awe-inspiring technological blueprint before them. From individual genetic armaments to dimension-crossing divine warships, and even to the transformation of planetary ecosystems and the purification of stellar energy through Dyson spheres. Each project was enough to drive any civilization in the 7th universe to madness. Excellent. Jiang Long nodded slightly, bestowing upon Bulma his unwavering trust. You are the expert in this domain. All logistics and technology of the divine race shall be defined by you. He paused, a flicker of profound light passing through his gaze. As for the education of our offspring in technology and wisdom, you shall be their guide. In matters of combat and destruction, a cold curve graced his lips. I shall impart those lessons personally. My children must inherently grasp a fundamental truth. The essence of reality lies at the very tip of the divine spear. This was their unspoken understanding, one focused on creation, the other on destruction. Together, They would forge an unprecedented era of myth. A soft chime echoed. First divine consort Bulma S. Affinity level 5, current 98. Emotional bond elevated due to shared ambition. After a moment of tenderness, Jiang Long gently kissed Bulma's forehead and spoke softly. You and our child need rest. I shall take care of matters here. Bulma nodded obediently, and with Jiang Long's support, she slowly made her way toward the rest area at the rear of the bridge. As he watched her retreating figure, the warmth in Jiang Long's eyes gradually faded, replaced by the calm and authority befitting a divine king. With a mere thought, he vanished from his spot, only to materialize in a vast training ground within the divine vessel. This place, more a relic of an ancient battlefield forcibly confined underground than a mere training arena, was suffused with a raw and violent atmosphere. In the center of the arena, a petite yet explosively powerful figure was engaged in a fierce battle against a combat robot crafted entirely from memory metal. It was Chi-Chi. She donned a sleek black battle attire of the divine clan, sweat saturating her long hair, which clung to her porcelain cheeks and neck, bestowing upon her an air of untamed allure. With each punch and kick, she emanated a fierce and relentless killing intent, as if she aimed to utterly shatter everything before her. The Demon God Resurrection Sutra surged wildly within her, the dark red bloodline of the demon god manifesting as visible wisps of pale crimson energy enveloping her form. With a thunderous crack, she executed a final, powerful whip kick, severing a combat robot capable of withstanding conventional planetary attacks in two. Its upper half spun through the air, crashing heavily against a distant alloy wall, igniting a shower of electric sparks. Breathless, she leaned on her knee, her remarkable curves rising and falling with each rapid breath, droplets of sweat cascading from her smooth chin, creating tiny splashes upon the ground. She sensed the immense power coursing through her veins, amplified several times over from before, yet her expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was marred by deep furrows of frustration and indignation. A series of crisp claps echoed from the entrance of the training ground. Startled, she lifted her gaze to see a man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, observing her with a calm demeanor. Instantly, the fatigue and resentment on her face were replaced by a complex blend of admiration, reverence, and delight. My king. She hastily bowed, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Jiang Long approached her slowly, glancing at the wrecked robot and then at her, before gently shaking his head. Your strength and speed have far surpassed your former self, even transcending that of the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. His tone was serene, as if stating an undeniable truth. This statement sparked a glimmer of hope in Kiki's eyes. However, his next words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flame of excitement that had kindled in her heart. Yet, his gaze sharpened. Your combat lacks any aesthetic appeal. The killing intent is excessive, the techniques disordered. You rely solely on reckless aggression, failing to grasp the balance and flow of power. What you display is not combat, but desperation. Should you encounter a true equal, you would undoubtedly perish within 3 moves. Jiang Long's assessment was brutally candid, leaving Kiki's complexion pale. She lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, her eyes filled with disappointment and despair. She had exerted herself to the utmost. She yearned no longer to be the weakling hiding behind her king, merely watching him fight. Observing her distress, a flicker of barely perceptible amusement crossed Jiang Long's eyes. Instead of further chastising her with words, he extended his hand, gently grasping her trembling wrist. Weakened from prolonged exertion, Kiki's body stiffened momentarily. A powerful yet warm energy surged from his palm into her being, instantly calming the tumultuous aura that had arisen from her overexertion of the bloodline. The voice of Jiang Long seemed to carry a certain enchantment, gently resonating in her ears. He grasped Chi-Chi's hand, guiding her movements through the vast training ground with a languid grace. His steps were enigmatic and ethereal, as if they were in perfect harmony with the pulse of the universe. Combat, at times, resembled a dance dedicated to death. Jiang Long's voice, akin to the whispers of deities, enveloped Chi-Chi entirely, directing every motion of hers with his own presence. A graceful sidestep allowed her to effortlessly evade a barrage of virtual beams. A twist of his waist guided her arm, slicing towards the throat of another simulated adversary at an astonishing angle. A swift turn made her feel weightless, like a leaf dancing amidst a tempest of fierce attacks. Chi-Chi was utterly mesmerized, embraced by Jiang Long's broad and sturdy chest, the distinctive aura enveloping him, an intoxicating blend of stars and the tumult of blood, lingered at her nose. His breath caressed her ear, sending waves of heat to her cheeks, igniting a flurry of emotions within her. She had never envisioned that the cold, brutal nature of battle could evoke such thrilling sensations. In that moment, she felt as if she were not fighting, but rather engaged in the most intimate and perilous dance with the man who governed her very existence. Her heart, like a fawn confined for a millennium, pounded fiercely against her chest, nearly escaping her throat. As the sequence of movements concluded, Jiang Long released her hand. Within the training ground, all simulated foes lay vanquished, dissipating into particles of light. Chi-Chi remained rooted in position, still embodying her final attack stance, gasping for breath as her chest heaved. Her cheeks flushed with an enchanting crimson hue. Yet, her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, as if two stars had ignited within them. She lifted her gaze to Jiang Long, the man who had granted her rebirth, bestowed her with strength, and now offered her a path. In that moment, all her emotions surged beyond the dam of reason. With a sudden surge of courage, she rose onto her toes and gently pressed a tender kiss upon his chiseled profile. So handsome it resembled that of a deity. "Thank you, my king," she whispered, her voice as delicate as a whisper, yet imbued with newfound conviction. "All that I am is a gift from you." Ding. Affection level for Divine Consort Chi-Chi is 5, current level 92. Emotional bond due to the grace of guidance has transcended. Loyalty has transformed into fervent devotion. Jiang Long paused momentarily, turning to gaze at the blushing yet defiantly unwavering woman before him. A flicker of genuine amusement dancing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden, sharp alarm blared, echoing throughout every corner of the divine vessel. A sound so piercing it threatened to rend the very fabric of the soul. The ominous crimson glow, signifying the highest level of threat, flickered wildly, instantly transforming the once ambiguous training ground into a foreboding sea of red. Jiang Long's brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, Bulma's voice, imbued with a mixture of seriousness and excitement, resonated clearly through the ship's broadcasting system. "Jiang Long, Frieza's flagship has issued a high-level all-channel communication. He has summoned the Ginyu force. Their spaceship has already entered warp speed and is racing here at maximum velocity." Chapter 56, The Eternal Divine King Banquet. The Ginyu force. It is time to serve. Kiki's cheeks, once tinged with a bashful blush, now wore an expression of grim determination. The smile in Jiang Long's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by an unruffled calm and a hint of anticipation. He gently released Kiki, who still clung to him, and without looking back, spoke softly into the void. "I understand." The moment his words fell, his figure became indistinct, ethereal, like a wisp of smoke merging with light and shadow, vanishing from sight. Kiki stood dazed beneath the blood-red glow, her nostrils still tinged with the overwhelming yet reassuring aura he exuded, but her heart harbored no lingering sentiments of romance. Her gaze transformed into one of unprecedented resolve and fervor. "My king, this time, I shall not let you down." She turned abruptly to face the battle robot she had just obliterated with a kick, its demonic bloodline roaring to life like a dormant volcano awakened after eons. On the bridge of Ship 1, it did not resemble a cold control room, but rather an ancient divine court suspended amidst the stars. Above, the vast and boundless universe unfolded, with stars swirling and time dissolving, as if one could reach out and pluck the stars from the sky. Clad in a form-fitting queen's uniform, Bulma stood before an immense celestial screen, her expression focused and solemn. The screen vividly displayed the surface of planet Namek, where 5 uniquely shaped spherical spaceships, trailing 5 blinding flames, tore through the atmosphere and descended with a thunderous roar. Their landing site was adjacent to Frieza's colossal circular mothership. As the hatch opened, 5 figures emerged amidst exaggerated smoke and dazzling effects. They were none other than the formidable Ginyu force, a squad capable of instilling terror throughout the northern galaxy. The Ginyu force made their grand entrance. The 5 members struck a pose that was both comical and, in their own estimation, impressively suave. Leading them was Captain Ginyu, adorned with twin horns, his robust physique and commanding presence marking him as the undeniable core of the group. Beside him stood the red-skinned guys, the blue-skinned Berta, the most imposing of them all, Raikum, and the diminutive, green-skinned Guldo with 4 eyes. "Ha! Frieza really is something. Calling us to handle this remote planet's riffraff." Guy scoffed, crossing his arms dismissively. "What can we do? It's not like Dodoria and Zarbin, those 2 useless fools." Didn't he even manage to maintain a signal? With skin of azure hue, Bart left a series of fleeting shadows in his wake, reveling in what he perceived to be an extraordinary speed. He just in time. My body hasn't been properly warmed up in ages. Muscular and imposing. Lycum exaggeratedly flexed his biceps, causing the very ground to tremble beneath him. Beneath the celestial canopy, Kiki had arrived, and, upon witnessing this comical spectacle, a hint of disdain and incredulity flickered across her strikingly handsome face. Is this what the king referred to as formidable opponents? They resemble a troop of jesters. At that moment, a figure silently materialized upon the throne. Jiang Long rested his chin on one hand, reclining slightly, his calm gaze fixed upon the 5 performers engaged in their clumsy antics against the backdrop of the sky. A playful smile curled at the corners of his lips, reminiscent of a connoisseur savoring the sight of exquisite delicacies. "Ladies and gentlemen," his deep, magnetic voice resonated within the stillness of the bridge, "the buffet has arrived." Bulma and Kiki turned in unison, bowing in respect. The king, Jiang Long's gaze remained unwaveringly focused on the celestial display as he extended a finger. delicately pointing through the boundless void at the most unassuming green-skinned dwarf, Goldo. Do you see that fellow? Bulma's fingertips danced across the control panel before her, swiftly extracting and magnifying Goldo's three-dimensional image and fundamental data for Jiang Long's perusal. His combat power hovers around 10,000, exhibiting a singular energy fluctuation pattern. His physiological structure is peculiar, featuring 4 compound eyes, and he likely possesses a wide field of vision. Bulma, with the rigor of a scientist, promptly provided her analysis. Not quite. Jiang Long gently shook his head, his gaze suffused with profound insight. Within his bloodline, an intriguing path was inscribed, though incomplete. It tantalizingly brushed against a realm of extraordinary heights. Time. What? Both Bulma and Kiki exclaimed in astonishment. Time. It is one of the most enigmatic and exalted principles in the universe. Any ability associated with this concept is invariably terrifying. He has the capacity to some extent. Halt time. Jiang Long's tone remained tranquil, akin to discussing the culinary techniques of a dish. Though the cost is immense and the duration pitifully brief, it resembles a forced distortion of one's own temporal flow through breath-holding, a pseudo-divine power. Yet, at its core, it harbors a fragment of true temporal law, a fine collectible, he concluded. Then, his fingers slowly shifted to rest upon the captain, Ginyu. This, he mused, is the piece de resistance of the banquet. His ability is that of exchange. A glimmer of genuine interest sparked in Jiang Long's eyes, a forceful usurpation at the level of the soul. Although the method is crude and fraught with limitations, its core concept resonates harmoniously with the path of the primordial spirit. Should I manage to procure this genetic essence and unravel the laws of exchange it embodies, perhaps in the future, my divine lineage could give rise to offspring wielding the authority of equivalent exchange. At this revelation, Bulma's azure eyes ignited with a fervent light. Time halting. Body swapping. These abilities, once confined to the realm of mythology, have now been transformed into the most primal genetic data, becoming material that she can dissect, analyze, and optimize at will. They will serve as the foundation for the imperial embryo growing within her. In this universe, before her sovereign presence, no secrets remain. Everything can be deciphered. Every essence can be plundered. Chi, too, felt her breath quicken, her fists clenched tightly, as the fervor of battle surged within her, almost bursting forth. The prospect of hunting down these beings endowed with mythic prowess, converting them into sustenance for the king, is in itself an unparalleled honor. As for the remaining 3, their gazes swept over Lycum, Bart, and Kiss, mere brawny brutes with some speed. Their mixed bloodlines and mediocre talents rendering them nothing more than trifles to augment the gene pool. His words resonated like a divine decree, sealing the fates of all members of the Ginyu force in that instant. They were not conquerors of planets. They were mere offerings, laid upon the banquet table, awaiting the tasting of the divine monarch. The menu has been reviewed. It is time to allocate the respective prey. Jiang Long rose slowly from his throne, an invisible pressure causing the entire divine court to freeze in place. Chi, here. Chi straightened her posture. The one who boasts of being the fastest in the universe, that blue fellow, is yours. Jiang Long's gaze fell upon Bart. Do not compete with him in sheer speed. Utilize the methods I have taught you to anticipate his techniques. I want you to stroll through his velocity, allowing him to grasp the true essence of despair. Yes, my king. A dazzling brilliance ignited in Chi-Chi's eyes. Broly. Jiang Long's voice pierced the fabric of space. From the shadows of the bridge, Broly's towering figure emerged silently, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed. Brother, the most muscular red giant is yours. Jiang Long's command was straightforward. I want only one result. Leave him gasping for breath. Yes, brother. Broly's voice revealed no hint of emotion. As for the remaining time, the exchange, and that trifling Jiang Long, a cold smirk creased his lips. I will handle it personally. Just as Jiang Long finished assigning tasks, on the surface of planet Namek, Ginyu suddenly furrowed his brow. A faint yet remarkably pure energy source flickered on his latest model of combat power detector. Oh. A sinister smile spread across Jinyu's face. A mouse was hiding here. Though the energy response was not significant, it seemed intriguing. He turned to the shortest member of the team, Goldo. Goldo, go capture that mouse lurking in the shadows. It will also allow Lord Frieza to witness just how effective your newly developed abilities are. Leave it to me, Captain. Goldo emitted a sharp and triumphant laugh, his 4 eyes glinting with an eerie light. In the next instant, his figure vanished into thin air, not from rapid movement, but as if erased by an eraser, completely disappearing without a trace. Above the celestial canopy of the God Clan No. 1, the luminous point representing Goldo vanished in an instant, as though it had never existed. The king, employing unknown means, entered a state of stealth, rendering him untraceable. Bulma immediately reported. No need, Jiang Long replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The first dish had already been delivered to him on a silver platter. He turned and stepped forward, his figure disappearing from the bridge. In the next moment, the hatch of God Clan No. 1 opened silently. Alone, Jiang Long walked out, standing in the desolate and bleak wilderness beyond the spacecraft, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the dark green sky of Namek. The cool, long wind tousled his black hair, the fabric of his attire billowing and snapping in the breeze. He stood there quietly, as if awaiting something, or perhaps admiring the alien landscape. Here, he intended to personally savor the essence of time. Chapter 57. Time is a tomb. Hearing you. The whispers of the ancestors' bloodline. Namek, this ancient land, lay silent like a cosmic graveyard abandoned for eons. The wind wailed as it swept across the scarred earth, stirring up icy dust, as if mourning the fallen stars. The remnants of 3 suns had long been consumed by the boundless darkness, with only a few solitary stars twinkling in the dark green dome above, their pale light resembling the unwilling eyes of the vanquished. In this desolate solitude, where it seemed even time had decayed, Jiang Long stood with hands clasped behind him. His hair flowed freely, and his garments rustled in the ancient wind, embodying a statue that had stood since the dawn of time. Merging with the eternal solitude of this realm, his presence was subdued to an extreme, devoid of earth-shattering power. Without energy that could shake the stars, he stood quietly, yet appeared to be the very center of the universe, with light bending imperceptibly as it passed by him. He awaited what he presumed to be an enticing appetizer, willingly stepping into the grave he had delineated. In the void, a ripple flickered. A figure materialized without warning, 100 meters behind Jiang Long. It was Guldo. His 4 peculiar compound eyes gleamed with a cruel and triumphant light. He gazed at the black-haired man, who stood with his back turned, seemingly oblivious, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. What a foolish prey, daring to expose himself alone in this hunting ground. He could hardly be bothered to contemplate the identity of his adversary, on this land soon to be graced by the presence of King Frieza. Any dissenters faced but one fate, reduction to cosmic dust. Hee. Guldo let out a shrill, owl-like laugh that shattered the wilderness's silence. He did not strike immediately, but relished the thrill of this cat-and-mouse game. He intended to make this ignorant fool embrace his divine retribution amid endless fear. Drawing a deep breath, his chest swelled to an unnatural extent, as if he sought to siphon the very air from this realm. In the next instant, he summoned every ounce of his strength and bellowed the incantation that embodied his supreme authority. Time, cease for me. A resounding hum, indescribable in words and emanating from the very fabric of the laws of existence, reverberated throughout the world. In that fleeting moment, all things fell silent. The whimpering wind froze. The swirling dust in the air came to a standstill. Even a boulder teetering on a distant mountaintop eerily hovered in midair. The entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause, transforming into a vast, lifeless canvas of muted gray. The river of time, within this realm, was forcefully severed by an overwhelming power, crystallizing into a stagnant pool of dead water. This was the essence of Gordo's prowess. A forbidden power acquired at the cost of his own life force, one that could even make the divine take notice. In this domain of absolute stasis, he was the sole deity. Ha! Fools! Gordo laughed triumphantly, striding slowly towards Jiang Long, who remained steadfast with his hands behind his back. Each step he took brimmed with the gravitas of a judge. He gazed at Jiang Long's hair, frozen in the wind, and the stillness of his garments, as waves of exhilaration surged within him. This was the tragedy of the weak. No matter how formidable one's strength before the might of time, one is ultimately but a statue, vulnerable to the whims of fate. Approaching Jiang Long from behind, he extended his hand and mockingly patted his shoulder, receiving no response. A fine physique, but alas, it shall soon bear more holes, Gordo sneered, as a flash of light erupted from his palm, coalescing into a ghastly green spear forged from concentrated energy. The tip radiated a terrifying energy capable of effortlessly piercing the armor of interstellar battleships. He raised the spear high, aiming it at Jiang Long's heart. His intention was to pierce this man's flesh inch by inch, relishing the moment when time resumed, and he could behold the shock, agony, and despair etched across his face. Die! He silently roared, his arm exerting force as the energy spear descended with the might to rend all asunder. Thrusting toward Jiang Long's back, 1 meter, half a meter, 10 centimeters. The spear's sharp point grazed Jiang Long's garment, poised to breach flesh and penetrate his heart. Gordo's 4 eyes gleamed with the ecstasy of impending triumph. However, in that fleeting moment, an anomaly arose. The man, who was supposed to remain as motionless as a statue, suddenly shifted his deep, cosmic-like gaze ever so slightly. That glance pierced through the ages, transcending the frozen time, landing squarely upon Gordo. Boom! Gordo's mind felt as if it had been detonated by a star, plunging into an abyss of blankness. He moved. How could he possibly move? In this realm of absolute stasis that he commanded, how could any life break the shackles of time? It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. This notion, akin to a lifeline, surged wildly within his mind. He clenched his teeth, striving to dispel the chilling sensation that penetrated to his very bones. and once more thrust his spear downward with renewed vigor. Yet, at that moment, a languid voice, seemingly imbued with a hint of sighing disappointment, echoed softly in this realm of silence where no sound ought to exist. Your time is too short. This voice struck like the divine decree of a creator, akin to an invisible ancient hammer crashing down upon the already taut nerves of Gordo. Gordo's spirit was shattered, and he emitted a scream so piercing it distorted the air, instinctively retreating backwards. Before him unfolded a scene forever etched in his memory, one capable of shattering his very resolve. The man with black hair, in this frozen tapestry of time, slowly and gracefully turned around. His movements appeared languid, as if traversing through a thick mire, yet he was undeniably in motion. Then he raised his hand. That hand, long and powerful, shimmered with a faint chaotic glow upon its surface. He extended 2 fingers, the index and middle. Under the gaze of Gordo's 4 eyes, twisted in primal fear, those 2 fingers seemingly moved at a pace both slow and incomprehensibly swift, effortlessly pinching the tip of his energy spear, which could pierce mountains. Crack! A soft sound resonated. Time, in that instant, truly ceased for him. Gordo stared in disbelief as his energy spear was firmly held between the opponent's fingers, unable to advance even a fraction further. That figure regarded him with calmness, devoid of mockery or anger, exuding a detached indifference akin to a deity overlooking mere ants, coupled with a researcher-esque curiosity upon encountering an intriguing specimen. How is this possible? Gordo's throat emitted a hoarse sound reminiscent of a windbag, his body trembling violently from overwhelming fear. What monstrosity are you? His once proud ability to halt time, even praised by King Frieza, now seemed a grand jest before this being. Monster? The corners of Jiang Long's mouth curled into a chilling arc. No, I merely possess a deeper understanding of time than you. His words resonated like the tolling of a judgment bell. Gordo, overwhelmed by emotional turmoil and the excessive expenditure of his life force, could no longer sustain the suspension of time. With a rush, the entire world instantaneously regained its colors and sounds. The once stilled winds began to wail anew. The frozen dust resumed its swirling dance, and the rocks suspended in midair crashed down with a thunderous roar, raising clouds of dust. The river of time surged forth once more. As for Gordo, an unprecedented wave of weakness engulfed him like a tide. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, the energy spear in his hand dissipating into motes of light, vanishing into the void. He had been defeated. Defeated so utterly, so incomprehensibly. Jiang Long approached him with deliberate steps, casting a lofty gaze upon the pitiful creature sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of will to fight. Do you wish to know why? Jiang Long's voice, imbued with a magnetic quality, sent a chill through Gordo that felt colder than the depths of eternal ice. Gordo lifted his head, his 4 eyes reflecting only confusion and despair. Jiang Long explained with a detached demeanor, as if imparting the profoundest cosmic principle to an ignorant pupil. Your ability is intriguing. It forcibly stifles your breath, freezing the macro flow of time in this space. For the vast majority of life in this universe, their existence is tethered to the river of time. When the waters are still, they too remain motionless. However, Jiang Long's tone shifted, a flicker of arrogance glimmering in his eyes. My bloodline transcends this river. He extended his hand, palm upward, as chaotic streams of air swirled within his grasp, resembling the birth and demise of countless stars, the reorganization of innumerable genetic chains. My ancestral bloodline enables every single cell within me to engage in vibrations of extraordinary frequency at the most microscopic level. Each cell possesses its own independent clock. While your ability freezes the macro river, the myriad droplets within me continue to flow ceaselessly at their own frequency. Thus, for me, Jiang Long's lips curled into a cruel smile. Your pride in halting time merely allows me to swim from the air into a slightly more viscous pool. Though there is some resistance, it is but a trivial matter. Boom. Each word of this declaration struck Gordo's soul like a divine thunderclap, shattering his last vestige of reason and pride into oblivion. So this was the reality. The divine skill he had once reveled in was, in the face of his opponent, nothing short of a complete farce from the very beginning. This was not merely a disparity in power. It was a crushing difference in the essence of life. It was a divergence in dimensions. Gordo could no longer withstand the ultimate mental devastation, and with a violent heave, he expelled a torrent of green blood mixed with the remnants of his insides. His 4 eyes lost all glimmer, fading into a dull gray. His will shattered. A highly valuable specimen. Jiang Long surveyed the now soulless Gordo with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He ceased further words, slowly crouching down, one hand resembling a colossal claw of a deity gently pressing upon Gordo's wrinkled cranium. Ancestral bloodline gene plunder. Buzz. Crimson threads surged forth from Jiang Long's palm, akin to living vines mercilessly piercing Gordo's head, voraciously and dominantly siphoning the most primal secrets of his bloodline. Oh! Gordo emitted his final, anguished cry, his body withering like a sponge drained of water, rapidly collapsing and desiccating, until within mere seconds, he transformed into a handful of ash, scattered by the forlorn winds of Namek, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Long gradually rose to his feet, closing his eyes. In his mind, the cold and authoritative notification of the Ancestral Bloodline echoed. Ding. Plunder successful. Target, Goldo, member of the Ginyu Force. Core gene sequence analysis completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique ability of Time Stop Beginner. Ability description. By holding one's breath for an instant and unleashing mental power, one can forcibly halt the macro flow of time within a radius of 100 meters for 0.5 seconds. Note, this ability is ineffective or significantly weakened against entities of a life level far exceeding one's own. A faint smile graced Jiang Long's lips. Though it was merely a beginner-level ability with numerous limitations, it marked his first true acquisition of a rule-based supernatural power. It was a key to higher realms. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the endless void, landing on the figures before Frieza's mothership, who were now frozen in shock and horror due to Goldo's instantaneous demise. He softly murmured, his voice resonating through the laws, clearly reaching every ear present. The appetizer has been consumed. Now, who will be the next dish? Chapter 58. The divine consort closes her eyes, a dance that shakes the heavens. Who then will be the next? What a profound disdain, what sheer dominance. He regarded them. This elite special forces team capable of inducing tremors across all civilizations in the North Galaxy, as mere appetizers. Damn it. The first to break free from the utter terror of Goldo's instantaneous transformation into ashes was the blue figure, Berta. He prided himself on being the fastest in the universe. A glory and arrogance ingrained in his very being. At this moment, that pride was ruthlessly crushed by an unknown entity. His comrade was erased before his very eyes in an unfathomable manner, and he had not even a moment to react. This was a profound humiliation. I will tear you to shreds. Berta let out a roar filled with raw fury, his body instantaneously transforming into a twisted bolt of blue lightning. Boom. The atmosphere was violently torn apart by his savage speed, producing a deafening sonic boom. The ground beneath him collapsed into a massive pit the moment he launched forward. Fast. Surpassing sound, transcending thought, even exceeding the capture limits of most energy detectors. According to the records of Frieza's army, his explosive speed in that instant was sufficient to circle the planet with time to spare. The blue electric light, like a divine spear of judgment descending from the heavens, surged forth, carrying the wrath of annihilation, aimed directly at that solitary, indifferent figure. Simultaneously, his most attuned partner, the red-skinned Ginyu, instinctively moved as well. He clasped his hands before his chest, channeling an energy sphere ignited by blazing crimson flames, which shot forth at a cunning angle, sealing off all of Jiang Long's escape routes. This was the culmination of countless rehearsals between the two of them, a lethal formation. One launched a front assault with absolute speed, while the other executed a high-energy flank blockade. Under this combination, countless renowned interstellar warriors had met their demise on the spot. Yet, in the face of a thunderous onslaught capable of reducing a small planet to dust, Jiang Long, seated upon his throne, did not even lift an eyelid. His gaze simply drifted, cool and detached, towards the figure beside him, a woman clad in black, her stature regal, her veins coursing with the anticipation of battle. Chi-Chi, he spoke, his voice unwaveringly calm. Go. Let him witness what true martial artistry entails. Those few words seemed to be the most sacred of blessings, the highest honor. Chi-Chi's delicate form trembled slightly. The eyes that had been quivering with tension and excitement suddenly ignited with a dazzling brilliance. Yes, my king. She inhaled deeply, casting aside any hesitation, and stepped forth. With that single step, she left the deck of the divine vessel and entered the tempestuous battlefield. She faced the tearing blue lightning and the red-hot energy sphere capable of melting steel, advancing rather than retreating. Seeking death, Bart's fury intensified at the sight. This woman dared to block his speed with her flesh and blood. He aimed to pierce through her and the arrogant man behind her. However, at the moment Bart's fist, powerful enough to penetrate a battleship, was about to collide with Chi-Chi's face, she executed a breathtaking maneuver that left all spectators breathless. She slowly closed her eyes. Had she forsaken her vision? In this rapidly shifting battlefield of life and death, she had relinquished her most crucial sense. Madwoman, guys exclaimed in disbelief. Even Captain Ginyu, who had been coldly observing and analyzing Jiang Long's abilities, found his pupils narrowing in astonishment. He could not comprehend it. This transcended his understanding of combat entirely. Yet, in the next instant, the unfolding scene shattered all his preconceptions and crushed his logic. The furious blue lightning engulfed Chi-Chi's seemingly fragile figure entirely. Bart unleashed a torrent of attacks, his speed reaching an unprecedented peak, delivering over 1,000 strikes in the span of a single second. Each blow was potent enough to cleave mountains. His assault transformed into an impenetrable blue storm of death, enveloping the very space where Chi-Chi stood. However, there was no scene of bloodshed. No sound of bone shattering, not even the whisper of torn fabric. In the midst of that tempest capable of warping time and space, Chi-Chi's form resembled a delicate blue lotus swaying in the wind, or a leaf dancing gracefully in a torrential downpour. Her body moved with an unfathomable rhythm, swaying gently. A barely perceptible sidestep, followed by a kick with the force to shatter mountain ridges, grazed her nose, whistling past without even disturbing a single strand of her hair. With a graceful twist of her waist and a punch powerful enough to pierce through the chest, she narrowly evaded a blow that grazed her ribs. An elegant backward lean allowed her to avoid the crushing cannonball that hurtled toward her, its trajectory nearly brushing against her cheek before soaring into the distant sky, where it detonated against a towering peak, transforming it into a cloud of dust. It was as if she had completely shed her weight and merged with the winds of this realm. Each of her evasions was perfectly timed, exquisitely executed, as if meticulously calculated to the finest degree, neither a fraction too much nor too little. What was unfolding before them was no mere battle. It was a breathtaking dance upon the edge of a blade, a tribute to death itself. Impossible. This cannot be. Bart's anxiety escalated with each strike, and his courage waned. He felt as though he were not battling a mere mortal, but rather a deity capable of foreseeing the future. Every attack he launched, no matter how cunning the angle or swift the speed, seemed anticipated by his opponent, who effortlessly sidestepped with minimal movement and the utmost efficiency. It was as though every trajectory of his assault had been completely unveiled the moment he struck. This sensation was driving him to madness. The speed he took pride in became a farcical joke in the face of his adversary. He resembled a child swinging his fists with all his might, yet failing to even graze the hem of an adult's garment. Too slow. Just then, a cool and calm voice, like a ghostly whisper, echoed in his ears. Your speed is indeed impressive. However, your intent to kill, like a campfire in the night, has revealed all your intentions long before you strike. It was the woman's voice. She still possessed the strength to speak amidst his tempestuous onslaught. Boom. This statement acted as the final straw, collapsing Bart's already frayed nerves. At that moment, his composure shattered completely. Die, he roared, abandoning all finesse, channeling every ounce of strength, every shred of rage, and every ounce of humiliation into his right leg. Launching a devastating spinning kick toward Kiki with reckless abandon, he aimed to obliterate the very space they occupied along with that woman. Yet, what he beheld was Kiki's eyes, once tightly shut, now suddenly wide open. In those eyes, there was no fear, no gravity, only an unruffled calm and a chilling glimmer, akin to a hunter witnessing its prey step into a trap. Now, Kiki had awaited this moment, longing for this very opening. In the face of a leg capable of shattering a small meteor, she did not retreat, but advanced. Her body, like a released arrow, pierced into Bart's embrace at an unimaginable angle, just before the trajectory of his powerful kick could ensnare her. The demon god resurrection scripture surged wildly within her, a force of dark crimson bloodline power enveloping her right elbow in an instant. Crack! A sharp, bone-cracking sound echoed throughout the desolate wilderness, piercing the silence. Chi-Chi's seemingly delicate elbow struck with precision, like the tip of a divine weapon, forcefully colliding with the knee joint of Bart's leg. A chilling wail, more beastly than human, erupted from Bart's lips. His once proud right leg twisted at an unnatural angle, snapping backward. The stark white bone protruded through the skin, exposed to the air. Agonizing pain surged like a tidal wave, consuming all his reason in an instant. His once lightning-fast figure came to an abrupt halt, akin to a bird with broken wings, screaming as it plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The scene fell into an eerie silence. In the distance, Kiza's expression froze completely, his mouth agape, eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, as if witnessing the most incredible spectacle in the universe. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of Captain Ginyu. His ace, the so-called fastest in the universe, Bart, had been incapacitated in a single blow by an unknown woman through a method he could not comprehend. Amidst this suffocating silence, the voice of the man seated upon the throne, akin to a god or demon, resonated once more, indifferent and commanding. Broly, reclaim. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure as formidable as a mountain appeared without warning behind the moaning Bart, who clutched his severed leg. And the terrified Keys. Broly. His pure eyes held no emotion, only the absolute execution of Jiang Long's orders. Keys barely had time to gasp before he felt a gentle impact on the back of his neck, as if struck by a falling star. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost all consciousness. Broly casually discarded the limp Keys onto the ground, and then delivered a swift, decisive chop to Bart's neck, ending his suffering. Having completed this, he treated the two as refuse, gripping their ankles and silently turning to walk back toward the divine vessel. Throughout the ordeal, he never cast a glance at the remaining Captain Ginyu. It was an indifference stemming from the pinnacle of existence. The wind continued to blow. In the wilderness, only Captain Ginyu remained, standing alone, His 14 members had met grim fates, one reduced to ashes, one incapacitated on the spot, and two retrieved as mere cargo. In a matter of mere minutes, his once feared Ginyu force, which had traversed the universe and instilled dread in countless powerful beings, had effectively ceased to exist. Ginyu slowly lifted his head, his gaze penetrating the endless void, fixating intently on the figure seated upon the throne. In his heart, there remained no trace of disdain or arrogance, only a chilling, bone-deep fear akin to plummeting into an endless abyss. He finally comprehended the truth. They had not erred in their destination. They had trespassed into the hunting grounds of an ancient god king. Chapter 59. With a mere gesture from the god king. The stars are rendered to dust. Your pride is utterly worthless. At this moment, the ancient planet Mexstar seemed as if even the timeless winds that had once swept across it had ceased to exist. Silence. A profound stillness. So deep that it could freeze the very essence of the soul, enveloped the scarred battlefield. Ginyu stood alone upon the desolate earth, his towering form now appearing diminutive and helpless. The battle armor he once took pride in seemed to emit a mournful cry under the invisible pressure that weighed heavily upon him. He was dead. Buldo, the enigmatic being who wielded the power of time, had been reduced to ash. He had been defeated. Bart, who boasted of being the universe's fastest, had been incapacitated by a woman in a manner that bordered on the divine, leaving his fate uncertain. Guys, his most reliable partner, had not even had the opportunity to strike before being retrieved like mere cargo. What absurdity, what incredulity. For decades he had traversed the northern galaxy, his hands stained with the blood of countless formidable foes. He had witnessed various bizarre abilities and powers capable of annihilating stars. Yet, never had he felt such a profound sense of impotence and insignificance as he did today. The adversary was not merely fighting, they were feasting. And they, the elite special forces team that even King Frieza relied upon, were but the dishes laid upon the banquet table. A primal roar erupted from Ginyu's side, shattering the suffocating silence. It was Reincarnated, the red giant of the Ginyu force, endowed with unparalleled physical strength and astonishing defense. Having witnessed the tragic fate of his comrades, an overwhelming fear was ultimately supplanted by a more primal and furious rage within him. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Reincarnated's body swelled with muscles like the gnarled roots of ancient trees, the veins beneath his skin writhing like a monstrous serpent. A fierce crimson aura, potent enough to crack the earth, erupted from him, ascending into the sky and staining the dark green heavens with an ominous hue. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury, were consumed at that moment by sheer instinct for battle. He did not glance at the figure resembling a demon seated upon the divine throne, nor did he regard the dark-clad woman who had incapacitated Bart with a single blow. His focus was singular. It was the man who stood like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression simply by his presence. Broly, you shall be the first. Reincarnated roared, not charging immediately, but striking an exaggerated pose brimming with explosive power. Reincarnated. With each word he bellowed, the intensity of his aura surged, creating a jagged fissure in the earth beneath him. The ultimate miracle of combat, the fist. Boom. Accompanied by his final roar, Reincarnated's form vanished from sight. Though speed was not his forte, the explosive force he unleashed in that moment was unparalleled. His massive physique transformed into a blazing crimson meteor, wielding enough terrifying energy to raze a steel city to the ground. Hurtling straight towards the divine vessel with a thunderous crash, this punch encapsulated all his strength, fury, and pride accumulated throughout his life. He aimed to shatter everything before him with the most primal, unadulterated violence. Yet, in the face of such a cataclysmic strike, Jiang Long, seated upon the throne of the divine vessel, remained in his indifferent pose, one hand propping up his chin as he gazed down upon all. His eyes did not linger on Reincarnated for even a fraction of a second. Instead, his gaze settled upon the silent figure of Broly. Jiang Long's voice, though soft, seemed imbued with the profound truths of the universe, resonating clearly in Broly's ears. Through pure strength, let him comprehend despair. Yes, brother. In Broly's pure, unyielding eyes, there was no trace of fluctuation. He slowly turned to face the oncoming crimson meteor, adopting no defensive stance, summoning no energy shields, and releasing not even the slightest hint of his own aura. He approached with serene composure, as if he were not confronting a blow capable of splitting mountains, but merely greeting a gentle breeze. Die for me. Reincarnated, witnessing his opponent's audacious demeanor, felt his rage reach a boiling point. He summoned every ounce of his strength to its zenith. In the next instant, his iron fist, embodying the pinnacle of his life's power, struck Broly's expressionless face with unadorned force. Boom. The sound was immense, yet it transcended mere noise. It resembled the direct, primal collision of a neutron star and a white dwarf in the vacuum of space. A blindingly pure shockwave erupted from the point of impact, expanding outward in a visible circle. The earth was violently torn apart, debris and dust propelled skyward, forming a fearsome tornado of sand connecting heaven and earth. Even from a distance, Ginyu was pushed back by the ferocious winds, struggling to maintain his footing with crossed arms before him. He fixed his gaze on the dust-laden center of the battlefield, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. It struck. Lycom's fist, capable of penetrating the main armor of an interstellar battleship, had landed solidly. Under such a terrifying frontal assault, even a creature as formidable as a Namekian should be reduced to mere pulp, right? The dust began to gradually disperse. The glimmer of hope upon Jinyu's face gradually solidified, ultimately transforming into an icy dread and stupor more frigid than eternal glaciers. In the heart of the battlefield, Raikum maintained his stance, his robust arm taut as steel rebar. His fist remained firmly pressed against the visage of the man before him. Yet, that man, Broly, stood resolutely in place, utterly unmoved. Not a single degree of his head shifted. He remained still, as if Raikum's earth-shattering punch had merely been a child's feeble tap. In stark contrast, Raikum's face, flushed from exertion, was now beaded with perspiration. He felt a surge of indescribable recoil emanating from Broly's cheek, a force akin to a torrential wave crashing back upon him. His knuckles screamed in anguish. His arm trembled with fear. He even entertained the absurd notion that he had not struck a mere human face, but had unleashed his full might upon an ancient divine metal, eternal and indestructible, that forged the very universe. How could this be? A disbelieving howl escaped Raikum's throat, akin to a delirious murmur. He could not accept it. He refused to believe that such an impenetrable physique could exist in this world. Aya! Raikum, driven to madness, withdrew his nearly incapacitated fist, clasped his palms together before his chest, and channeled every remaining ounce of energy within him, compressing it without reservation. Raikum's destruction cannon. Boom. A torrent of crimson energy, several times thicker and more ferocious than Jinyu's previous attack, erupted like a volcanic blast or the breath of a star, descending upon Broly with lethal intent. The terrifying energy instantaneously engulfed Broly's towering form. A cataclysmic explosion once again swept across the land. This time, the force of the blast was even more terrifying, creating a vast crater with a diameter exceeding hundreds of meters, the edges glowing with molten lava, reminiscent of glass. Yet, upon Jinyu's face, not a trace of elation remained, only a profound numbness that penetrated to the bone. For amidst the storm of energy, in that searing heat capable of melting all, the figure of Broly had not budged an inch. As the smoke and flames of the explosion began to dissipate, Broly remained standing, unscathed. Not a single wrinkle nor a charred mark adorned his simple battle attire. It was as if the cataclysmic torrent, potent enough to annihilate a city, had been nothing more than a slightly warmer shower to him. Raikum stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his mouth agape, yet no sound escaped his lips. His mind had completely crashed. His worldview, his philosophy of combat, all the pride and dignity he held as a formidable warrior, were at this moment utterly shattered by the silent man before him, in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. Fear, a profound, unprecedented terror emanating from the depths of his soul, washed over him like a cold tide, engulfing him entirely. No, I have not yet lost. In the grip of overwhelming dread, Lycum unleashed the last vestiges of his potential. A surge of power coursed through his body, long since drained. Like a madman, he charged at Broly, launching his final assault. Super Miracle Cycle Attack. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, and headbutts. He unleashed every attacking technique he possessed without reservation, transforming into a tempestuous red blur that rained down upon Broly with unrelenting ferocity. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled thuds reverberated like a relentless drumbeat across the desolate landscape. Yet, no matter how intense or violent his onslaught, that man remained as immovable as an ancient mountain, steadfast and unyielding. Finally, after delivering one last headbutt, Lycum could no longer endure. His legs buckled beneath him, and he sank to his knees before Broly, akin to a lifeless mass devoid of bones, gasping for breath. Sweat and tears mingled, cascading down his face marked by despair. He was utterly exhausted. Throughout it all, Broly had not so much as blinked. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Lycum lifted his gaze, and in his vacant eyes reflected the palm that was steadily ascending, his body trembling uncontrollably from fear. Is he finally going to strike back? Broly regarded the now utterly defeated insect before him, his pure gaze devoid of pity or mockery, solely focused on the absolute execution of Jiang Long's command. He extended a single finger, his index finger, and gently flicked it against Lycum's sweat-drenched forehead. The motion was so delicate, it resembled brushing away a speck of dust. Yet, at the instant his fingertip made contact with Lycum's brow, time appeared to stand still. In the next moment, boom! An indescribable, incomprehensible force of sheer terror erupted from Broly's fingertip. Lycum could not even muster a scream. His specially designed combat suit, reputed to withstand meteorite impacts, disintegrated in an instant, like fragile paper, transforming into a flurry of butterflies. Following that, his massive, iron-like body met the same fate. It was as if he had been struck head-on by an invisible star traveling at light speed, and in an instant, he became a streak of crimson light, flying backward. Boom, 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 boom. He shattered the first mountain peak, which exploded into fragments. He crashed through the second peak, which snapped in half. He shattered the third, fourth, and fifth peaks in a relentless assault. After piercing through a total of 7 colossal mountain ranges, his battered body finally exhausted all its kinetic energy, embedding itself deeply into the 8th peak like refuse, lost to the realms of life and death. The once vibrant expanse fell into a profound silence once more. Only the 7 mountains, now marred by gaping, horrifyingly smooth circular holes, remained, as if this world had been impaled by an invisible spear of colossal might. Captain Ginyu stared blankly at the scene before him, his body rigid as a statue. The color had drained from his face, leaving it ghostly pale, reminiscent of a corpse. The entire army had been annihilated. His pride, the elite Ginyu force of the Frieza force, had been obliterated in less than 10 minutes, and in a manner so thoroughly crushing that he could scarcely have imagined it even in his nightmares. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze penetrating the endless void, locking firmly onto the figure seated upon the throne, unmoving and godlike in presence. Fear could hardly encapsulate the tumult of emotions he felt. It was an absolute and unyielding despair in the face of divine law, a confrontation with the Creator itself. He understood that he was left with but one final choice. A choice he had never imagined he would be compelled to make. A pact with a demon, capable of reversing fate and transforming impossibilities into realities. The Forbidden Technique. Chapter 60. The Lament of the God Thief. Your ultimate demise, my plaything. Jinyu's body began to tremble uncontrollably, not from fear, but from a reckless madness that bet everything he had. He chuckled softly, his laughter hoarse and dry, akin to 2 pieces of rusted metal scraping against one another. There was still one card left to play. He murmured, as if confiding in an unseen demon. I still have one last opportunity. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, and with all the remaining strength he could muster, he struck his own chest with a brutal force. A torrent of scalding purple blood erupted from his mouth, and his already pallid complexion turned to the hue of golden paper. The chest plate of his battle armor crumpled under the impact, the sound of splintering bones ringing clear. He had, with his own hand, dealt himself a grievous injury. On the divine ship, Kiki's beautiful eyes widened in confusion at the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, atop the throne, Jiang Long's deep, cosmic gaze flickered with a subtle, almost imperceptible amusement, akin to a hunter watching its prey unwittingly step into the final trap. Even in death, I will drag your perfect body down to hell with me. Ginyu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes, bloodshot from agony and madness, igniting with a brilliance both radiant and malevolent. He opened his mouth, channeling the very essence of his soul, unleashing a forbidden roar that could alter the course of destiny. Exchange. Buzz. In an instant, an inexplicable force, beyond the confines of language, erupted violently from the gravely injured body of Ginyu. It was neither energy nor ki, but a transcendent principle that encompassed the realms of soul and causality. A beam of ghastly white light twisted the fabric of space, disregarding all distance. Akin to a chain emerging from the river of the underworld, hurtling directly towards Jiang Long, seated upon his throne. Faced with this sudden and inescapable forbidden technique, Jiang Long exhibited not a flicker of astonishment. He did not even attempt to evade. Instead, he calmly regarded the luminescent beam, which embodied all of his adversary's hopes and malevolence, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a mocking smile. In the next heartbeat, the beam struck precisely at his brow. There was no explosion, no shockwave. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Jiang Long's body quivered violently, his deep-set eyes instantaneously losing all luster, becoming vacant and bewildered. Meanwhile, Ginyu, collapsed upon the ground, lay in a similar stupor, his injured form frozen, his violet pupils turning into a void of silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the body belonging to Jiang Long on the throne stirred. He gradually lifted his head, and within his hollow eyes, a spark reignited. It was the essence of Jinyu's exultation, greed, and disbelief. I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded. Ginyu reveled in the power surging within this body, a force unimaginably vast, akin to the infinite cosmos. He sensed that within every cell, within every strand of DNA of this form, lay dormant an ancient beast capable of devouring galaxies and tearing apart epics. This strength was more terrifying than King Frieza's final form, more profound, more perfect. This body, this divine, flawless vessel, was now his. Ginyu cackled wildly as he rose from the throne, arms wide open, eager to embrace this newfound power, yearning to proclaim his rebirth to the entire universe. His first act would be to completely annihilate his old, tattered, worthless shell. He raised his hand, aimed at the ground where his battered body lay, fingers spread wide, preparing to unleash the simplest of energy blasts. However, 1 second passed. His palm remained empty, void of any gathered energy. The ecstasy on Ginyu's face faltered slightly. Furrowing his brow, he attempted once more to summon the power within. He could vividly perceive the chaotic depths of the power hidden within his veins, the slumbering ancient beast. Yet, no matter how he commanded it with his mind or implored it with his soul, that ocean of power remained still, undisturbed, not even a ripple to betray its presence. The ancient beast did not even lift an eyelid, as if to regard him, the new master, as nothing more than a noisy insect scuttling before a mighty dragon. He was utterly incapable of even producing the faintest ki blast with this body. How could this be? Why was this happening? This power was undeniably within him. He could sense its presence, its vastness, and its grandeur. Yet, why was he unable to harness even a fraction of it? Cold sweat trickled down Ginyu's forehead as the elation in his heart was rapidly supplanted by an overwhelming and unknown fear. At that moment, a voice, familiar yet chilling, resonated from his old body lying on the ground. How does it feel? Ginyu, Jiang Long, slowly rose from the ground, stretching the neck of his injured form. And with a tone laced with both pity and mockery, he chuckled softly. My bloodline is eternally bound to my soul. It recognizes only me as its master. You, a pitiful thief, are unworthy to wield it. What? Ginyu, seated upon his throne, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in disbelief. The concept of bloodlines being bound to souls. What a tyrannical rule. Throughout his life, he had utilized this forbidden technique to exchange bodies with countless powerful beings, never once failing. He had never heard of a force that could not be controlled. It dawned on him. The opponent had known from the very beginning that he would employ this technique. The opponent had not evaded, not because he could not, but because he deemed it beneath him. Ginyu's most cherished trump card, sufficient to alter destiny, was treated as nothing more than a trivial spectacle. No, this is absolutely impossible. Ginyu screamed in madness, unable to accept this reality, a truth capable of shattering all his pride into dust. However, Jiang Long was no longer inclined to grant him any time for contemplation. He raised Ginyu's battered hand, adopting the same stance as before, and with Ginyu's own voice, skillfully declared the forbidden word once more, exchange. A blinding white beam erupted from Ginyu's old body, striking Jiang Long's form upon the throne in an instant. As the light flickered and the dust settled, Jiang Long slowly lifted his head, his deep-set eyes rekindling with the indifference and authority that belonged to him. He flexed his limbs, relishing the boundless power of his ancestral bloodline coursing through him, a look of comfort gracing his features, as if he had merely taken a stroll and returned home. Meanwhile, Ginyu found himself back in the shattered body he had so grievously injured himself. He stood there in a daze, his mind blank. What had he experienced? From hell to heaven, and then from heaven into an abyss deeper than the 18 layers of hell itself. He exhausted every ounce of hope, only to have it casually snatched away in mere seconds, and then returned in its entirety. This was no longer mere humiliation. It was a cruel mockery from a deity to a mortal, a relentless jest at the level of cosmic laws. Thud! Ginyu's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His violet eyes, once vibrant, now lost all luster, fading into a dull, lifeless gray. In that instant, his spirit, will, and soul were utterly crushed. Jiang Long descended slowly from his throne, step by step, approaching this once mighty warrior, now reduced to a mere shell. Broly silently appeared, tossing the already unconscious Riku, Bat, and Jisoo aside like bags of refuse, laying them next to Ginyu. The Ginyu force, a complete set. Jiang Long surveyed this pile of trophies, devoid of any emotional response. He extended his hand, gently pressing it against Ginyu's crown. Primordial bloodline Genetic Plunder. Buzz. A chaotic glimmer ignited in Jiang Long's palm. Ginyu's soulless form began to shrink and wither at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into a handful of drifting ashes. Ding. Genetic Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine level ability, Body Exchange, level. Ability effect. Allows forced body exchange at the soul level with any living entity within sight. Note, the success rate is significantly reduced when used on entities of a life level far exceeding one's own. Jiang Long felt the profound imprint of this new cosmic law within his bloodline and nodded in satisfaction. He turned to face Bulma, who had been respectfully standing at the edge of the divine vessel, a faint smile finally gracing his lips. My dear, his voice echoed across the silent battlefield. Our gene pool has undergone an epic upgrade. Now, Jiang Long's gaze pierced through the thin atmosphere of Namek, reaching deep into the cosmos, towards the ominous and frigid circular mothership stationed in orbit. It was time to meet the host of this grand banquet, Frieza.